And a very warm welcome back to the Merit Poker Retro Series. This is the main event. This is the final day. It is the day in which we will crown our champion, who will be walking away with an astonishing $567,000. I'm, of course, James Dempsey, joined for the start of the day by Mr. David Lappin. How are we doing this morning, David?
How you doing, guys?
That button, yeah. It's the big one. If it's not red, it means it's not on yet.
I'm just so excited at the prospect of today. Normally we come back in these events with maybe 20, 22 players. Such was the magnificent field we gathered for this one. 1,223 runners that were actually going back, I think 28 left. So do expect this pre-final table period to go a little longer than maybe it normally would, but that just means more awesome poker to watch.
It certainly does, and you are quite right. 28 coming back. The likes of Gromov and Kosia at the bottom of the pack, those we saw last night at the end of the frame, who seemed very keen to just get into day 4. Made a couple of very, very tight folds, but they're still in here. They're sub 10 bigs. Everyone else, though, above that 10 big blind mark, and obviously we have some monster stacks, especially in the likes of David Hu, we saw on our table right at the end of the night, bagging up 10 mil, but he is second to Musa Barakat, who has a very, very slender 2 big blind lead. And obviously, a lot's going to change in the next few hours, David, as we head towards that final table.
Yeah, I did notice you presided over what I could only call a sort of a holding level. Almost felt as though everything slowed down and the players were looking at those very attractive ladder jumps, it must be said. And I wondered, was that a product of it being the end of a very long day, or was that a product of us really entering this endgame phase now, 30 or so remaining, and these players were all maybe just feeling the pressure, tightening up a bit, and maybe that's what we can expect from them right out of the gate this morning as well?
Yeah, I think there was definitely a facet of it, just trying to get through to the day, make it to a day 4, tell the friends that you've got this far.
Yeah. That
kind of thing. And just getting a reset, getting a refresh. It was a long day yesterday for everyone involved. Now you get a bit of sleep, you come back in, but the pay jumps are significant. We come back with 28. 27 from 28, you're going to pick up 17.2, and then it's a 3 grand jump, so an entire buy-in jump up to just 26 and 25th. Then there's another jump when we get to the last 3 tables. So we are playing 8-handed. Once we get down to 24, everyone's guaranteed 23,000. So they are becoming very, very significant as we go on.
Yeah, something Dara O'Carney and I spoke about in depth at this stage of the warm-up event, which of course has roughly the same structure, such as that it's not really a warm-up event. We always call it the other main event. The reason I say that is error-free poker becomes a very important facet of this stage. There are these sort of endgame mistakes that can creep in because players maybe don't have heightened ICM awareness, maybe make sort of chip-for-chip decisions where they should be really calculating what are their chips actually worth. And I feel like this is the run-in. This is sort of the period now. Once we hit final table, it's a massive factor, but it becomes a decreasing factor all through that final table. Whereas right now, it becomes an increasing factor for probably the next 2 frames that we watch here, probably the next 4 hours. Yeah,
and it'd be fun to see how all the different types of players we have here at Merit approach that. We have, to be kind, there are those who won't understand the intricacies of ICM. It's very difficult to do so. Well, no one fully understands them. That's the thing. It's a sliding scale. Well, the best in the world have got an idea, but no one really knows. And it'd be interesting to see those who just don't care about that sort of stuff. They want to go for the win, and then there are those who are going to maybe play too tight, too like they've just heard ICM. I'm supposed to fold.
Yeah, and I think what's kind of funny is that we talk about the ICM model, and obviously it's not perfect, and it doesn't perfectly inform the way decisions should be making. There are future game theory considerations. There are other aspects to it. Just, I suppose, if you're the one always going for it and everyone else is being ICM aware, maybe you're the one who gets to kind of exploit a tightness in others. But what I would say is that a lot of these players show themselves to be naturally ICM aware, if that makes sense. There's sort of an instinctual tightness that creeps in when ladder jumps are about, and I wonder if that's what we're about to see this morning. I'm very fascinated to know how this maybe first hour or 2 plays out, and maybe just be able to first recognize if that's as big a factor as I suspect it might be.
Well, look at this, Musa, 12 blinds under the gun, perhaps just tanking to allow potential bust out of some other tables.
Exactly.
Play less hands on this table. Means you can ladder, so perhaps an understanding of that there, or perhaps he was thinking about trying to get one through first hand with the ace-6. Everyone's just settling into their seats. You don't want to get called too light, perhaps, but well, here we go. Our table chip leader, Oleg, popping up 10-9 diamonds. Tomescu with sub-20 and jacks. Good morning. What did this guy have for breakfast?
Yeah, lovely way to start the day. Obviously, with a fairly simple decision. He will be conscious that Oleg from +1 should have a reasonably strong range, but also he will be aware that with the 8.1 million in his stack and the least ICM considerations right now, and the person who can lean on everybody else, maybe just maybe he's the one opening lightest, and we see in this instance that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, it's not as great a spot with jacks as it would be, say, with 200 left in this tournament, in the sense that the calling range is going to be that bit tighter. It's very unlikely, maybe 10s. Very possibly 9s call you, but you do just get to make all these hands fold and pick up a big pot.
Decides to go for a non-all-in amount here, so is 3-bet inducing, one assumes. There's no real realm, I think, where this one gets binned. But by doing so, does actually present Oleg with a tempter to flat, I guess. Probably not advisable, one would assume. Temescu's have got a very strong range in this spot. The fact that he is finding a 3-bet sizing would indicate that he may do the same thing with ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited, and has some raised folds, which he's just trying to tempt his opponent.
That's the key here. For some players, this small 3-bet with jacks would be a really bad play, because if you don't have the other part of the range to balance this, like a king-jack offsuit, the ace-10 offsuit, the ace-5 suited, like you mentioned. If you're not going to make that move with those kind of hands on occasion, then you should just jam, and just jam all the hands you're going to play. But if you are going to blend in some bluffs, and that's a nice hand to maybe induce with.
No.
And with 24 bigs, with 20 bigs, the pay jumps, they're significant, but they're not like...
Of course.
We're trying to win the tournament still. We want to get that 20 bigs up to 40 as quickly as possible.
Of course. We still see El Yakubi there on the right screen. He had a very good session. Penultimate session of yesterday. Really built that stack. Went from, as I recall, about maybe 1.8 to 4 million.
Well, even with the structure here at Merit, time does catch up with all men. Big line up to 125 now. HN, he was someone that was on our feature yesterday and didn't really get a look in. Had 5 million in chips. Never really got to play too many hands. Ooh. Just situationally handcuffed.
We also saw Nouri steal the show late last night as well. Came with an audacious flat with 4s and then check raise against one chip leader, and tangled with the other to build his stack up to what it is today.
There were some flops with this hand might have got a bit fun, but Jack 7 deuce, I don't think it's going to be one of them, as both players holding ace-6 high. HN just didn't get to lean into that short stack. I think you either bet here or check 3 times. And he's going to bet one blind. I like this.
Yeah, and just getting himself back up above average stack right now with that one. As we...
Here we go.
Take a little gander.
Let's get artistic.
At the rest of the room there. I always call this one the P.T. Anderson shot.
Those are the remaining 21 out on the floor, 7 on our feature. We have to make them look like 9. Do it as quickly as possible.
Pop off. Is he going to pop off with this ace-4 suited? No?
I thought, come on, give us an orbit before we use that. I don't know why I'm surprised. It's my own fault. Come to expect it.
In case you're wondering out there, Jim said he has already spoken to HR about my unpunny behaviour.
Oh. Can anyone fly down to Merit? There's a spot in this booth. It's warm. There's cake. There's coffee. There's water. this poker. Very high stakes poker as well.
Nori flops best here. Interesting sort of holding here with the gutter, backdoor spades. Decides to knuckle it back, maybe feeling like it does also hit his opponent's range, and some pot control is the order of the day. And that is going to induce Oleg to come out here with very little equity right now. Nori's got probably a slam dunk call, and perhaps close your eyes and call river as well. And
yes.
maybe, just maybe, improve along the way. Playing this one as a inducer now. Actually really like that decision, Oleg.
Oh, hello. Actually, it's almost like the worst spade to hit, because Oleg just doesn't need to bluff anymore.
Yeah, I wonder, will he pay a bet, though? Nori will think to himself, certainly possible his opponent could have a 5 and get sticky. Certainly possible that he could have a middling spade.
Yeah, straight.
What amount
possible.
do you go for here?
Everything's possible here. I think you do get to be against this. The bluffs that make sense on the turn from Oleg's are some of those higher spades. So I think we do have to target that kind of hand. And then, of course, the value was straights and maybe a 5 even. So, yeah, I think in that sense we target quite a strong range. So I like big. But on the flip side, like, what are our bluffs?
That's what I was about to ask you. I don't really see a spot where Nori has bluffs in this spot. So therefore, I wonder if he has to go a little on the smaller side.
No, it looks like he's sizing up.
He's going to get greedy here.
Maybe a little over.
Target that queen of spades, maybe jack of spades.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Very big bet.
Yeah.
Over bet.
Yeah. I saw a whole stack of those red 100k chips being assembled.
Yeah, I do feel like on balance, just being aware of what I was representing, I think I might have gone for that maybe milkier 35 to 50%er, but Nori clearly targeting a different class of hands there with that one.
I guess the one concern there is you can still be up against houses. You've got to be careful when you overbet in those kind of spots and you just get check jammed on. Yeah, it was one of those weird things where I think your opponent has quite a lot of good hands, or they've just got bluffs. In this case, it was a bluff that somehow became a mediocre hand. In that sense, I like the big bet, but then you've got to look at it from the other side, as you were doing, David, and say, hey, we just get to have loads of strength here, not many natural bluffs, so therefore we actually should bet pretty small. I guess there was some like ace 4 without a spade, ace 3 without a spade, maybe. Would be the bluffs.
Well, I said on commentary yesterday, Chen had sort of taken a very relaxed approach, almost letting the game come to him. He had a big chip lead, but he didn't really force the issue yesterday. He was at a very aggro table, it must be said. Well, right away, King 7 under the gun, suited. Seems like a loose one.
I'm here for it.
Statement of intent.
Yeah. You've got Oleg with a big stake in the small. No, there's quite a few short stacks in this table as well, so it's not like you're going to get peeled too often.
Very tricky one now for pop-off. You don't love the mediocre ace here. You have to call. You have to defend its honor, but it's very tricky to navigate this one. Oh, and there we see he's got a board where he's not going to love life, although maybe the fact that HN has second pair could slow him down. He maybe comes with an incredibly small bet, or even a check on this flop.
I think we just always bet this board as raise up.
Does feel good.
One blind again seems reasonable.
Yeah.
You can maybe go slightly bigger if you wanted to, in the mindset that pop-off doesn't peel as wide from the big blind. as say against a late position raise or earlier in the tournament. But he has gone one blind. I like it.
Yeah, and maybe no reason for HN to bloat this one. He is pursuing value against a 9 while pot controlling against an ace. And maybe going to chop with some kings and lose to 1 or 2 and maybe beat 1 or 2, depending on this run out.
I like another bet here, and then look to check back rivers. You want to charge spades, you want to put a king in a tough spot, you want to put the weak aces in a tough spot as well even.
I do agree with you. I think going for maybe a 150k just is very similar to the flop strategy. Oh, hello. Pop off.
I'm going to make a confession there, David.
Yeah.
It's early. I hadn't finished my coffee yet.
Okay.
I managed to switch the hands around in my mind on the
okay.
turn. So when I was suggesting the bet, he was thinking he had the ace-8. I apologise.
But I still don't mind like an advanced blocker, if that makes sense.
Yeah, go
I still don't mind a
small.
one big blind or something like that again. I think it would have serviced certain parts of the range. Check is obviously pretty reasonable as well. And now, well, what a dream river. Hoping his opponent has an ace and not a 9 now. Hoping he doesn't have missed spades.
Yeah, you just go big here and know that an ace always finds it hard to fold.
Yeah, Popoff's going to have a tough time of things here. 9 kicker plays.
HN as the opener does have still a fair few bricks in this hand.
It's going to be very tough if he faces something like 750, 800. Very tough indeed for Popoff.
Yeah, as an exploit, you just want to go to the size that an ace never wants to fold to. 575 is the number he decides.
That's very hard now for Popoff to release here. Certainly a game theory call. Just have to ask ourselves the question now.
Right.
Is Popoff in the exploitative streets here? Is he going to look at his opponent, maybe size the situation up? Wow! Great fold from Popoff there.
Very impressed.
Game theory be damned. Sometimes you just get that spider sense.
Yeah? Felt like a king was a hand that would play this way. He's still worried about maybe some bigger raises that get trappy on the turn. I would have called. He'd have had my money.
I wonder if the smaller sizing looks stronger.
I mean, it still wasn't small, was it? It was still a great fold.
Really was. And that's sort of illustrative of the point pre-flop where, of course, he has to call with that ace-8 there, but it really is murky. And actually, a sort of exploitative fold there wouldn't be horrendous, I think. Or
I wonder, though, if we are going to fold a bet like 575, maybe we're best served with a little block on the river.
Interesting, yeah. Yeah, nice.
You know, make it hard. The stronger ace-X certainly isn't going to raise you with once the king's paired because you get to have the king. You really get raised by kings and bluffs.
Nice analysis, Mr. Dempsey.
I wonder. It's easy to say after the fact, though. You didn't know I was going to face a 575 bet.
Nori now with the offsuit ace-5 from very early position. Musa, I think he is just tanking these ladder jumps. Not really in a position to dish out the hate for that.
No, you're a man who loves all this, the dark arts.
Connoisseur of borderline egregious stalling.
I think in football they would refer to it as shithousery. You're somewhat of a master. We're playing poker. I assume everyone's okay with that language. If not, I apologise. It's very rare I use a bad word on the stream, David, but I felt like that was the right moment. It's a technical term.
It is. That's true. It's a Urban Dictionary would be fairly happy with that one.
And the whole thing?
Oh yeah, I think they doubled all the shorts.
All the shorts are doubling.
Your time is coming.
No, it was 1 to pay jump, that's why.
Musa confessing.
Yeah, I hope.
I won't repeat the term, but I will come up with a
Just to
description.
sit, guys, with you.
A chiefly British term for underhand conduct or gamesmanship in a sport with intention of gaining advantage. Underhand's a bit strong.
That's very nice for TV.
Raise 250.
I like gamesmanship.
Yeah,
That's a better term. It's a nicer term than
I feel like there are
underhand
occasions.
conduct.
I feel like there are occasions in poker where my former life as a cricket player reveals itself, and sledging in cricket is very much part of the game, if rubbing up against the spirit of the game. And there are all sorts of situations where there can be additional levels on levels, some mind games being played, some little scallywaggery maybe with the umpires, things like that. And I was one who pushed that, as a captain in particular.
Oh, yeah, to be encouraged.
Sometimes I used to just pick a fight with somebody on my team, the umpire, so just to get the team rallied up if it was a particularly dull passage of play, and I just felt like people were switching off.
Is that why you were so mean to me in here? You're just trying to roll me up.
I'm trying to inspire just more eloquent commentary. That's all it was.
I like kind of bet a board that he's not particularly going to love, but this is just, he has lots of chips, his opponent doesn't have many. He's got a couple of overs anyway. And he obviously gets to have more of the 7-6 board than anyone else does opening from the cutoff because of his chip position. So it's not like it's a complete flyer. There we go. We'll have a little gander out and about. The screen says 27 left, which means we are on that page up. I don't know. The eagle eye maybe can count around the room.
So I have in my ear here, my producer is saying to me he'd really love me to do more cricket anecdotes, so I will oblige.
Good way to alienate our audience. Is there much cricket?
You have to build an innings in cricket, much like you have to build a chips. No, but it is a kind of a thing. Like I think there's a lot of overlap when you think about patience and timed aggression. Both very important in both.
Well, Yakubi's displayed some patience and now will surely be displaying some timed aggression. See how that worked?
I just teed that up for you so
You did beautifully, yeah.
That's what they call a full toss. Yakubi, just 2 million now. Looking to make some magic happen as he did late last evening.
Well, Oleg's going to attack the ball.
Yeah, magic's going to have to come in the form of an ace or king, one presumes here. Maybe some clubs, because there's just no way these hands don't confront. And maybe, just maybe, there's someone lurking behind with the playable one as well.
1-9, 25.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Nori's the only one behind with a dangerous stack, if I recall correct. No, it's not Nori with the stack. HN with 5 million, of course.
Yeah.
But at the point we get to 1.9 million, you're never folding for the rest anyway, so may just elect to jam. It's different if there's some other, if there's some stacks that cover. No, he does call. I mean, obviously it's fine. It's effectively the same thing now.
Yeah, it's almost no difference in this scenario, but I know exactly the kind of situation you're describing.
The only thing I might take that back is if someone else calls in between and then HM went all in for the 5 million. Or Nori does have 6 million. And they went in for the 6 million, then there are some hands that Oleg maybe would want to fold. So actually, with the 6 million step behind, I like the call. He's still going to call with this hand against the all-in if it came, but if it was multiples, he might fold.
Indeed. Off to the races, and what a race it is. Huge moment in this tournament. These two guys. Oleg can push out to the 10 million mark should these queens hold and be a very dominant force as we approach the final table today. Or maybe, just maybe, an ace will flop and hold across Turn and River and give El Yakubi a chance at glory.
Want to come 2 to fade. Does just that. Full double. Yakubi takes a leg out of the chip leader. Or our table chip leader, at least.
Ils ont tous les deux full dans l'as.
I was waiting for him to lose so I could say, how's that?
King on the river.
I don't want to forget that joke later, so I just use it now.
He preferred
This
just
is
a
why
king on the river.
you should do what I do and use pen and paper and write things down.
I didn't.
Big shove.
What can I do? 15 bigs.
You can raise and cut. You have premium. Yeah.
I don't hate the shove in that spot, I gotta be honest.
Yeah, 16 blinds. I think he had 1.9 million at 125 big.
I understand the point being made there about it being premium, it absolutely is, but from that seat, in that spot, I
Right.
actually quite like just going with it.
And I wonder, there'll be some wizards out there that can tell me that we're guaranteed 17.2, one spot more gets us to 20, and then just 3 spots more gets us to 23. There's obviously some calculation in there that even here we just want to sort of protect our tournament life a little bit.
Yeah, and it's bigger than most people think.
Yeah, that's something I've come to realize over the last few years, is that I've always not correctly adjusted to how important it is. We see actually the field's saying 26 now, so they have reached that jump. But still, there's only 2 payouts at this same number, 25th and 26th, and then another jump at 24.
What are they guaranteed right now, James?
Up to the 20,250 mark.
Very tasty.
Tomescu on the button, raising it with a king. Into the newfound wealth of Yakubi. Looks down at ace-3 offsuit. Look at a hand, look at a mostly cool with. Could go really for a sneaky non-all-in 3-bet. Jenny now has the covering stack. Or we'll just go for the all-in 3-bet, all right. 20 bigs, thinks Tomescu's going to be wide enough. Hard for him to call off. You can certainly make some better fold there.
Always they come in a row. It's always like this.
You can actually make some worse call as
But
well.
not 3 times.
As a child, he learned first words all in. Then he's just talking all in.
It's good lesson. It's very good lesson. And win. All in and...
It's actually kind of fun. Musa did some advertising for him.
Okay, guys. I don't have to tell you. Committed.
After the last hand.
Don't try something foolish.
You just went all in when you had a good hand, and the next hand he goes all in again.
Everyone can see. Premium on TV.
The seed is planted.
Yeah.
Musa just angling for the walk here. He is
Bravo.
not fully committed, but he's not far off. HN going to say, all right then, I'll give you a spin with my ace queen suited.
Good fold. I didn't look.
Now, as he looks to raise this one, David, I'm curious. What sport did you fail to beat your 6-year-old in today? Was there any game played?
No.
Did he beat you in a race?
There was no. I went to the spa with my partner. My son went to play video games.
Ah. And quickly, as we come back to this in a second, because I do want to know all about this. Mainly which video games he played, not your time in the spa.
Okay.
HN's gone for more than min. You might be wondering why has he made this deviation. It's because the big blind has a very shallow stack. And the big blind just gets an incredible price on peeling against these min raises, especially when they have a very shallow stack behind, because the reverse implied odds are so low. They realize the equity so often. So it's a good idea against these really small stacks in the big blind to actually just size up a little bit and put pressure on them. So with hands like Jack-6 offsuit, they pretty much just have to fold.
Yeah. He sort of talked a big game here about defending his big blind's honor, but I don't think he's going to do it here.
Those who say stuff like that tend to be the ones who fold the most.
Yeah, a nice little adjustment from HN.
Yeah.
May not have made a difference against the Jack-6.
No, that's
but,
actually...
But would have against some hands.
Yeah, I was actually going to say one of the hands he probably would have got through anyway, but...
You can have my seat.
All is possible, my friend. One chip, one shot, you know.
And even
I
then,
hate
even
TV
when
table and
they still call, you're just shallowing things out, so they get less upside. When they have to fold flop, you just win that bit more. When they get you post, you've been getting, they get you for less. Which spa did you frequent today? Of the 3 spas you have an option on?
We went back to the Royal Spa,
Lovely.
which was lovely, and then had lunch in the Royal Dining Room, which actually, I don't want to cause infighting here at the property. I actually might have had my favourite meal of the week.
What did you dine on?
I had some lamb chops.
Ooh.
There was also some fillet steak there.
Oh, very fancy.
Some mashed potatoes, some almost like padron peppers. Delightful meal.
Pop off. Going for the non-all-in of 10 blinds from under the gun. It makes life difficult for Temescu. I think we should have to fold this one. You can't really expect to get a 3-bet through. I don't really like taking on the under the gun raise as small feline passes the booth.
Yeah. Yeah, this open off 10 bigs. Pop off. Clearly looking for some playability out of his short stack here. Credit to him for having this gear. And we see the exploitation. Gets the 7s to fold. Lovely outcome.
Yeah, it's scary when someone opens off 10 bigs and doesn't just go all in. I mean,
Gets the king jack to muck quickly. Oh, great outcome.
and well, again, it's one of these weird spots. Obviously, completely isolated. The 4-5 is a nice hand to play for a min raise, but against the kind of range that Popov's going to have, it's scary.
Beautifully done by
What?
Popov.
You didn't defend? Respect.
Respect, plus a little bit of 5 high.
Yeah.
What you want to see? Minimum ace joker.
Minimum. This is serious guy.
Ace joker.
No aces. Minimum.
Blackjack minimum.
Hey, Chen, the butchers.
One espresso.
Where does that come from, butchers?
Back to min raising. I believe it actually dates back to. Now, we're really going to it here.
Yeah.
If you remember, this is probably not the next sentence you think I'm going to say. It's going to surprise you. If you guess this is the sentence that was coming out of my mouth, then I'd be impressed. If you remember the US invasion of Iraq in 2003, they obviously had a list of high priority targets they wanted to capture, and they gave the US troops playing cards with the pictures of said characters on them so that they would recognize the faces of them. So the more valuable targets obviously had higher cards on them, higher value cards. And the Butcher of Baghdad, I can't remember his name, but it was a guy who was known as the Butcher of Baghdad, was on one of the kings and became known as the Butchers. Do you believe me? I see you going to Google right now. Popov defends ace-10, needs one of those kings on this queen jack 4.
Yeah, I had to check it there, but the Butcher of Baghdad is Saddam Hussein.
Ah, okay. Well,
So
it definitely comes from that, but I can't remember exactly why then. It's
I didn't expect that to be the etymology. Nor do I now feel comfortable ever using it.
the most wanted Iraqi playing cards. There's even a wiki page about it. See if we can find out who the kings were. Here we go. Chemical Ali. I mean, I didn't think we were going to have this conversation today. He was one of the kings. Saddam Hussein was the ace of spades, so you know, not surprising.
Yakubi with the jacks as I tried to steer us away from the topic of war.
Yeah. You asked.
I did ask. I do regret it, but I did ask. Oleg, ace king. He's on the other side of that coin now versus the same opponent, 2 overs. I feel like this one could get out of line too. Oleg surely coming with a 3-bet. Jakubi, well, he will have 2 options available to him when the action returns. Either shove and be called, as we see will be the case.
Yeah.
Or flat and navigate. This could be a monstrous 9 million pot, James.
Yeah, I like the sizing, just under 3x.
Lovely sizing.
Hijacked a button with the ISM considerations.
1.3 million there. A capable opponent coming light at you often enough. You're out of position. I think you just stick the jacks in.
You do. I don't think there's any other way to navigate this.
What a huge moment we are about to witness if things go as predicted. Jakubi, a moment ago, 1.8 million. Oleg sitting pretty on 8 million. Stacks much closer together now, and these guys look like they're about to lock horns once again.
Yep.
Should Jakubi's jacks hold? What a turnaround that would be.
Yeah. It's a flip that's flipped around. Jakubi with the pair this time. Oleg with the ace-king. And I wonder if there's any of that plays into it, even thinking he might even be lighter, like come get some of his chips back.
Oh, it looks like calling chips, perhaps.
No, he is.
No, here we go.
He's going for the non-all-in.
The chop of stack.
Wow. I mean, it's
I
been a
don't-
1.9 of 4.4. It's very hard to believe your opponent's ever got folds there, but it does scream of strength to me.
Yeah, I think the real concern here for Oleg is it screams aces and kings, and they're the only 2 hands he's worried about. They're also the hands he blocks. There's no folds when someone puts 1.9 of their 4.4 in. So you start asking yourself the question, is this the moment?
Yeah, it feels grim. You'd much rather just, well, you'd much rather take it down. If you do get 3-bet, you'd just rather see 3-bet jam. But he does go for it.
Here we go.
Well, Jakubi can't fold now.
One of the biggest moments of the tournament.
Yeah, he hates it as well. He knows when he's met that size,
Yeah.
he's not really ever getting jammed on light. But there
No.
are 16 combos of ace-king, and that's what he hopes to see. That's what he does see.
This is massive.
Yeah.
That's it.
These two all in again as a flip. Jakubi needs to do it one more time. 9 million chips nestled in the middle. Oleg, over 1 million behind. He finds it. King of clubs on the flop. Jakubi, still with 11% equity. There's 2 jacks. Some faint runner hope. That not part of it.
Drawing slim. Dead.
GG.
Well, what a moment there. Jakubi could have turned the tables on Oleg. Instead, Oleg gets those chips back from a moment ago.
Yeah, that was a real tease as well, because they gave him the double up. They gave him the hope. And then they knocked him out anyway.
Yeah, but this coin flips.
Oleg will see it as justice done.
This coin flips.
Take your espresso.
Is that a needle? You're saying take your espresso with you? You can get another one. Maybe something stronger.
Yeah, something stronger might be in order. There are a few side events on the schedule for today. To be fair, these guys
Как можно на рейсе играть?
aren't necessarily closing the door on their retro experience. The Deep
Yeah,
Stack
doesn't
Bounty
he need
6
to-
Max is already in progress. That's an 800 plus 80. And later on, we're going to have the Merit Classic, the one you mentioned yesterday, James. 3,300 buy-in.
We just slip it on the schedule.
Cheeky little, don't want to call it a turbo, but 25-minute clock. 50k stack. Should rattle along. Bit of a closer, bit of a
Nice playing with you guys.
trip saver, perhaps, for some of these guys.
Sorry.
Good luck, good luck.
Thank you.
Musa finds a spot finally, 25 left.
Thanks.
Everyone wishing him luck after they fold.
Yeah.
I'll let you this one. How much?
I don't know.
He knows.
Not too much.
And Mescu have to put in 500 here to win
Yeah.
1-4. So it's like, you know, 33% sort of spot. Might be
Yeah, for chips, 33%.
seems pretty reasonable with a suited connector.
Obviously,
Yeah.
you know, non-linear value of chips, such as ICM, but the 6-7 is going to be, I think, way above 33% against range.
Yeah,
Not way above, but
Yeah, when you face the two overcards there, if they're unpaired, or sorry, if they're unsuited, you do happen to have almost 40%.
and here you're flipping, so.
And
Six.
there is a 6.
In the window. 5
7.
behind. 4 is working.
It's better.
7 of clubs.
Ace would be better for Musa.
That works.
Just 3 outs.
20%.
Oh, mic's off.
I couldn't get it off fast enough.
Fold it. Good game.
Out in 25th. That means 2 things, David. We are now guaranteed $23,290. But also get down to the final 3 tables.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Which is good if you're a short stack. Table fills up again. You get to play it-handed. We're giving a wave.
Little bye-bye thank you from Nori. I don't know if that was for the player or for the dealer.
Or maybe he was saying we got 5 players on this table.
No redraw. Obviously coming back
No,
with
yeah, no-
almost that number. Maybe no need for we've redrawn obviously
Right.
for the final day.
I don't know what the MO here is, whether they do redraws at 3 tables or just at 2. I know there is one at the last 2 tables because, you know, I was down here earlier, David, doing my job, checking in with Mubutas, our producer, and making sure these kind of things are going to happen. But yeah, certainly, I think a lot of places, if you do a redraw for the day at 28, there's no need to do one again at 24.
I agree completely.
Doesn't make any sense. I think some places have a rule on, you know, you need X amount more than that number
Yeah.
for there to be a redraw at 24. I mean, I'm also not that keen on redraws as a general rule. I don't see why we can't just fill the empty tables, but, you know.
Yeah, and there is it presents the opportunity for a few angles as well. People can slow down the play if they feel like the big blind's on the way round
Right.
them. Gets rid of that. Poker players are very good at seeing the rules as they are and figuring out ways to find advantage.
Yeah. It's fun actually. I'll come on to that more in a moment because for right now, Temescu's limping in with 3-4 off, trying to see a flop. Nuri's not going to let him. Well, I don't think this hand's going to go too much further because 3-4 off doesn't really get to continue against many sizings. Certainly not the one that Nuri's going to put in here. I was going to say, obviously, you know, I spend a lot of time out there at Triton, which has the best players in the world playing in it. There's no argument in there. I don't
Does
think
it?
I don't think anyone would disagree
Hadn't
that
noticed.
when you make the stakes the highest, you get the strongest players.
Extra, I did it big.
And our tournament director there, Luca Vivaldi, we
Don't
No,
sort of spend a lot of time
ace
talking to
five,
him and,
ace five.
you know,
Come on.
bouncing
I
off
did
ideas, trying to
extra
understand why he does some stuff as well. And
I've spent my entire poker career trying to figure out why Luca does the things he does.
having to come up with little changes to the rules to prevent
There was some story
these
between
super
you.
smart,
nothing.
Yeah.
motivated players from being able to turn it into
Yeah,
an
but he
advantage.
didn't. We didn't play nearly nothing.
Well, it looks like, David, we are going to have a brief pause here, just a couple of minutes whilst we break that outer table and filter some players down into all those empty seats. And as we do so, we'll take a little look at the chip counts on this table. Oleg Nataliev, of course, courtesy of, well, 1 from 2 in coin flips. To
Yeah,
advance himself to over 10 million in chips.
yeah, important to win the bigger one.
Yeah. Well, if you won either one, you'd have the same amount of chips in
Well,
fairness.
that is true.
But it's
too,
more
that is
exciting
true.
to lose first than win second. He has that 10.3 million chip stack
Yeah.
worth.
I have to say, I think Nouri's the real loose cannon in this affair now. From what I saw last night, from what I've seen so far today, keep an eye on this man. He's sitting there above average. Not one of the biggest stacks in the room, but certainly in the top half of the field. And I have a sneaking suspicion that his style of play, his willingness to gamble in spots, his trust in his own soul read in situations where he gets himself into murkier, darker heads-up spots deep down the streets. I think he might be one to watch, to be honest.
And I'm just looking at the updates on Poker News that are just about in line with our stream. And I see that, of course, we... Marianne Castillo, who was on our table last night, was the first to bust. We've lost Recap Idemir. We've lost on this table, of course, Basil Musa a moment ago. As our field does start to whittle down. And Musa Barakat is still showing as the chip leader, albeit with the same stack that Ola Nataliev has here. David Hu, slight drop down. No real big changes, though, in the field. Obviously very early in the day here. We've been playing for about 45 minutes.
He's a serious danger man. He might be my favourite right now, David Hu. From what I've seen past tournaments yesterday during the day, just a cool, collected operator. Stepped out in one spot yesterday. Actually, very unfortunate with the timing of that move. He actually did it against a set. But just, happy to open his range, let it go to some aggression, navigate, find the soft chips, avoid the murky spots, take the odd, maybe step out moment. It, didn't work out on that occasion that I mentioned, but it worked out on a couple of others. And for me, David Hu, Karo Nouri, Nataliev now, obviously Oleg. These are the guys to watch.
Yeah, and I'm looking through some other names in the counts, and obviously over the course of the last 2 days, we've seen a lot of the players. I see Ruslan Volkov name sitting behind 8.6 million in chips. We'll come back to that in a moment because it looks like we've got information at least on who's going to be coming in. So Bolo Oden going to join our table, rocking 50 big blinds. Rudolf Domin, not a name I've seen up till now in this tournament, coming in here. Kanar returning to our table with 13 blinds as well. So that's how our lineup will look. But I wanted to come back to this man here. I see fourth in chips, Corn Poker News. Ruslan Volkov, who had to make that kind of incredible fold in a pot yesterday when, long story short, they got to the river and the board read King Deuce 3-4-5 and they bet the ace and faced a huge raise. And ultimately was bluffed, but has come back obviously stronger and stronger from there with 8.6. And another name that I want to see more of, and I'm sure we will at some point today, is Nedad Dukic, because here's a player that at the end of day 2 ran a monstrous bluff against Gabi Lipschitz with just the ace of spades on a 3-spade board, making his opponent fold a flush. He's rocking 7 million, and these kind of players are going to be fun to watch this goes on. And one other I want to pick out, Chrissy Fianotis, because she played so well on the table again on day 2 that we saw, and I haven't seen her again since. I don't know if you and Ali have had her during a frame or not, but a player who seemed extremely capable.
She's a fantastic player. She, of course, made the ladies event of the World Series final table this year. Very sharp operator as well, aggressive, talented. I did have the pleasure of a frame with Domin yesterday.
Okay.
Thought he played superbly well also.
Interesting to see if he's coming in with that 47 big blind stack and how bunched it is in the middle there between Thomas and Boda Aden, because just 4 blinds separates them all.
Well, interestingly, Ali was unable to dig up much on Bowler Erden. It was like he was a mystery man, according to the internet. But I was convinced, having watched him play, that we must be dealing with an experienced player, because such were the moves he was making. It wasn't the performance of a newbie running well. It was the performance of a very, very talented player.
Yeah, I got to see a little bit of the action of Bowler Erden for the last hour last night. Just having a little gander through Rudolf Domin's Hennemobbers. Comes to the table. A lot of caches right here in this room, unsurprisingly. And it was kind of prolific during the Luxembourg Mediterranean Poker Party back here last summer. 5 caches in that festival. Best of which being 4th place in the 5K 6 max, good for 60K.
I mean, like big, small button. I
cash the main.
You still have
last 2 tables in the warm-up. deep in the EAPT.
You never know. You never know.
And a cash in the Open.
Maybe it's for a reason.
Also had a previous deep run in the main event here in the Merit Mediterranean Poker Cup back in 2022, 36th place. So someone who knows their way from poker room to buffet here. So many of us do.
It's left well.
Oh, it's okay. I lost half of my stack now. But it's okay. I'm gonna take it back.
Pop off. We saw him
I
delicately
did big blinds, small
open
blind, and on but one they changed.
ace 10 in the previous orbit off a stack of 10 bigs. He's got 9 bigs now, decides to just put it in from the hijack. HN, same hand behind.
Yeah, the next 3 places all getting the same money, 24th, 23rd, 22nd, so no immediate pay jumps. Not that Ace King would be worried about a pay jump. It's going to be a hand you're going to go with.
You see there HN glancing at the stacks behind. He's obviously got button and blinds to consider. And this is the kind of hand that actually just serves well to just ship it in. If your opponents behind have anything more than maybe 5 million, you start thinking otherwise. He's just going to flat it. So maybe there's someone worth trapping behind, or maybe there's someone who actually could give him pause.
I think there's just this
The
might be a
mean maybe
situation where you just flat with range. It's not like people are going to look to call here lightly when it's a 9 blind jam.
Yeah.
You protect yourself by flatting with hands like ace, king, and aces, and that allows you to flat with maybe some 9s and ace, queens, things like that to stop yourself getting bluffed.
Yeah, maybe even lower, maybe all the way down to 7s.
I block the diamonds.
And an ace jack.
2 flush draws.
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah, certainly.
I
Yeah.
blocked 2 of those. Oh, 2 diamonds. That's what I said. I blocked your diamonds. Wow. that's
1
my
diamond.
flop.
I reckon you're rooting for this, aren't you? You're sick. I can see that look in your face.
Wow. I have 2 pair on the flop and then I lose.
You
No,
wanted
no, I
to
have
see another
2-9.
diamond, didn't you?
It's fight for
I
you
wanted to
have
see
queens.
1 more, not 2
Yes,
more.
they shake the leg.
Sure.
Oh, a few players. Are they donning the Merit blankies?
Yeah, my favorite glasses have returned. Same seat as well. The canal.
Is it a hint of Fossil Man about them?
I see where you're going there, the rounded frame.
But it's like
Way
a
cooler than
frame
Fossils.
within a frame, right?
It is. I'd forgotten about the Greg Raymer glasses.
A lot of fashionistas here in
All in.
Mediterranean.
There's a lot of fashion with that hand, ace queen. Rip it. Timely manner too.
25.
One look, all you need. I'm all in.
Yeah, if the early going has any theme, it's been short stacks getting it in. Oh, and very bad news for Kanar.
That was a snap call, huh?
Yeah, very worried by the speed of that one.
Yeah, snap's never great news when you've got ace queen, but it is
Ah.
the disaster scenario.
So many ace king.
Yeah.
He almost got it all the way around.
Easy, easy, huh? We still have a chance.
Is he talking to the dealer? So we have a chance still? We're a team. There it is.
Okay.
Still got
Low
some.
card.
But it's because people fold other hand. So we just see this.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Ah. Low card.
Like coming with the truth.
Between that. Low card. How much?
Canal survives. Unlikely, but it happens.
I hope my
Yeah,
life
and
is
those
not gonna
stacks kind of
Taking glasses.
We look
leveling
very
up a
beautiful
little
today.
bit.
Very beautiful. Today.
Had it gone
Ah.
as we expected, Bowler Arden would have joined the chip leaders.
See what happens when you just are nicer dealers. The lesson there, people.
Thank you.
I know. Continues the praise and the thanks.
Orange fresh. Orange fresh.
No problem.
It's important to meet your maker with a good grace as well, I think, and that's kind of part of that
My wife is
routine.
watching, otherwise I would.
Gallows humor.
My wife is watching, probably.
Ah.
Otherwise I would talk even more beautiful.
Oh. I thought he was going to say my wife's watching, which well, I've got to be nice and polite, but turns out he's not being too nice and polite, so as not to get in trouble.
Yeah, that's only Canar at
Well.
6.3 out of 10 charming.
Mrs. Canar out there, if you are watching, welcome.
No.
Nice start for your man.
I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to say she's actually in the spa enjoying some time, and when he comes back later, he'll say, "Did you watch me?" And she'll be like, "Yeah, of course I did, honey."
Maybe she's watching in the spa.
Well, that's true, actually.
I would
Decent
advise
internet
not.
in the spa.
I would advise not taking your earbuds into any body of water whilst
Go on,
you're there.
tell us your bad beat story.
No, because there might be an uptake of the story. I want it to be a good ending, a happy ending, if you will.
Yikes. I'm not touching that, which is an ironic phrase. Domin stepping out here, 10-9 on the button. Bowler Erdan. Interested to know what he's considering here. Probably thinks some suited connectors worthy of flatting, but this suited gapper may be worthy of raising.
I think, yeah, a little 3-bet here, maybe try and put some pressure on. It's a little out of line, but I feel like the way this tournament is, it's been a lot of honesty from what we've seen, and I think maybe these more aggressive lines when we're down to the final 24 may bear fruit.
Yeah, chunky sizing. Really just
wow, that's a huge sizing.
Closing the door here for anyone to step out.
Yeah, it's telling them in, if you want to play this hand, you're all in. Otherwise, I'll have the pot, please. I'm just posturing now with the 10-9, can't continue. It's part of this is, you know, you don't want the small line to get the idea that it's just an easy spot to 3-bet and pick up chips, but you are allowed to have raise folds. You don't have to think too long here.
Absolutely.
He's trying to make out, but
yeah,
he's going to fight back, but we of course know he isn't.
Yeah. Lacking the transparency of his vest right now is Domin as he postures.
It's a curious item, that.
Think he ever wears it with nothing on underneath?
No. I hope not.
That would be a look.
Question in the chat asking anyone of the current prize pool. Presuming that means payout. With 24 left, everyone is guaranteed $23,000. Prize pool is, of course, mahusive. Not massive. Not huge. It's mahusive.
3.5 million?
567,000 for first is all I need to know. Final 9 will be guaranteed 56,700, 10% of that first prize payout. Things are climbing steadily between now and then.
No. I was thinking King 7.
Hello.
Jack 7, Jack 7. That makes sense.
It's good hand, good hand. Are you leaving?
Nori with a
yes.
tempter here. Could just step out here with the raggedy ace.
Okay, then we go together, okay?
Domin now.
Three of us.
Probably a little awkward. This is.
I would like to see him pounce on this as he was pounced upon a moment ago. Ace 10 offsuit. We've seen Nuri last night has a fairly high open frequency. He's not shy. Certainly if I was aware of the stream last night and knew how Nuri plays, it'd be a person I would be attacking. But he has just a flat.
Yeah, it's a tricky one to play off-suit ace-10. If this was a suited one, I would kind of understand it more.
And the problem is you've also got Oleg in the big blind. That's the 10 million chip stack that you're just encouraging now to make this a three-way pot. Someone who covers you, never ideal. And well, with ace-4 offsuit, has options available. All three options available, I could argue.
Yeah, I agree. It does feel like one that you don't love any of your options. You don't really like folding it. It's not a clear-cut squeeze spot, and Yeah, flatting has its own dangers.
Again, if I was familiar with Nuri's
Oh my god, the
raise
case ace.
frequency,
Can you believe it?
I would have lent towards a 3-bet. But yeah, incredibly, that ace has come out. Domin, having just flat, allowed 2 weaker aces to see a flop, and now has them in a bad way. Although, anytime you're playing a 3-way pot this deep in a tournament, it's always hard to build pots.
Yeah, Domin probably just takes a little stab here. Something small, something that just clears the field. We see that the field shall not clear. Not yet, anyway.
It's going to be interesting when it gets back to Nuri. You assume Oleg has to stick around here. Calling from the big, having seen the opener check the ace sideboard. Of course, he himself doesn't rate to have too many aces from the big blind, given that some of them squeeze, both for value and as bluffs. And now Nuri, really rough spot with ace-7. There's no, future game equity with that hand, bar hitting a 7.
No.
I think you could just make a tight fold here. Of course, you can be ahead here still.
Do you ever raise to just sort of like use your ace blocker?
Whoa, is that what he's doing?
It's like I'm not recommending it, but I think that's what he's thinking. Because
Whoa!
he always seems to take the aggro line.
Wow, I did not see this coming. It's one of these, right? You do have the best hand at some frequency. In the times you don't, you make it really hard for the slightly better hands like this ace-10 to continue anyway. So this is actually kind of funky.
Yeah, because you have the better ace-x in your range.
Right.
Pre, so you feel like Domin, if he does have the ace-x, unless it's specifically ace-jack, is the weaker stuff
Yeah.
beneath the jack.
You can rule out ace-king. For all intents and purposes, that's going to 3-bet. You can pretty much rule out ace-queen. So yeah, his strongest hand here is going to be ace-10, or strongest one-pair hand is going to be ace-10. None of his draws are going to want to continue here. The king-queens, the queen-10s, the king-10s that stab the flop. Well, of course, you're ahead against those, but this makes it a lot easier to play future streets because there aren't going to be future streets. And then Oleg from the big blind. How's he going to continue with one pair? This is so ballsy.
Yeah, and I think a great recognition by Nuri that exactly what you said, James, his ace-7 just has no prospects. It has no future. It could try and hang on, but is that really a clever way to play the hand?
Right.
Almost certainly not. So he's decided, actually, I have the stronger range.
Yeah, and it's not so much that it's hard to play. It's just he doesn't know which of the bad cards. The king, queen, 10, the deuce, the 3.
No.
All make straights, scary and 3-way pots.
Gonna see it in 30 minutes.
I think he would have just played that as a cool heads up,
You're
but
very
once Oleg
curious.
came along,
In 1 hour.
1 hour?
he leveraged that position. That's fantastic from Nuri. I was advocating for a fold. I hadn't even considered the raise yet, but I
Told me 1 hour.
love it.
I don't know.
Yeah, smart guy.
Yeah, that's a much
Smart cookie, this fella, Nuri. He's been my pick since very early on, I have to say.
it's a better line than I'd have taken.
Absolute show stealer last night. We had an amazing penultimate frame where Hu and Bowler Ardney seemed to be just clashing, seemed to be the two main men. There were some huge hands, a hand against Samavati, those of you will remember as well. But right there at the end, Nuri, huge hand against Hu, then a huge hand against Bowler Ardney as well. Basically put his marker down. And boy, oh boy, as he decided that today he's going to live by his sword and perhaps hold his sword aloft at the end.
Nice. You're proud of that one, aren't you?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Like He-Man. I have the power. Retro.
Here we go. He worked it back in. Fantastic stuff by Mr. Lappin. Fantastic stuff by Nuri. Here he comes again. Ace-9 suited.
Look at this.
Bowler going with a... Looks like a... Oh no, there's quite a few white chips going in as well. Yeah, nice 3-bet size. Once again from him. Again, just making it really hard for your opponent to peel.
You cannot take your eyes off this stream right now. Every single hand is being battled for.
Oleg, with a hand he might have elected to have done something with, but basing that 3-bet from the cutoff stack, pretty hard. And he's made it a size that means you can't really 4-bet fold as well. So just has to let it go. Dodo really impressing me here. Nuri as well. This is what Dominion could have done the last hand, and I think would have won the pot. Not to be results orientated, but if they were deep, you can peel ace-9. Shallow, just a hand that plays very poorly to the 3-bet range. Obviously, there can be some hands like this, but all the bigger aces can be in there. Some of those Broadway combos that ace-9's not in great shape against. Merit blanket be merit blanket. Blinds going up, as if the action needed encouraging. 100 small, 150 big blinds. That is how our table of 8 stack up. Kenar with 21 bigs. Tomesk just below that. Pop up the shorty. The rest all above 30. And Oleg Nataliev, courtesy of, well, going 1 from 2 in flips, does have 9.5 million. But the action is certainly residing around those stacks in the middle of the table. Rudolf Demin, Bola Erden, Kara Nuri, the ones currently entertaining us the most. Final day of the Merit Poker Series Retro main event. Still got a way to go to get to our final table.
Yes, probably no blood.
Long day ahead, David.
Yeah, I think it will be a long day, but that's what happens when a record number of entrants decide to pony up 3,300 bucks each, create a prize pool of over 3.5 million. We don't punish these guys through day 1 and 2, actually. We give them a sort of a relatively easy
Part-timers.
time of it, yeah.
9 levels day 1, 9 levels day 2. I think if the powers that be had recognised the success of this tournament, they may have to make some adjustments. But there's reasons for that, for 9 levels on day 1, day 2. It's because of the mix max.
Yeah, lovely tournament, that mix max complements
Yeah.
the main.
What happens there in the mix max is obviously a much smaller field and a quicker tournament, but it is played over 3 days because the days start after the main event bag, so you're allowed to play both tournaments, which is a nice touch. But maybe just the success of the main event here, may see them have to change that in future. Play slightly longer days, certainly on day 1 and day 2. We shall see.
Yeah, and we talked yesterday about the future of this poker room and this poker brand, and as they get bigger, Ali spoke of how there was a real wish not to be, I don't want to call it disloyalty, but disloyal to the people who helped build the brand by reducing the quality of their experience as more people come in the door. So maybe the obvious thing to do then is have 1 or 2 less tournaments.
Yeah.
But make sure that they're all still these wonderful structures.
Yeah, maybe you move that mix max so it's after the day 2. Which runs alongside this tournament on day 3, for example, and plays in 2 days. There are ways of doing these things.
Yeah. These players are spoiled. Spoiled rotten. This is the perfect poker experience, really. It's a sort of summer camp. Oleg gonna force through the inferior king. Power of the big stack.
I saw Alexei Popov do something quite intimidating in between hands there. You'll see his arm on the right-hand side of your screen there. What he did, so he put on a Triton jacket, and that just instantly puts fear into people's hearts.
I have more
They think, this guy's been around Triton events, huh?
This?
At least that was my theory during the World Series. Kept wearing a Triton hoodie so everyone would think I'm some super high stakes crusher.
Is that the right way to go about your business? I don't know.
I'm going to intimidate people, David.
O'Carney wears the like Hawaiian shirts to look like the businessman who strolled in out of town. I think that might serve you better than trying to make everyone afraid of you. I don't know. Who knows? To each their own.
I was going to come hard at Dara there, but he's not here to defend himself, so I'm not going to.
To To be fair to O'Carney, his costume is somewhat undermined by the 43 different patches he wears.
Yeah.
Oleg. Back in the action. V-pipping high now. Looking for all of these spots, the suited kings, suited queens. Anything he can pounce upon, particularly in late position. Lean into these guys, sub 20. Tomescu is going to find the call with 5-4 here. Bit of connectivity. Tough hand to play. Going to make bottom pair a lot.
Yeah. Oleg opening up. Again, we saw King Deuce last time. King 4 here. 9-8-3. Not really a board he wants to bet too high. He does have backdoor clubs. He likes to check it back, and what a check back it is. He finds the king on the turn. Now, I would imagine a clear bet, both with and without the hand.
Yeah.
King, the kind of hard card that makes a 3 not want to call.
Yeah, Oleg gonna climb above the 10 million mark with this pot.
Speaking of things that are above, I've just, for whatever reason, turned my attention to the Ireland all-time money list and see Dara's 18 spots higher than you. What are you going to do about that?
Not very much if I'm sitting in this booth.
2 times.
I suppose I could run out and try and play that 3K 300 event and
Merit Classic.
win it to climb 2 or 3 more spots. Yeah, Dara's steadily climbing. I'd say he'll be in the top 10 before long. Where am I? I'm probably like 30 or something, am I?
32nd you are.
32nd, yeah.
What a mean-looking picture you have on the head and up. Very intimidating.
Journeyman performance.
It's like a dirty T-shirt as well.
It's a good T-shirt, that one. I overwore it though. It's in the bin now. Anyway, back to the action. Queen 9 under the gun. Not going to qualify for Demeen here. But Bowler Arden certainly going to get in the mix here with the Ace-10 suited.
Yeah, min raising at this new level carries that little bit more weight to it.
Might just get all the way round, although Nouri likely to be...
Nori's going to be getting in the mix. Suited queen.
Spade smothered.
He'll find a way.
1 tea and 1 still water, please.
Here we go. Battle of the big stacks here. And maybe the 2 most aggressive players at the table. Everyone misses.
Yeah, board that's a little bit Nuri, but also a little bit Bolot. Nice sizing, goes a little bit bigger, 250. You don't want to go super small in these two-tone, couple of middling card type flops. You do want to bet a little bit bigger, make it hard for those gut shots to realize. Here we go again. We're panning out. This is what we have on the outer table, still with 24 remaining. 3 tables of 8. I say that, I do see an empty seat there, so perhaps we are down to... Yeah, we're definitely down to 23 now, which means we are on direct pay bubble, I believe. No, we're not. 22, 22nd and 23rd get the same prize, so still 1 away from a direct bubble.
I thought you were going to break into some Elton John there for a moment ago. It's a little bit Nouri. Your song? Retro?
He likes playing with you. He likes playing with you.
I say retro, David.
It's like a disclaimer at
He
this
played
point.
a lot of hands with you.
Maybe a little bit Nori once again here. I presume he comes with a limp here. Sort of nice hand to just get involved. Can call a raise sometimes. Oh, hello. I am not going to call them the Butchers. I'm going to call them the Djangos here. And I'm very interested to see what size Damien picks.
Yep, starting the hand with 30 bigs.
Does he just make it a little smaller than usual to tempt in his opponent? Maybe just a 3x instead of a 3.5? Something like that.
Yeah, he's just gone over just over 3x.
Quick fold from Nuri. Razor sharp instincts. No interest whatsoever.
I like that size from Domin off 30 bigs.
I do too.
Today evening we should be done.
I think after midnight. Actually.
No. I don't think so.
What?
No, midnight.
Definitely after midnight.
Yeah, definitely after midnight, right?
Yes?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm with the after midnight guys on this one for sure.
Yeah.
I hope before midnight.
I think before
I have a flight
I have a flight as well.
A lot of people are going to be done before
in
midnight.
the morning.
The winner, maybe not.
3:30 in the morning.
3:30. I have a 5 in the morning.
Yeah. 560 grand.
You guys are
I
all
think you could
waiting
just change your flight.
Not a big deal.
Yeah, your
Definitely not a
flight
big
is much better
I
than
might give
mine.
myself the lie-in, maybe stay here an extra day,
Okay, I have to make it through until
maybe take the week off.
Yeah. If you are here at midnight, you've made up enough to flick in a new flight.
Do you know what I
Wouldn't worry
do? I wouldn't even get a new flight. I would just check in until the EPT here in October. Just stay all the way through. That's what I do.
And then you need to buy 2 seats to get home afterwards because of the size you would then be at. Extension belt will be coming out. HN. Ace 7 raising it up. Nuri. A couple of seats down with 2 8s. I think typically this hand wants to flat, but could elect to put pressure on. Does just flat. And we'll get the pot to be heads up in position with a dominating hand, and things are looking good for Nuri once more.
Oh, you had to do it, James. You had to do it.
Wow, ace 7 6. Things are looking very bad for Nuri because he has a hand that can continue and a hand that is way behind. It's kind of a nice spot for HN because, okay, a lot of Nuri's hands are just going to fold on this board anyway, right? There's a lot of Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited kind of hands you can't get anything from. But he's also going to have some ace X, and he's also going to have some hands like these 8s and 9s, all of which can call. He's gone for a sizing that you'd expect. This just makes those, let's say, unpaired, non-draw hands fold.
Yeah, even a sizing that all the club, Broadway, diamond, and spade Broadways might stick around.
Yeah, now sort of increase from equity from Nori, but bad news in reality because he is so far behind here.
We sizing up now?
Ooh.
Oh, hello.
He's going to throw in some rope. Maybe thinking Nuri will just come betting with his all his aces here if he checks to him.
Indeed.
Allow him to, if he has called with some of those backdoor nut diamond kind of hands.
Yeah, floaty things.
There is, of course, like a tiny amount of concern as well that you could have against hands like 7s, 6s, 5s. You hold a7, not really a concern. I'm a little surprised that a7 falls into the check line on the turn. I think there are some aces you check on the turn for sure, but I would have thought with top 2 we just start, we'll just continue betting, I should say.
Just a call.
Yeah, makes sense. And actually an interesting decision from Nori to bet. He just wants to protect against those random broadways and obviously has plenty of equity when called, hence the bet. You have to be very confident you're not going to face a check raise, of course. Bet folding 8s on this board would be a disaster.
So Nori probably feels like he doesn't have showdown now and is wondering, is there another way to win this pot?
Yeah, he's thinking, if my opponent has a weak ace, if my opponent has a hand like kings or queens, can I make them fold it? So it's just to give up. I think that's wise.
Yeah, I agree.
Overbet wouldn't Overbet wouldn't work. 2.5.
We don't have work.
Yeah. I was thinking about it. I was hoping for.
Love it. Love what Nori's saying.
Against what? Oh yeah. Oh, they won. Was it day 2? Day 2? Oh yeah, I registered on day 2. Day 2, yeah. They won for me, man.
Factor of this game, you can register on day 2. You can register halfway through day 2.
Yeah,
More than
5
halfway.
levels of day 2,
Yeah.
regible.
Yeah, you can register on day 2, play 4 hours, and
Lucky
be into
hand
day 3.
Yeah.
But you're still registering with 25 blinds.
Nori likely to get back on the horse here with this suited gapper. Loves getting in the mix. Sub 40 now. Oh, hello. Looked like a man who had a real hand, I must say, before we had the graphical proof of such.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a good spot for him to get one. Given Nuri's been opening quite a lot, he may get a. It may be perceived that his 3-betting range here is more liberal, and I'm sure it would be. So it's nice to be right towards the top end of it. Not just because he may get extra from Nori, but those behind may be more active. And well, but Den I think was looking forward to playing that hand. Queen Jack suited, folds around to the cutoff. You're not expecting to have to fold, but that's what's going to happen. And again, I like the sizing for Tamin, just under 3x.
Very easy decisions you make. Thank you.
Playing 30
No need
blinds.
to think.
Kenar, the nicest man in poker. Or at least the most polite.
Yeah, he's happy when he's winning, and he's happy when he's getting such bad cards that he doesn't have to worry too much or think too
Very
much.
good hand too.
Quick look at the chip counts on Poker News.
Because he thinks
Much
A7
better
is
than
good.
Showing
Not that good.
Ruslan
No,
Volkov
because he thinks A7 is good.
as the chip leader.
It did?
Yeah, you hit high boards, medium boards, low boards.
David, who's still above 10 million.
Straight in Jordan.
Ranalani, 8.5.
Yeah, I should raise anyway pre-flop against him. I didn't. I'd play a little bit cautious.
Following Guimond, pardon me. The man who started this day 2 as chip leader, now has 8 million.
Believe me, it could cost me more.
Yeah, we just lost Valeri Pak, I believe, on an outer table. Next ladder jump at 21. Inching our way toward this final table. Oh, sorry, James, which will pay out, I just wanted to say, which will pay out six-figure paydays. And almost 7.
Almost 7. Yeah, you can top up the 7th. You owe the pot 4,100. How's that sound?
No problem.
HN popping up. King 10 suited. Bowler Aden. No surprise to see him choosing violence once again with the King Queen offsuit combo. Again, pretty spot on with the sizing given the situation.
Interesting spot now for Kenar.
This is HN got the showdown with A7 offsuit. So Bowler's like, right, okay. If you're opening that hand, here I come, and it is an interesting spot.
If you had a little more.
Yeah, I just these. It's always horrible when you don't block any of the value.
Yeah.
Sure, you can jam here, and sometimes the value calls, and it's a flip, but.
This one was hard.
This time you gave me a difficult decision. Given the depth of these guys, I wonder if HN considers a flat here.
It's difficult when you're...
It's tough. Oh no, it is tough, but I just wonder.
Yeah. If you hadn't opened from +1, if it was a little later, face this button 3-bet against a sort of high 30 big blind stack, then maybe, but I think because you're from +1, just got to show a little bit more restraint, but...
Could you find a 4-bet sizing with this hand? Could you go 2 million? Get away?
Yes. I think it's just about possible. And if I'm going to do it, it's against this player.
Yes, exactly, because his 3-bet stats are off the charts.
Yeah. And it looks like that's what he's thinking about. The king's such a crucial card, obviously. Blocking kings, blocking ace-king. Here we go.
This.
See if we can do it. 2 million. That's the number you called. That's the number he's gone with. Well, well done, HN. Well done, David. Polar then.
If looks could kill.
Right now, he's going, oh, I wish I'd made this like 975 instead, just to completely remove this play.
Also maybe considering the 5-bet shove here.
Yeah, that would be something.
How capable.
It's weird. I think it can be done. I think maybe we want King Queen suited the times we 3-bet that. I know more likely to have King Queen off when we 3-bet, but I think maybe if we got Ace Queen off, we might make that play.
This is levels on levels, guys. Bowler Arden has been 3-betting liberally, and he knows HN knows that.
Right, but I don't think any of the hands have been shown even on stream time by now with the sort of hour delay we start the day with. So it's still like he's not sure they've all been light. Well played by both.
Oh, now I think it was a good fold. Now I think it was a good fold. And I almost shoved mine.
I feel privileged to be sitting in this booth right now. This is absolutely top-notch poker.
Game. See you in 10 hours.
Okay, just balancing re-efforts going on here. Alexei Popov being removed. Suggests to me we're down to 21. If that is the case, everyone's now guaranteed 26k. Maybe still at 22 actually. 2 tables of 7 and a table of 8. Domin popping up King Jack of Diamonds and Bolo Arden in the next seat with Ace Queen off and a pretty clear 3-bet once again. I say once again, the last one wasn't 100% clear. This one feels like a must 3-bet.
Yeah, and this is a hand that can sometimes feel like an awkward 3-bet.
Yeah, and that may be playing into him here where he's like, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do if I 3-bet here and get 4-bet again, given I just 3-bet folded.
I'm flying to Zurich. I live in Bern, Switzerland. Yeah.
So,
Then stay
Alex
few
just a
days
flat.
over there, then I'm not sure which
Well,
day, 23rd, 24th or 25th.
It must be a very bad one, because there would have been some tempters in there.
Yeah, exactly. That would have been a good squeeze spot because you think Bolo Arden's just going to 3-bet the best of his value, best of his good hands for value, given he just 4-bet folded.
Just try to
Well,
Danger.
the flat works.
PLO, yes. Yellow 5 cards I don't play. But hold them.
You only play
yeah.
hold them, huh?
Mostly.
I mean,
yes, not
immediately going into pot control mode.
sometimes for fun.
Bowler Arden right at the
25,
bang
25 or
slap top of his range. Surely happy to
in this range.
shovel chips in.
But
No, he
hold them-
look at that. He checked it back.
But cash games,
James.
They're
Wow.
good. Last year they were very good cash games.
He may have saved to mean some.
50, 100,
Chips
100,
here.
200,
Well-
they were very
I know there's diamonds
day
out
they
there,
were-
but
Yeah, the deck's not saving him.
You know Ohat, right?
What?
Ohat?
Yes, I know.
but had he
I
bet
was also
flop,
looking
he
for the
gets
game,
called.
but he said there is
Then
no
this
game.
pot gets very big on the turn.
Yeah, I know. Where? In Barcelona or?
No, here.
Here is terrible. This year was terrible.
No, but what I'm saying is he's here looking for
As
the
you
game.
say, he's not
Exactly,
out of the woods
exactly.
yet.
The only game was really somehow even not good. 25-50.
Royal flush one time.
Nobody played. Private game was okay, but I was here. But even there is not so big. It's max 25-50 Holden, and not deep. Yeah, but Barcelona is good. The games are very good. Cash games.
2 million in the pot, and it is a diamond.
In Monte Carlo.
Bowler Arden.
Very good. Yeah.
Will he have it checked over to him though?
I cannot even.
Domain.
say it. They were
He's played this one very cautiously, but now he has the nuts.
Kyrgyzstan, and because of
Does he
them,
feel like he
it
can
was
do
very good.
his
Yeah,
own betting
but
here?
Very
How
Yeah.
confident is he that Bowler Arden could put some chips in of his own?
that
And it's
was-
kind of disguised as well.
I run
Doesn't
very
have
well,
too
but
much flush the way this one
means
played out,
I-
having check
I
flop,
felt
check
the
turn.
cards were good. But some other good friends of mine, they didn't find very
Well,
good because
I
they
don't see
couldn't
how
take a sit, and then yeah, they had some
this isn't
8
an
or
all
8
day,
on one table. It was
7 days of the week, twice on Sunday's call.
Yeah.
I like
Vegas,
stand up. Yeah, Vegas.
yeah, Vegas is very good.
Yeah.
Vegas was very
There
good.
is, you know, the Jack X of diamonds does make sense. There's not enough of
Yes,
that really.
even-
Jack King,
even
Jack
for
10.
Holden during
Jack
series
9
is very
maybe.
good too.
There's just going to be some
Or that better.
other
for
two
sure.
pair that maybe plays this way. And
Seminole.
just bad, running bad for Bowler Arden.
What?
Although having said that, if he had 3-bet this one pre-flop, he may have lost a very big
So
pot.
I was never in
Well, I
Florida.
don't see how it
Same
doesn't
day.
get in, frankly.
The games are way better.
Yes, I'm, maybe I'm
This
going
guy is
if I
flash
have
guy.
time
Yeah,
this
yeah,
year.
half
Smaller
because
pot
my
than-
schedule
This guy is a flash guy.
really
Could
full.
have been
That's how
Bowler
it is.
Arden.
Barcelona, then going to
Nonetheless,
Barcelona,
takes a
then
body
going to
blow.
Japan,
It's
River
been a
flashes twice.
in September.
difficult couple of hands for him.
And,
I gave half of my
yeah,
stuff.
then
King Jang spades.
Someone did.
yeah,
River boom spade.
I would love to go in the winter though. To
But my oh my,
yeah.
we barely get a hand
we
off
are
right now,
going to-
James.
we are
Every
going to
single chip being
and
contested for.
eat,
Culture, they're-
yeah,
they're both
exactly. And
Maybe he's not getting the 75.
and then
No,
October.
no. She showed it. I mean, we lost money. Another guy
we
lost
have,
around 2 million to
exactly.
a flush, and I lost around 2
Then
million to a
is,
flush.
Rosvadov
And I was right the first round.
again. $300.
Nuri, a man who has perhaps had the widest opening range, finds 2 kings under the gun. And well, gets it round to Tomescu in the big blind. He will look down at an ace, but it is a not so attractive proposition against under the gun, despite the fact it is Nuri raising, who does show a willingness to raise things up here.
Yeah, it's just a bit like that hand from earlier, the ace-8, that we commented on being so hard to navigate. That was pop-off, as I recall, earlier today. Now Tomescu trying to figure out a way to realise equity with this baby ace. Extra hard now.
Yeah, I can't fault him for defending against his opponent. He'll just be thankful that he has completely missed against the kings.
Where are you going? Where are you from?
Romania.
Romania?
Yeah. I'll come to Barcelona, yeah. Only for the main. After a bit online, there's like
W
starting everywhere.
W group.
Yeah, W group.
Exactly.
Some others, yeah.
I'm skipping all of this.
You don't play much online?
No.
You don't?
I don't play at all tournaments. Just maybe few in a year if I'm a little bit bored.
Wow, I'm so surprised to hear that.
Play too much cash games.
It's funny, you're surprised to see that and you're taking it at face value. I'm going straight to a Tenden mob and seeing how many cashes a year. Now, in fairness, it's not.
It's a sprinkling.
Yeah,
Wow.
there's some truth to it. Some nice cashes in there as well.
Clearly a cash game player, though. Clearly a very good poker player. If tournaments aren't his thing, well, he's adjusting very nicely this weekend. This week, I should say.
Yeah, got 17th in that monster WPT at the end of the summer in a win. 17th was good for 108k that day. It was a hell of a field deep in that one.
Oleg really stepping out here. 10 million stack in hand. 8-6. Ambitious. Tomascu wakes up with the 9s.
It's about 1-7, yes?
No, at 1-6 maybe.
Lovely situation for him to get a 11.5 big blinds reshoved through. Not having to face showdown with those 9s. And these short stacks keeping their heads above water for now. Hoping for the card rush and a little kindness from the poker gods. Pay jumps steepening. We've got another one at 18. At which point these players will take home just shy of 30k. 10 buy-ins.
Yeah. It's a good payday for 3k event for sure.
Gotta say, so impressed by Domine as well. Been giving a lot of love to Bowler, Erdeni, Nouri, HN, but he's certainly gone from being a cameo performer to a leading role.
Look at this little step out from Oleg with Queen 5 suited, and I was about to highlight it, and then we saw Domine fold Jack 9 from the big blind. So perhaps the reason that Oleg has stepped out there, recognizing someone who maybe folds a little too tight from the big blind.
Yeah, we saw the 8-6 a moment ago from Oleg get picked off, but undeterred there. Better hand selection if you are going to step out, Queen 5. Suitedness, blocker-ish. I think we're going to receive... Oh no, I was going to say we're going to receive a 7 player, but there's actually a player sitting out in the one spot. Oh, there he is. I'm sure he was arm's length. Canar, arm's length.
Yeah, he was
long arms.
He was right there. He was fine. He was back in before the last cards were dealt. Plus, a man who's been that polite is never going to get in trouble from the dealer.
There you go.
No.
Wonderful expressions.
And
One
now
he,
Oleg,
one he could have gone with
yeah,
as an open. But
Yeah.
I think after that whole antic, it's going to be difficult.
he has been very honest, it must be said. Oleg, slightly larger opening size. One presumes he's opening into one of the shorter stacks with this. The
Or,
adjustment that James mentioned earlier.
or Bola Odena, maybe he recognises that's a more troublesome player and wants to perhaps
Aha.
knock out more hands. So,
You're absolutely
and,
right.
and of course, opening from an earlier position, so you're implying you've got a better hand. So, in theory, maybe raise it a little bit bigger.
Yeah, charge them. Damien, well, he's going to be keenly aware that the VPIP percentile is on the large size from Oleg.
I would love to see a 3-bet from here, but
Yeah.
I also don't mind to see a flat when we're playing around 50 blinds deep. Just didn't want to see a fold.
Oh, an interesting one from Bowler Erdeni. I would certainly flat the 9-7 here. 9-6 feels cuspy, but in he comes. I guess feeling like these ranges are probably quite wide now. Jamine's got gutter ball. Oleg's got the 3-card straight flush. Good candidate for a C-bet. Lots of barrelable turn cards. Doesn't have to go big 3-ways. Can size this right down to quarter pot. You'll know there's not too many 3x or 2x in either range.
No.
So really just that jack, the
Yeah, I mean,
prospect.
all the pocket pairs aren't going to fold. So you might as well just go small, like you said, and you've still got decent equity against all the pairs below jack anyway.
Nicely executed. Great result for Oleg. Chips just keep finding their way into his stack in these small pots. We obviously saw that huge showdown earlier on versus El Yakubi. Huge flip, Jack, Ace King going his way. But since then it's been tippy-tappy, chippy-uppy.
Tippy-tappy, chippy-uppy, are those technical terms?
Yes, I believe so. Check your poker glossary.
We have 500 chips raised already. Chips. 10 minutes break. Mr. Murphy, go ahead.
With 20 minutes left on this level and in this frame. 19 now. We've lost a couple on the outer tables.
Pay bubble.
Yeah, right on it now. Blink of an eye.
Moves fast, and it'll move faster and faster the shorter hand that we get on each table with that big blind ante, of course, such a factor.
Bowler Den now with a reshove spot.
Yeah, it's really not gone his way.
No.
This one, though, he'll be very happy about, especially against Nuri. Again, maybe a spot where you go all in or commit half your chips and then kind of potentially tank if you are put in, so as to sometimes get that pay jump. Harder to do, David, of course, when there's 3 tables left because there are far fewer hands going off around the room, of course.
For
And
sure.
very hard from this seat on the table because you can't see the other 2 tables, so you don't know what's going on there.
Round to Demean once again.
This one a little too weak, one would have thought. Canal looks down at garbage in the small, but it's just 50k more in this big small blind level, if that makes sense. Get 8 to 1. Whoa, there you go. Just rip it. Kind of surprised to see this from Kanai. He's been very snug.
Shaky Oli.
Shaky already, wasn't lying. And credit to him, he did it very quickly, like he did with the ace queen.
Yeah.
Very confident fold.
Easy fold.
So consistent at least.
Yeah, and I think probably just using his image there, probably feeling like his opponents would range him as maybe the tightest player at the table. Certainly one of, and as a result, they would find a few less calls, maybe shave bottom 10% off their calling range as a consequence.
Finish normally, do you know?
Finish the tournament?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's how I could guess the time, right? Each level is 1 hour, so.
Well, you see the total chip count is 1 to 300 million, so average adds up like 60 million. You can imagine it's like 50 big blinds, 70 big blinds, so it would be like 350k to 7.
Exactly that. I always feel like,
for example,
if you work out a tournament ending,
less than 1 million.
not regardless of structure, but I always look, what level leaves 100 big blinds in play as a good metric? 3-handed, 30 big blind average sounds about kind of right.
Yep. Yeah,
not that it's that important, unless of course you've got a flight.
Yeah. Yeah, tournaments will generally end somewhere, particularly hour-long structures like this one will usually end somewhere between 70 and 100 big blinds on the table.
They probably did some mistakes, so just prediction, rough prediction.
Obviously, can all vary. We've seen many tournaments end with 300 big blinds in play, and many end that, even with our long levels, that get super shallow.
Yeah.
I am trying to figure out what time we finish.
You've seen it all,
We
James.
finish at level 37.
A lot of hours in the
That
booth
means
down the
another
years.
7 hours, right? Each level is 1 hour.
Yeah, a lot of time in these tournaments.
So, but if we finish by like 40th level, that means 9 more hours.
I don't know, probably past 12. I think.
I had a flight yesterday, I cancelled it.
Yeah, you told me.
Yeah.
You bought a new one today evening?
I didn't watch any. I said,
There you go. Tonight we're going to do a plan. Stay till October.
Domain. Mulling over the virtue of this ace-5.
Maybe be back in November.
Gone till November, he'll be gone till November. Yeah,
Is that retro enough? I don't know.
Yeah.
You make the rules.
I'll
I thought
take
I'd play your game.
like it. Like you playing along, James.
Just taking to the last day to get me down to your level, but here I am. Or up to your level. Probably more.
Is that a
happily up.
sample from even earlier, or is that Fuji's? I feel like it might even be a sample within the song.
Ooh.
Could go back further. Could be even more retro.
Well,
than you
in
think.
which case I'm a genius. Played the game to a higher level. Right order then. From the hijack. Sorry, I was patting myself on my back for my references and didn't see this step out. King 4 offsuit. Being rewarded.
Yeah, just pure steal here with the blocker. And now gets a great flop. Maybe he wants to use a bad king in this spot as a check back sometimes. I don't know.
Feels like though King 6 deuce specifically, rainbow is not what we check back that often on.
Sure.
And I actually feel for Tomescu here, he had ace 3 in the big blind last time out, he's got ace 7 off this time. He's had these hands that kind of feel like mandatory defense. And this time he may feel like he continues for one more street. Sizing a little larger, 275. I think this is a board where you quite often just see the opener bet 1 blind on, or maybe a fraction over. So for ace high against that sizing, does elect to fold. And especially when you're betting in such a shallow stack in the big blind, you can bet small. kind of surprised to see Bowler go that size.
Yeah.
Even more so as the next point when they've actually got the king. So like, now's the time to really go small.
Yes, at 16, right? 8, 8.
18 or 16?
16.
16?
800 today.
Oh, okay. I reached my goal.
So,
I wanted to be in top 90.
yes.
Discussion, of course.
Just
The next
was my goal.
portion of this tournament, if you will,
No, 19. No, I
will be final 2
18
tables
makes sense.
top 19.
and a redraw at that point. And, well, Rudolph de Mint just sitting his hand out. Maybe a good thing, because Bowler then finds 9s in the next seat. The last 2 table redraw, the final table redraw, such crucial stages in a tournament.
They really are. And Kenar, look at this, against probably the most active player at the table alongside Oleg. He sees King, Queen, and he's got a kind of perfect 3-bet shove stack.
I'd even argue you can 3-bet non all in here and fold.
Ooh,
I'm also
Kenar.
okay with that.
Oh!
I would have actually liked to have seen him go like a 1 million bet a little bit below and potentially fold.
That is very intricate indeed. Oleg.
Specifically with King Queen offsuit.
Does he ever flat here?
I actually think the same thing. Just go at smaller sizing. You're attacking someone who is quite active.
Yeah, there's probably too many raise folds in a way in Bowler Ardennes' range.
Right.
Although also there's maybe some 4-bets.
Love this. Love this. Exactly
Click.
that. I think Oleg's going to do this with King Jack as well. He's going to do this with King Queen. He's going to do this with Ace 10 off.
Oh, is this curtains for Bowler Ardennes?
It's just so hard to not go with this when you're this active.
Yeah. Oh no, this is so high up his range given what we've seen from him. King 4 the last hand, James.
And like I said, I think Oleg does just get to step out quite often here off that stack size against this player. You know, he may look around the table and think that his bread is more easily buttered elsewhere. You can see this going either way.
As in a flat or a shove?
I was thinking of fold or shove, but actually I could see a flat as well. I could see a flat and a committal on a good board, but the thing is, there are a lot of bad boards with this hand. When you give the opponent a range of hands from like Ace 10 up to sort of King Queen. Not surprised to see that Oleg will be snapping. Bowler is desperately seeking a 9.
Wow.
Huge pot.
Good hand I folded.
Can now pat himself on the back, folding King Queen.
I know, I don't want to tell you.
I don't want to tell you because I had a king. Seven, 5, 4. The faintest of backdoors.
8 is there.
Huge pot here. 8 million. Who will take it down?
Well, a 6 would produce a chop.
King, Queen I
We
folded.
say goodbye to Bowler Ardennes after a courageous couple of hours here on the feature table.
Yeah, he ran pretty bad. Played well, played aggressive. He was willing to go for it, and he obviously lost that big pot with Ace Queen against King Jack on a Ace Queen board. Losing to a rivered flush there. Took his spot, 4-bet jamming 2 9s into the Kings.
Yeah,
Would have been praising him had he been up against the Ace 10 offs and the King Jack offs. I'm sure would have 3-bet as well.
Absolutely they would. Oleg and Bowler Ardennes, the two most active at this table.
He also
I think
3-bet King Queen, got 4-bet by Thomas H, and he just
I'm not sure.
they just got the better of him today.
You are. Easy.
Well played. We'll see him again for sure.
Oh, 100%. Like, not to overly eulogize, but I feel like he played superbly well both yesterday and today from what we saw. I feel like he just ran in to the best hand a bit both days, actually. More so today, obviously. And, yeah, very talented, aggressive player who will be back.
Look at that tower in front of Oleg now, 15 million chips. HN. 50 blinds himself, finds 2 falls. Going to pop it up. And Temescu, it's been patient. It's been dealt some mediocre spots. This one a far better situation. King, queen off against that cutoff open. It's one of these where way enough hand to shove and you can be called by some dominated, pardon me, hands as well. And here it goes, bar a chip. Again, the screen says 17. The pay jump's not actually until 15, so I think you can just jam here. Of course, there'll be a redraw at 16 anyway. Unless he's hoping he does this as an all-in on another table, someone busts, he can tank until he sees that happen and then call it off. HM with a pair. They were going to be hard to not play this one for 11 blinds.
Yeah, you're just flipping an awful lot here. Getting a very good price. What's he got to put in here? 1.3 to win 3.7. Almost 2 to 1.
Yeah. And there are the occasional hands. You're going to be up against a hand like maybe ace-2 suited, ace-3 suited that just draws a line. Does make the call. Oh, I say it makes the call, but of course they do have fraction back.
Oh, yeah.
Unfocus.
Do we have a ladder jump at 16?
15, so
okay.
It's not a factor. But what is the
keeping
factor
an
is
eye.
Maybe look at the other tables. If someone's about to bust out there, take your time, but be down to 16, and then you'd bust out in 15. So
650.
There is something to it still. You may see Temescu take a long time to get these last chips in. He's not going to hate the flop, but he is still behind. Now, I wonder, is there anything really intricate that can happen here? Sometimes these situations arise where you've got...
You almost check it down.
Where it benefits some players to keep really short stacks in. I think HN, if he was the chip leader, would potentially look to keep that happening. And obviously with Temescu, like I say, we know he's not folding, but he is just checking how many players are on the other tables.
Yeah, and did that read 16, I think we would see him go, okay, I'm going to take my full 30 seconds or a minute here, guys. I'm actually going to let you call the clock on me, but not with 17.
No.
Anyway, every chance of getting there for 4 million. Look at all those outs.
And a chop.
HN would take a chop. He's, of course, the mathematical favorite, but ICM being what it is, you always have to give up some chips.
Oh, and there is the king. Sit yourself back down, Temescu.
I'm glad that's happened. I want to see some more of this guy. He's been pretty unlucky in just the card distribution situations he's been dealt into. I want to see what he's capable of when we give him a few more chips. See if he can get involved a little more. Like his demeanor, his understanding seems pretty spot on.
Nice one. Thank you.
Here's another one, actually. It was deep in that same WPT. There's Nuri. Nuri finishing 17th for 107,000. And Mescu finishing 41st for 53,000. There you go. Temescu now from the cutoff with those newfound chips and the same hand.
400.
And Kenar unlikely to defend this from what we've seen before. He's been rock solid.
He has been very steady. Wouldn't hate to defend here though with the 2 medium cards.
I agree. I think we're right at the bottom, but we must defend that bottom.
No,
yeah, I think 9-5.
Ah, here we go. Look at this.
Might fold, but this 9-6 just has enough playability, I think. And you can cause huge damage to Temescus. It's not like he gets to go crazy against you, although the ace-jack deuce board obviously a lot more his than yours. It's funny when you've got the nut no pair in these spots, because obviously as a hand you'd love to check back, but in a world where you want to be balanced, betting here makes the most sense. And also, the good thing about betting in this particular spot is you're just very rarely ever going to get check raised. So small bet, the order of the day, and that's what he's done, 200k.
Nice execution here from Temescu. Understanding range against range on this texture.
Maybe.
Yeah. They lose to King Queen, he says.
Good fold then.
Good read.
What a fantastically exciting morning of poker this has been. Some sick moves. Sort of turned into a pre-flop game, but in a very exciting way.
Your best case 50-50.
Some click wars.
Nuri, I know this man. I know this man's going to raise when he finds an ace in the cutoff. It's a mean. Cutoff B button. It's the kind of hand that should be comfortable 3-bet and grimacing, but going with.
Yeah.
When jammed on 30 blinds. He'd be all that more comfortable against Nuri as well. These two have had a little recent history on this table. Of course, it was a while ago now that Nuri made that pretty advanced bluff, check raising top pair. Semi-bluff, kind of mergy.
Yeah, mergy situation.
But Tim will know that by now. Wow, he just goes huge. Just doesn't want to get 4-bet jammed on by some of those lighter hands, perhaps. David just wants to stop ace-jack or king queen doing anything foolish. Would rather just commit up front.
You found your spot.
Sorry, my friend.
No problem.
Card.
I know. I have a hand to raise.
No apology necessary. Cards are cards.
No, nicely done there by Damien. Obviously, we preferred a situation where maybe he was a little braver with the 10s and induced some action, but, you know, taking it down is always very nice. He's up to 7 million now. I'll ask you a question, actually, about these people who have entertained us tremendously well, really battled for the last while. Damien, maybe slowly catchy monkeys, kind of let the game come to him more than others, but, you know, Oleg, you know, he obviously won those 2 huge flips, those 2 huge one flip and 1 kings against 7s. HN has been in the mix. He obviously stepped out with that king 10 play. We loved seeing that too. Still my pick though, Nuri. I think he's the dark horse here.
I'm enjoying watching him swashbuckle around in this field. He's very comfortable playing kind of a lot of hands from a lot of positions. And yeah, he's going to be a tough one to beat. There's a lot of good players left in this tournament. Of course, I'm going to be boring. Say Oleg with all the chips is is currently going to be surely the favourite, but who knows? A lot of poker to be played.
A lot of poker to be played. Real contrast in styles we saw on that table, and I imagine we're going to see some more of that with the next group. Are you not entertained? I know I am. You all come back now. We're going to bring in 9 new players. Interesting sort of holding here with the gutter, backdoor spades. Decides to knuckle it back, maybe feeling like it does also hit his opponent's range, and some pot control is the order of the day. And that is going to induce Oleg to come out here with very little equity right now. Nuri's got probably a slam dunk call, and perhaps close your eyes and call river as well. And maybe, just maybe, improve along the way. Playing this one as a inducer now. Actually really like that decision, Oleg.
Oh, hello. Actually, it's almost like the worst spade to hit, because Oleg just doesn't need to bluff anymore.
Yeah, I wonder, will he pay a bet, though? Nuri will think to himself, certainly possible his opponent could have a 5 and get sticky. Certainly possible that he could have a middling spade.
Yeah, straight.
What amount do you go for here?
Everything's possible here. I think you do get to be against the bluffs that make sense on the turn from Oleg's. See, are some of those higher spades. So I think we do have to target that kind of hand. And then, of course, the value was straights and maybe a 5 even. So, yeah, I think in that sense we target quite a strong range. So I like big. But on the flip side, like, what are our bluffs?
That's what I was about to ask you. I don't really see a spot where Nuri has bluffs in this spot. So therefore, I wonder if he has to go a little on the smaller side.
No, it looks like he's sizing up.
He's going to get greedy here. Target
maybe a little over.
Target that queen of spades, maybe jack of spades.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Very big bet.
Yep.
Over bet.
Yep. I saw a whole stack of those red 100k chips being assembled.
Yeah, I do feel like on balance, just being aware of what I was representing, I think I might have gone for that maybe milkier 35 to 50%er, but Nuri clearly targeting a different class of hands there with that one.
I guess there was some like ace-4 without a spade, ace-3 without a spade, maybe. Would be the bluffs.
Well, I said on commentary yesterday, Chen had sort of taken a very relaxed approach, almost letting the game come to him. He had a big chip lead, but he didn't really force the issue yesterday. He was at a very aggro table, it must be said. Well, right away, King 7 under the gun, suited. Seems like a loose one.
I'm here for it.
Statement of intent.
Yeah. You've got Oleg with a big stack in the small. No, there's quite a few short stacks on this table as well, so it's not like you're going to get healed too often.
Very tricky one now for pop-off. You don't love the mediocre ace here. You have to call. You have to defend its honor, but it's very tricky to navigate this one. Oh, and there we see he's got a board where he's not going to love life, although maybe the fact that HN has second pair could slow him down. He maybe comes with an incredibly small bet, or even a check on this flop.
I think we just always bet this board as raise up.
Does feel good.
One blind again seems reasonable.
Yeah.
You can maybe go slightly bigger if you wanted to, in the mindset that pop-off doesn't peel as wide from the big blind as, say, against a late position raise or earlier in the tournament. But he has gone one blind. I like it.
Yeah, and maybe no reason for HN to bloat this one. He is pursuing value against a 9 while pot controlling against an ace, and maybe gonna chop with some kings and lose to 1 or 2 and maybe beat 1 or 2, depending on this run out.
I like another bet here, and then look to check back rivers. You want to charge spades, you want to put a king in a tough spot, you want to put the weak aces in a tough spot as well even.
I do agree with you. I think going for maybe a 150k just is very similar to the flop strategy. Oh, hello. Pop off.
I'm going to make a confession there, David.
Yeah.
It's early. I hadn't finished my coffee yet.
Okay.
I managed to switch the hands around in my mind
Oh,
on the turn. So when I was suggesting the bet, it was thinking he had the ace-8. I apologise.
But I still don't mind like an advanced blocker, if that makes
Right.
sense.
Yeah, go
I still
really
don't mind
small.
one big blind
Yeah.
or something like that again. I think it would have serviced certain parts of the range. Check is obviously pretty reasonable as well. And now, well, what a dream river. Hoping his opponent has an ace and not a 9 now. Hoping he doesn't have missed spades.
Yeah, you just go big here and know that an ace always finds it hard to fold.
Yeah, Popoff's going to have a tough time of things here. 9 kicker plays.
Forget HN is the opener. It does have still a fair few bricks in this hand.
Going to be very tough if he faces something like 750, 800. Very tough indeed for Popoff.
Yeah, as an exploit, you just want to go to the size that an ace never wants to fold to. 575 is the number he decides.
That's very hard now for Popoff to release here. Certainly a game theory call. Just have to ask ourselves the question now.
Right.
Is Popoff in the exploitative streets here? Is he going to look at his opponent, maybe size the situation up? Wow! Great fold from Popoff there.
Very impressed.
Game theory be damned. Sometimes you just get that spider sense.
Yeah?
Innings in cricket. Much like you have to build the chips. No, but it is a kind of a thing. Like I think there's a lot of overlap when you think about patience and timed aggression. Both very important in both.
Well, Yakubi's displayed some patience and now will surely be displaying some timed aggression. See how well that worked?
I just teed that up for you so
did
beautifully.
Yeah.
That's what they call a full toss. Yakubi, just 2 million now. Looking to make some magic happen as he did late last evening.
Well, Oleg's going to attack the ball.
Yeah, magic's going to have to come in the form of an ace or king, one presumes here. Maybe some clubs, because there's just no way these hands don't confront. And maybe, just maybe, there's someone lurking behind with the playable one as well.
1, 9, 25.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Nori's the only one behind with a dangerous stack, if I recall correct. No, it's not Nori with the stack. HN with 5 million, of course.
Yeah.
But at the point we get to 1.9 million, you're never folding for the rest anyway, so may just elect to jam. It's different if there's some other...
Sure.
If there's some stacks that cover.
Call.
No, he does call. I mean, that's obviously it's fine. It's effectively the same thing, though.
Yeah, it's almost no difference in this scenario, but I know exactly the kind of situation you're describing.
The only thing I might take that back is if someone else calls.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2023 Merit Poker Retro Series. From where else but this lovely secluded cove on the eastern Mediterranean on the island of North Cyprus, where we've got ourselves 6 of the remaining, what was it, 20-ish at last check?
I think we might do 17.
17. They have definitely whittled away in relatively brisk pace. As we see now, the chip leader, Oleg Nataliev, 14.6 million here amongst this crew. Good for an almost 2-to-1 chip lead over Rudolf Domin. Thomas Aishan. Got Karo Nuri and company. All front and center. Give us some of your thoughts thus far on the coverage, David.
Yeah, 2 things to warn our audience about here. One, we are on the cusp of final 2 tables, so do expect a very short break when we get to 16 for a little redraw. That's going to happen sometime in the next, let's say, 5 to 20 minutes, one would assume, given the rate of attrition. What I would identify so far is how much we are watching a battle royale today. These players really treating us, spoiling us, in fact, to a poker clinic worthy of the occasion. This wonderful occasion where 560k is up top in a record-breaking tournament at the venue.
Well, how about this for an occasion? An opener who has King Jack suited in front of us, presenting a delightful opportunity to take our 13 big blinds and rip them forward for Mr. Kanar with pocket kings. You can see Nuri.
How much is it?
257.
Not particularly deep himself, David, asking for a count.
75. 2,575,000.
Yeah, interesting equity calculation now for Nuri. Probably falls down on the side of, yeah, this one's pretty close. One caveat to that is Kenar has been rock solid all day.
Not out of line at any point based on our observations.
Quite the contrary, if anything, Ali. I would say the tightest to a fault. And maybe, just maybe, that pushes what would be a cry call into the cry a little bit harder fold category. Very tough here for Nuri, though. Sort of awkward, one would have known opening into this particular stack could create this borderline situation for himself. I like the fold against Kenar. I like it, not just because I can see the super domination.
I had King Jack suited.
You almost don't have outs.
What? Wow.
You almost don't have outs.
Is at the moment is getting good.
Note the honest exchange between the gentlemen, something that obviously is a theme of sorts here at Merit.
My love is back.
And definitely informs us as to just what a pleasant atmosphere it is in which to play poker, even when there's $567,000 up top, massive pay jumps. Final 2 table bubble of sorts right now. The guys just having that social decorum, shall we call it?
Yeah, there's a lovely atmosphere. These players have battled away against one another for a couple of days now, and just want to point something out there. We've seen tremendous aggression from Nuri. We've seen that mergy spot earlier. James and I watched him turn that ace-7 sort of into a bluff on the ace-high board. Incredible awareness of ranges that his opponent could have had and how he could put them in the bin. We've seen some 3-bets. Last night, you and I, Ali, presided over some very interesting plays from Nuri as well, where he really took on the big stacks to build a big stack of his own. And now just there, we saw another side of Nuri.
One that was
willing to lay down.
More disciplined, more restrained.
Yeah.
Well, also just that 4 million. Representing about 20 bigs. We make a call in that spot, and now we're decimated. And down in that sub 10 big blind range where poker cannot be played. Fair to say. Pocket 4s getting played there by Mr. Tomescu.
Yeah, seizing upon the opportunity to get a 3-bet shove in over the top of the loosest man on the table with the most chips on the table. And as we see there, he was willing to open all the way down to 10-5, so there's probably not too many button folds in Oleg's range. Great opportunity for these guys if they do wake up with something competitive to add chips to their stacks. Domine, center of your picture there, has more so let the game come to him. Very, very competent, very nuanced, deft, picks his spots well, doesn't overextend. Really liked his table presence and the way he's moved from 4 million up to 7 million over the last 2 hours.
Sort of a stealthy ambush predator, fair to say?
Yeah, very nice profiling there.
Race 4. Race 4.
And again, Oleg relentless here, understanding this spot he finds himself in. Yes, sure, they'll wake up on occasion. They'll take advantage of these loose opens, but they will lie down a lot as well.
Oleg at the Mediterranean Poker Party, which took place here, did bubble the main event final table. That was good for 45,000. Obviously, looking to better that result is the Russian, who has just about $175,000 in career tournament earnings, 50K, his largest ever score. This, not his largest ever board or flop, ace-6 deuce rainbow, really limited interactions. Queen high happens to be good, as you'll note that Nuri opened and then folded. Here he is defending with the Jack-9 offsuit against the min raise and can go nowhere but the mug in the face of that C-bet, as Nataliev unrelenting, as you mentioned, David, and rightfully so, with a stack of his depth that can intimidate and really exert his will.
Yeah, particularly on boards such as that. Obviously, he didn't hit, but he has more of that board, and he does have all those backdoor backup prospects. So a really good board to fire once, sometimes twice, and wow, sometimes triple off on, depending on run out.
Race 4.
I mentioned the clash in styles. Oleg, now with this big chip lead, hasn't really looked down at a hand he doesn't like for a while. Tomescu, well, he had to play very short until that big double up just before the break. Nuri certainly doesn't like to feel picked upon or bullied. I fancy he will fight back the first time he sees something a little bit more attractive than 7-4. Domine will probably stick to his game plan, I would suggest. Maybe try to weather this period. After all, in just a few moments' time, the next elimination, they will switch things around. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel for the players who are maybe getting sick and tired of Oleg picking upon them.
Well, it's one of those situations, David, where you can be sick and you can be tired, but what you can't be is careless. With so much riding on every single decision here against a stack that is more than happy to put you to the test based on what we've seen thus far. Jack-6 deuced with a couple of hearts, and Domine is definitely going to find further streets in this 1.1 million chip pot.
Yeah, I agree completely. Oleg probably in a very similar situation to the last one, where his opponent will fold a lot of 6x and 2x. So therefore that Jack, just the only card he maybe could have connected with in a meaningful way, and every reason then for Oleg with just 8 high to take a stab right now.
$250K, check called, and the 3 of hearts. No waiting for Domine. Drawing dead is the 7-8 as we see Rudolph checking. And Oleg has decided he's all done with it, it would seem, as now a king comes off on the river.
Tempting perhaps to check it on over to your opponent who could represent this king.
Fired, but not indulged in. That's a difficult accomplishment there on the day, isn't it? Taking chips away from Oleg.
Yeah, and sort of interesting to see how Oleg is in pursuit of these soft chips now. He's opening really wide. He's getting raises through. He's picking up the big blind sometimes and able to see bet pretty liberally. You can just fire lots of small bets when you have this big ICM advantage over your opponent. And, you know, when he meets resistance, happy to shut down, or at least in that instance and maybe in many others.
Two queens now for Aishan. Raise. Let's see if Nuri's going to find any trouble with Queen Jack off on the button.
Yeah, not really a flattable one, so probably a hand.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he has taken the spot.
He sure has, and it's a bad spot to be taking. 3.3 million, all desperately at risk. With the ace-3 suited, gave it a thought, but nothing more. As a snap call comes in from the two queens, and that is a very deflating sensation for Caro Nuri, who has fought so hard to get this far, and now has just 11% equity with his main event life on the line. The board does provide a couple of clubs and the 10, David, but ambitious is the path forward. Yet there is light at the end of what was a very bleak tunnel. Still, a 9 and a 9 alone is going to be the card that rescues Caro Nuri, and it is not available. And you can feel the disappointment on him, David, as he fought oh so hard to get his way to this final 17 and really earned his way here.
I think he played tremendously well. Both last night, we saw him steal the show with those two big plays. And then today, again, recognizing some very interesting spots. A very sophisticated poker player who admitted to having not too much tournament experience, but we weren't buying it. We actually went straight to the hand him up to check if that was him trying to scallywag his opponent. He actually doesn't have a huge amount of tournament experience, it's fair to say, but clearly a very, very good and experienced poker player who dabbles in the tournament streets and will have every reason to do so again now after another, you know, tidy payday.
$29,700 is going to be added to his career tournament totals, courtesy of a 17th place finish, which will take us to a break that you did mention we would be taking. It's going to be a relatively short one as we are down to just the final two tables, and as such, we will be redrawing back here at the desk. Ali Najad, David Lappin with you. Very limited amount of play in the books. Perhaps we send everyone to the break and collect our thoughts, and then when we return, we will continue with more coverage of this day 4, where we will be crowning a champion here at the Merit Retro Series main event. Keep it very close.
king, one presumes here. Maybe some clubs, because there's just no way these hands don't confront. And maybe, just maybe, there's someone lurking behind with the playable one as well.
1-9, 25.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Nori's the only one behind with a dangerous stack, if I recall correct. No, it's not Nori with the stack. HN with 5 million, of course.
Yeah.
But at the point we get to 1.9 million, you're never folding for the rest anyway, so may just elect to jam. It's different if there's some other, if there's some stacks that cover. No, he does call. I mean, obviously it's fine. It's effectively the same thing, mate.
Yeah, it's almost no difference in this scenario, but I know exactly the kind of situation you're describing.
The only thing I might take that back is if someone else calls in between and then HM went all in for the 5 million. Or Nori does have 6 million. And they went in for the 6 million, then there are some hands that Oleg maybe would want to fold. So actually, with the 6 million step behind, I like the call. He's still going to call with this hand against the all in if it came, but if it was multiples, he might fold.
Indeed. Off to the races, and what a race it is. Huge moment in this tournament. These two guys. Oleg can push out to the 10 million mark should these queens hold and be a very dominant force as we approach the final table today. Or maybe, just maybe, an ace will flop and hold across turn and river and give El Yakubi a chance at glory.
Want to come 2 to fade. Does just that. Full double. Yakubi takes a leg out of the chip leader. Or our table chip leader, at least.
Ils ont tous les deux full dans l'as.
I was waiting for him to lose, so I could say, should they? He was one of the kings. Saddam Hussein was the ace of spades, so yeah, not surprising.
Yakubi with the jacks as I try to steer us away from the topic of war.
Yeah. You asked.
I did ask. I do regret it, but I did ask. Oleg, ace king. He's on the other side of that coin now versus the same opponent, 2 overs. I feel like this one could get out of line too. Oleg surely coming with the 3-bet. Yakubi, well, he will have 2 options available to him when the action returns. Either shove and be called, as we see will be the case.
Yeah.
Or flat and navigate. This could be a monstrous 9 million pot, James.
Yeah, I like the sizing, just under 3x.
Lovely sizing.
Hijacked a button with the ICM considerations.
1.3 million there. A capable opponent coming light at you often enough. You're out of position. I think you just stick the jacks in.
You do. I don't think there's any other way to navigate this.
What a huge moment we are about to witness if things go as predicted. Yakubi, a moment ago, 1.8 million. Oleg sitting pretty on 8 million. Stacks much closer together now, and these guys look like they're about to lock horns once again. Should Yakubi's jacks hold? What a turnaround that would be.
Yeah, it's a flip that's flipped around. Yakubi with the pair this time. Oleg with the ace king. And I wonder if there's any of that plays into it, even thinking he might even be lighter, like come and put some of his chips back.
Oh, it looks like calling chips, perhaps.
No, he is.
No, here we go.
He's going for the non-all-in.
The chop of stack.
Wow. I mean, it's been a 1.9 of 4.4. It's very hard to believe your opponent's ever got folds there, but it does scream of strength to me.
Yeah, I think the real concern here for Oleg is it screams aces and kings, and they're the only 2 hands he's worried about. They're also the hands he blocks. There's no folds when someone puts 1.9 of their 4.4 in. So you start asking yourself the question, is this the moment?
Yeah, it feels grim. You'd much rather just, well, you'd much rather take it down. If you do get 3-bet, you'd just rather see 3-bet jam. But he does go for it.
Here we go.
Well, Yakubi can't fold now.
One of the biggest moments of the tournament.
Yeah, he hates it as well. He knows the when he's met that size, he's not really ever getting jammed on light. But there are 16 combos of ace-king, and that's what he hopes to see. That's what he does see.
This is massive.
Yeah. These two all in again as a flip. Yakubi needs to do it one more time. 9 million chips nestled in the middle. Oleg, over 1 million behind.
And we welcome you back to continuing coverage of the Merit Retro Series main event, a 4th day of a grueling marathon, which will conclude with a champion taking home $567,000. Current payout, $29,700 with 16 players remaining. We do have a jump when we get up to 15. $34,430 will be that payout. Now then, back at the desk, Ali Najad alongside David Lappin. And David, we didn't really talk about much on the way out to the break, but we have a little bit to talk about in terms of a new feature table. Only 2 tables remaining right now, and you've got your first glimpse at it.
Yeah, really interesting one. David, who you will remember from last night, crushing, dominating force. He is a bit of a beast. He came 4th here in a tournament during the Western Series, I want to say, just a few short months ago. Very much impressed, and he is chip leader in this tournament. Can I just say, the top 3 stacks are at this table right now. It's a bit of the rich and poor.
Well, and it's also a little bit frustrating because if you are the 2nd or the 3rd biggest stack at the table, now you're looking over at the other opportunity that was before you to be the big stack elsewhere and have a very different experience than the one you might have, depending on how Mr. Who elects to proceed here and whether or not he's going to really take the opportunity for you to chip up right out of your hands.
And I think he will. Nataliev and Volkov are sitting there with like 12 million-ish. Who has 15? They're in amazing shape. They're loving life right now, but he is the type of person who recognizes moments such as this, and actually a table such as this, which these guys are going to have to battle on for maybe the next 2 hours on their way to the final table, with increasing ICM pressure all the way along.
Yeah, no question about it. We did touch on that pay jump. It is, let's call it $5,000, that 29.7 up to 34,430. So the ICM implications certainly there. It is in excess of a $3,300 buy-in, and one cannot overstate just how remarkable it is to be playing for the sort of sums that we have on our hands here in this event, courtesy of course, the lovely day one. 4 of them available, the turbos, multiple flights, people able to really get multiple entries going should they so choose. And the spoils will be fantastic for whomever it is that ultimately claims those big 6-figure prizes, of which there are 6.
Yeah, and almost a 7th one. I think 95K for 7th place. So it is extraordinary stuff. Obviously, for most of the remaining players, it would represent a new high watermark, a new best ever, a new PB. But not for one man, Dominic Panka, who is seated at this feature table as well. One of the short stacks, we mentioned yesterday how he battled his way back into contention. Clearly hasn't had the best of mornings so far, but 12 big blinds, were that to double to 5 million and 25 big blinds, he would be a real threat, and I'm sure he is one player all of these guys are looking to put to bed as soon as possible.
Rightfully so. We're talking about a man who is a PCA Bahamas champ, 3rd in an EPT, really among the most experienced, most talented players in the field is the Polish Dominic Panka. 3.36 million plus in career live earnings, 1.4 million, of course, his best ever live cash, coming courtesy of that victory down at the PCA. He knows what it takes, and he's been, deep at times at FTs, and he's been short, but don't count him out.
Yeah, I don't think there was a single tournament in 2014 that he didn't final table. That was an incredible purple patch. He was the man of the moment, I remember then. Has still been very dominant, very, very good in so many situations since then. But, has been maybe a little more not in the mainstream, off the radar. I know he's been still playing poker, but had an incredible run of things back in 2014, made his money in a big way, built his bankroll, and, as I said, when you have that experience behind you, situations such as this, 18 left, on your way to the final table, a lot of money up top, that's just going to be water off a duck's back to him.
And let's consider that it was 9+ years ago that he notched that victory in what were very talented fields out there in the Bahamas. 9 years removed, I can only imagine he has grown tremendously as a player, especially with the advent of the solvers, which I'm almost positive are things that he has been putting to use here. And we'll see how things shake out for him here, as the very first pot of this new featured table will be one opened by the King-Queen offsuit of Mircea George Tomescu. Georgia Mircea Tomescu, pardon the transposition there.
We see Ranelani, a right of picture there. He's sitting on 7.2 million, another familiar face on the circuit.
Eliu's there just before him, also a familiar face thus far, so far as the feature tables that we've had here during this main event, and has been impressive on every occasion, and just what the doctor ordered. 2 aces on the button for a stack that one would assume is looking for less than aces to get forward with.
Yeah, interesting situation here where had Panka been facing maybe a late position open, and if he had a slightly bigger stack, I feel like the aces become a trappy prospect. But actually in this situation, under the gun open, probably a very strong range. Just get it in there, hope that there are enough raise calls. That's what he's done. And I want to point out something even more impressive there as we take a look at Dominic Panka. Fresh-faced as always. You mentioned there 9 years ago that result in the Bahamas. He was only 13 years old at the time.
No one bothered to ID him. And no one bothering to call the extra helping of chips with King-Queen. That, of course, being Tomescu.
Yeah, Tomescu only recently picked up those chips. He was rocking a 10 big blind sort of situation, 10 to 15 big blinds across the last frame, and did well to get out of that zone. Obviously, the blinds have gone back up again. Yes. He's hovering around the 20 mark, and I think he feels like every chip is very, very precious.
Well, that's just an objective fact.
To put some chips behind. There's a pay jump.
I don't like those. I don't like to do that kind of stuff.
No?
I'm really against that, but I'm.
But now it's legal. You have time banks, so.
I understand. I understand. I should have probably done that, but I don't like the way it's changes, like slows down the game, disrupts it, and so stupid.
So interesting, that exchange between Panka and
you prefer gentleman
exactly.
Sometimes
maybe
not,
Oleg.
This particular thing, I have a strong opinion. Like I don't know.
Confirmation from our producer Vita that it is indeed Nataliev and Panka having that exchange. An interesting one, by the way. Centering around, not leaving chips back and not milking the clock, as you will.
Too much money these young guys have.
Apparently. These are good problems. I had the too little money problem at this age. Ace 6 suited, not too little to open. Team Oleg. There will be no patrons. Well, maybe there will be. No, 8-3 suited. Just taking a moment there was Tomescu. I don't know about you, David. The thing that I'm waiting for is one of those situations where the two big stacks sort of inescapably collide, or maybe escapably for that matter, and really try to have a leveling war of sorts, you know, a game of chicken, if you will, very high stakes in nature, without necessarily the kind of hands that would warrant it.
So you're the person who chose this table over the other one?
I tell you what, I, for one, am very happy to see 3 big stacks at one table, and what that sort of climate might create. Ace King, you know what sort of climate that creates, and it's a raise-worthy one.
But you're right that it makes it more legal with the time banks. Yeah?
Yossi Elius.
Also like online, like everybody at the same time.
Very impressive, the American has been thus far in our observations. I think you would agree, David, of the manner in which he's navigated his way here to this final 17. Does have 144,000 plus in career live earnings, best live cash, $24,528. So he has already bested that, regardless of his finishing position here.
Feels good. And this decision to take a little bit of time, obviously all about the ladder jump here at 15, holding back those, I don't know, maybe one big blind worth of chips, maybe not even. Yeah, just half a big being left behind, just so that he can burn a few time banks in the pursuit of the ladder, if it looks promising.
No, c'est 4. Don't have 4.
Count again, I think it's
wrong. Not 4.
No takers. Oh, we've got someone on his feet.
Kanar is on his way out the door. Unfortunately, we saw a lot of him in the last frame. Played quite snug, it must be said. Edge past quite a few spots. Then
Looks like Musa Barakat, pardon me, David, is the man that did shower him in that 17th place position, or 16th place position, which does now create the pay jump. And it was ace-king for Barakat against king-7 for Kanar, who obviously was short-stacked and had to dig in.
Yeah, Kanar had the kings against king-jack there a few moments ago. Obviously, didn't get the action on that occasion.
2.75.
On this occasion, best hand did not hold. And Elouz will be delighted now, both with the departure of Kanar in his peripheral vision and with the fact that that ace-king shove just got through anyway. When's the next ladder, he's thinking?
Well, I've got answers to questions of that sort. 34,430 will be the static payout for 15th, 14th, and 13th. And then once we get to 12, we go to 42,900.
One player we failed to give props to there, she bust in 18th position, was Chrissy Finiotis. Obviously a ladies event at the World Series final tableist this year, played superbly well whenever she was on the feature table, and she has made a very deep run here, very tidy performance, but unfortunately just misses out on this last two table excitement.
Now then, with 15 remaining, courtesy of the casualty at the outer table, Tomescu charts a course from the button with ace-5 offsuit. 400,000 the sizing, and for Rudolf Domin, very playable king-queen off. Sitting with 7.5 million to start this one. And he's going to jam all of it in there.
Yeah, doesn't have to worry about the big blind behind, who is shorter than Tomescu. Nice pick up there with the worst hand. And he's taking advantage of a relatively snug image. I don't want to say he's tight, he's definitely not tight, but he's been circumspect throughout this final day.
Yeah, cool customer is Domin. Hasn't looked flustered or bothered at any point in time, no matter what end of a pot he's been on. And obviously these are the sorts of traits that are the product of not being early in our career, generally speaking, but rather having had a few under our belt.
7,000.
Yeah, I would venture to guess that his chip graph would be very steadily climbing.
Yeah.
Not too volatile compared to others, perhaps.
No doubt.
Tomescu with another tempting openable, but maybe once bitten, twice shy. Oh, back on the horse.
Yeah, king 6 suited, undeterred by having to fold the ace-5 from the button in the face of the shove. He goes back to work, and by the way, does so off of one of the leaner stacks. It is nice when you're clear of the bigger stacks, which, by the way, worthy of note, David, could be just a product of card distribution, but haven't risen up to lay claim to some sort of, you know, alpha male opportunity here.
Well, speaking of opportunity, ace queen, a big opportunity for Eluz to put those 15 big blinds to work. No immediate ladder jumps to worry about.
So the ace queen happily shoves.
Well, Tomascu a ragdoll right now. Couple of raised folds. Feels bad, man.
Yeah. Punching bag of sorts.
We made a pay jump, right?
Panka right on it.
Elias wasn't sure what to make of the remark initially.
Why are you wasting our time?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, might get a triple bust out over on the other table. You never know.
Yeah, you can see the impish grin on Panka's face there.
Playful.
Very much so. Love to see that, by the way. As the mood can still be light. And by the way, that stack isn't the type that normally we find the lighthearted mood coming from, as there is work to be done, but for Panka, another day at the office as we see him opening on this occasion. Queen of diamonds at a minimum. Takers.
Yeah, Panka making a claim on table captaincy from the short stack here. It's kind of fun.
Yeah. Not often undertaken. Behavior of that nature.
Haven't seen David Hu enter the fray yet, but you can be sure he will be biding his time. Chip leader in this tournament right now. Incredible spot.
Here he is. Still taking a pass. King 5 suited up front. Ruslan Volkov, by the way, who was under the gun there, David, did take home $38,000 for bubbling the main event final table of this very series last year in May, Merit Poker Retro Series. Looking to better that effort here today. Dare I say it, David, but I'm getting some Nick Schulman vibes off of Yossi Eliu's young Schulman.
Great one. I do love a look-alike. And I think you're absolutely right.
And it isn't just the appearance, it's also a little bit of the mannerisms, the way in which he's playing. It's a very cool
some
sort of
espresso jazz swagger.
Sure, yeah. Although not that nerviness that the espresso caffeination might impute.
Just sorry?
Doing his thing.
We send a cohiba to the feature table.
Famously donned by Mr. Schulman during the bracelet-winning effort in the 7-card stud streets this summer at the World Series of Poker. For those that have yet to feast their eyes on that photo. One of the better ones ever taken, I would say, in terms of winners' photos.
Maybe a contender for photograph of the year when the GPIs come around.
Pulitzer. Queen Jack, not much of a contender on this board, but Panka's ace-8 suited, which did defend. Turns into a gut shot, checks it over. Let's see how Yassi feels about things. Check back, and now very inconsequential 3 of hearts, finding its way to this turn.
I have another one now. I'm going to tell you in a moment, Ali. While we watch Panka do Panka things.
Mm-hmm. Hanka Panka?
Hanka Panka?
Playing off of Hanky Panky. $275K bet. Gets it done.
Okay. Nick Schulman, yes. But also a bit of Pete Davidson.
Oh, yeah. That's a great read of Saturday Night Live fame, and also dating pretty much every celebrity
Whoever
that you
wants.
might have wanted to fame.
Sorry guys, between hands, English only as well. Even if there's no hand involved, it's the whole time English only.
Oh, Flora coming over to advise English only at all times.
Okay.
Here. I believe there was just a very brief exchange between Ruslan and Yossi. Or was it Rani Lani? Forgive me.
I like that from Sebastian. I think you want to just get in there early with a friendly reminder.
Yeah.
Rather than...
Although I was of the belief that even, you know, when hands are in progress, clearly it's not okay, but in between hands, you know, it does open the door to impropriety potentially. Not that I think there's real concerns of such things afoot.
I can't see anyone else now.
Yeah, now the Pete Davidson is definitely taken root as 10-6 suited will fail to take root for Rani Lani. Now, just how alluring is the button for Oleg? Not enough to overcome the disfigured nature of a 6-deuce offsuit.
Does Panka use this king deuce as a raise candidate, perhaps? Very opponent-specific spots like this. If you feel like your opponent would like to check back quite a bit, you can limp in. Immediate answer to that question as he folds the best hand.
Yep. I mean, look around at this feature table and you tell me, David, when you talk about soft chips, whether or not there are any available. There just aren't.
Два стола.
And that's to be expected. Anybody that can handle sort of the intricacies that are specific also to a big field merit main type of event and work their way into these final 2 tables is generally going to be cut from a very steely cloth.
Yeah, the hour-long structure, the 4 days of poker, the grueling nature of yesterday after 2 shorter days that they really got tested there, particularly in the last few hours, I would suggest, really does lend itself to the cream rising to the top.
Ace-9 suited. That ought to be enough in the cutoff for Nataliev. Shades of the Shogun, by the way, in terms of the hair. Quite a samurai-like vibe.
Yeah. Oh, Volkov. Battle of the second and third stack with the big stack behind here.
Yeah.
It's an amazing spot here where we have basically the three biggest stacks and Panka all in a row.
Can Volkov leverage Hugh's presence behind him to make his 3-bet look even stronger than the small blind nature of it would?
Oh, here we go, Ali. Big pot brewing.
What was it I was asking for?
You're a sick man.
Oh, yeah. Advantage Oleg in a very real way, though he doesn't have the betting lead. He does have position. And a deep lack of improvement on a queen 10-5 2-club board where Volkov's ace of clubs does work.
Yeah, and Oleg's ace-9 of diamonds working in an almost identical fashion. Backdoors both players here.
Yeah, wheel backdoors also for Volkov as it does go check-check. Now the Broadway gut shots arrive for both.
Neither player stepping out here. Perhaps both feeling like this board just far too wet. Volkov probably doesn't think he can be ever good now. He's never taken a stab at this one. Remember, he is the aggressor pre-flop. Is this the time?
2 streets of checking. And now 1.5 million is the barrel. David, an ace-9 does feel quite light.
Yeah, I don't see any path to continuance for Oleg there. Volkov maybe recognizing that, you know, his ace-kings would take that line, maybe check on the king because the board being so wet and then pursue value on river.
So nicely done there.
Yeah, and with that I think he's almost joining Hu at the top of the chip counts now, pushing Oleg back a little bit into third at this table and in the tournament. Remember, those 3 stacks, the 3 biggest ones in the room, unless something chaotic has happened on our non-feature table.
Well, we got a glimpse at what might have ended up chaotic there, based on the willingness of both of those guys to dig in against one another, something that you would imagine they would be averse to do. But when the big stacks are presided over by the right type of personalities, David, things can be very explosive.
Eluz now with 18 big blinds. Interesting to see if he comes with an open rather than a shove, now that he's a little bit more stacked. A lot of ICM in these situations sometimes makes shoving it in there not a bad idea, to be honest. You want to dodge some flips. Someone's out there with pocket 9s now. They don't love life, particularly if they're in one of the next 4 seats.
Obviously, we lower the variance in terms of dismissing those sorts of hands, but we increase it in terms of when we run into real kit, the big pairs, the ace-kings. We're playing for much more than maybe we would have liked.
Yeah, plenty of reasons for that shove there. Some might see it as a little unsubtle, but
no, there's real thought going into it.
Yeah.
No question. then, forwards we go. Another 10-6 suited for Ranilani. Again, not enough. Oleg with the 3 of clubs. Mid position open here. And this is giving us a glimpse into perhaps just how active he is going to be. And I want to say this, as we see him raise and take it, David, this is perhaps an early adjustment or reaction to getting the sense, as I'm sure you and I share, that those other big stacks to our left aren't looking particularly inclined to get after things. And if they don't want to be doing boss stack things, then the opportunity is there for me to do it. Now, bar the 3-bet that we saw from Volkov. But for the most part, it does seem like the lane is open.
Yeah, who hasn't played a hand yet? Now, he hasn't had a hand to play, but that doesn't sometimes stop these guys.
And nor does Oleg know that that is the reason that who hasn't played a hand. Maybe there's been some cuspy stuff that he's leaned toward the side of being conservative.
Nothing cuspy about ace-king suited.
Not at all. Takes it up to 400,000.
Okay.
No takers there. I believe Domin getting a little advisory there from our dealer.
Sorry.
Still just settling into the final 2 tables here of this Merit Retro Series main event. Delighted to have you with us from wherever you might be joining on the Merit Poker official YouTube channel. We ask a little more than for you to click like if you enjoy what you're seeing, and then click subscribe in turn to ensure that you don't miss any of the streaming coverage that Merit brings you from each and every one of their series since the decision was made a year or 2 ago to continue to expand and grow and really arrive on the world stage as a poker room worthy of everyone's attention. As Ace-Jack offsuit has drawn the attention of David Hu in consecutive pots. Ace-4 suited. First hand worthy of consideration for Ranilani thus far. Here in, let's call it the first orbit at our feature.
Yeah.
Dominated but unaware. He will defend. Go ahead.
Yeah, first playable hand. I was going to reiterate your point there. He's been sort of frozen out of the action for a while and now gets an interesting board.
Very much so. Backdoor spades, wheel gut shot. Checks and faces a 200K follow through from Ace Jack high, Ace of diamonds at work. Just 200,000 into 1.1. Lonnie will, of course, make the call. Neither player connecting in any way with the turn.
Yeah, Lanny's equity are in a few different places here. His ace high could be good sometimes. He's got the backdoor stuff working, obviously on the 7 of clubs now. the door is shut on that. His equity very much in just one place, which is, I hope my ace high is good. And David Hu, well, lovely river. I wonder if Alani thinks he can maybe fold out a better ace. No, I like this decision to check. I think you just check and hope and assess if face a bet. A bet will come though.
And as you suspected, courtesy of the 2 checks on the turn, Ace Jack happily delivering $1 million toward 1.5. $4.3 back for Ilani, and he isn't necessarily going to automatically give credit to David Hu for having a better hand here.
Yeah, giving a decent bit of think time here. Wondering if this Jack presented the opportunity for a King Queen or a King 10 to take one more stab at this. Does release. Who up to 18 million now. What a spot.
Just very, very solid, for lack of a more articulate term for David Hu. That's really just the best way that I can put it.
Yeah, what really came across yesterday on stream was how willing he was to just open his range in every seat. And then if he faced further action, see where his hand lay within the range of hands he should play. Didn't get out of line, except that one time with the 6-7, you might recall, Ali, where he, unfortunately for him at that occasion, ran into the flop bottom set. But you understood the play. He had a back door which turned into a double gutter. Decided versus his opponent he couldn't realize equity by calling alone, so decided to give himself another way to win. The play made an awful lot of sense. And sometimes in a play where you lose chips such as that, when you reveal your thought process and the sophistication of it. And I think that's what we see time and time again in who has a very good record. I talked about it yesterday. So many final tables. And I think it's very, very likely now he's going to make this one today.
Well, hopefully that isn't the commentator's curse that you've just issued there. It would seem quite unlikely that he doesn't, but stranger things have happened. Nothing strange about ace-king suited on the button and open from Yassi Aluz with the action folded around to him. Alani will take this one off. Oleg with 6 of spades at minimum. Obviously the chips with which to defend and see what's what. Presumably no pair for Oleg.
Pesky old board here for Aluz. May just knuckle back.
Yeah, lack of a spade is part of the problem. No, this is, generally speaking, pretty thin ice upon which Aluz steps with the weight of 275,000 chips.
So the Jack-6 suited, the 9-6 suited, the 5-6 suited would be in there. Jack-6 off probably isn't in there. 9-6 off might be. They both might be. So as we play, guess the other card.
Well, I think the 5-6 maybe rates to be the most sensible combo, but Oleg can have really a wide variety of side cards with that 6 after calling the flop. Maybe some 6-7, 6-8 part of the equation as well.
Yeah.
Elias with the check back after picking up the Broadway draw. Now the running tens.
And interesting here, if it is a jack-6, he would pursue value of his own, one would presume. If it's a 9-6 or 5-6, he likely checks again or blockers. And if it's a 6-8 or 7-6, we might see a larger bet. Or maybe even a medium-sized bet to sort of merge his range somewhat.
175.
Yeah. I feel like it's a bluff now.
The 575 sizing. And Elias knows that this is a terrific candidate as a bluff catcher. But the 10x combos in particular, I think, are the stuff that maybe had some straight draw.
Service. Service.
Might be jack-6. Might be 9-6. It is fun playing this game.
Courtesy of Oleg not having scanned both his cards to our RFID reader.
I feel like you picked apart the best here. I think 6-7 and 6-8 maybe makes the most sense now. He's gone for this like post-oakish, value-looking bet. What a tease.
Time bank marker going to have to get paid by Olius. There it is. Boy, I am curious as to what it was. We know that he had the 6, but there was a decent number of combos that might have played in that manner that also would have beaten the ace-king, so it was very much a feel-it-out affair for Elius.
I guess any of the pairs, jack-6, 5-6, 9-6 maybe, bet that size just to prevent maybe facing a bigger bet.
The block?
Yeah, the block that's not too obviously a block, the kind of the 1/3. Fun hand. Domin's turn.
Yep. Ace-9 suited. Takes it up.
Punka.
7-8 suited. Plenty good enough for him to defend with. And that is not the board he had in mind. Interaction with the 6 of diamonds, but little else. For Domin, unpaired as well, but with the lead and position. Action checked over, 1.2 in the middle. A little sprinkle is inbound. And it's always a relief when that hand promptly finds the muck on the heels of a light follow through like that.
Yeah, you know the defending range contains a decent chunk of King X, Queen X, and some straightish stuff as well, but you do have to sort of take your stab there. Ceding the betting lead to your opponent on the next street is a horrible prospect. Very hard to proceed then, so I like the bet. And well predicted, Ali.
Ace-3, early position. Uninterested.
And there is a way in which big stack can almost play pretty normally, not step out, not look for these looser opens, but yet still maybe in the face of his opponents appear to be looser just by virtue of being the bigger stack, and in a way sort of end up tricking them into believing that he doesn't have it when he does. Feel like who letting the game come to him right now.
I like it, David, because especially with the presence of the other two big stacks out there, they can really issue mortal wounds. Forcing the issue is something quite palpable and quite hazardous, as we see. Alani, no hazard on this board, king 5-3. Volkov checking over to him after defending his ace-9 from the big. Top pair, backdoor diamonds, it's all cozy.
I wonder how sticky Volkov feels the need to be here with a decent ace-high here. Not much below a raising range when he flats this ace-9, so fairly high up. Obviously it could have flopped better, but versus this incredibly small sizing, I think he has to stick around. Do like the bet from Alani. Forces Volkov to find calls such as this one that are in pretty bad shape.
That shape stays bad. There's no improvement for the ace-9. Note that Volkov just keeping an eye on him, David, and I don't know if he needs to do that, just considering that one would imagine Alani isn't going to be willing to take multi-street bluffs at Volkov, or for that matter at this situation. Not that he's incapable, but just not really incentivized maybe at present. Now let's see whether or not the turn bet will be a bit more convincing than its predecessor.
Look at this.
Oh, so this is a man who had an idea, David, and the call on the flop was just designed to open the door to this statement.
So the wheels will be turning here if you're Ranalani. You'll be thinking to yourself, how did that 10 help?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think you're in there with 10-5 and 10-3 pre. Maybe a suited variety sometimes. King 10 would be a cooler, I guess. Sometimes you have to die.
Pocket threes?
Pocket threes, pocket fives may have put me in pre. 5-3 suited, I guess.
Would they really jam pre, the threes and the fives?
I think they might in this situation. Cut off against big blind, yeah. I think Alani started the hand with, what, 22, 23 bigs? Maybe not, but also maybe. I think you can discount them at least. You can maybe give them half a combo.
Okay.
But yeah, this is a funky one from Volkov here. For his sake, I hope he shuts down. Alani's unlikely to go anywhere.
Well, he's got only 2 million back in a pot that contains 4.7.
Keeps the chip back.
Yep. Volkov doesn't end up making bad matters worse. This was unexpected and ambitious from him, David. You know, I think, again, we need to consider that an Alani that is willing to open the pot and then barrel through against us in particular in the current landscape tends to be a more credible iteration.
You wanted to show? You were like, come on, ask me to show, and
I was thinking about it, definitely was thinking about it.
No free looks.
Today.
Sorry?
You came sharp today.
Ilani must be fancying himself, strong as the remaining field is. Himself, Panka, who perhaps licking their lips at the prospect of a deep run here. There's good and there's very good.
And then there's great, which is what ace-king suited is.
Yes.
450K. Oleg. Jack 10 off. Not feeling adventurous, understandably, against that under the gun spot. Now another ace-king suited, the diamond counterpart, revealing itself in the big blind as we play 8.2 million effective. Call it 12.7 prior to David making his decision.
I think we'll see a large sizing here from David, maybe 4 times as we scoosh across.
And what have we cooking out here? Being told that is an ace-queen against an ace-4. Adam Elkisetti.
He got there, you know.
Showered by Florian Guimond.
As we
ace-4 coming up big there.
As we return to the action, and indeed it was a large 3-bet from David Hu, 4xing, and well, it all got in pretty quickly then. Ooh, diamonds and hearts. Red card, please, dealer.
Only one of each for the time being, and the field has dropped down to 14 players, mind you, courtesy of that outer table elimination.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's a way for one of these guys to take it off the other now. Domine deciding that Hu might be genuinely strong here and felt the need to play this ace-king slowly. Can't really go away on this board. Not ever. But when he calls, may look like medium pocket pairs and Hu may try to target those for some folds over later streets. So let's see what happens. Wow, and David Hu with some pure theft there.
Really was. The 850K sizing in particular obviously was of concern for Domine, who knows that as played, the big barrel could come in on the turn as well, and he really didn't feel like playing a huge one with just ace-king on that board. So he finds himself 4th in chips right now with 7 million, just about 10% of the chips in play here at this featured table, where George Mircea Tomescu has 10 big blinds alongside Yossi Eliu's 11 bigs, Panka 13 bigs. These are the stacks that we assume will be the ones to get it all in sooner than later as the blinds go up to 125 and 250. And Nataliev chip leading coming into that level. Now, neck and neck with Volkov as they run 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put my critical hat on for a moment. Obviously, these guys are in the arena battling away. I'm sitting here in the comfort of a studio, but Domine I have complimented over and over again throughout the last 2 days for his play. I think he's been very steady and has obviously decided that that is his way to, you know, build a stack and make his way to a final table here this weekend. But I gotta say, in a spot such as that, when you've been
always
3-bet so big, almost feels like your opponent has sort of goaded you now. You have to go with it or not. And there's well over 2 million in there, and you have 7, and you have ace-king suited, which is super premium. Yes, okay, it's going to be a bit disgusting if you have to flip against jacks or queens. I get it. but you gotta have to win some flips to win this tournament, and I think he missed a spot to just get it in there, and he would have got his chips back.
Well, we'll never know how it would have played out. What we do know is that Ace-King continues to present itself, but this time it is a troublesome Ace-Queen that will come along. As David, who again, 3-betting it, this time over the top of the Oleg Open. As 500 becomes 1.8. This is a far deeper stack that he is getting after. One that could very well speak up here. In the tone of a 4-bet.
Yeah, 2.8 million, remember, in there now. Oleg similarly treading lightly.
Surprised?
Look, it's an ICM catastrophe if these guys lock horns in a big flip.
This is a catastrophe. Queen high rainbow board as the side card is hit by David Hu. But go on about the ICM catastrophe, David.
Yeah, it's a little bit different because Oleg's basically second or third in chips against the chip leader with 14 left. So locking horns against David is a bit of a nightmare if that was to take place in a pre-flop flipping scenario like the one I mentioned a moment ago. The difference was Demin is mid-pack, and really he can take that spot. This one, I understand Oleg's decision to flat and navigate. And by the way, I don't think he's going away for one street here.
In retrospect, though, the 4-bet feels like it could have cleared David Hu's ace-queen, depending on sizing, and that would be a very different outcome than the one that he faces, at least for the time being here. In a 5.1 million chip pot, where his 1 million brings us to 6.1. And the turn brings the Broadway gut shot.
Look at this, sliding it on over to Oleg, who maybe starts thinking about the possibility that his opponent has the same hand or jacks. And could he be the one to steal this one away? Fascinating spot here. Oleg again keen to maybe just keep pot small for now. 6 million in the middle.
Well, resisted the temptation to deliver what would have been a futile bet towards the turn. Now let's see what will be called upon by Mr. Hu.
Oleg can be good here as well, remember. This could be a light 3-bet from Hu, an ace-4, an ace-5 suited. Could have been a king-jack.
3.2.
There are hands like that in there where Oleg's already winning, so probably just felt as though he had way too much showdown.
3 points.
Just north of half pot, the sizing from David on the end. Feels very comfortable with this hand.
Yeah, I think he's probably putting his opponent on a hand like 9s, 8s, and thinks, well, maybe, just maybe, I can get a curiosity call. Certainly if he has jacks, maybe that would be the case. King, queen would snap me off. That would be nice. Oleg wondering how often does that king, jack, ace 4, ace 5 take this bet flop, check turn, bet river line. He under-repped himself pre, remember? As a time bank slides into the muck.
And right behind it, the ace-king. So a nice couple of pickups there for David Hu as he begins to surge here at this featured table, where 2 tables do remain.
8. 8.
No.
I have to wait 30 minutes to know.
1 hour.
1 hour, did I?
Yeah.
Ilani
Too
ranging
much time to wait.
Oleg as I did.
Would you fold 8s on my side?
Sorry?
Raise 500. Would you fold 8s on my turn?
8s?
Ilani predicting 8s was the hand, and Oleg basically saying, no, I didn't have 8s. I guess I have to wait an hour to find out what happened there.
Yeah.
And Oleg, you know, because every poker player does this, is like, well, if you're going to ask me a question, I'm going to try and get some info. What would you have done with 8s if I did have 8s?
Right.
Which, of course, reveals a lot of information, reveals
ranges.
Something about that player's game, but also his perception of who.
Right. Ace deuce against deuces as Oleg outflopped by Volkov here. He did open this one up a little bit bruised by the ace-king exchange. And now reaching out and firing at this ace-10-7 board, David, is, I don't want to get prematurely critical of it, but the $500,000 into 1.625, which is sub 1/3 pot, does have a whiff of forcefulness to it.
Well, a board like ace-10-7 is just very hard to miss. There's going to be a lot of gut shots on it. So when you do fire on these board textures, it tends to be a little bit larger, and he has gone small, so there is something there. Obviously, the intention is to clear away some maybe other small pocket pairs, but hard to see a jack-queen going away for that size, a king-jack, an 8-9, jack. Like, do you know what I mean? It's just, there's nothing really that it targets for folds, or very little at least. So it's a curious one, I agree, and well spotted.
Volkov, of course, made the call, bringing the pot to 2.6, now the turn.
Yeah, interesting now whether he decides to sort of advance blocker this one. Little bet that achieves a few things, maybe charges some draws while at the same time denying equity. Very nice from Volkov. He's played very well.
Indeed. Spotting that that line was very unlikely to contain a better ace or better hand in general. Gets the better of Oleg on that occasion. Ruslan playing under the Ukrainian banner, 170,000 in career live earnings, just shy of 40K, his largest ever cash. Most recent cash came up in Razvedov World Series of Poker circuit event, 7th place finish, which was good for that career high, almost 40K. Worthy of note, by the way, that the Merit Poker Retro Series was just about $1,000 shy of that high water mark that took place in May of last year for him in the 5K.
Who with the hand once again. Ace king, ace queen, now queens. Domine. Flatting a suited connector. Could get into trouble here. Some very bad boards. Not sure I love this flat in his spot, but let's see how things proceed. Ilani getting a good price now in the big. Yeah, it's borderline. Doesn't want a tango.
Yeah, you see him really chewing on it. Head cocked to either side there after the fold as Domín's speculations with the Jack-10 produce middle pair, but the ace out there could make things less expensive than they might have otherwise been.
Yeah, neither player delighted with their holding here, both with a lot of showdown, neither with the kind of hand that can pursue too much value.
Swift couple of checks there. See whether or not the timing on that skews who in one direction or the other. Continues to defer. Another check back from Domín.
I think he should go for some value now. Having had 2 check backs, feels as though his hand is good most of the time. Yes, maybe his opponent has a very weak ace that takes this line, but probably stabs at some point along the way. Pocket pairs, Jack X, very likely now. Maybe even an 8X. Can think of what that might be. Maybe an 8-9 suited. Had a push. Does get a little value, but as you predicted, Ali, this was going to be a small pot. We remove that ace from the equation. Well, it might just all go in.
Yeah. Jack high board. And suddenly it's much tougher to escape, especially against a man who there is going to be some perception, especially by those who have undertaken the certainly beneficial task of watching back main event coverage to this point that involved other players remaining in this field in an effort to baseline and gain some insights into their procedures.
Yeah, noteworthy that he hasn't gone to showdown in any of those 3 spots.
Yeah.
So while we see, yes, he had premiums, they won't know that.
Credit to Domín, by the way. Obviously, the Jack-10 suited was a playable hand from the button. Then didn't make it a costly affair from that point forward for himself.
Oh, he's impressed me tremendously. I obviously leveraged some criticism in his direction for not interpreting the ace-king suited there in that hand as a pretty monstrous one, and one with which he should have gone. Yes, that 10 Jack, it's cuspy. I think I let it go, but it's close.
But if we're going to bother to get in there with it, it's precisely the sort of post-flop discipline that we saw that allows for that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the 8-6-5 giving Oleg bottom pair, backdoor clubs, more than we can say for Alani, who
yeah, it's hard to stab. It's hard to stab this. Sorry for It's hard to stab this one if you're Alani. Obviously, your king high is good enough a lot of the time, but that board is just so wet and hits the check back range so hard.
Neither player with a diamond as a free turn presents the flush draw.
You're just hoping to get to showdown now if you're Alani, and you might. Oleg maybe thinks about charging a diamond on occasion, doesn't on this one, makes 2 pair, but won't love the presence of 4 diamonds now. Ilani, well, there we go. As passive as you like, no bet went in. Oleg happy to table his bottom 2.
Sure. Cautiously collecting that pot, given the flush run out. When you get to showdown in spots like that, though, and people realize that perhaps there was an opportunity to pursue some thin value that wasn't taken, when we do bet in future situations that are similar to that, it is that data point that can create some polarity, because you're telling yourself, well, it's got to be better than bottom 2 pair because he wasn't willing to bet in a spot like this earlier, or it's got to be nothing at all, right?
Yeah, it's a funny one, blind v blind, when nobody shows an interest at any point. Obviously, the small blind coming in, getting that ridiculously good price is so wide. And then, of course, needless to say, the big blind's range is 100%. Maybe take off the hands he raises, so it's going to be incredibly wide as well. So it's, yeah, there are definitely situations where you can read tightness and apply it to a future spot.
Well, nothing tight about an ace-king open, and I think we've only seen David Hu play ace-king and ace-queen. Was there anything else?
Pocket queens.
Queens, I'm sorry. How dare I?
Yeah. All legit, though. Elu's wondering if, well, he's getting after it. My ace-8 could be good. I've only got 9 bigs. Do I need a spot? I think you want a spot to get first in. I don't think you want to come over the top. But clearly thinks it's worth thinking about. Obviously keeping half an eye on the clock as well. I think 12 is our next jump, am I right?
Taking a peek. Indeed, 13th to 12th is where players will be enjoying an $8,500 pay jump, and then Elu's with the misstep, David. Ace-8. I know that Hu hasn't gone to showdown with all of the premium kit that he's been dealt, but when he has shown down, it has been strong. And so the natural temptation to presume that the big stack of 22 million is out of line, leading to what rates to be a disastrous end to Yossi Elu's campaign here in the main. Oh, and the 9-9-8 board suddenly reverses that course. Still in the lead on the turn, just needs to fade the ace or king, and he's done just that, David. And it's almost a bit embarrassing when we collect these pots because we were so wrong. Obviously, that's poker, and sometimes we'll be on the other end of it as well, but this is a spot where I think he knows he's cheated death.
Yeah, and I think he's made a mistake. It's not just a results-oriented sort of situation where he happened to be up against a dominating hand. I think it's just the wrong spot to take, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
You made the point that his hands have not been shown, and that's key to that, and I think that's what induced that mistake.
100.
Now then, looks like we've got a pot in progress over at the outer table. It would appear that Tomescu there in the one hole is involved against Aramel Cassetti, and is the money in? Looks like it is. King 8 against, was it 9s? Yeah, it is 9s, and those 9s are going to hold.
And we say goodbye.
We do. Aramel Cassetti showering Tomescu.
And a lucky 13 players remain, some luckier than others. Elu's certainly counts himself as one of the lucky ones.
Rightfully so, as we flip it back over to the feature. With 13 left, pay jump of 8,500, not at all negligible. Oleg up to some tricks on the button with the 7-6 offsuit. Volkov will dig in with the king-queen, which does not connect with the paired 2 diamond board. Oleg, however, diamond working, some straightiness.
noteworthy, Panka released, I think, an ace-4 or some sort of raggedy ace in this spot. Obviously a spot off his stack to potentially take here. Oleg is pretty loose on the button in particular, but Panka thinks better of it. Lets these two big stacks go up against one another. Wow. Volkov.
1.3 million, a lead from Volkov. And this is so disarming because it takes a tremendous amount of hand to comfortably carry on from Oleg. But that's a line that really just catches us off guard.
Yeah, I didn't expect that either.
How do you think Oleg feels?
Yeah, right.
Well, I gotta say, whether we question it or not, I think in terms of making yourself a difficult opponent to square off against, little moments like that are the kinds that stick in the opposition's minds when maybe they consider getting after one of your blinds and the prospects of you coming with something unexpected.
Yeah, no two ways about it. Volkov is a bully. That was some bully boy stuff.
Well, listen, you got the chips to do it. It can be quite profitable to run around taking lunch money.
Yeah, and so often those kind of schoolyard behaviors put you in good stead at the poker table.
Yeah, yeah. We don't positively reinforce such things beyond the borders of the poker table, but here it is both allowed and oftentimes lucrative.
Well, a real one now for Oleg, who doesn't need a real one to get involved from button or cutoff, as we've seen over and over.
And his VPIP levels have started to creep to the point, David, where I think that there's going to be some suspicions, especially given that lead from Volkov and then the kind of the fold that, you know, maybe some of the big ace type of kit is going to be a little sticky and just see what's what.
Certainly. David's going to flick in the call here with 8-6 off.
Ace, queen, 5. Not the thoughts that either had swirling about their minds.
Yeah, still a slam dunk c-bet for Oleg here. Obviously, very much his board. Hand needs protection too. Small sizing. Likely incoming.
$550.
He's worked his way back to 11 million now, Oleg. He's a battler.
His graph certainly has more north and southbound behavior to it than the other more flatliney stuff we've observed. I think he likes to play a pot. David, if I'm being honest, I think he enjoys kind of venturing into the belly of the beast, if you will, and seeing what happens. Admirable, in a sense.
Yeah, certainly entertaining as well from an audience perspective.
Allowing us to sit back and indulge in what is on offer here with just 13 remaining.
I did wonder if we would get to the final table inside these first two frames. I predicted to James that we wouldn't, and that we would perhaps see him again before the final table commenced. That's just a pure factor of the number you see there in the top right-hand corner, 1223. So many entrants to this tournament.
Really an insane amount of support and appetite.
Yeah.
For this main dish, main event here at the Retro Series. A record-breaking one. Now then, David, who? breaking with conventional wisdom perhaps. Queen 4 offsuit, raising it up from the small. Once again, Domine will tussle with a Jack 10, and this time a Jack high board is a far better outcome in store for the time being.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of chips behind here. Stack to pot ratio of about 2.3 to 1, maybe 2.4 to 1. So Domine just far too much hand now with top pair. I wonder if he'll actually induce from here. Try a little click, see if he can get his opponent to go with less. Or will he just call and try and proceed down the murkier path of allowing potentially ugly turn cards appear? I like this.
Yeah, we get our answer.
I like this.
We get it quickly too. 1.85 of his 4.45.
Yeah. And who going to take a moment, put his hands over now.
That's the first time that we've seen David Hu get out there without a premium, and you know, was a bit more forceful than I think he might have needed to be.
Well, blind v blind, I suppose. I think that the Queen 4 doesn't make a great limp. Maybe against someone like Domine, it wouldn't make a terrible limp, but he obviously wanted to just keep the pressure up on his opponent. He's going to get that job done either with that pre-flop raise or with a continuation bet in a lot of worlds. So yes, while you're right, Queen 4 certainly not the kit like the Queens, the Ace Queen, the Ace King. They all came from, you know, middle position and whatnot. Blind v blind, those ranges, you know, they're pretty wide. Queen 4 is above average.
Volkov, the bully at the table, although it was bullying that David Hu was guilty of moments ago unsuccessfully. Cut off open with the King 8 suited, the 550. Domine, once again, is going to be the man that is a customer.
You could jam spots like this. Might seem like a lot of chips, and of course 25 bigs is a lot of chips, but actually hands like sevens can just stick it in here and force a lot of folds from the cutoff opening range. Be competitive against some hands that call.
I get the sense, though, David, that Domine is very comfortable post-flop. And I think when that's the case, he would rather play cards with a bit more clarity. And crystal clear is what we want to do as Volkov on a King 8-6 board with top 2 goes to work, and he's going to look a little suspect. Lack of a diamond for Domine here.
Yeah, he would love a diamond in his hand, but he does have the 6, 7, 8 working for him as well, and I think that makes the sevens a mandatory call here to this very small bet. I'm not saying that's what he's going to do, but that is what the book says. Obviously, in this instance, he would be making a very good exploitative fold, and that is what we see. But overall, I think maybe the sevens do have to be a little sticky to that sizing, or else they can just get pushed around a bit too much.
Well, again, we see Domine with sort of, I don't want to call it conservative per se, David. Maybe that's a fair characterization, but I think just, I don't know. What would be the other word for it? It's because we know that he has heart. We know, we saw the raise against, you know, the Queen 4 on the Jack high board. Didn't somehow go into his shell and play hyper passively. But it just feels to me like this is a guy who's going to be very deliberate about the spots in which he is going to be willing to make a pot a big one.
Yeah, I think in simplest terms, he overvalues his tournament life. He's not willing to risk those last chips enough. We saw him play very well, chipping up from 4 million to 7 or 8 million on the last feature table, the last frame. And I thought he played it tremendously well, but he had a stack that he was still able to sort of, to use a cricketing parlance, nurdle his way up the chip stacks.
Good word.
But there are situations when you just have to say, okay, if this is my time to die, so be it. The Ace King was one of those. Now, in fairness, the 10 Jack was one of those, and he was willing to die in that moment. But then I think, yeah, with the 7s again, that was maybe a spot where it's easier to just stick it in for the 25 bigs rather than play post. You know, it's another way you can do it. But then even when he flops the 6, 7, 8, and he does have a pocket pair against an opponent who may have nothing, he lets it go immediately. Was right on that occasion. Don't want to be results oriented because I think overall as a strategy it's not right.
I do want to say though that I understand, having been in that position and having been guilty of similar dispositions, as we see Elyu's new lease on life, limping in from the small blind, getting a finger wag from Ron Elani and promptly drawing the curtain there, that it isn't so much that we know the opponent can have nothing and we have the 6, 7, 8 and this is rates to be performing relatively well with a decent frequency. This is the schoolyard bully Volkov. This man isn't likely to just slam on the brakes on the turn because I called this flop. And now, with my call, the pot grows bigger, and the sizing on the turn that I anticipate grows bigger, and the discomfort that I face grows bigger. And if I'm not willing to face it, unimproved on the turn, you know, and the best improvement is a 7, mind you. If we do pick up an open-ender now, we feel compelled to pursue that as well. You know, things get murky, and I don't think this is a man who likes to do his swimming in that type of water.
No, and I think in the pursuit of crystal clear situations, to use the phrase you used a moment ago, I think we can let the game pass us by because poker's not easy. And you do have to get yourself into some difficult situations. And sometimes the deck just decides that you're only going to get difficult spots.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, sometimes the cast of characters that we find ourselves at poolside with can be the ones that are guilty of making choppy water and murky water. And David Hu, certainly among them, along with Volkov, along with Oleg Nataliev.
I'd rather be poolside with these guys than at the table.
Yeah. Plenty of pools to choose from, by the way, here at the Merit Complex, should be said, as the weather continues to be warm. And pre-game festivities are less stressful than the ones that these guys are facing here with 13 left. There's Ron Elani. Limps in. Pleased to see Oleg alive. King 10 deuce. Doesn't really establish much of a relationship with either of these holdings. The Jack 3 speaks first, and for that matter, speaks last as 7-5 goes right into the bin. Let's talk a bit about Ron Elani. David, a very accomplished player per producer Mil Butas. Zoom 500s were his jam prior to 2015, transitioned to online MTTs, that's multi-table tournaments, very successful there, and even was the best around according to Pocket Fives once upon a time. Now just crushing live poker as his career has meandered its way to this point.
Well, if you could find a more rigorous training ground than Zoom 500 pool, I would challenge you. That is where a lot of players sort of applied their trade, almost like their apprenticeship in high-stakes poker, because actually there's a lot of talented players in that pool. If you can win at a decent clip in that pool, you're proper. Your fundamentals are tested every day in that. And that can be the sort of backdrop And you move from that into MTTs. Okay, he learns some ICM. He learns the particulars and vagaries of tournament play. But, you know, there's just such a quintessential, fundamental skill to that sort of player pool and how they will challenge you every day and test you out. It's not surprising then he rose to the top.
Here he is with ace-king, which is very much at the top in terms of range. On the button. Domain from the hijack with the deuces.
Don't love it, Ali.
No sooner do I kind of mention that I feel as though he's a very tactical man than he gets out there with something that we wouldn't have expected him to. And now faces a 3-bet to 1.5.
Wondering how many raise folds are in Elani's range. Well, it's a button 3-bet, so there will be some. Twos get to flip against some hands like this one. So if you do run into top of range, sometimes you can win a coin flip. But not sure this hand should have been opened in the first place. Certainly wouldn't like to see a flat. That would be very awkward.
Well, things are awkward enough without the flat for the time being, but the ducks do end up roasted.
Smoked.
Yeah.
Little smoked duck.
Little smoked duck, yeah. You and James were quite fans of the canard over at the Diamond Buffet.
And it was smoked duck when they, that was on the last trip. Haven't seen the smoked duck make an appearance on the buffet
Probably
yet.
you guys ran your way through the supplies.
I turned it into a main course. I took 4 of the appetizers and just lined it all up. It was so good. From the outer tables there, little update. Ara Melchizedek up to 12 million. Musa Barak at 11 million. Interesting how, you know, they're the 2 top stacks over there. 3 guys much deeper over here.
Right. Imagine what their plight might have been, though, as I talked about at the very top of this frame, David, if they had drawn this table, would not be in the position that they've been. Melchizedek has already showered a couple of people at that outer table. That is in part the reasoning why some of the faces that began this 2-table affair here with us worked their way over as the rebalancing efforts took shape. Folded around to Elani. Kind of worked his way into this 8 million quietly, without much fanfare. Now, from the cutoff, he is going to raise, and obviously Oleg on the button is one hurdle. And then, of course, the big blind of Volkov, and just look at that gaze as he splashes a call out there with Queen 8. And now flops himself Queens and 8s on a King high board. One that doesn't look like it's going to be getting Elani into any trouble. Volkov happy to allow him to create that sort of situation, though.
A little bit like the hand we saw earlier, Elani, facing that King, Queen 8. I think it might have been the exact same texture board. I think the player on that occasion had the ace-9 and did fire a c-bet, small one, just trying to tidy things up, get rid of some no to low equity hands. He tries his luck at the same move, but obviously runs into it this time. Volkov, not a bully this time, actually has the goods.
He's just hoping somebody's going to be a customer at some point. You favor the check raise in that spot there, David, as opposed to, I mean, the board was a bit coordinated. There's obviously some problematic cards on the turn for bottom 2, but maybe we flat and see what's what.
I do like the raise, and here's why. Bottom 2 unblocks top pair, and that's the one you're targeting for the call. So actually quite like it. I agree with you. If he has top and bottom or top and middle, I like your idea of throwing out that bit of extra rope. Bottom 2, you've got something to really target.
Yeah. Ace 4 was not something that could be targeted. It found the muck promptly. But the look on Ilani's face too, David, suggests that he understands how challenging the path to victory is going to be here at this feature, or for that matter, the outer table, wherever one finds themselves amongst these final 13, which you've kind of glanced across the chip counts and the distribution, and there are no pushovers.
Certainly not. Panka finally finds a spot here.
Yep, agrees, and jams. Jack 10 suited, 2.1 from the button. Volkov into the bin, and David Hu right behind him. So quiet little pickup there. Will keep Panka's head above water, so to speak.
Yeah, it gets 2 quick folds from 2 better hands. Always a nice outcome. He's been solid as a rock, really. You know, short stack, limited how many tricks you can.
My friend, can you put your big chips here? I cannot see them.
Well, Larry looking for big chips at the front.
Yep.
He's right.
Were they absconded?
Maybe just from his perspective. Yeah. I think, well, maybe also from Eluz's too.
In Domin's defense, I don't think it was with any intention.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, the look on his face suggested that he felt like maybe that was a bit of hair splitting on the part of Ilani.
Oh, and having split some hairs. Nice time to wake up with a real hand.
Ace 3 suited. Under the gun open, though, to 525.
Conscious that Eluz has been on the tight side. Would be happy to commit to his stack if these were later position spots. But I wonder how he'll proceed here. He's going to come with the small raise. He's got other people who cover him to worry about behind, so try and isolate Eluz here. Well, there was just a bit of verbals there a moment ago between Domin and Ilani. Will that play into this spot? I doubt it. Domin dominated.
Mulling it. But yeah, one of those, I know what I'm supposed to do. I don't want to, but take it, Mr. Ilani. Ron's one of these guys too, David, that if we give him a big enough stack, he's not going to be afraid to push some people around.
Oh, he's a stone cold killer. there are two players at this table, one with the middling stack, that's Ilani, and one with the short stack, that's Panka, that everybody else is very conscious of. While they remain in the tournament, there is a danger always looming. Interesting spot here for who? Oleg, very loose, as we've mentioned over and over.
Pocket eights, though.
Possibly
legitimate kit.
Yeah, possibly leverageable for a 3-bet here in a lot of worlds, because that 40 big blind stack, very awkward to play, facing a 3-bet in position. Who, keenly aware of that, is going to apply the pressure. And Oleg, we saw him flat a hand against, I think it was who, earlier on, the ace-king, ace-queen spot. Obviously, different kinds of kit in both hands on that occasion. This one much more marginal.
And had all of those hands worked their way to showdown, then maybe this behavior here could leverage that in terms of players' perceptions of his range. But as it stands, time banks being delivered forward by Oleg, who is mulling over how he wants to grapple with this 3-bet.
Yeah, wondering how often would the 4-bet shove work? How easy will it be to play 8s out of position? How tricky this spot just feels, no matter what happens. You don't like folding it either, so what do you do? Does fold.
That was a very, like, give him 10s, and I think we know it's not in the muck. 9s, maybe similar challenges, less so naturally, but the 8s right there at the kind of, I hate to do it, not sure. Do I want to play them for 1.5? 1 or 2 overcards right to be presenting themselves on the board. Where do I want to go? Especially against the almighty stack of Mr. Who. $525K cutoff open gets piled on by the 5 million and change in front of Rudolph Domin. Decisions made very easy.
Yeah, there's something interesting going on in the dynamics of this table right now.
Clue us in.
Well, Who has been very neat and tidy. He's not got out of line at all, really. He's only been seen with premium hands. Those hands may actually by now be revealed to these players. Roughly an hour ago, most of those hands took place. And now, at this crucial time, ICM almost peaking. He's switching gears.
Meanwhile, a peek out at the outer table where an entanglement between Michel Atala and Darko Svesko. It is
on the river.
4-5 against Ace King. And the 4-5 manages to double.
Courtesy of that 4-ball on the river.
Stand-up equity always, like, always.
The stand-up
equity.
Oh, dear.
Just when we thought maybe that pay jump was going to get secured, all parties denied. Yes. Hatala back in his chair and back in business with the double as we are back at the feature where Dominic Panka raises from under the gun. We know he's got the ace, and then we know Oleg has got him well covered with a couple of fours in the big blind. The man who folded 2 8s to a 3-bet pre-flop just moments ago. This time will defend.
Yeah, this is super shallow now. Panka opening off 11 bigs. Kind of fun that we can only see one card and it is an ace. Obviously, it could be just a cheeky little ace blocker, something that he would have raised folded. It could also be ace king, ace queen, maybe aces.
Well, not sure how concerned Oleg's going to be about a 7 and a 6 as the overcards to his pocket fours, given that Panka did open up front. And if we remove that from the equation, then as we face this C-bet into almost 1.4 million, which is 450K strong, we do need to consider with what frequency it is just 2 overcards, but he simply check folds the no set, no proceed.
Yeah, I guess just felt like in the big blind he was getting a fantastic price there to hit his set. If he can stack his opponent, who might be very strong, coming with the open off 10.5, 11 bigs from under the gun, he could get the lot. But you're right, like when you go with the fours, there's certain boards where you feel happier than others, even against someone coming from under the gun there with the min open. Because it's Panka, you know, it doesn't always contain the nutty ones. It could be a light one, and maybe, just maybe, your fours should hang on. At least for one street for that price, I don't know. That's a very intricate little spot there.
One to keep in mind as we proceed and observe Oleg and company vying for a shot at the final table and one of those massive 6-figure payouts. This is the point of a tournament, David, where, especially given the nature of the payouts relative to the buy-in, and you know just how meaningful for the vast majority of the remaining field a payout of that magnitude would be, where you start to envision, well, who is it going to be? You know, obviously the favorites are the big stacks, but maybe some underdog stories start to take shape. Maybe some sun runs. Somebody coming from behind. Almost all in with the King Jack is Yassi Aluz, who really is a ghost of sorts, has his ace-8 jammed over the top of an ace-king, was very fortunate to hit an 8 and stay alive, and now looking for some added good fortune and getting it as nobody wakes up in dominant position. And you see him kind of recognizing the perils.
Yeah, that was a misstep, sort of highlighted it at the time, but I have to say everything else he's done has been, you know, short stack ninja perfect, to be honest.
Sure.
And it's not like who in that spot wouldn't have been in there with a king jack or a king queen, felt compelled to call, maybe a rag ace that may have folded. It's possible that he actually manufactures a reasonable 60-40 spot for himself there some of the time, but without fold equity, they're not really the spots you're looking for.
It is so difficult to pitch a perfect game days on end, David, and ironically enough, it is when we are perhaps facing the end of our fuel tank in a marathon such as this one, where the gravity of each of those decisions is dramatized and the implications of missteps are magnified. But I stand behind, having observed, as it sounds like you do as well, Elyus's procedures as being very much in order with optimal paths.
It's limited what you can do with that stack, and I think with that one exception, what he's done is very, very good.
King Queen is not very, very good on an 8-4-3 board, though the diamonds work. As Volkov, big blind, defends and then checks it. We've seen him check raise on multiple occasions against pre-flop openers. He's had it each time. Wonder whether or not with second pair effective on a dry-ish board like this, he might have the same thought. And whether or not Ilani has that thought on his mind before he decides to barrel through. We see the check back. And now a favorable card for the fives on this turn.
Yeah, I like that check back from Ilani with the king queen because you're not going to get ace high to fold. So actually your king high showdown is good and it isn't your board. Now, maybe you can't withstand any heat, but such heat has not been delivered yet. He's hoping to just get this king queen to showdown or improve on river.
Fails to do the latter as the board pairs. Now, whether or not he gets to showdown will be entirely up to Volkov.
I think Volkov can be quite greedy here. It looks like his hand is definitely good and he can target the ace highs for value and will get called by king high here sometimes, I think, too. Ilani kind of has ace high in a way. Not sure Volkov would bet ace high in this spot. Maybe he would bet a weak ace high hoping to get a better ace high to fold, but actually much more likely he's got a hand like this or a hand like 10 jack that's just now taking a bit of a stab. I wouldn't be surprised if Ilani made this call. Oh, he's made a great fold again. Not an easy spot there either.
Nice bluff.
Felt like a bluff was possible, obviously. It was.
So the king queen resisting the lure of perhaps catching Volkov speeding as played. It did look a bit suspect as players will head to a break, and as they do, you get a glimpse at the chip counts where Volkov is right there near the top. 67 big blinds in front of him, or 61 in front of him, 67 in front of David Hu. And then the drop off to Nataliev and company as we will be going to the 150, 300,000 blind level here. Just staggering. That big blind will be 3x a starting stack. Dominic Panka continues to persevere here on the short stack. And I know you were scribbling away throughout the bulk of that frame, David. Plenty of thoughts you want to share.
Yes, I'm a consummate note taker because I don't remember anything with my own brain. Yeah, Panka obviously unflustered. He's been there before, but he is getting perilously short now, and it'll be interesting to see how he proceeds. Clearly, we didn't know that one other card. Would love to know what that other card was with the ace.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's still battling away, trying to find some playability off a short stack. Who just really seems like the man to beat. Machine-like efficiency. Sure, he lost that ace-ace, ace-king, pesky little hand to lose, but I have a feeling we saw something there a few moments ago, that Jack-2 suited open. I think he's looking to pull away. The ace-9 as well, remember, that one that sort of put the eights in the bin for Oleg.
Yeah.
I think that's really him throwing down the gauntlet now to his opponent, saying, you know what, I have this little lead now. ICM is at its highest. I'm going to lean on you guys for the next hour or however long it takes to hit this final table.
Yeah, the opportunity continues to present itself to David Hu, and it only gets riper as we get further along and those pay jumps get greater, and subsequently so does the ICM pressure. So then, no pressure. We're just going to step aside for a little bit alongside the players. We'll return in about 10 minutes time with continuing coverage of this Merit Retro Series main event, where we'll play down to a champion and a $567,000 first place prize from right here in North Cyprus. Stay close.
Be with the pair this time. Oleg with the ace-king. And I wonder if there's any of that plays into it, even thinking he might even be lighter, like come get some of his chips back.
Oh, it looks like calling chips, perhaps.
No, he is.
No, here we go.
He's going for the non-all-in.
The chop of stack.
Wow. I mean, he's put in 1.9 of 4.4. It's very hard to believe your opponent's ever got folds there, but it does scream of strength to me.
Yeah, I think the real concern here for Oleg is it screams aces and kings, and they're the only two hands he's worried about. They're also the hands he blocks. There's no folds when someone puts 1.9 of their 4.4 in. So you start asking yourself the question, is this the moment?
Yeah, it feels grim. You'd much rather just, well, you'd much rather take it down. If you do get 3-bet, you'd just rather see 3-bet jam. But he does go for it.
Here we go.
Well, Yakubi can't fold now.
One of the biggest moments of the tournament.
Yeah, he hates it as well. He knows when he's met that size, he's not really ever getting jammed on light. But there are 16 combos of ace-king, and that's what he hopes to see. That's what he does see.
This is massive.
Yeah. These two all in again as a flip. Yakubi needs to do it one more time. 9 million chips nestled in the middle. Oleg over 1 million behind. He finds it. King of clubs on the flop. Yakubi still with 11% equity. There's 2 jacks. Some faint runner hope. That not part of it.
Drawing slim. Dead.
GG.
Yeah. Well, what a moment there. Yakubi could have turned the tables on Oleg. Instead, Oleg gets those chips back from clock. 50k stack. Should rattle along. Bit of a closer, bit of a
nice playing with you guys.
Trip saver, perhaps, for some of these guys.
Good luck, good luck.
Thank you.
Musa finds a spot finally, 25 left.
Thanks.
Everyone wishing him luck after they fold.
Yeah.
I'll let you this one.
How much?
I don't know.
He knows.
Not too much.
And Temescu have to put in 500 here to win 1-4. So it's like, you know, 33% sort of spot. Might be.
Yeah, for chips, 33%.
seems pretty reasonable with a suited connector.
Obviously,
yeah,
you know, non-linear value of chips such as ICM, but the 6-7 is going to be, I think, way above 33% against range.
Yeah,
not way above, but.
Yeah, when you face the 2 overcards there, if they're unpaired, or sorry, if they're unsuited, you do happen to have almost 40%.
And here you're flipping, so.
And
6
there is a 6
in the window. 5 behind. 4 is working.
Ace better.
7 of clubs.
Ace would be better for Musa.
Alright, that works.
Just 3 outs.
20%.
Oh, mic's off.
I couldn't get it off fast enough.
Again.
Out in 25th. That means 2 things, David. We are now guaranteed $23,290. But also, get down to the
small button, I
cash the main.
You still have
last 2 tables in the warm-up, deep in the EAPT.
You never know. You never know.
And a cash in the open.
Maybe it's for a reason.
Also had a previous deep run in the main event here in the Merit Mediterranean Poker Cup back in 2022, 36th place. So someone who knows their way from poker room to buffet here. So many of us do.
Well? Oh, it's okay. I lost half of my stack now. But it's okay. I'm gonna take it back.
Pop off. We saw him delicately open
and on button they
ace 10 in the previous orbit off a stack of 10 bigs. He's got 9 bigs now, decides to just put it in from the hijack. HN, same hand behind.
Yeah, the next 3 places all getting the same money, 24th, 23rd, 22nd, so no immediate pay jumps. Not that Ace King would be worried about a pay jump. It's going to be a hand you're going to go with.
You see there HN glancing at the stacks behind. He's obviously got button and blinds to consider. And this is the kind of hand that actually just serves well to just ship it in. If your opponents behind have anything more than maybe 5 million, you start thinking otherwise. He's just going to flat it. So maybe there's someone worth trapping behind, or maybe there's someone who actually could give him pause.
I think there's just this might be a situation where you just flat with range. It's not like people are going to look to call here lightly when it's a 9 blind jam.
Yeah.
You protect yourself by flatting with hands like ace, king, and aces, and that allows you to flat with maybe some 9s and ace, queens, things like that to stop yourself getting bluffed.
Yeah, maybe even lower, maybe all the way down to 7s.
Yeah. Look at diamonds.
And an ace jack.
2 flush draws.
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah, certainly.
I blocked 2 of those.
Oh, 2 diamonds.
That's what I said. I blocked your diamonds. Wow.
1 diamond.
I reckon you're rooting for this, aren't you? You're sick. I can see that look in your face.
Wow. I have 2 pair on the flop and then I lose.
You wanted to see another diamond, didn't you? I've forgotten about the Greg Raymer glasses.
A lot of fashionistas here in Mediterranean.
There's a lot of fashion with that hand, ace queen. Rip it. Timely manner too. 1 look, all you need. I'm all in.
Yeah, if the early going has any theme, it's been short stacks getting it in. Oh, and very bad news for Kanar.
That was a snap call, huh?
Yeah, very worried by the speed of that one.
Yeah, snap's never great news when you've got ace queen, but it is the disaster scenario.
So many ace king.
Yeah.
He almost got it all the way around.
Easy, huh? We still have a chance.
Is he talking to the dealer? So we have a chance still? We're a team. There it is.
Okay.
Still got
Low
some.
card.
But it's because people fold other hands. So we just see this.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Low card.
Who like coming with the truth?
Between that. Low card. How much?
Kanar survives. Unlikely, but it happens.
I hope
Yeah, and those stacks kind of
will be final 2 tables and a redraw at that point. And well, Rudolph de Mint just sitting this hand out. Maybe a good thing because Bowler then finds 9s in the next seat. The last 2 table redraw, the final table redraw, such crucial stages in a tournament.
They really are. And Kanar, look at this, against probably the most active player at the table alongside Oleg. He sees king, queen, and he's got a kind of perfect 3-bet shove stack.
I'd even argue you can 3-bet non-all in here and fold.
Ooh,
I'm also okay with that.
Oh!
I would have actually liked to have seen him go like a 1 million bet a little bit below and potentially fold.
That is very intricate indeed. Oleg.
Specifically with king, queen offsuit.
Does he ever flat here?
I actually think the same thing. Just go at smaller sizing. You're attacking someone who is quite active.
Yeah, there's probably too many raise folds in a way in Bowler Ardennes' range.
Right.
Although also there's maybe some 4-bets.
Love this. Love this. Exactly that. I think Oleg's going to do this with king jack as well. He's going to do this with king queen. He's going to do this with ace 10 off.
Oh, is this curtains for Bowler Ardennes?
It's just so hard to not go with this when you're this active.
Yeah. Oh no, this is so high up his range given what we've seen from him. King 4 the last hand, James.
And like I said, I think Oleg does just get to step out quite often here off that stack size against this player. He may look around the table and think that his bread is more easily buttered elsewhere. See if it's going either way.
As in a flat or a shove?
I was thinking of fold or shove, but actually I could see a flat as well. I could see a flat and a committal on a good board, but the thing is, there are a lot of bad boards with this hand. When you give your opponent a range of hands from like ace 10 up to for the king-queen. Not surprised to see that. Oleg will be snapping. Bowler is desperately seeking a 9.
Wow.
Huge pot.
Good hand I folded.
Can now pat himself on the back, folding king-queen.
I know, I don't want to tell you.
I don't want to tell you because I had a king. Seven, 5, 4. The faintest of backdoors.
8 is fair.
Huge pot here. 8 million. Who will take it down?
Well, a 6 would produce a chop.
King, queen, I
We
folded.
say goodbye to bowler Erden after a courageous couple of hours here on the feature table.
Yeah, he ran.
I feel like he played superbly well both yesterday and today from what we saw. I feel like he just ran in to the best hand a bit both days, actually. More so today, obviously. And yeah, very talented, aggressive player who will be back.
Look at that tower in front of Oleg now, 15 million chips. HN. 50 blinds himself, finds 2.
Well, if you haven't managed to work your way out to North Cyprus thus far on the year, obviously you got to look at the calendar and all the other successive opportunities that you have to do so before we draw the curtain on 2023. Ali Najad back with James Dempsey and continuing coverage of the Merit Poker Retro Series main event, a 4-day marathon. Today we award $567,000 to a champion. On tap, however, the award of $34,430, which will be going to both our 14th and 13th place finishers in the field. I believe we may have just 13 left in the field at last
13,
check. So
yeah.
14th has been awarded. Forgive me the pay jump, however, 8,000 and change when we get ourselves up to 12, which will be 42,900. Wanted to talk about some of those dearly departed thus far, James. I know you've got it up on your screen as well. Some names from the 28 that we began the day with that did end up in the locker room showered. Notables.
Well, the first thing I will notice is, what have you and David been doing? Like, hardly anyone's busted in the last 2 hours. I see Kara Nuri has gone. You guys got rid of him. Fantastic stuff to see him in. Chrissy Finiotis as well, sadly, has busted out. Alex Popov. Dmitry Gromov, who really navigated that short stack tremendously well last night. Avoided a couple of spots where I certainly would have gone bust. He has now gone. And Florian Climont, who was the day 2 chip leader, had a big stack earlier today as well, has since departed in 15th.
Yeah, for me, jumping off the page were Idemir, Basil Musa, Dmitry Gromov, who actually rode the buggy with back over to Crystal Cove. He was a bit dejected courtesy of that 21st place finish that he had. As we will fight on with just 13, a pay jump on our hands, 2 tables worth of hopefuls left. All of them, by the way, very competent players. And right now, nursing the short stack, you have the likes of Dominic, who's just been very pesky. Panka, of course, the man who I'm referring to, hanging around. As we give you yet another look at this beautiful cove here, the Crystal Cove, if you will.
It's not just the Cove, Ali. I noticed you had a coffee there waiting in the wings to be delivered the second the lights went off.
I did, James, as the coffee's not something I'm giving anyone a look at, although it is very Instagram worthy. This would be the vanilla iced coffee, if you'd like to indulge later on. Indulgence has been the order of the day for David Hu, as he has helped himself to plenty of people's chips, currently hovering around the 20 million mark here, along with Ruslan Volkov, by the way, who David Lappin christened the bully at the table, and that is actually more a compliment than anything else. Oleg Nataliev off of the chip lead that he came into the prior frame with. 29 bigs, playing 150, 300, mid-pack along with Ron Elani. And then, of course, you saw the taper on down from that point with current short stack duties being held by Dominic Panka.
I did notice as well, Ollie, out on break, that the mystery bounty really did attract a crowd. Another record-breaking event here.
Yeah. Talk to us about it.
402 players, 131 re-entries. A total of just a sliver under $1 million in the prize pool. 83K for first, but with an 80K envelope.
I was just going to say, that is the largest ever made available in one of these mystery bounty events here at Merit. So obviously we are trending very much in a lucrative direction in terms of that which is on offer for those who make the trip. One that really isn't all that far
Very
from
good.
a lot of Central Asia and the Middle East, from where many of our players hail, as we see Volkov taking that one.
Yeah,
Western Europe really hasn't made its way down, though, and I think everybody's just fine with that, as we know kind of.
Yeah, not in the big numbers.
Some chips behind.
Of course, some players.
Oh, yeah. I have
Just
some
to
red
make
ones.
sure. Oh, okay.
And those who do make their way down, by the way, they're not necessarily as keen to tell everyone what's going on out this way. I want to make sure the pier doesn't get too busy, the cash games don't get too tough.
The pier, Ollie. That's
You
what
know?
it is. It's the pier. I'll tell you about the pier. My pier today was quite busy in the last couple of hours. I took a roll out there.
Yeah.
Thought I'd get my usual spot, and it felt a little crowded there. I saw Gabby Lipschitz and co. They were all hanging out in one area, but there was no quiet corner for me. So
Why do we need mics?
I turned around and I
Nobody's
walked back and went to the newest of the piers.
We just
Which was quiet.
Thankfully, it was peaceful. Lay there for a bit.
Let's speak. Tell us a joke, something. Tell us a joke, something.
Went for a swim.
I don't know joke.
Don't
Good
know
joke.
jokes?
Only
Volkov again, the razor, but Rudolf Domin, who, by the way,
content
it
provider.
should be said during that prior frame, was one of the stacks that seemed more willing
Should have prepared yesterday.
to dig in than others. But
Okay.
then post-flop
Not waste it right now.
was
6.
a little bit more deferential, jamming it 6 million.
Yeah, this, from what I saw earlier, was more of his MO as just the big 3-bets pre. Obviously, this one sub 20 big blinds makes sense. Maybe played a couple of hands that I think he wishes he could have had back. The way things worked out, maybe we should have taken the more aggressive line. Got up there with 6 million. And it's funny because the chip stacks haven't really moved too much since I was last in here, but the blinds certainly have. And they really are catching up with everyone. As is going to happen in poker tournaments, Ollie.
There's a look at Ron Elani. Elani kind of cuffed in that middling stack range, but has performed relatively well in consideration of that. You see Panka just continuing to hover.
He was so impressive last night. Got away from a couple of tough spots. David Hu ripping from the button. Obviously not for his stack, but for the 10 blinds of a lose in the big. $13 remain. 13 doesn't go into 1. Only 1 can take 567,000 back.
By the way, we focus so heavily upon that specific payout, James, but let it not be lost or overshadowed that second is worth 418,000, third is worth 258,000, 191 for fourth, 142 and change for fifth, still 6 figures for a 6th place finish, 115,100, and almost 6 figures for 7th at 96K. I mean, you can fall short of the summit and still feel like quite the mountaineer on this trek.
They're mountain references, are we?
Yeah, they're my favorite.
Okay.
I mean, it's a climb, and it's getting steeper and steeper, by the way, as the terrain gets more challenging, and it's courtesy of the fact that the cream has risen here in this main event, and Volkov is certainly part of that calculus. Ace-Jack suited. Min-raise open.
It gets cooler towards the top, though, and I thought this was just heating up. So.
Yeah, that's true. The air's getting thin, though.
It is.
LU's ace-8. If you want to talk about thin, he jammed over the top of David Hu's ace-king and then got a new lease on life on a 9-9-8 board where his ace-8 held on.
Yeah, this might be one that, obviously, earlier on in the tournament would have taken a spot over Volkov's open. I'm assuming Volkov's opening pretty liberally given that stack size, albeit with Hu behind. But given it's 34k for now, 43k the next spot, I'm going to play that a little bit tighter. Not to mention, of course, you know, the jump from 13th to 8th is more than double the money. It's huge pay jumps right now. In a few spaces, a few pay jumps.
I'm going to dive into this vanilla iced coffee now, James. Caffeination might be required to get through these next 2 levels. And if you think I'm fading, imagine having played 4 full days of poker here at Merit, where a lot of curveballs get thrown by a lot of that field. Those who punch their way into this top 13 finish have earned it, as Volkov emerges as an active force here at the onset of this second frame.
Yeah, and he will get a customer from the man on his left who covers. It's 2 4s. Who's just having to pitch the 2 3s for 10 blinds. No thought up critique and could be in really bad shape, as you see he is here. Lonnie. Good decision. 21 blinds back.
Not sure what he had. Yeah, exactly. That would have been relevant.
Might have been Ollie, yeah. Oleg, he can flick it in from the big for 1 more blind with 10-8 suited. He's going to hope to perhaps find a flop that fits the suits rather than the pips.
King 6 deuce rainbow and the 7s still hold on to the lead. Only 1 overcard to worry about. That's the king.
Yeah, he may have a little stab at this.
There is going to be some king X combos in Who's flatting range.
Yeah, and plenty in Volkov's opening range as well, though. This is nice because you're just leveraging the third player in the pot when you make these bets. It's hard for Hu to get out of line. So he gets called here, and it's in a spot where he doesn't actually get to be ahead too often when he gets called, but this is one of them. An interesting turn. Hu picking up a gut shot. Nice, setting a price for a river. Just going after some of those ace highs with back doors that maybe peeled. It's risky though. I mean, 8s and 9s make up a part of Hu's range here, and all those king X's as you already mentioned. There's maybe a sign of respect to Hu that he just wants to bet here because checking and facing a bet against a tricky opponent is so difficult.
Note the sizing, by the way, 900,000 as the board pairs, and that could keep the 4s interested. A snap check, though, from Volkov, maybe recognizing that there might be a third 6 somewhere in David's kit, or this is more the king?
Yeah, it's the king and the fact that nothing worse really calls now. You're losing to 8s, 9s, maybe even 10s that just flat pre, given how deep they aren't.
Does feel like David could comfortably check back and beat ace highs.
Okay.
But it looks like he's,
wow.
Thinking over whether or not he needs to turn them into a bluff.
Yeah. He's thinking, can I make exactly these kind of hands fold all those pocket pairs that are better than mine? Wow, he is going for it. Incredible timing. Because he's bluffing, trying to bluff exactly the hand his opponent's got. Goes big.
4 million into 5.4, man. This is...
Yeah, he's trying to say he's got a hand like King Queen. Makes sense.
The thing is, Volkov knows what he's trying to say. But is he saying it authentically, or is it just hot air?
Remember, who called the flop 3-way? So he doesn't have as much of the nonsense as he would have done if this was a heads-up pop. Volkov's got to give him credit to be bluffing with a hand like Ace Jack of Spades, maybe that flat pre. Saw that turn, called again, and now wants to bluff. And there aren't that many of those kind of hands. And yeah, I can't blame him for folding that. Lovely bluff from Who. I have to admit, I would have been a bit lazy and just check that one back.
I think I would have as well, yeah, and just assume maybe that there was some ambitious ace high out there, but he appropriately recognized that maybe something sevens through queens was afoot.
Yeah, exactly that.
Volkov, the bully, getting bullied there by another one of the big stacks at the playground.
And it's good because even the hands that bet the turn there, that are those pairs you want to bluff, they're weighted towards the lower ones. The bigger ones need less protection. You know, if you're trying to bluff into queens there, the queens are probably going to call because they block king queen such frequency. Jack's the same blocking king jack. Although whether king jack goes that size, is to be seen. Great stuff.
Well, that is a glimpse at just some of what we might be able to come to expect.
You have king? You have deuces?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a little bit of a post-mortem is breaking out.
You'll see later.
I lose. What was your max tank and fold? I'm glad the shot clock's in, Ollie, because we were seeing a lot of this earlier without it being in. But now, these players are limited to 30 seconds, unless they elect to use one of those extensions. Now this one could go well. It's on the table, a little speculation with the team behind the scenes. My break about when this might finish, and I had a little concern, Ollie, because I know you like a late night flight post stream.
No. I actually push my flight back. Spend an extra day.
I wish you could all see how smug he looks as he sips coffee from his orange straw right now.
They can imagine it. I didn't choose the straw color, for the record, James. It's just what I was given.
It's not so much about the color of the straw, it's the manner of which you're slurping this coffee.
It's not often I get a plastic straw, so I tend to like to enjoy them when I get them. James, apologies, by the way, to the turtles. There is a rehabilitation facility here for those turtles, though, so I can feel
it's a
okay
balance
about it.
I think merit is
plastic
in
straws
the plus when it comes to turtles.
Turtle rescue. It works. David Who works, and he works hard, and he works quite successfully.
He doesn't work. He sits at a poker table all day long.
We've observed. I'll tell you what, you think it's so easy, James. You wouldn't be in here with me, my friend. You'd be out there doing it.
Fair.
Queen Jack suited for Rudolph Domin.
Hit a little close to home there, Ollie.
650K, just north of the minimum, the open sizing. Now, deuces for Yossi. Lets it go.
Sorry, I was a little distracted there. Just working on a little project here. If there are no cards behind here, I'll let you know what's going on.
Well, before you let anyone know what's going on, there are cards behind. King, Queen suited, dominant type.
Those are big cards, and they're going in.
2.2 million, sub 10 big blind stack. Panka has been incredibly patient.
Yeah, this is going to be horrible for Domin when he faces a jam for 8 blinds holding Queen Jack off. Got down towards the bottom of the free 30 seconds. Before wagering it all, Domin going to ask for a count. Yeah, put 6 blinds more. Yikes. Game 2-1. Oh, I've been misreading this hand the whole time, Marley. For some reason I thought it was Queen Jack off. Queen Jack suited. You're not loving it. Those few extra percent I think lean you towards a call. You know, you're very much incentivized to fold and protect your stack in these situations. You know Panka's not going to be pushing thin edges at this point because of ICM, but he does make the call, and correctly so in my eyes, Ali. Gonna need a lot of help though.
So, we'll play for 5.35 million, and a little help might be an understatement. Granted, the covering stack is the one with the inferior hand, and how about 8-4-5, all diamonds? Panka looking down, recognizing that he is
the jack for a needle.
Iced out the Queen Jack.
And Ali.
On the flop, no waiting.
Panka's not the only thing that's come back to life here.
Is that so, James?
For those who've been following on the last couple of days.
Very few of them, if any.
I know you'll all be very curious to know the state of the earbuds.
Taking the under on all.
The ones that, well, one of which decided to join me in the jacuzzi for an extended period of time.
Yep, James was in the spa the other day, had earbuds in a heavily anti-social fashion. Then the social god struck down one of said earbuds, dropped it into the bottom of the spa, and then he went diving awkwardly while others were in the spa for that earbud. Came up with it. Now 3 days removed from its aquatic adventure.
It's alive, Ollie.
Wow.
It's alive.
Like Frankenstein.
You said no shot.
I didn't say no shot.
You said no shot.
I almost lost my house to a bet about whether or not a bee in my pool was going to come back to life. 1,000 to 1 on 10K. Yeah, it almost happened.
Wait a second. We'll come back to that in a second, because more importantly is my earbuds. But I'm very happy to say they're currently kicking some music out here next to me. Now, they are playing up a little bit. Sometimes the button thinks it's fully down, so the volume shuts off, and sometimes it wants to change the language. But they are playing music right now.
We are playing poker with 13 players left as well, in case that was lost on you, James. But thank you for the earbud update. As Volkov updates the price to proceed to 600,000 from the small blind.
Yeah.
David who's going to defend with the Queen 5 suited.
I can't say I'm a big fan of min raising from the small, especially against someone as competent and a covering stack in the form of who, because you just don't get any folds.
But if you know you're going to make top pair, then you certainly don't mind it as much.
Yeah.
Volkov will follow through. Now some backdoors working, along with perhaps the opportunity to see whether or not another barrel is in Volkov's future on the turn. That, of course, might help to explain why it is that David does take this turn card, one which does not present any of the aforementioned backdoor equity. One more barrel, this time 1.5 out of Volkov. And David will let it go. Tough chips to pick up, those ones.
So there's a B. I need to know more.
Yeah, well, I've told this story before, James, but once upon a time, MJ Gonzalez was staying with me during the summer for a World Series. This is pre-COVID. I just purchased a house, and we were out by the pool, and I saw a bee in the pool, and it was quite waterlogged and lifeless. I fished it out of the pool. I set it beside the pool, and then MJ said, no, it's not dead. I said, that is a dead bee. He said, no, I'll bet you it's not. I proceeded to then touch the bee with my finger, move it around. I mean, this was a lifeless insect. He said, I'll bet you 1,000 to 1 on $10,000. If you give me 1,000 to 1, I'll bet 10K that that bee will come back to life sometime in the next 20 minutes. And the only reason I didn't take the bet, James, was because I thought it would be rude to take $10,000 off my house guest.
It's more the fact that he's hit a time limit that's got me. What's if it resurrects itself in an hour? He doesn't get paid.
No.
It's brilliant.
Meanwhile, Elius, who was resurrected with ace-8, now looks for added signs of life.
Yeah, using the hand Panker went with, King, Queen of Diamonds.
Yep.
It's the hot hand. Notice early, leaving that 100K back because we are on that pay jump. If he gets the action, he gets to take as much time as he wants before committing the rest of the chips. Maximizing the chance of the ladder up. To min, folded a bar go in his mind. He's forgotten he's in the hand. This is brilliant.
Okay. Now, I believe there's perception that he is
right on his
using
phone.
a cell phone. Now, it could be a two-phone situation with a decoy there. I'm not sure, but
that looks like a two-phone situation to me, Ali. He's doing something with the device under the table while splashing a phone on the side.
I certainly hope he's doing something with the device and not anything else that might be down in that region. Meanwhile, to button it up, LU's taking it down here. I say no bet. We get to swimming. Then just for giggles, a couple of minutes before time expires, we go and pay the bee a visit. And much like professional wrestling, where in the effort to pin someone last minute, you know, you hold the hand up and it drops to the mat, you hold it up again. And then on the third occasion where the referee tries to find a sign of life in our hero wrestler, suddenly the antennae on the bee began to move. And I'll be damned if that thing didn't fly off a minute or two later. And I just watched basically the narrow avoidance of the loss of my house, which I was going to have to put up for this $1 million bet.
Now,
he did say I could keep living in the house, but I had to move out into the guest bedroom if he won, even if he wasn't home.
Seems reasonable.
Meanwhile, Queen 10 suited is home in the hijack for Dominic Panka. He makes it 600,000.
Were there any stipulations if you'd had the bet about what you could perhaps do to the bee? Could you ensure victory?
What?
I mean, if someone wants to bet 1,000 to 1, I'm not taking the chance. Bet's on. I get my flip-flop. And I make sure.
And just make sure the bee is done for? Yeah, I'm not sure. That reminds me of Suarez in goal against Ghana when he took the red card. And it was a clear, open goal. I mean, it was a goal, and then he just handballed it out. Can't put the goal up, can we? Uruguay went on to win that match. For those who are football fans, they may remember it. I think it was a Gold Cup match, perhaps. No, maybe it was a World Cup match. In any case, I still have my house. Suarez still plays, I believe.
World Cup against Ghana. Okay. 2010, a while back. That wasn't from memory, Ali, that was from Google.
You can ask the audience here. Yeah.
Players being reminded about the use of electronic devices whilst they have cards. Rules the same around the world on that front. At least in tournaments. Cash games, a little more relaxed.
A limp now from the King 4 of Elius.
Yeah, this is a hand that sometimes you want to jam, but with 13 left and a page of him at 12, Elius going to go for the limp, and Alani assisting the dealer in his check.
She'll verify that all chips are present and accounted for before delivering the ace-10 deuce board out there, which does provide the wheel gut shot to Ilani.
Mr. Adoro, this is holder 515.
And who's checking it over. No diamond on board is a bit pesky.
One more call for Adoro.
Board pairs on the turn, courtesy of the Alani check back. King High has showdown value on a board such as this. Doesn't necessarily need to bet.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Obviously, we tend to say that the small blind gets to have a lot of ace-X in these scenarios when you limp in. So many players play a limp strategy from that position. But when we have 10 blinds, when we are on this page jump, we tend to find a lot more of those ace-X will go into the jamming range because there is ICM pressure on us. We don't necessarily want to induce too much action, bar with the trappiest of hands. So I was kind of surprised not to see Alani have a stab on the flop with that gut shot. Keep that in mind. Instead, gets to the river. Right, holds just 5 high and lose with King High. Alani never going to put a chip in.
Got 2 free pulls at the gutter.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Elius might have gotten a little bit curious, at least on one street, if Alani had tried to fire, that being the turn.
Kind of scary though if he does. A lot of chips, Ollie.
Yeah, 21.5 million at the top of the chip counts here on the final day of the Merit Poker Retro Series main event. David Hu, 72 bigs. Ruslan Volkov, 58 bigs. Then the drop off to Oleg. Panka has worked his way up to 20 big blinds. He is an absolute force if given a stack. And even without Ilani, Domin, and Elius rounding things out. Nobody in that sub 10 big blind range, so we can expect that there's going to be some open sizings other than all in available to every one of these players.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. We started the day with 28 and after 2 hours of being in the booth we were down to 17 and you guys got down to 16 after just a few minutes of play. So we really did rattle down and then things have really ground to a halt, as we know they do with 2 tables left in tournaments. So much ICM pressure when you're at this stage. You lose 13 blinds on the button, King 10. Again, going to commit almost all his chips, buying himself a little time if jammed on. Actually working out there in my mind, Ollie, if he'd ever go for like half his stack, 1.5 million. Then if it weren't all in behind, he'd be in terrible shape. Something you see more often on final tables than...
Well, the man who always enters the conversation when we're talking about short stacks, and this stack is deeper than the type that I think we've seen.
This stack is a big stack for the man you're about to mention.
Correct. It is Sean Winter, well-known high-stakes pro, one who has actually been here to the Merit Complex before and played in the Triton Super High Roller Series. I've observed him raise, as an open, half of his stack with like 5 big blinds, and then fold to a 3-bet. I'm not talking about a jam and another jam behind him. I'm just talking about a 3-bet. And just let it go. And by the way, fought on and laddered and made his way to a final table in that particular scenario that I'm describing. Now, you're shaking your head, obviously, because this is so far outside the realm of what we would ever anticipate. But I'm just explaining that it isn't impossible for something like that to happen.
Yeah, for sure. I was just shaking my head more in... Sean Winter surprises me more and more with every story.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, the most famous of those kind of scenarios was this summer with Chris Brewer on the final of the 250K at the World Series of Poker, where he managed to raise half his stack with jacks, have 2 players go all in behind him, fold his 2 jacks correctly, and then not just ladder up, but parlay it into a victory in the entire tournament for over $5 million.
That's unbelievable. That's...
I think he started with like 9 blinds or something, and maybe a bit more, raised half of them.
We'll see if such storylines might present themselves here with 13 left, as Elani gets jammed on. As a smack of the hand comes courtesy of an ace-3 suited from Oleg Nataliev out of the small blind. And you see Elani just folding it.
Apologies, it was a 3-bet Chris Brewer played, but it was an open. He 3-bet for like half his chips, and then had all in behind him. Folded and ended up winning the tournament.
Is that where you ran off to? The annals of the internet? To provide verification? Nobody was going to challenge you, James.
I'm challenging myself, Ollie.
Well, Elias is going to be challenging anybody who wants a piece with 2 queens.
Yeah, this is kind of... We're starting to get to 15 big blinds, which means we get to have some reasonable amount of raise folds now when he finds a hand that's obviously slap bang at the top of the raise call range. Nice timing for him. A minute ago, he had to sort of open jam this hand, but now can solicit some action. And Elani behind with the kind of hand that could oblige Ali. 2 6s.
Off of a stack of 5 million, which does cover.
He does go for it. He does go for it, Ali. I thought he might.
To 4.8, and this is going to be disaster, especially with 1-6 finding its way into the muck behind him.
Wow, like a loser's life. He's got his jam through. He's just chilling. Finally finds a hand he can raise call with, and finally has a stack that he's supposed to have some raise folds on, and he gets jammed on straight away.
He's all right with it.
How much? 2.
Alani's like, is that a call then?
Yeah.
I'm not wait. Okay.
Wait.
Okay, Ron did not move all in.
Yeah, but Ron bet more than Aluz has. He said 4.8 million, and Aluz has 4.5 if our chip count's correct. So
Okay.
I think that's why there's a bit of confusion here.
Well, the confusion is less the emotion than the concern.
We finally get there, and he recognizes that he has less than that bet.
Yeah. Looks like Ron providing an update to his camp as to the situation on hand. But wait a minute. It is top set on a monotone board, and suddenly, despite the
It's all in, it's all in.
6 that found its way into the muck, reducing the prospects of a set, this board increases the prospects of a victory, courtesy of a flush. And you see a nervy look on Yossi Aluz's face as he is all in, needs to fade, and he makes quad queens.
What made to do it? Wow, what a nice orbit this has been for Aluz. Suddenly he finds himself with a 10 million chip stack, Ollie.
It can happen quickly, can't it?
I'll be honest, I thought the club was coming.
So did I. Very much so, by the way.
Ryan Alani left with just 2 blinds. So Ollie, you've decided to stay another day, huh?
Yeah. James, I've yet to venture out into the sea and the pier, all the places that you've been.
What have you been doing?
Oh, James. We're not here alone. There's been some other activities on the docket, if I'm being honest. Indoor, in nature.
Ah. Didn't realize the indoor tennis court was finished. Okay.
I was talking about the indoor swimming pool.
Oh.
Over at Diamond.
Okay. See, there's me just suspicious that you don't want to fly home tomorrow because it's a Friday and the markets are open.
No.
Have you reached the point yet where you only fly on weekends, or?
No, I only fly on Wi-Fi, but not only on weekends. As the wings have been clipped for Alani, who was flying high until those 6s up against those queens, and you can see him just
max
trying
tank.
to milk. Yeah, milk clock here.
At this point, his near sole objective is to make that pay jump. The doubling up that chip stack really doesn't change much. Getting from 13th to 12th is worth what, $8,000, $8,500. Nearly 3 binds, Ollie.
King 6 turning into 2 pair, and that's something we've seen Volkov wake up with on multiple occasions out of the blinds, mostly as a defender. King 8 and Queen 8, the 2 hands coming to mind. Here he is, leading out for 300,000 against bottom pair.
Yeah, again, peculiar. Sizing pre, but betting that top and bottom. And I kind of like this from who. Occasionally you want to have some raises on these boards, and bottom pair seems to be the popular hand to do it with, Ollie, because it's so vulnerable to so many cards. You never quite know where you are. If you get blasted back off it, no disaster. In this
counterfeiting 10 on the turn.
Worst card Volkov could see.
Yeah, very much so. As 10x hasn't beat any of the bigger kings. Haven't beat.
And who has enough here to be checking back with still? You beat all sorts of draws that might have continued. And you're always scared of the second card pairing when you're the raiser. And that's not a nice card for him to see, of course, because the Jack 9s, the Queen 9s, the Queen Jacks, Ace Jack, Ace Queen have all improved. You haven't really beat a lot now. Same thing kind of goes with Volkov, though. You're not wild about this run out, of course. You don't expect a 10 to raise you 12 from the flop. But you only chop against other kings. Expect the check. Now, this man's just surprised me over and over. So I would say he's checking this early, but let's see if he can find a bluff and try and knock out some Jack X. He doesn't. And he'll see the good news that it didn't run out more in his perceived favor on that King 10-6. He was going to be in a lot of trouble on some cards.
Well, consider also that David Hu is very capable, as we observed yesterday in particular, when he ripped it in with queens and tens up against the set of fours on a backdoor diamond board of putting people in the blender.
The fold that I wasn't privy to, but heard a lot about.
Yeah, you weren't in the booth for that one, but I'll tell you what, it was the fold heard round the Merit complex and beyond.
So he see value ripped and made better fold.
Yeah, yeah.
Always nice.
Sure.
But you know you're on it. And your value bets get better to fold.
Yeah. Wasn't the only set that got folded around these parts.
No, or
Pasquale Vinci,
yeah.
The set of kings. That one was particularly spicy.
Yeah, that was one of the more mind-blowing hands I've seen in quite some time.
Sure.
Ranalani, max time every hand, as he should. Oleg gets to play one, Ali.
Ace Jack offsuit, hijack. Off of 9 million. Kind of inconvenient to have bigger stacks, not directly to his left, but one removed. And Volkov and David Hu.
Panka.
Raise 6. Raise 6.
Just staring his man down.
And by the way, Panka not a big stack, but a bigger one than he's had for the bulk of this feature table. And of course, paired with his talents, it really is a poor seat draw.
Volkov,
for Oleg.
Just reaching for the 3-bet instantly.
And we see what I'm talking about here, James. The 10-9 offsuit putting max pressure.
Yeah. And he's gone big as well. Just this. You don't have to go particularly big when you're playing 30 big blind poker, Ali, and you don't have to go that big when you're playing 13 left in a poker tournament. But by going this size, he just puts so many hands of Oleg's in the bin here. Oleg just almost never peels now. I can't think of any hand that wants to peel to that size.
Sure enough. Volkov demonstrating keen situational awareness there, James, and perhaps Oleg understandably wanting to open with that ace-jack, but maybe needs to make a little bit of an adjustment to combat some of what he's faced with to his left. It feels a bit rich to be critical of an open with ace-jack offsuit out of the hijack, right? But if we know that activations of that nature could be quite prevalent behind us now, we obviously feel a bit irresponsible if we're going to be opening with it and not able to call the heat that we expect to face with higher frequencies, right, James?
I hear what you're saying. You're definitely going to make an adjustment, but I don't think it's going to preclude you from opening ace-jack. But you're certainly going to open tighter and be forced to 4-bet jam a little wider than you're comfortable with.
Well, one is never forced to 4-bet jam, but I can obviously get behind what you mean.
I wish I could have you on my ear, Ali, sometimes when I get 3-bet. Tell me I don't have to do it.
Well, if your earbuds are working, I could very well be in your ear. I'll just connect.
That would be
475.
very much not allowed, Ali. But thank you for bringing up the good news again. It makes me feel good.
Ilani with the 9-4 suited, not feeling good at all.
Yeah, taking the chance. He's going to be all in next hand from the blind, so going to run these suited cards.
Sure.
Problem is posting that big blind ante, you'd only have 175 of active chips. This way, the next hand, even though he's probably going to have to, if he wins this hand, probably have to go from the big blind again. Next hand, he'll have the ability to win a whole lot more. Panker. Again, the bubble here is not that big. The pay jump's not that big that you have to do anything other than this jam. There's no way you want to like call and allow someone else to call from the big blind, try and eliminate him. On a final table, that may be the path you choose. But here it certainly wouldn't be. Wow, what's going on here? Are they friends, Ollie? Look at this. Aluz just taking the maximum amount of time to help Ilani out.
Ah. It's allowed. So then Panka will be the man that gives Ilani the spin. He deemed the 9-4 suited to perform a little bit better, as you do see the love shown there.
Yeah, he goes, I tanked for you.
I was going to say that Ilani deemed the 9-4 suited better than that which he was hoping to get next hand in the big blind. And unfortunately for him, Ace-9 deuce leaves him right where he was before, which is in search of a 9 or a 4. And now take a couple of those cards off the board. As a third diamond, removes 9-4 of diamonds from his hopes. And the river deuce makes it official. Ron Ilani will tally the last of the $34,430 payouts as a roughly $8,500 pay jump is secured, courtesy of his departure. And what is now 2 tables of 6 here, 9 of whom will make the final table, 6 of whom will get 6-figure paydays, 1 of whom will claim the title here in this record-breaking Merit Poker main. And, you know, we've touched on it before, James. I've had plenty of conversations with the staff who I've come to know and love over my time spent here. I know you also moonlighting along with myself during the Triton Super High Roller Series. Thankful to have you with us on this side of the operation as a commentator. When Triton has given way to Merit's own series, and the growth has just been tremendous to witness, the popularity, the demand, and if we're trending in this direction, then that EPT coming up in October is going to be blowing the roof off of this place.
They're going to put another hotel, Ollie. I've had a word with the powers that be. They've assured me they can get one done by October.
Listen, faster than I've ever seen a hotel tower built. I live in Vegas.
Yeah, I was going to say, you live in a place
the
where they build
diamond
them
went up.
quick.
I mean, and it is a gorgeous property, by the way, should be said.
I saw a nice picture of you getting a few treatments the other day, Ollie.
Is that so?
Little haircut, nails done.
Yeah, I may have indulged over in the salon on B2 at the Diamond. You know, paying visits often enough now to the property to have established a relationship and a trust with the barber. Little mani-pedi, little beard dye, hair dye, trim. I just looked at the menu and said, give me everything.
Yeah.
Then when he reached for the wax, I said,
I was wondering
whoa.
where you're about to go there, Ollie.
I don't really want to assume the position for a Brazilian.
Oleg, calling from this position, King Queen. Up against Pankers under the gun open. It's going to dominate some of those hands.
Deuce 3-4. That is not what we've got in mind with King Queen. Is a pair and a wheel draw.
This is one of the few situations where things get a little tricky because obviously a Deuce 3-4 board is supposed to be a lot of Oleg. He's built from the big blind. Although not super wide because you're up against under the gun. Under the gun's not really supposed to have any of this. But under the gun does have a lot of Ace-X, which is of course going to be overs and a gut shot on this kind of board. So it leans back a little bit towards an under the gun flop. Especially when he's opening off a shallowish stack. And Oleg appreciating that. and the bet size just lets go. Ali, my last Terra appointment, 2010.
Wow, James. That's
no, 2011.
You really did
There we go.
accept fate quite some time ago. I, of course, am too vain for such things. I'll fight it tooth and nail. We're not far from Istanbul, where I understand many treatments to address the culling of my follicular herd.
Certainly the
are available.
Certainly the capital of all sorts of cosmetic surgery in this part of the world.
I'm okay with it.
Well, this part of the world, I mean, as far as the UK, it's the place to go if you want such things done.
David, who? Such things as Jack-9 offsuit.
I like this. Domin's had enough. They're down to 12. He's got that extra 8K. 11 blinds. And he's look how right he is. But who has Jack-9 offsuit?
Oh, boy.
Wow.
2 queens.
Panker,
Suddenly
Panker.
Waking up in the big blind here, 7 million deep.
Yeah, things going right. This is the man that he doubled up through, of course, with that King Queen of Diamonds. Now in prime position to finish the job off. But the suited wheel ace, Ali. It's a powerful tool. That's why we choose this kind of hand.
3,350,000.
11 blinds is the answer.
Do we ever look to flat?
No.
No world, right? I mean, I'm just thinking in terms of trying to get who to get silly.
No. Well, if we had 12 million, sure.
Not off of 7, though.
Not off of 7.
All in.
Yep. There it is. All out is the Jack-9 quite promptly, and you can see the demoralized reaction from Rudolf Domin, who's fought clean and hard here, but now finds his fate hanging in the balance in a 7.75 million chip pot with 33% equity, a 2-to-1 dog, 12 left, and a pair of 5s and backdoor spades. That which sits on his stovetop for now, simmering, and now bubbling.
Yeah, we turned up the heat a little bit.
Courtesy of the nut flush draw. 13 outs by our count. Can the queens hang on? They can. 8 of diamonds.
Turns out he was poaching, not boiling, Ali.
Yeah, yeah.
Good game. I mean, I admire that. He knew he was up against a wide enough opening range there.
The worst against that.
Put it in.
That he did.
Took his chance. He was unlucky. Ran into it behind.
I
But still had that chance. The ace-5 suited. 2-to-1 dog.
Rudolf Domin does not strike me as the type of person that's going to need anybody to comfort him in this spot. He's been about his business for some time. But for what it's worth, I certainly want to go on record as saying there is no reason for him to hang his head in any way, shape, or form based on the procedures that we observed here at this feature table and on the occasions prior to today's play. As he seemed rock solid, just didn't work out for him on this occasion as he leaves behind 11 now. 2 from the final table as we play 6 and 5.
Who looked at that?
Can I
Thought,
move
okay, we're
here?
one close to the final table.
Only,
Well, I'm not happy that Panker's picking up more chips. But at least he's got a good view of him out to the right. And the 2 bigger stacks on his table, both being in that seat. Good news.
Panker with chips is bad news, though. You
Bad news for everybody.
For a guy that was sitting at 10 big blinds and you thought maybe we'd be able to just play a game of roulette and get him out of there earlier on in today's action, he has performed tremendously well and has become a force now in terms of stack depth. Yossi, cut off open with the ace-7. We'll take it. And you see the big smile coming over his face as he's all too happy to accept blinds and antes. Looking out at the cast, James, that which I kind of ascribed to Rudolf Domin is something I could very comfortably assign to any of the remaining players, certainly here at this feature. As even the misstep with the ace-8 from Eluz, we understood why he did what he did.
Yeah, it's a tough field now, for sure. As is always the case in these tournaments, especially with these structures, the cream is going to rise. I'm actually excited to see a bit of Nenad Dukic, who's on the other table. We saw at the end of day 2, Ollie, running that heroic bluff with the ace of spades in hand.
Remember that one?
And I haven't seen him since. I want to get a view of this man in the mix.
Well, obviously, he has been added to great effect.
Hello. Hello.
He's amongst these final 11 and the ace-6 offsuit in the big blind.
Yeah. Who, from what I've seen, doesn't shy away from spots. Taking up to 2.5 million.
And the reasoning behind this is simply the expectation that Panka's open from the button will be wide and the flat from Volkov will be weak.
Yeah, it's not that his open from the button is going to be wide particularly. In fact, he probably opens a little tighter from the button given the players behind him, but it's still a button opening range and it just has a lot of folds. And he's seen this flat from Volkov. Probably the opinion that Volkov's going to be 3-betting his best hands. And look at this, he gets to the fold ace-10, like, oh, don't show it. Don't show.
Yeah, that is only going to embolden David Hu to make these sorts of moves even more often in the future.
Probably not. Yeah.
That's a guy you want to make pay for his info.
That just, unless he's doing some sort of crazy level where next time he does it and he gets to now back 4-bet with like garbage and who sees he didn't even tank with the ace-10 and there's some crazy level upon level going on here, Ollie.
And you saw Volkov just soliciting reassurance there.
Yeah, he's like,
nines, right? Like, this is something, right? You had something good, right? Ace-jack or better. And you saw David just honestly shake his head no, and that's the point at which we realized maybe the ace-10 was good. Nevertheless, parts ways with his 600,000 flat, and we move forward to Panka in the cutoff this time with pocket fives. Once again reaching. This time, things play out a little bit more in accordance with his wishes.
Yeah.
I know you're keeping an eye on the YouTube feed there, James, and some of the chatter that perhaps is coming down the pipeline in terms of the chat. Any particular player that you sense the fans are getting behind or rooting for?
This man, Panka, seems to be the fan favorite. Some love for Hu as well. Panka on the rise.
Yeah.
Perhaps, I mean, I haven't gone through every single player in this field and looked at Hendemob, but I can't imagine there's one more accomplished than him in this field.
3.3 million plus in career tournament earnings for him, and results dating well back beyond 10 years ago.
Yeah, not, I mean, I'm not sure. There may be someone who's perhaps cashed more money than him worldwide, but his breadth of experience and years doing it around Europe in some of the toughest fields.
It must be said, though, that there are so many specificities associated with playing poker inside of these four walls here at Merit, where the fields are so diverse in so many different ways, socioeconomically, demographically, experientially, and really cause us to have to take into consideration things that maybe we wouldn't otherwise have to in a more incestuous high roller type of field where everybody's kind of thinking along the same lines and acting in accordance with them. I think that's a skill that needs to be respected and acknowledged in terms of this field of 11 that we have here and what they've managed to accomplish regardless of their finish from this point forward.
One thing I'll say is Panka probably knows that better than anyone. I just quickly went through whilst you're on your little soliloquy there, and 18 caches he's had in this room. There can't be many who've had many more than that, including an 8th place finish in the main event here earlier this year.
Yeah, chunky ones on his CV.
Yeah, I was going through that going, really? Is it 18? I had to double check them. That's a lot of caches.
And that's a lot more chips than he's had at any point here in this final day of coverage. 12.5 million by our tally as the dealer push comes at the same time that the blinds go up to 200, 400,000, diluting even the deepest of stacks. David Hu now only 50 bigs deep at that 20 million-ish level that he began this frame with. Volkov on his heels still. Panka middling with the 31. And, of course, Oleg Nataliev and LU's rounding it out in 5th and 4th, but still deep enough to play cards. And we love to see it, as oftentimes things get so shallow, James, that we expect it to be little more than a game of roulette.
Yeah, I mean, it has to catch up eventually. We've been commenting on how long they've been playing on these final 2 tables, so no surprise to see it get up to 200, 400 and shallow things out. But still, of course, a long way to go. I had a look quickly on the Hender mob and was wondering where his 19, 18 caches would feature in this room, and it's nowhere near the top, but it's a lot nonetheless. There is a player who's 115 flags from this room. I guess they've probably been playing everything forever in here.
Well, let's mention his name, shall we? That of Sedef Dursun Anar, under the Turkish flag, 1.25 million in career live earnings. He is the king of Merit Poker in terms of caches.
I mean, I'm going to assume a local, given they're playing every tournament here, all times of the year. Just relentless.
Well, this Ace-7, which got away with one earlier, opening from the button, understandably, is not going to get away with it this time, as Oleg wags the finger with the Ace-King suited. Account requested.
Yeah, account requested, but 17 blinds. Not want me to continue with Ace-7. And thankfully so, given the hand he's up against. Oh, here we go, Ollie.
Developments at the outer table as we pay a visit to Musa Barakat and Thomas Aishan. Looks like an Ace-5 suited that's run into an Ace.
He's king. Yeah, wow. And Thomas Aishan just got there against Barakat.
Oh, gutter.
Wow, 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 Ollie. Barakat, who had a whole chunk of chips earlier. I believe
he was the man with the Ace-King and covered by the Frenchman and showered. What an improbable development that is there. And you can see Tomas recognizing the good fortune.
Yeah, I think Barakat
to be hauling that one in.
I'm pretty sure Barakat started there as the chip leader.
50.
Obviously, things have not gone his way as we are down to 10, 5 and 5 on the final table bubble.
Yeah, I mean, we're a lot of hours into the day, Ollie. It's not like he's done anything wrong, and we see there he's got Ace-King in. But that's just how fickle this game can be. It can swing around quickly. Well, well, well. FT bubble. Next jump's worth 14K.
King 6-6. Volkov's Ace-Jack suited. Well ahead of this frisky 10-8 suited open, which checks back. And now, how about that for a turn card? Royal flush draw for Volkov, nut no pair. Of course, the Jack does not play. And 10-8 suited I would imagine does not play either when facing the sub half pot 1 million chip bet into 2.2 with little to no future. But
I'm a little surprised by the bet from Volkov with the raw flush draw.
I always get a little bit nervous when David Hu's cards don't immediately make a move toward what we might think would be a predictable muck.
Well, I think Hu's just going to have a delayed C-bet on that board a lot. You've got the nut ace high. You're just probably good. You've got the flush draw covered. You've got a draw to Broadway. Let your man have a little stab at it. Let him have a little look. Having said all that, I'm also the guy that checks there, see it, check back. The river comes to 7, goes check, check, and the guy's on with 7, 8 of clubs. So I didn't bet. So
these are the risks.
Yeah.
Once again, guys, we are about to start the mystery mountain final day. So on the screen you will find out your name, table, and seat position. Please show your ID to the dealer, and as long as we have 2 or more players at the table, dealers and the player are allowed to open their bets. Once again, mystery bounty players.
Oleg in the cutoff. Ace 8, 21. Having got that 3-bet jam through a moment ago. Who with a walk? Such as the fear the man gives.
Well, I don't think that Volkov is going to be shying away from every single one of those small blind spots, but he is looking out there at this final table bubble, thinking to himself that it might pay to keep it clean for the time being. That final table bubble, by the way, is also a very big pay jump of almost $14,000.
Oleg counts chips, going to burn some time. This would be a time that maybe, if this sort of thing continued, might be a spot for some hand-for-hand play, but the time bank chips are in play. Look at this, Volkov going after Panka early. He didn't do it with the ace-10 off, but he is going to do it with the 5-6 off.
$2.5 million from the button, and surprising activation here.
It's kind of funny because he showed the ace-10 off and he didn't 3-bet from the small blind. And all but later here he is 3-betting the button. So,
but he only showed it to David Hu. I don't believe, did he put it face up?
I think Panka would have seen it. He did it. Didn't do it.
Don't assume.
No, but they would have discussed it. He would have asked what that was, show on, show all that kind of stuff. He's aware that. For sure he'd be aware.
Okay, so then that is on his mind, obviously, if we are going to fold the ace-10.
Right, if he's just flatting hands like ace-10 from the small blind, then it's 2 things. His value-y range is going to be obviously a little snugger, but also that means maybe his 3-bets are a little bit more weighted towards bluff and not the medium range hands.
I love the contrast of what we've just seen. We give the walk to David Hu, not that he had necessarily serviceable kit, but then just wakes up on the button and decides to 3-bet Panka. And that's demonstration of fight, by the way. Look at him nestled in between the big stack of Hu on his left, who's proven himself very talented and very pesky. And then, of course, a monster in Panka on his right and holding his own. Not simply doing so courtesy of card distribution, as the 6-5 offsuit was the combo that he came with.
Who? 9 deuce off on the button. Not even he's gonna speculate with that. Lose 9-5 off from the small, contemplating perhaps a peel here, and that's what he's gone for. So Oleg in the big King 7. Kind of hand early that you figures ahead a lot, but there's not a whole load of value in raising here. You just make kind of hands you dominate, fold a lot. And
it's the sizing that's the issue, is it not, James, in terms of what we want to do is just win it outright here and now, but we're not sizing in a manner that allows us to do that all that frequently.
Right, well...
Final table 900 or 800?
9, I think.
900?
I think 9.
Spot someone who doesn't really care. Like, what? When do we make the final? Yeah. You know, like, oh, I'm not even paying attention to what's going on. I'm too cool for that.
Elus, a cool second pair here, more than we can say for the King 7. But just to finish the point about sizing, normally folded around to the small blind, we come with the 3x sort of figure. Instead, the min raise from Elus, which just doesn't clear, right?
He limped, he limped.
Ah, he limped.
He limped, yeah.
Okay.
It was more the decision point for Oleg whether he was going to raise or not. But King 7 fits nicely in the check back, like I say, because you just dominate a lot of hands. You don't want those, like the King deuces and the 7-5s to fold.
And note the courtesy of the check back, Elus. It's hard to flop a pair. Takes a swing for $500,000.
Oleg may look here at one more. King high, backdoor, 7 working, and he has the covering stack.
Not sure why I suddenly felt as though we were playing 100, 200 instead of 200, 400, and looked up at that 400 from Elus and thought it was the min raise, but it's been a long day. If not for us, certainly for those that are out there battling here with 10 left.
It's going to be a long day for some of them.
We start on 6-7. Dinner 6-7 up.
Elus playing against that check back range. It does involve a fair amount of these baby cards, naturally. You can eliminate some of the jacks. The big jacks would have raised. If Oleg doesn't have to bluff here, can check back and evaluate rivers, can check back again on the river, try and show king high down, or just elect to bluff then.
So then, after the brakes were pumped.
This is a horrible card for Elus to see.
Yeah, the 6 puts a 4-liner on board, and maybe some of those 6x combos that were straight draws on the flop, 6-7, 6-8.
And even the hands that might check back turn that include hands like 4-3, 5-3, but he's got a pair and he just checks back with the straight draw. You really don't beat a lot now, other than these high card peels, and so let's see Oleg come with a bet here and make some of this fold. Putting out a time chip. You can get 2 sizes here, Ollie. You can rep those hands that do have a 3 in them. Or you can go much, like, you can go big, or you can go quite a lot smaller and try and look like a 2-pair type hand.
In terms of reconstruction here, it was a check back out of the big from Oleg after the limp from Elus, but a hand that chose to flat the 500K on the Jack 5-4 board, check back the turn when the deuce showed up, and now fire 1.45 into 2.2.
I like this. It's really hard to have many bluffs here. You don't even have that many ace highs when you check back pre. You don't have the strongest of the king highs. So his flop calls are just pairs in hands that may include a 6 or a 3. Nice fold in the end from the 9-5. You just have to do it.
She took one out.
Fun hand.
Well, a little bit more fun for Oleg than it was for Eliuz, who ends up costing himself 900K.
I think both players played it perfectly.
Felt like an ambitious candidate to bluff catch there on the river.
Yeah.
Maybe we expect the 6X not to go for value?
Yeah, I
At
don't
that
think you're thinking
sizing?
it's the 6 so much, but you're thinking he could have like a hand like 6-4, 6-3. Well, there's just so many value hands. There's so many 2-pair combos, some straights, and just really hardly any bluffs. Volkov. Here comes our man. He likes 3-betting those offsuit connectors. That's his range. Coming in for a raise though, from the 1 seat with ace-9 suited this hand. You lose the man just burning some time now. His 16 blinds, just wants to get to that final. Actually just wants to get to the buffet, Ollie. You seem to take a little break before the final.
Not everybody has the sort of romantic relationship with the buffet, James, that you do here.
You say romantic, it's more a dependency.
Codependent. Just one-way dependent.
In one way, yeah. And the buffer would be just fine without me there.
One could argue the buffet would be better off without you there. I'm guilty too.
Less utilized.
James made the mistake of using the in-room scale the other day.
How'd that go?
Well, when you hear it wince, once you take your
One
step
at a time,
on,
please.
Yeah, that was the message conveyed.
I do have a weight loss challenge starting the moment I get home until the next time we reach a Triton event.
Is that so? Can I get down on the other side of that? Or? As a friend, of course. Just, you know.
The wonderful director Martins is on the other side of the challenge. The man who was always bringing chocolate back to the studio.
Obviously, setting you up nicely.
He really was.
For his spot.
Sharp play.
Part of the Latvian production crew that we often refer to as share hand. They really do make the rounds, don't they?
Yeah.
All over the European continent in support of these streams, which really have proliferated. Merit being among the newcomers on the block, but obviously working very hard to ensure that the players here are celebrated properly, and that which is on offer is marketed and advertised in a manner that would obviously appear to be working out wonderfully, just based on the figures that we've had here at this retro series leading up
Look at
to the
Pancake.
EPT in October.
His just focus is laser-like. And it's not just because he has ace-king, because he's been doing this with hands where he had garbage as well. But
I'm not even sure he's looked at his hand yet.
No,
James, are you?
I think he looked at his
Okay.
hand early because, and you should do that, guys, with time bank chips in play, because you don't want to waste any of your precious seconds looking at cards, giving yourself less time to think. Yep. Yeah, this is definitely one we can juice with. He may elect not to just because it's the final table bubble, but Ace King's so strong. Okay, 2.4, 2.5. No, you just go for the route one. Again, I understand why Ali on this final table bubble. A lot of ICM.
This is the path of greatest simplicity forward.
Mm-hmm. You want to dissuade a hand like 8's jamming in you, of course. don't want to get peeled necessarily by some hands. Even the ones you dominate gets difficult. You can be called by some worse as well.
10-8 suited, never among the worst that's going to call, as Oleg just gives it a beat before appropriately binning it. Panka has really performed marvelously since the onset of the day's play. James, much to the dismay of the opposition, who really would have been well served to get him out of the way, and now are going to have to contend with his talents. It would seem through to the final table, although he is obviously covered in a few spots, and the right ingredients could make for his departure.
Ollie, less than 10% of the people watching our stream right now have liked the stream today. What do you think about that?
I think that's absurd. I think that if you are out there and you are watching this stream on the Merit Poker official YouTube channel, then you need to click the like button.
That's all.
It takes, what, a second or two to scroll over and click it? Do it now.
It's free.
Give these guys the love they deserve. I can attest to the fact that the entire team here, Miss Angela, Hakan, Ashkan, Beksem, Miss Songul, even the VIP hosts, Ashkan's wife Elnaz right there at the desk, always working hard to ensure everybody is well looked after. They burn it at both ends. I don't know how much sleep they're getting, but it isn't much, as they seek to ensure the success of this series and every other down the line. Deeply dedicated and take a personal pride in the product. And I think it's not lost on those who are here, so hopefully it's not lost on those of you who aren't here but who are streaming. So go ahead and give it a like. Click subscribe while you're at it. Make sure you don't miss any of this amazing action from here at Merit Poker.
That one's slightly on the loose side from Panka. Not loose in the fact we've got the button, we've got 6-5 suited, but if he was going to tighten up, those are the kind of hands he might not play, given the two players who are in the blinds. But he goes for it. I kind of like it. He's like, I'm Dominic Panka. You guys react to me, not the other way around.
Well, here's the deal. If you're Volkov or if you're David Hu, and you know Panka is sharp, you can say, well, that's a competent guy who's not going to be fearful and he's going to open. Or you can also say he's so competent that he recognizes that his range should be actually narrow, and he can leverage that perception.
It's great, isn't it? This game of
Works
poker.
both ways.
It is fantastic. And Ali, we got a nice little bump in the likes there. It's a good job.
Appreciate those of you who
it does help.
Complied with the request.
The more you like these things, the higher they pop up on the algorithms, the more poker viewers we bring to the Merit stream, the more successful this place will be and these streams will be.
Listen, no way for us to vet you're doing so, but if you're enjoying it that much, go ahead and share a link to the stream on your social feeds, be it Facebook or
look at that, Ali.
Twitter.
You got a few likes, and now you're shooting for Everest. Huh?
You know, actually, send us a check. Donate some money. We accept all currencies.
To the Turtles?
Is this is this a little bit ambitious now?
Who's looking for a donation?
Oh yeah.
He's asking for a big one.
King Salmon in the big blind, and I think it's going to feel a bit more like sashimi up against the 1.1 open.
This is actually pretty grim, because you know he's going to put pressure on you a lot. You know he's going to have a whole bunch of raised folds to your 15 blinds. King 7, like, just one of the better hands you don't want to play, and he does fold it. Good fold.
Who doesn't need aces to make that play? Of course, we know this. And it does seem like the stage is nicely set for him, in particular when Panka and Volkov are not involved, to get after things.
Yeah, by the way, how unlucky is as well. There's been a lot of action every hand. I just said how unlucky is he. He's who with all the chips, but there's been action
the
on
answer
this
is not
table.
very unlucky, but go on.
And it folds around to him, and these two big stacks on his right don't want to play anything. The last couple of times it's been raised 3-bet ahead of him. Looks down at aces. No dice. Panka on a mini card rush, finding ace-9 suited. All right. Ollie, action.
Uh-oh.
Could be our final table bubble.
We've got people on their feet elsewhere in the room, and is it 2 10s and 2 jacks? It is, and the set of jacks looked like it had things sewn up, and then all of a sudden the running 2 out, 1 out development for the pocket 10s, and it is Darko Svesko who is getting a double up.
5,275.
Yeah, and Dukic was fishing there, Ollie, for he was pointing to the heart he had. 10s with a 10 of hearts, pointing to that, but he ended up picking up the solitary out instead on the turn. Dukic, the man, of course, that, as I say, we saw run that heroic bluff 2 nights ago. I hope we get to see him at the final table.
I do too, especially if we sprinkle in the likes of Panka, Volkov, David Hu. This is going to be a group of silverbacks vying for supremacy. Meanwhile, we pick things up back at the featured table where we still await the final table bubble to be burst on a Jack-Jack 8 board. A couple of ace highs. Hijack versus big. Leg checking over to Panka's open, which is now followed through upon with a bet of 550K.
Look, the ace high always it figures to be best on these paired boards, but when it's this much more coordinated in the form of Jack-Jack 8, Panka does get to have a lot of hands that are gut shot draws here, which would have, live overs and straight equity. It gets very hard to continue with a hand like this. And yeah, good fold with all that in mind. Ali, if my break had taken any longer, and you and David were in the booth together, I might have come back as a red back. I'm being honest. The sun was beaming. I was out there.
Were
in
you
it.
shirtless?
Oh
James?
yeah.
Oh my. I hope you've got a
don't worry, that
really good dermatologist.
That pier is reinforced.
There you get a look at.
I can hear in the background.
Ruslan Volkov.
Vitatis.
Yeah.
Milbatas. Helping people draw bounties, Ali. It's the most fun portion of any poker festival, it seems, these days.
Oh, I know all too well.
You are.
Having presided over the
you're getting
bounty
jealous?
draw.
You hear it going on out there? You wanna?
I want a piece of that action.
There's a job you like?
For sure. Get to live out our game show host dreams. Ace mystery card is what David Hugh is going to work with from the cutoff here. He'll use just milking clock here, James, within his right to do so. 4-5, never a customer. Oleg, ace-9, small blind. Elias, by the way, I've been mentioning him as being a member of the American delegation, but then also have seen reports where the Israeli flag flies above his name. My guess is there's some duality.
Yeah. Most of the caches, yes, are in the States. A lot of them in sort of local events around Vegas, so I would assume that's where he resides, or at least has at some point resided. Was here in the Carmen series, though. 14th in the main event, so he's improved on that finish.
Yep. And I believe he's already eclipsed his all-time high watermark in terms of live caches, which was 24,500. And here he is having guaranteed himself 42,900. Next pay jump, of course, will be about 12 grand up to 56.7. As this has got to be so exciting for the young man.
Who opens? They lose 13 blinds and king queen against this range. I was like, it's a hill we're happy to die on.
Maybe some trauma from the last time that he came after an open, piling into who.
Wow.
And he lets it go. Not sure whether or not he's got word on chip counts out there.
Yep. Maybe a case there's a super short stack on the other table.
Yeah, elsewhere in the room.
It's a great point.
Do we really want to dig in with king, queen if somebody's out there with sub 10 bigs behind us? These are the questions. Earlier on, during the previous frame, there was some doppelganger submissions in terms of Yossi Aliu's. I said a young Nick Schulman, and then promptly David Lappin followed it up with Pete Davidson of Saturday Night Live fame.
Yeah. I see both right there.
A little bit of Eric Wasserson. A skosh, if you will.
Are we just listing everyone we can think of at this point?
No, it's just three
two
people.
eyes and
I can think of many more.
Nose and this is the land of doppelgangers, of course, in Merit. I'm quite often confused with Patrick Antonius around these parts.
Until, of course, you take your shirt off. At which point you were
just go there, didn't you? Just
confused with the seafood platter. Look at the red crab out here at the pier. Didn't know they served it that warm. Don't feel bad, James. There's many people who shirt off will no longer be confused with the likes of Patrick Antonius, a true specimen of the gym. Right here at Merit, by the way. I know this because as I'm walking into the spa for a treatment, my form of circuit training, if you will,
Give him a
I
little
see
wave.
him putting in the work.
Yeah. You do get a lot of circuits in, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I'm legendary commitments.
Nines?
Nines.
A walk for David with the nines. He was certainly ready for him. By the way, spa completely booked up tomorrow. I did inquire today, James. Waiting for perhaps a cancellation.
There are 3 spas. They all
I
fully
did forget about that.
Come on, Ollie. Talking like a rookie.
That was a rookie move. Maybe we'll have to place a call down over to the Royal Spa, see whether or not there's some bookings available on that side of the equation. As a final table is available, but only to 9 of our remaining 10. And obviously toward the top of the chip counts, those are the people we expect to be a part of those proceedings. But those hanging on would include Oleg Nataliev, Yossi Alius, and we just saw kind of how tight the grasp on that desire to be amongst those at the final table is. King, Queen folding. Was behind the Ace-10, by the way, for Yossi Alius.
Yeah, he was behind. I can get behind the motivation. But it would be nice if I knew what the other stacks were on the other table. I'm not sure if Alius does or not.
An avian affair on the button for Volkov and an ace-king for David Hu in the small blind.
Yeah, they're about to get bird flu.
Two scoops, very much rate to become 3.
I wonder if there's any duck in the buffet tonight.
Well, it's funny.
4 million.
Lappin was reminiscing
4.
over the smoked duck that the two of you attacked last time around.
Smoked ducks.
Like a couple of Labradors. On the topic of attacks, 4 million, the sizing out of this 3-bet.
Coming back to this, obviously Alu's going to tank.
Yep.
Volkov just really can't do much with deuces. In the old days, people would perhaps lose their minds here and just pile it in, pairs of pair and all that. If you called, you run down the big ace, but nice sizing as well from who. Leveraging again that, just knowing that the Volkov is going to want to call with some hands. Not necessarily this one, but plenty that do want to call. But actually, in Volkov, with a big sizing rate, went 1.1, just occurred to me.
You can see he's a bit annoyed that in spite of his sizing.
Yeah, he went 2.75x. It's a big open. One assumes targeting the fact that the big blind stack is, and you're like 11 or 12 blinds, you want to dissuade peels from there. And then who jumping on that? Throws in all his time chips. Wants to think about this one. Kamikaze. Just do anything but fold. Of course, I'm not just saying that because I can see whose hand. It's just Deuces performs very badly against the value range. Doesn't block. And you have 3-bet folds. Doesn't block anything.
Whoa! Wow!
Click City.
Now, you and I might have been tempted to think that this was just posturing out of Volkov and that the deuces were all done, but no, rising up suddenly and the wings being spread broadly up to 9 million.
This is incredible. He's just put in 9 of his 20, Ali. Who will feel like there is no fold equity here? And he's about to play a 40 million chip pot. Bear in mind, there's only 120 in play, Ali. This is a monster pot between the big stacks on this final tail bubble.
Now, put yourself in whose shoes right now, James, and walk me through your thoughts.
So Volkov has gone for a slightly larger than usual opening. Whenever someone deviates with their opening size, I always shy away from the top of range. I always give them
Why
less
would we
credit.
usher the opposition out the door?
Right.
And yet we then 3-bet, and this was the reaction we got.
Yeah, and it's always a bit scary when they do these silly, like, well, I say silly, when they do these 4-bets that are non-all-in, but they put in half their chips, because you know they're never folding.
Well, you assume that they're never folding.
You assume they're never folding.
I mean, if the 4-bet comes in here, or the 5-bet rather, in jam form, the deuces are done.
Yeah, they should be.
But
who's
deeply awkward situation
I mean,
that David Hu finds himself in.
Who also doesn't want to play a big flip here, and you're not going to stake everything on the notion that the slightly larger than normal raise size is definitely not sort of kings or aces. But you just got ace king, Ali, and we're playing 50 big blind poker. You got it, you got it. You're up against the same hand, I guess some frequency, although you'd expect the hand just to jam rather than come with this little click. Who's really perplexed? He's really concerned that he's up against that top of range, Ali.
Surely you're not suggesting that the ace-king could find a fold here, are you?
Well, he's certainly giving it a lot of thought, Ali. He's not posturing here to try and get the rest of the chips in. I don't think he thinks he has any fold equity.
So what's the process of elimination? Can we take jam out of the equation, call out of the equation, or fold out of the equation? Apparently not. the ladder of the three as the ace-king goes into the muck. And
ICM.
let's show some respect, by the way, not just to the ICM as David Hu did, but to Mr. Volkov. Inside that chest beats the heart of a lion, my friend.
That was purely the click sizing.
Yeah, wash that one down. I can understand some cottonmouth.
If he'd 4-bet jam there, he was getting called, like, quickly, not enjoying it, but quickly, he'd be like, whatever, probably got the same hand. If you got it, you got it. But that weird sizing frazzled him.
How about that?
Crazy. I never thought we were going to see a fold there from the ace-king until he started thinking deeply. Wow.
Simply remarkable.
Woof, Ali. I've seen a lot of folds in this tournament that I'm shocked by in the last 3 days.
Well, listen, the chips aren't done flying around here at this feature as Volkov takes some of those hard-earned Hu-bucks and puts them forward from the cutoff with 6-4 suited.
And look at this timing from Maluz. He's like, right, got 11 blinds now. I'm going to go with 7s, and he's in amazing shape.
One of the 7s that he wouldn't mind seeing on the board is tied up in Oleg's big blind right now. He is never a customer in the face of the open and the 3-bet, but he will take his time as they try to seek blood over at that outer table. Folded back around to Volkov and the 6-4 suited. Turns itself face up and then shrugs a shoulder.
Who's going to show him a 7? Thought about it.
You wanted to show deuce?
No, 7.
True story. Well, if you thought we were going to have to wait until the final table for excitement, you were deeply mistaken here, as this feature table has definitely earned the billing and has featured absolutely dynamite exchanges. David Hu. King 7 this time from the cutoff. Ace queen in the small.
Yep, 15 blinds. Let's go. Gonna wait till about 2 seconds left on that clock. Put everything bar a couple of chips in. So let's put them all in.
Predictable jam off of that stack depth and predictable lack of resistance in terms of the opening kit. Anxious moments at this feature table as everybody Just keeping an eye on things, trying to make it to this final table.
Lose with 15, ace queen, a rare unopened pot to him. Interesting to see if he decides to just rip or raise here. I'd like raise, but I think a rip may be more in keeping with how he's approached this dynamic until now, and that's what he's gone for.
You have to come with 2 bounties, 2 bounty chips, and the tickets, the player tickets, your player ID. Thank you.
Effectively an all-in from this cutoff ace queen. In other circumstances, James, a lot of times when we see deliberations like this, we do, when faced with making our own decisions, stop to consider whether or not some of the cards we hold in our hand might have been present elsewhere and responsible for some of those deliberations. Obviously here on this FT bubble, that is not the case. An FT bubble that, of course, includes a $12,000 pay jump. You know that everybody is going to be doing their best to stretch things.
So the back end with the 3 bounties. So we have 3 chances. Take the 2.5 thousand is the first one. Once again, the smallest possible 2.5K to the last one.
I know I've said this a few times during this 10-handed play, and time banks are in and players can use the time as they wish, but I feel like just introducing hand for hand here, discretion of the former director would be perhaps a good idea. So players would get more play, things would move a little bit faster. Volkov raising from the small to the big into who? A man who he has a bit of separation to now. And interesting that Ali, with a hand, he's gone 3x. Earlier we saw him min-raising from that seat, something you don't really want to be doing. Now, 3xing.
This is a more technical part of the program than it might appear on the surface, James?
Who's thinking, what just happened? Did I really just put 4 million pre with ace-king from the small blind to the button and fold?
Well, one might imagine on the next break there's going to be some investigative efforts to answer some questions that might be very top of mind in some of these seats, and not just those involved in the altercations.
Who from the small into a loser's ever-increasing stack.
All in.
That's of no concern, as he announces all in.
Yeah, about to be decreasing.
Almost.
Hmm?
Close, it's close.
Let's talk a little bit, James, about the cast of characters that we find elsewhere in the room, not here. Frenchman, Thomas Echan.
Yep, he just got a little fortuitous with that ace-5.
Yep. Darko Svesco, who of course enjoyed some good fortune of his own.
Yep, just won that Jack 3-10s on the outer table as well.
Nenad Dukic.
Yeah, he's the man that I'm excited to see after watching that heroic bluff at the end of the day too.
A couple of members of the Lebanese delegation as well. Ara Melkisetian, a real fixture around these parts, and then Michel Atala.
So those are the two players I haven't actually seen play thus far this tournament.
Yeah, I don't think I've had a chance to cover them here either.
Again, Volkov raise. Tank folds from these short stacks. Ooh. Pardon me.
Defense,
I
yeah.
was so used to seeing fold, of course. 10-6 suited, way good enough to peel.
Well, just because hands are good enough to peel doesn't mean we've seen them doing that here at this FT bubble
but
with the 12K page on.
I mean, but even with the FT bubble, this 10-6 suited is too much hand to be folding.
Window card was nice, and then
very
everything
nice.
else unraveled. Very good, very nice, one might say.
Let's see. Volkov may go pretty small here. He does 600k into 2.6. The board he gets a lot of. Oleg doesn't ever really get to check raise bluff him. Well, not never. But obviously, the hands like this don't get to get out of line. Just to give up with them.
Follow through barrel from Volkov with just position in the betting lead. Getting it done there.
A little discussion about that ace-king in the chat.
A pre-flop fold. Where's everybody falling in terms of their feelings about it?
There was always some Ali in the chat who have been scored too many times with ace-king that are in favor of the fold.
So let's just all agree to not do it.
Fortunately, we are gambling.
For all of us.
Be the leader from our table.
Yeah,
you can go and
yeah, like I don't know. I'm not.
Make a
I'm not the best in those situations.
You can represent all of our opinion.
I would love to. I would love to. Maybe on the break we can agree all. Like you're not gaining any advantage over them. They are not gaining any advantage over you. We are all hurting ourselves.
Should just go hand for hand. That's what they're talking about. I am in firm agreement.
It would obviously go a long way to kind of prevent what we're dealing with here. It can be a bit exhausting. Everybody recognizing that so long as we are not going hand for hand, then obviously it is very much a collective advantage to be gained by taking maximum amount of time for all decisions. Panka, queen 3 suited. The only customer, and he does not connect with the king 8-5 board, while David Hu does pick up bottom pair.
Yeah, the least likely pair for him to flop here.
Check fold without any fanfare there from Panka.
I had a really nasty spot.
I
had ace king. It's so sick against you. When you raise to 9, it's so sick for me. Should I go in or just? Huh?
Revelations.
I
was a 6 spot.
Yeah. I really don't know with ace king. Can go either way. You? Really?
He just told him he had deuces. I don't think who believes. I still think he says a joke.
I mean, I don't think I can remember anybody explicitly being dishonest about their holding here, and so.
Yeah, but it's the sort of jokey one you say, hi, I had deuces.
I think it also qualifies as the kind of joke that just isn't funny. If you're being honest, and that's what you came with the 9 million with, I'm not laughing.
Should have flashed the deuces he made at the 9 million and got the fold. Might have been the ballsy play.
I would have felt like ace deuce suited.
There is some short? No?
Moves went over for the table to inspect the other table.
Open?
They sent over a
so we are like
delegate
reconnaissance troop.
Yeah.
We both.
A scout. A ranger.
What are you, ex-military, James?
No, I was just going through the options.
Resident Roger's thesaurus.
Surprised you haven't developed it into spy planes and all sorts by now.
Oh, this has really turned into a grindy FT bubble now.
Okay, we have a 10 minutes break.
Oleg, 16 blinds. King 10 suited.
1 hour.
Yeah, they are coming towards their break.
We will get a dinner break if we reach to 9 players. Dinner break then.
I like how he said if we reach 9 players. It definitely feels like it's not guaranteed.
Well, King 10 suited does definitely feel like it's guaranteed to want to play this one.
Yeah.
Raise 8.
Who's going to min raise? Volkov with a hand that can apply some pressure. And, well, that's pressure. Oh, I thought I heard the word all in. No, he just called. A hand Ollie, I would much rather see 3-bet.
Well, again, we're seeing some of the impact
wow.
of this situation, which is the final table bubble, and this pot is a situation for Volkov that isn't great. Under-repped perhaps a bit with the ace-jack as he's got himself top pair, no diamond to speak of, and look at Oleg. Not only does he have the second nuts rather right now, but he's got a double gutter to a straight flush.
Yeah.
450.
You're thinking of some flops to have when the chip leader peels you from the small blind. This might be it. Because there's a board that Volkov's supposed to have some off. You're probably not expecting him to have ace-jack, because that really does work much nicer as a 3-bet. But some jack-10, some queen-jack, some 9-10. Sure, they fit in there. Whoa, straight flush.
Hello there.
Hand of the day. High hand.
8 of diamonds now, as if Oleg needed the help.
Actually a bad card in this instance.
Oh, an awful card, because Volkov did rate to maybe be a customer for a follow-up barrel to the flop sizing. And now he can't beat a 10, and he can't beat any diamond.
Just have to find a check back here for Oleg, I think.
Yeah, so often would Volkov be drawing dead against us. And yes, I love this, and maybe, just maybe, there are worlds in which Volkov might have activated. Now, I'm not sure this is one of them. He's not playing aces and jacks, folks. This is just playing the board.
Ollie, but look at this. There's only three cards that beat the board.
Yeah. King, queen, and the 10 of diamonds specifically have to be contained in Oleg's hand. And look at Volkov recognizing that, deciding he's the one that wants to rep that kit as he fires 2.1 million.
Oleg doesn't get to have too many lone diamond combos opening off 15 blinds, right? Volkov's attacking this board as he should. I like this. He does get to have some of those. He shouldn't really, but as the chip leader, you get to have more. And let's see. Obviously, unfortunate timing for him, betting into the straight flush. Oleg just probably chuckling to himself, going, well, this is either a bluff or the queen of diamonds. Just going to take his time and jam. One of those, of course, not calling. Queen of diamonds may, though. Seems unlikely, though.
Owen.
He does shove. Volkov shows the hand.
Yeah.
Come on, you got to show the straight flush back, Oleg.
No free info around here.
Oh,
want to know, pay the price.
Another 2 hours in, and we're still not there.
No. And the blinds are going to be moving to 250, 500,000. How about 1.25 million every 5 hands? If you're here at this feature table, one in which Rosan Volkov is the chip leader, but he did dust off a little over 2 million on the river there.
But look at that, Ollie. Only 45 blinds now with that monster stack. It really is catching up with them.
Yeah, things are beginning to thin out as we bring you back to the desk here inside the Crystal Cove. Alina Jad, James Dempsey, and 10 players, one of whom will not be joining the circus at the final table, nor one of those handsome payouts. And as you reflect upon that frame, James, it did feel like things were getting very grindy. Maybe we begin to gloss over a touch and hit cruise control, but all of a sudden then, some tremendous pots developed and some real collisions that one might not have anticipated.
Yeah, I didn't think in that frame I was going to see Ace-King 3-bet fold, cut off the button against 2 of the more action players.
Oh, look, don't forget that the reason it folded is the 4-bet from the deuces.
Yeah, the click to 9 million. He said it really threw him, and hey, he made a fold. We'll see how it works out in the long term. He may well have... who knows? I don't want to throw too much shade on it. I've said what I've said about it already.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, then, let us go to a break alongside the players. Don't go anywhere. When we return in about 10 minutes' time, we'll have continuing coverage of this main event of the Merit Retro Series. Final day of play as we seek a champion. Keep it close.
It's different if there's some other...
Sure.
If there's some stacks that cover.
Cool.
Hey, it does cool. I mean, obviously it's fine. It's effectively the same thing, though.
Yeah, it's almost no difference in this scenario, but I know exactly the kind
well,
of situation you're describing.
The only thing I might take that back is if someone else calls in between and then HM went all in for the 5 million. Or no, he does have 6 million. And they went in for the 6 million, then there are some hands that Oleg maybe would want to fold. So actually, with the 6 million step behind, I like the call. He's still going to call with this hand against the all-in if it came, but if it was multiples, he might fold.
Indeed. Off to the races, and what a race it is. Huge moment in this tournament. These two guys. Oleg can push out to the 10 million mark should these queens hold and be a very dominant force as we approach the final table today. Or maybe, just maybe, an ace will flop and hold across turn and river and give El Yakubi a chance at glory.
Want to come 2 to fade. Does just that. Full double. Yakubi takes a leg out of the chip leader. Or our table chip leader, at least.
Ils ont tous les deux full dans l'as.
I was waiting for him to lose, so I could say, should they? He was one of the kings. Saddam Hussein was the ace of spades, so yeah, not surprising.
Yakubi with the jacks as I tried to steer us away from the topic of war.
Yeah. You asked.
I did ask. I do regret it, but I did ask. Oleg, ace king. He's on the other side of that coin now versus the same opponent, 2 overs. Feel like this one could get out of line too. Oleg surely coming with a 3-bet. Yakubi, well, he will have 2 options available to him when the action returns. Either shove and be called, as we see will be the case.
Yeah.
Or flat and navigate. This could be a monstrous 9 million pot, James.
Yeah, I like the sizing, just under 3x.
Lovely sizing.
Hijacked a button with the ISM considerations.
1.3 million there. A capable opponent coming light at you often enough. You're out of position. I think you just stick the jacks in.
You do. I don't think there's any other way to navigate this.
What a huge moment we are about to witness if things go as predicted. Yakubi, a moment ago, 1.8 million. Oleg sitting pretty on 8 million. Stacks much closer together now, and these guys look like they're about to lock horns once again.
Yeah.
Should Yakubi's jacks hold? What a turnaround that would be.
Yeah, it's a flip that's flipped around. Yakubi with the pair this time. Oleg with the ace king. And I wonder if there's any of that plays into it, even thinking he might even be lighter, like come collect some of his chips back.
Oh, it looks like calling chips, perhaps.
No, he is.
No, here we go.
He's going for the non-all-in.
The chop of stack.
Wow. I mean, he's put in 1.9 of 4.4. It's very hard to believe your opponent's ever got folds there, but it does scream of strength to me.
Yeah, I think the real concern here for Oleg is it screams aces and kings, and they're the only 2 hands he's worried about. They're also the hands he blocks. There's no folds when someone puts 1.9 of their 4.4 in. So you start asking yourself the question, is this the moment?
Yeah, it feels grim. You'd much rather just, well, you'd much rather take it down. If you do get 3-bet, you'd just rather see 3-bet jam. But he does go for it.
Here we go.
Well, Yakubi can't fold now.
One of the biggest moments of the tournament.
Yeah, he hates it as well. He knows when he's met that size, he's not really ever getting jammed on light. But there are 16 combos of ace-king, and that's what he hopes to see. That's what he does see.
This is massive.
Yeah. These two all in again as a flip. Yakubi needs to do it one more time. 9 million chips nestled in the middle. Oleg over 1 million behind. He finds it. King of clubs on the flop. Yakubi still has 11% equity. There's 2 jacks. Some faint runner hope. That not part of it.
Drawing slim. Dead.
GG. Yeah.
Well, what a moment there. Yakubi could have turned the tables on Oleg. Instead, Oleg gets those chips back from a moment ago. Should rattle along. Bit of a closer, bit of a
Nice playing with you guys.
trip saver, perhaps, for some of these guys.
Good luck, good luck.
Thank you.
Musa finds a spot finally, 25 left.
Well, just moments from bringing you back to the break desk here at the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino, the space that plays host here on the Merit Complex to the Merit Retro Series, the record-breaking assembly of events, which is now culminating in this final day of its main event. Ali Najad alongside James Dempsey. Good to have you with us, and good to have these last 10 with us as well, as they have proven very worthy of being a part of this conversation based on the fact that they haven't just sat back and allowed things to play out. They have very much taken charge of their own fates and destinies and made for pots that we never would have anticipated. And as such, they do rate to keep things interesting as we work our way toward a champion here today, James.
It certainly do, Ali, and I have to push back on something you said.
Please.
You said it's good to have these 10. I'm desperate to get rid of one of them.
And they are as well, by the way. They just don't want it to be themselves, as of course the pay jump of 12,000 and change is what's on offer right now. The last of the $34,430 paydays is looking for a home, is it? Or 42.9 rather is where we are. And then we're going to move up to 56.7 once you punch your ticket into the final table. But of course, that's not the story. That's not what we're talking about.
No, but for the short stacks especially, it's more about reaching that 9-handed table, getting that much more room to breathe, not having to pay this 2.5 blinds every 5 hands. You'd rather do it every 9. And even for some of the big stacks now, like, I think David Hu's just ready to get to that final table, kind of lost that big pot to Volkov. Well, Ray's folded off 4 million of his chips to Volkov.
Yeah, 3-bet and then the 4-bet from the deuces on the button. Obviously a pot that caught our attention as it did David's.
And even Panka, he's out of position to that big stack as well. I think he'll be happy for a little reshuffle. And we don't, of course, really know what's going on the other table. They're still playing 5-hand. We don't know what stories are developing there.
The only time that we've been checking in is when there has been an all-in and a call, and a lot of the shorties over there have been resilient here on this final table bubble, where that final table will be delivering 6, no less than 6, six-figure payouts, and 7th is going to be almost 100 grand. So obviously, the Boulevard of Broken Dreams is going to be paved with yet one more casualty before we get to the final table. And if every time I had my dreams broken, it came with a payday of $42,900, I certainly wouldn't be feeling quite as poorly about it, as the players are working their way back to their seats here. 5-handed at the feature, 5-handed at the outer, and the blinds at 250 and 500. And looking at the stacks expressed as big blinds, James, you note that it isn't the deepest affair we've ever seen.
No, certainly not now. Getting the blinds up to 250, 500 really has shadowed things out. I mean, 200 big blinds in play, I guess. Now a little bit more than 200, maybe 240. So, yeah, average in the low 20s in terms of big blinds now. That sounds right. Average would be 12 million. There we go. It took me a second.
It's a little bit surprising, though, considering that the structure does give us the 1-hour-long levels and isn't particularly aggressive, certainly not across sort of the middling phases of the tournament, let alone the early ones.
Yeah, it's just come to a grinding halt because we're at this stage of the tournament, and the players on this table, especially the short stacks, so aware of the role they're supposed to be playing. And they've elected to get us very few hands per hour. I'll leave that hand rate dropping as they're all working their way through it, taking at least 30 seconds before acting. Those 2 short stacks you see there on our table, playing that game as they really should.
Proper procedures, whether you like it or not. And note that nobody is going to be taking umbrage with anybody else who's doing so, because they all share in the desire to punch a ticket into that final table and earn this pay jump.
All right then, back underway. But don't expect a change in pace, Ali. There were like 21 blinds. Panka coming with Min off a 21 big blind stack himself. It's catching up with him a little. Nalu's been so risk adverse. For that reason, if I were Panka, I'd go like a slightly larger sizing just to give this man the opportunity to fold. But he has gone Min.
And maybe he's identifying the risk aversion in Elius, and as such feels like he doesn't need to send more troops to the battlefield to get this mission accomplished.
We'll see if he's right or not with what happens here. And there you go, you're spot on. If he's going to fold 6-4 suited, then the min's enough.
Clubs were smothered. Panka was actually in a good way. But you can see that he is just keenly aware of exactly the task at hand here. Razor sharp, Dominic Panka.
Mm-hmm.
Five, yes.
Well, it's not far off 5 hours ago that the redraw took place. And to get us down to these last two tables, and incredibly, was still looking for that FT.
I don't think we would have anticipated, given how quickly we arrived here after starting the day with 28 players, that we would get stuck as we have. A product, of course, of resiliency on the part of the short stacks.
Yeah, coming up to 4 hours of play, that is, since that redraw break. You can hear the mystery bounty draw taking place in the background. Everyone trying to pull that 80k envelope, the max available in that tournament.
David, who in the foreground, making noise of his own with 7-6 off suit.
Yeah, none of these guys want 80k. They're looking a bit higher than that.
Oh, yeah. And those bounties, not a mystery, as the payouts were published once registration was closed. 8-5 eventually finds its way to the muck. You ever find yourself getting impatient, not from here in the booth, but rather out there on the felt? In a stage like this, you're kind of chomping at the bit. You want to hit the track, you want to run, but it's just not where we're at.
My younger days, Ali, I think that'd be true for everyone. Kind of, we put up an experience. Maybe you make some mistakes in these spots for exactly that. You kind of crack first.
Or you get tempted by perceptions, perhaps false, that everybody else is just kind of checked out a bit.
Well, I always find actually this kind of the opposite kind of happens in these spots, that everyone gets so fatigued by the situation and thinks so much about it that they end up even playing tighter. So they make an over-importance of making it because they've put so much effort in trying to get to that final table. They go too far with it. Maybe that's what we saw from who's ace-king. Although, as he said, it was the sizing that led him to muck his hand. Fantastic stuff though. Every single frame I've done in this booth early this week has thrown me a little surprise. And fair play to who, I'm not a fan of that fold he made, but he also made a fantastic bluff earlier with fours against the same man, sevens on a king, six, deuce, six, something board. I can't remember what the river was. So he surprised me both ways, impressed me.
I mean, there's many moments that we can reflect upon, not just on today, but across multiple days of play in this Marathon main, where the opportunities to observe these guys, not simply at this phase of play, which as we've touched on is quite technical, but throughout the myriad of phases that we must navigate en route to this point in any tournament, they have been sound. James, I know it seems like I'm just showering them with praise gratuitously and, some sort of compulsory manner from here in the booth, but it's heartfelt and it's quite genuine. I don't think at any point, after having observed these guys throughout the course of the last few days, if you would have said, hey, that guy is going to make it to the final table, I would have pushed back on that opinion and been like, who, that guy? No way.
Yeah, you're right.
You see what I'm saying? It's just like, I can see it. It makes sense. Story checks out.
Especially for that man on the right, Panko.
Oh, yeah.
I could say, just his demeanor, presence, his focus.
He looks fresh, by the way. And
yeah, he's a man who's ready to play another 10 hours.
We've got a little commentary group chat there, Volkov, thinking, come on, guys, somebody get after me.
So you speak with someone in the break? No?
With the jacks. And in that group chat that we have, me, you, and David Lappin, James, speculations about just how deep into the evening this FT might go before we crown ourselves a champ, and maybe the sun comes up before we get there.
How do you think it could be managed? If, imagine that you are the head manager of the tournament, what would you do to avoid such situation?
Well, I don't know. Really.
Well,
Panka not offering up any solutions, James, but I think you've gone on record as saying that maybe the hand for hand is how we alleviate.
Or something that showed its face for the first time ever and try it in London.
Talking about the specific number of hands per level?
I was talking about the fast action system.
Ah, okay. This is where pre-flop decisions.
I mean, I think there is
clocked.
the rule that the pace of play has to be, you cannot disrupt the pace of play.
Yeah, that system, for those, I imagine most of you aren't aware, was a concept that was tried in London to much success.
Walk us through it.
The clock pre-flop in these kind of situations, instead of being the full 30 seconds, is only 10 seconds in unopened pots. So you can't tank 30 seconds and fold.
Right.
You can tank 10 seconds and fold. You get 2 time extensions in that system of 10 seconds each. And then obviously you can of course use your usual time banks as well.
But you have specific time banks that are for unopened pots, where you only have 10 seconds if you need those.
Yeah, and it just stops this stuff going on, and it worked to great effect. I mean, you saw more of it than I did. Obviously, being in the booth a lot of the time on those final table bubbles and the last 2 table bubbles, any times of redraw, pay jumps, whatever, it worked nicely. And again, this isn't taking away from these players. They're doing the right thing. They're playing the game the way it's been designed. As Panka opens up the bottom 7-5 suited, Volkov coming on with a call from the small blind. And this time, who starting to peel with the ace-5. This kind of hand that he 3-bet with last time, and he finds the best of it on ace-king-7, but interest for all.
So a rare three-way pot breaking out here. And as you mentioned, everybody's got a little tickle, the best of them belonging to David Hu from the big blind, as he and Volkov have both checked over to Panka. I think Dominic recognizes that an ace or a king does rate to be present in one of these two holdings, but nevertheless, he will start to tell a story.
Well, I think the theory here is you don't get check raised, and he's got a pair with backdoor clubs.
Yeah.
Have a fire here, got okay equity against the hands that call him, and may just bink something majestic. So I'm kind of here for it. You also leverage a little bit Volkov in the small, who's going to have more of this board than Hu in the big, by the fact that Hu's still in the pot. So maybe you can make Volkov fold a couple of better hands, like if he's just flat 8s and 9s, for example. Very hard for him to call. Volkov actually doesn't mind the overcall, of course, because he's just chasing the nuts at this point.
So then the board pairs on the turn as nobody was shed courtesy of that follow-through barrel.
Now, this could be a fun spot for Volkov to run a bluff. I mean, I'm clutching here, but it's... You don't get to have many bluffs here. Maybe the same hand in hearts would be a better candidate, but he's going to go for it.
James,
I love this.
You smelled it.
This is fantastic. He gets to have some kings, of course, peeling from the small. It's way more his card.
And consider the pressure that is being applied now to this ace-5 with Panka behind.
Yeah. I mean, Panka doesn't really bet a king that often on this board, so doesn't really get to have one. And Hu overcalling is way more weighted towards ace-x than he is the king-x. So I love this bluff from Volkov. Really good understanding. And like you say, Ali, good luck, Hu. You're gonna call here with the active player still behind as well. Great move from Volkov.
Sheds the best hand, and now it certainly seems like he rates to get rid of the pre-flop opener as well, as Panka doesn't take long.
Awesome.
To put it into the muck, and you get a glimpse at just what we may have in store. Not simply here with 2 tables left, but once that final table takes shape.
He's had a couple though.
The table who use their time all the time for just folding. We've been tracking. The other table is not doing it. The players who are doing it, I'm not going to name the people who are doing it.
Yeah, I'm doing this, for example.
Stop doing it.
Okay.
Okay? Because it's bad etiquette for the other players on the other table and the players on this table.
So you're looking like on both tables and try to
Don't
like...
use your 30 seconds every time for a fold. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so this a bit of an honor system being implemented there.
The decision.
Tournament staff coming over to request that players cease and desist the practice of using their full 30 seconds pre-flop, James, and that's a start.
Ah, my turn, sorry.
First time. Oh, is it on me? It was genuine, but it's funny. He just folds the ace-2 suited.
And he does it fairly quickly. Now Panka with a couple of jacks. His decision comes far more briskly than those that have preceded them prior to the tournament staff's visit.
Good fold with the ace-2 suited. I would have opened that up. And
like
wow, a lose in the big. This surely too much hand, and where he has to draw a line.
Yeah, he's got himself a problem, doesn't he?
But I've said that a few times today and been proven wrong. Here he goes.
Off of that stack.
He gets the snap jam behind from Panka.
Yeah, he left himself 150, and
now,
this is...
Now he is going to tank. No, he hasn't.
No.
He's just flicked it in.
No.
That was the time where he should be tanking, but here we go.
I mean, that's what the idea was behind keeping the 150 back, but then suddenly he realized that that was a force of habit.
Maybe the other table are aware. They're keeping an eye on what things going on. I don't know. Is this the moment, Ali?
It sure looks like it, James. Queen 9-7 board. Big issue. The lack of a club. The 10 is working. Now all of a sudden a jack is what we hunt. Ace of hearts no longer works.
Lose one game too.
4 outs one time. And the jacks turn into a flush, and sadly for Yossi Elius, he will not be among those.
Pace of play is like the speed of the game, like how
that will be visiting
I see.
the final table.
Subjective, like.
Well,
and the pace.
Kind of thing.
I never thought we were going to get there, Ali.
I felt like one here.
Yeah, I should have
The
asked
dam's
you to say
breached.
that earlier. Like, I don't know.
Indeed it is.
I didn't know how to.
And it is a profitable breach of that dam, as Elius will collect $42,900, his best ever career live cash, and leaves behind an official final table of 9. $56,700 will be the guaranteed payout, as a final table break will be upon us. Blinds will be at 250, 500,000. You see Ruslan Volkov with 55 big blinds, 27.5 million, but as we touched upon, as we're back here at the desk, Ali and James, not the deepest affair on our hands, and those blinds are going to be headed northbound, so we'll see.
Yeah, not the deepest affair now purely because of how long that took, but I think you'll see, my prediction, a few bust outs early on this final table and things will deepen back up again.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, it could be completely wrong yet again.
Yeah, there aren't any sub-10 big blind stacks that will be joining the party at this final table, but some sub-20 big blind stacks in the form of Nataliev and Ara Melkisetian, who have both punched their ticket and done so profitably to the FT. So then, I will step aside. David Lappin's going to step in to bring you final table coverage. James will be hanging on. And about how long until we bring you that final
table?
table?
The players are going on a dinner break,
okay,
and the full intros for the final table. So I do gather we have 1 hour, so maybe set an alarm.
Yeah, and maybe a bite as well during that hour, as we are in for the long haul from here in North Cyprus. Could be deep into the morning before we find a champion, but we will get there. That is our promise to you, and once we do, we'll be awarding $567,000 here in this record-breaking main event. So then, take a breather, 60 minutes time, we'll come back, continuing coverage from right here at Merit Poker comes your way in about an hour.
Pot control is the order of the day, and that is going to induce Oleg to come out here with very little equity right now. Nuri's got probably a slam dunk call, and perhaps close your eyes and call river as well, and maybe, just maybe, improve along the way. Playing this one as a inducer now. Actually really like that decision, Oleg.
Oh, hello. Actually, it's almost like the worst spade to hit, because Oleg just doesn't need to bluff anymore.
Yeah, I wonder, will he pay a bet, though? Nuri will think to himself, certainly possible his opponent could have a 5 and get sticky. Certainly possible that he could have a middling spade.
Yeah, straight.
What amount do you go for here?
Everything's possible here. I think you do get to be against the bluffs that make sense on the turn from Oleg's. See, are some of those higher spades. So I think we do have to target that kind of hand, and then of course the value was straights and maybe a 5 even. So yeah, I think in that sense we target quite a strong range. So I like big, but on the flip side, like what are our bluffs?
That's what I was about to ask you. I don't really see a spot where Nuri has bluffs in this spot. So therefore I wonder if he has to go a little on the smaller side.
No, it looks like he's sizing up.
He's going to get greedy here.
Maybe a little over.
Target that queen of spades, maybe jack of spades.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Very big bet.
Yep.
Over bet.
Yep. I saw a whole stack of those red 100k chips being assembled.
Yeah, I do feel like on balance, just being aware of what I was representing, I think I might have gone for that maybe milkier 35 to 50%er, but Nuri clearly targeting a different class of hands there with that one.
I guess the one concern there is you can still there was some like ace 4 without a spade, ace 3 without a spade, maybe the bluffs.
Well, I said on commentary yesterday, HN had sort of taken a very relaxed approach, almost letting the game come to him. He had a big chip lead, but he didn't really force the issue yesterday. He was at a very aggro table, it must be said. Well, right away, King 7 under the gun, suited. Seems like a loose one.
I'm here for it.
Statement of intent.
Yeah. You've got Oleg with a big stake in the small. No, there's quite a few short stacks on this table as well, so it's not like you're going to get healed too often.
Very tricky one now for Popov. You don't love the mediocre ace here. You have to call. You have to defend its honor, but it's very tricky to navigate this one. Oh, and there we see he's got a board where he's not going to love life, although maybe the fact that HN has second pair could slow him down. He maybe comes with an incredibly small bet or even a check on this flop.
I think we just always bet this board as a raise up.
Does feel good.
One blind again seems reasonable.
Yeah.
You can maybe go slightly bigger if you wanted to in the mindset that Popov doesn't peel as wide from the big blind as say against a late position raise or earlier in the tournament. But he has gone one blind. I like it.
Yeah, and maybe no reason for HN to bloat this one. He is pursuing value against a 9 while pot controlling against an ace. And maybe going to chop with some kings and lose to 1 or 2 and maybe beat 1 or 2, depending on this run out.
I like another bet here and then look to check back rivers. You want to charge spades. You want to put a king in a tough spot. You want to put the weak aces in a tough spot as well even.
I do agree with you. I think going for maybe a 150k just is very similar to the flop strategy. Oh, hello. Pop off.
I'm going to make a confession there, David.
Yeah.
It's early. I hadn't finished my coffee yet.
Okay.
I managed to switch the hands around in my mind on the turn. So when I was suggesting the bet, he was thinking he had the ace 8. I apologize.
But I still don't mind like an advanced blocker, if that makes sense.
Yeah, go
I still
really
don't mind
small.
one big blind or something like that again. I think it would have serviced certain parts of the range. Check is obviously pretty reasonable as well. And now, well, what a dream river. Hoping his opponent has an ace and not a 9 now. Hoping he doesn't have missed spades.
Yeah, you just go big here and know that an ace always finds it hard to fold.
Yeah, Popov's going to have a tough time of things here. 9 kicker plays.
HN is the opener. It does have still a fair few bricks in this hand.
It's going to be very tough if he faces something like 750, 800. Very tough indeed for Popov.
Yeah, as an exploit, you just want to go to the size that an ace never wants to fold to. 575 is the number he decides.
That's very hard now for Popov to release here. Certainly a game theory call. Just have to ask ourselves the question now.
Right.
Is Popov in the exploitative streets here? Is he going to look at his opponent, maybe size the situation up? Wow! Great fold from Popov there. The chips. No, but it is a kind of a thing. Like I think there's a lot of overlap when you think about patience and timed aggression. Both very important in both.
Well, Oyukubi's displayed some patience and now will surely be displaying some timed aggression. See how well that worked?
I just teed that up for you so
beautifully. Yeah.
That's what they call a full toss. Yakubi, just 2 million now. Looking to make some magic happen as he did late last evening.
Well, Oleg's going to attack the ball.
Yeah, magic's going to have to come in the form of an ace or king. One presumes here. Maybe some clubs, because There's just no way these hands don't confront, and maybe, just maybe, there's someone lurking behind with the playable one as well.
1-9, 25.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Nori's the only one behind with a dangerous stack, if I recall correct. No, it's not Nori with the stack. Oh, HN with 5 million, of course.
Yeah.
But at the point we get to 1.9 million, you're never folding for the rest anyway, so may just elect to jam. It's different if there's some other...
Sure.
If there's some stacks that cover.
Cool.
No, he does cool. I mean, obviously it's fine. It's effectively the same thing, mate.
Yeah, it's almost no difference in this scenario, but I know exactly the kind
well,
of situation you're describing.
The only thing I might take that back is if someone else calls in between and then HM went all in for the 5 million. Or Nori does have 6 million. And they went in for the 6 million, then there are some hands that Oleg maybe would want to fold. So actually, with the 6 million step behind, I like the call. He's still going to call with this hand against the all-in if it came, but if it was multiples, he might fold.
Indeed. Off to the races, and what a race it is. Huge moment in this tournament. These two guys. Oleg can push out to the 10 million mark should these queens hold and be a very dominant force as we approach the final table today. Or maybe, just maybe, an ace will flop and hold across Turn River and give El Yakubi a chance at glory.
Want to come 2 to fade. Does just that. Full double. Yakubi takes a leg out of the chip leader. Or our table chip leader, at least.
Ils ont tous les deux full dans l'as.
I was waiting for him to lose, so I could say, should they? He was one of the kings. Saddam Hussein was the ace of spades, so yeah, not surprising.
Yakubi with the jacks as I try to steer us away from the topic of war.
Yeah. You asked.
I did ask. I do regret it, but I did ask. Oleg, ace king. He's on the other side of that coin now versus the same opponent, 2 overs. Feel like this one could get out of line too. Oleg surely coming with a 3-bet. Yakubi, well, he will have 2 options available to him when the action returns. Either shove and be called, as we see will be the case.
Yeah.
Or flat and navigate. This could be a monstrous 9 million pot, James.
Yeah, I like the sizing, just under 3x.
Lovely sizing.
Hijacked the button with the ISM considerations.
1.3 million there. A capable opponent coming light at you often enough. You're out of position. I think you just stick the jacks in.
You do. I don't think there's any other way to navigate this.
What a huge moment we are about to witness if things go as predicted. Yakubi, a moment ago, 1.8 million. Oleg sitting pretty on 8 million. Stacks much closer together now, and these guys look like they're about to lock horns once again. Should Yakubi's jacks hold? What a turnaround that would be.
Yeah, it's a flip that's flipped around. Yakubi with the pair this time. Oleg with the ace king. And I wonder if there's any of that plays into it, even thinking he might even be lighter, like come and collect some of his chips back.
Oh, it looks like calling chips, perhaps.
No, he is.
No, here we go.
He's going for the non-all-in.
The chop of stack.
Wow. I mean, it's been a 1.9 of 4.4. It's very hard to believe your opponent's ever got folds here, but it does scream of strength to me.
Yeah, I think the real concern here for Oleg is it screams aces and kings, and they're the only 2 hands he's worried about. They're also the hands he blocks. There's no folds when someone puts 1.9 of their 4.4 in. So you start asking yourself the question, is this the moment?
Yeah, it feels grim. You'd much rather you'd much rather take it down. If you do get 3-bet, you'd just rather see 3-bet jam. But he does go for it.
Here we go.
Well, Yakubi can't fold now.
One of the biggest moments of the tournament.
Yeah, he hates it as well. He knows when he's met that size, he's not really ever getting jammed on light. But there are 16 combos of ace-king, and that's what he hopes to see. That's what he does see.
This is massive.
Yeah. These two all in again as a flip. Yakubi needs to do it one more time. 9 million chips nestled in the middle. Oleg, over a million behind. He finds it. King of clubs on the flop. Kubi, still with 11% equity. With 2 jacks. Some faint runner hope. But not part of it.
Drawing slim. Dead.
GG.
Yeah. Well, what a moment there. Yakubi could have turned the tables on Oleg. Instead, Oleg gets those chips back from a moment ago. Should rattle along. Bit of a closer, bit of a
Nice playing with you guys.
trip saver, perhaps, for some of these guys.
Good luck, good luck.
Thank you.
Musa finds a spot finally, 25 left.
Thanks.
Everyone wishing him luck after they fold.
Yeah.
I'll let you this one. How much?
I don't know.
He knows.
Not too much.
And Mescu have to put in 500 here to win 1-4. So it's like, 33% sort of spot. Might be.
Yeah, for chips, 33%.
seems pretty reasonable with a suited connector.
Obviously,
yeah,
non-linear value of chips, such as ICM, but the 6-7 is going to be, I think, way above 33% against range.
Yeah,
Not way above, but.
Yeah, when you face the 2 overcards there, if they're unpaired, if they're unsuited, you do happen to have almost 40%.
And here you're flipping, so.
And
6
there is a 6
in the window. 5
7
behind. 4 is working.
It's better.
7 of clubs.
Ace would be better for Musa.
Alright, that works.
Just 3 outs.
20%.
Oh, mic's off.
I couldn't get it off fast enough.
Again.
Out in 25th. That means 2 things, David. We are now guaranteed $23,290. And also, get down to the EAPT.
You never know. You never know.
Cash in the open.
Maybe it's for a reason.
Also had a previous deep run in the main event here in the Merit Mediterranean Poker Cup back in 2022, 36th place. So someone who knows their way from poker room to buffet here. So many of us do.
Well?
Oh, it's okay. I lost half of my stack now. But it's okay. I'm gonna take it back.
Pop off. We saw him delicately open
and on button they changed
ace 10 in the previous orbit off a stack of 10 bigs. He's got 9 bigs now, decides to just put it in from the hijack. HN, same hand behind.
Yeah, the next 3 places all getting the same money, 24th, 23rd, 22nd, so no immediate pay jumps. Not that Ace King would be worried about a pay jump. It's going to be a hand you're going to go with.
You see there HN glancing at the stacks behind. He's obviously got button and blinds to consider. And this is the kind of hand that actually just serves well to just ship it in. If your opponents behind have anything more than maybe 5 million, you start thinking otherwise. He's just going to flat it. So maybe there's someone worth trapping behind, or maybe there's someone who actually could give him pause.
I think there's just this might be a situation where you just flat with range. It's not like people are going to look to call here lightly when it's a 9 blind jam.
Yeah.
You protect yourself by flatting with hands like ace, king, and aces, and that allows you to flat with maybe some 9s and ace, queens, things like that to stop yourself getting bluffed.
Yeah, maybe even lower, maybe all the way down to 7s.
Yeah.
Lower diamonds.
And an ace jack.
2 flush draws.
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah, certainly.
I
Yeah.
blocked 2 of those.
Oh, 2 diamonds.
That's what I said. I blocked your diamonds. Wow.
One diamond.
I reckon you're rooting for this, aren't you? You're sick. I can see that look in your face.
Wow, I have 2 pair on the flop and then I lose.
You wanted to see another diamond, didn't you?
It's 5
I wanted to see one more, not 2 more.
Sure. I'd forgotten about the Greco-Gamer glasses.
A lot of fashionistas here in Mediterranean.
There's a lot of fashion with that hand, ace queen. Rip it. Timely manner too. Come on, look, all you need. I'm all in.
Yeah, if the early going has any theme, it's been short stacks, getting it in. Oh, and very bad news for Kanar.
That was a snap call, huh?
Yeah, very worried by the speed of that one.
Yeah, snap's never great news when you've got ace queen, but it is the disaster scenario.
So many ace king.
Yeah.
He almost got it all the way around.
Easy, huh? We still have a chance.
Is he talking to the dealer? So we have a chance still? We're a team? There it is.
Okay.
Still got
Low
some.
cards.
But it's because people fold other hands. So we just see this.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Low cards.
Very like coming with the truth.
Between that. Low card. How much?
Kanar survives. Unlikely, but it happens.
I hope
Yeah, and those stacks kind of...
5 in the morning.
Yeah. 560 grand.
You guys are
I think you
all
can just change your flight.
Not a big deal. Definitely not a big deal.
I might give myself the lie-in, maybe stay here an extra day.
Okay, I have to make it through until...
Maybe take the week off.
Yeah, if you are here at midnight, you've made up enough to flick in a new flight.
Do you know what I do? I wouldn't even get a new flight. I would just check in until the EPT here in October. Stay all the way through. That's what I do.
And then you need to buy 2 seats to get home afterwards because of the size you would then be at. Extension belt will be coming out. HN. Ace 7 raising it up. Nuri. A couple of seats down with 2 8s. I think typically this hand wants to flat, but could elect to put pressure on. Does just flat. And we'll get the pot to be heads up in position with a dominating hand, and things are looking good for Nuri once more.
Oh, you had to do it, James. You had to do it.
Wow, ace 7-6. Things are looking very bad for Nuri because he has a hand that can continue and a hand that is way behind. Kind of a nice spot for HN because, okay, a lot of Nuri's hands are just going to fold on this board anyway, right? There's a lot of Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited kind of hands you can't get anything from. But he's also going to have some ace X, and he's also going to have some hands like these 8s and 9s, all of which can call. He's gone for a sizing that you'd expect. This just makes those, let's say, unpaired, non-draw hands fold.
Yeah, even a sizing that all the club Broadway, diamond and spade Broadways might stick around.
Yeah, now sort of increase from equity from Nuri, but bad news in reality because he is so far behind here.
We sizing up now?
Ooh.
Oh, hello.
He's going to throw in some rope. Maybe thinking Nuri will just come betting with all his aces here if he checks to him.
Indeed.
Allow him to, if he has called with some of those backdoor nut diamond kind of hands.
Yeah, floaty things.
There is, of course, like a tiny amount of concern as well that you could have against hands like 7s, 6s, 5s. You hold ace-7, not really a concern. I'm a little surprised that ace-7 falls into the check line on the turn. I think there are some aces you check on the turn for sure, but I would have thought with top 2 we just start, we'll just continue betting, I should say.
Just a call.
Yeah, makes sense. And actually an interesting decision from Nori to bet. He just wants to protect against those random broadways, and obviously has plenty of equity when called, hence the bet. You have to be very confident you're not going to face a check raise, of course. Bet folding 8s on this board would be a disaster.
So Nori probably feels like he doesn't have showdown now and is wondering, is there another way to win this pot?
Yeah, he's thinking, if my opponent has a weak ace, if my opponent has a hand like kings or queens, can I make them fold it? So it's just to give up. I think that's wise.
Yeah, I agree.
Overbet wouldn't work. 2.5.
We don't have work.
Yeah. I was thinking about it.
That is the case. Everyone's not guaranteed 26k. Maybe still at 22 actually. 2 tables of 7 and a table of 8. Domin popping up king jack of diamonds, and Bola are then in the next seat with ace queen off, and a pretty clear 3-bet once again. I say once again, the last one wasn't 100% clear. This one feels like a must 3-bet.
Yeah, and this is a hand that can sometimes feel like an awkward 3-bet.
Yeah, and that may be playing into him here, where he's like, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do if I 3-bet here and get 4-bet again, given I just 3-bet folded.
I'm flight to Zurich. I live in Bern, Switzerland. Yeah.
So,
then stay
elects just a
days
flat.
There, then I'm not sure which
well,
day, 23rd, 24th, or
it must be a very bad one, because there would have been some tempters in there.
Yeah, exactly. That would have been a good squeeze spot, because you think Bola Den's just going to 3-bet the best of his value, best of his good hands for value, given he just 4-bet folded. Well,
danger.
The flat works.
PLO, yes. PLO 5 cards, I don't play. But hold them.
Only play hold them, huh?
Mostly,
Domin
yes. No.
immediately going into pot control mode.
Sometimes for fun.
Bola Erden right at the bang slap top of his range. Surely happy to shovel chips in. No, he look at that. He checked it back. James. Wow.
They're good. Last year they were very good cash games.
He may have saved Domin some
50, 100,
chips
100,
here.
100,
Well,
very
I know there's diamonds out there, but
yeah, the deck's not saving him.
You know Ohat, right?
What?
Ohat?
Yes, yes, I know.
But had he bet flop, he gets called. Then this pot gets very big on the turn.
Yeah, I know. Where? In Barcelona? Or?
No, here.
Here is terrible. This year was terrible.
No, but what I'm saying is he's here looking for
As
the
you
game.
say, he's not out of the woods yet.
The only game was really somehow even not good, 25-50.
Royal flush one time?
Nobody played. Private game was okay, but I was here. But even there is not so big. It's max 25-50 Holden, and not deep. Yeah, but Barcelona is good. The games are very good. Cash games.
2 million in the pot, and it is a diamond. Bola Erden.
Very good, yeah.
Will he have it checked over to him though?
I cannot even.
Domin,
say
he's played this one very cautiously, but now he has the nuts.
Kyrgyzstan, and because of
Does he feel like he can do his own betting here? How confident is he that Bola Erden could put some chips in of his own?
And it's kind of disguised as well. Doesn't have too much flush the way this one played out, having check flop, check turn.
But some other good friends of mine, they didn't find
well,
good because
I don't see how
take a sit, and then yeah, they had
this isn't an
rates
all-day,
and one table.
7 days of the week, twice on Sunday's call.
Yeah.
I like Vegas.
Yeah,
Vegas is very good. Vegas was very
There
good.
is, you know, the Jack X of diamonds does make sense. There's not enough of that really. Jack King, Jack 10, Jack 9 maybe. There's just going to be some other 2 pair that maybe plays this way. And just running bad for Bola Erden. Although having said that, if he had 3-bet this one pre-flop, he may have lost a very big pot.
Well, I don't see how it doesn't get in, frankly.
Yes, maybe I'm
This
going.
guy's
Will be final 2 tables and a redraw at that point. And well, Rudolph Domin just sitting this hand out. Maybe a good thing, because Bowler then finds 9s in the next seat. The last 2 table redraw, the final table redraw, such crucial stages in a tournament.
They really are. And Kenar, look at this, against probably the most active player at the table alongside Oleg. He sees King, Queen, and he's got a kind of perfect 3-bet shove stack.
I'd even argue you can 3-bet non-all in here and fold.
Ooh,
I'm also okay with that.
Oh!
I would have actually liked to have seen him go like a 1 million bet a little bit below and potentially fold.
That is very intricate indeed. Oleg.
Specifically with King, Queen offsuit.
Does he ever flat here?
I actually think the same thing. Just go at smaller sizing. You're attacking someone who is quite active.
Yeah, there's probably too many raise folds in a way in Bowler Ardennes' range.
Right.
Although also there's maybe some 4-bets.
Love this. Love this. Exactly that. I think Oleg's going to do this with King Jack as well. He's going to do this with King Queen. He's going to do this with Ace 10 off.
Oh, is this curtains for Bowler Ardennes?
It's just so hard to not go with this when you're this active.
Yeah. Oh no, this is so high up his range given what we've seen from him. King 4 the last hand, James.
And like I said, I think Oleg does just get to step out quite often here off that stack size against this player. He may look around the table and think that his bread is more easily buttered elsewhere. You can see this going either way.
As in a flat or a shove?
I was thinking of fold or shove, but actually I could see a flat as well. I could see a flat and a committal on a good board, but the thing is, there are a lot of bad boards with this hand. When you give the opponent a range of hands from like Ace 10 up to sort of King Queen. Not surprised to see that Oleg will be snapping. Bowler is desperately seeking a 9.
Wow.
Huge pot.
Good hand I folded.
Can I pat himself on the back folding King Queen?
I know, I don't want to tell you.
I don't want to tell you because I had a king. Seven, 5, 4. The faintest of backdoors.
8 is fair.
Huge pot here. 8 million. Who will take it down?
Well, a 6 would produce a chop.
King Queen I
We
folded.
say goodbye to Bowler Ardennes after a courageous couple of hours here on the feature table.
Yeah, he ran.
I feel like he played superbly well both yesterday and today from what we saw. I feel like he just ran in to the best hand a bit both days, actually. More so today, obviously. And yeah, very talented, aggressive player who will be back.
Look at that tower in front of Oleg now, 15 million chips. HN. 50 blinds himself, finds 2 falls. Going to pop it up. And Temescu, it's been patient. It's been dealt some mediocre spots. This one a far better situation with King Queen off against that cutoff open. It's one of these where way enough hand to shove and you can be called by some dominated hands as well. And here it goes, bar a chip. Again, screen says 17. The pay jump's not actually until 15, so I think you can just jam here. Of course, there'll be a redraw at 16 anyway. Unless he's hoping he does this as an all-in on another table, someone busts, he can tank until he sees that happen and then call it off. HM with a pair. They were going to be hard to not play this one. for 11 blinds.
Yeah, you're just flipping an awful lot here. Getting a very good price. What's he got to put in here? 1.3 to win 3.7. Almost 2 to 1.
Yeah. And there are the occasional hands. You're going to be up against a hand like maybe ace-2 suited, ace-3 suited that just draws a line. Does make the call. Oh, I say it makes the call, but of course they do have fraction back.
Oh, yeah.
Unfocus.
Do we have a ladder jump at 16?
15, so
okay.
It's not a factor. But
He's
what is
keeping
the factor
an eye.
Maybe look at the other tables. If someone's about to bust out there, take your time. That'll be down to 16, and then you'd bust out in 15. So
650.
There is something to it still. We may see Tomeski take a long time to get these last chips in. He's not going to hate the flop, but he is still behind. Now, I wonder, is there anything really intricate that can happen here? Sometimes these situations arise where you've got...
You can almost check it down.
Where it benefits some players to keep really short stacks in. I think HN, if he was the chip leader, would potentially look to keep that happening. And obviously with Tomeski, like I say, we know he's not folding, but he is just checking how many players are on the other tables.
Yeah, and did that read 16, I think we would see him go, okay, I'm going to take my full 30 seconds or a minute here, guys. I'm actually going to let you call the clock on me, but not with 17.
No.
Anyway, every chance of getting there for 4 million. Look at all those outs.
Let me chop.
HN will take a chop. He's, of course, the mathematical favorite, but ICM being what it is, you're always happy to give up some chips.
Oh, and there is the king. Sit yourself back down, Tomeski.
I'm glad that's happened. I want to see some more of this guy. He's been pretty unlucky in just the card distribution situations he's been dealt into. I want to see what he's capable of when we give him a few more chips. See if he...
DM advantage over your opponent. And, you know, when he meets resistance, happy to shut down, or at least in that instance and maybe in many others.
Two queens now for Aishan. Min raise. Let's see if Nuri's going to find any trouble with Queen Jack off on the button.
Yeah, not really a flattable one, so probably a hand.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he has taken the spot.
He sure has, and it's a bad spot to be taking. 3.3 million, all desperately at risk. Canard with the ace-3 suited, gave it a thought, but nothing more. As a snap call comes in from the two queens, and that is a very deflating sensation for Caro Nuri, who has fought so hard to get this far, and now has just 11% equity with his main event life on the line. The board does provide a couple of clubs and the 10, David, but ambitious is the path forward. Yet there is light at the end of what was a very bleak tunnel. Still, a 9 and a 9 alone is going to be the card that rescues Caro Nuri, and it is not available. And you can feel the disappointment on him, David, as he fought oh so hard to get his way to this final 17 and really earned his way here. Like if you enjoy what you're seeing, and then click subscribe in turn to ensure that you don't miss any of the streaming coverage that Merit brings you from each and every one of their series since the decision was made a year or two ago to continue to expand and grow and really arrive on the world stage as poker room worthy of everyone's attention. as ace-jack offsuit has drawn the attention of David Hu in consecutive pots. Ace-4 suited. First hand worthy of consideration for Ron Ilani thus far. Here in, let's call it the first orbit at our feature.
Yeah.
Dominated but unaware. He will defend. Go ahead.
Yeah, first playable hand. I was going to reiterate your point there. He's been sort of frozen out of the action for a while and now gets an interesting board.
Very much so. Backdoor spades, wheel gut shot. Checks and faces a 200K follow through from ace jack high, ace of diamonds at work. Just 200,000 into 1.1. Lonnie will, of course, make the call. Neither player connecting in any way with the turn.
Yeah, Lanny's equity are in a few different places here. His ace high could be good sometimes. He's got the backdoor stuff working, obviously on the 7 of clubs now. The door is shut on that. His equity very much in just one place, which is, I hope my ace high is good. And David Hu, well, lovely river. I wonder if Alani thinks he can maybe fold out a better ace. No, I like this decision to check. I think you just check and hope and assess if face a bet. A bet will come though.
And as you suspected, courtesy of the 2 checks on the turn, ace jack happily delivering $1 million toward 1.5. $4.3 back for Ilani, and he isn't necessarily going to automatically give credit to David Hu for having a better hand here.
Yeah, giving a decent bit of think time here. Wondering if this jack presented the opportunity for a king-queen or a king-10 to take one more stab at this. Does release. Who up to 18 million now. What a spot.
Just very, very solid.
And then if he faced further action, see where his hand lay within the range of hands he should play. Didn't get out of line, except that one time with the 6-7, you might recall, Ali, where he, unfortunately for him at that occasion, ran into the flop bottom set. But you understood the play. He had a back door which turned into a double gutter. Decided versus his opponent he couldn't realize equity by calling alone, so decided to give himself another way to win. The play made an awful lot of sense. And sometimes in a play where you lose chips such as that, when you reveal your thought process and the sophistication of it. And I think that's what we see time and time again in who has a very good record. I talked about it yesterday. So many final tables. And I think it's very, very likely now he's going to make this one today.
Well, hopefully that isn't the commentator's curse that you've just issued there. It would seem quite unlikely that he doesn't, but stranger things have happened. Nothing strange about ace-king suited on the button and open from Yassi Aluz with the action folded around to him. Alani will take this one off. Full leg with 6 of spades at minimum. Obviously the chips with which to defend and see what's what. Presumably no pair for Oleg.
Pesky old board here for a lose. May just knuckle back.
Yeah, lack of a spade is part of the problem. No, this is, generally speaking, pretty thin ice upon which Elius steps with the weight of 275,000 chips.
So the Jack-6 suited, the 9-6 suited, the 5-6 suited would be in there. Jack-6 off probably isn't in there. 9-6 off might be. They both might be. So as we play, guess the other card.
Well, I think the 5-6 maybe rates to be the most sensible combo, but Oleg can have really a wide variety of side cards with that 6 after calling the flop. Maybe some 6-7, 6-8 part of the equation as well.
Yeah.
Elius with the check back after picking up the Broadway draw. Now the running 10s.
And interesting here, if it is a Jack-6, he would pursue value of his own, one would presume. If it's a 9-6 or 5-6, he likely checks again or blockers. And if it's a 6-8 or 7-6, we might see a larger bet. Or maybe even a medium-sized bet to sort of merge his range somewhat.
175.
Yeah. I feel like it's a bluff now.
The 575 sizing. And Elius knows that this is a terrific candidate as a bluff catcher. But the 10x combos in particular, I think, are the stuff that maybe had some straight draw.
Might be Jack-6. Might be 9-6. It is fun playing this game.
Courtesy of Oleg not having scanned both his cards to our RFID reader.
I feel like you picked apart the best here. I think 6-7 and 6-8 maybe makes the most sense now. He's gone for this like post-oakish value-looking bet. What a tease.
Time bank marker going to have to get paid. Ace-3, early position. Uninterested.
And there is a way in which big stack can almost play pretty normally, not step out, not look for these looser opens, but yet still maybe in the face of his opponents appear to be looser just by virtue of being the bigger stack, and in a way sort of end up tricking them into believing that he doesn't have it when he does. Feel like who letting the game come to him right now.
I like it, David, because especially with the presence of the other two big stacks out there that can really issue mortal wounds, forcing the issue is something quite palpable and quite hazardous, as we see. Elani, no hazard on this board, king 5-3. Volkov checking over to him after defending his ace-9 from the big. Top pair, backdoor diamonds, it's all cozy.
I wonder how sticky Volkov feels the need to be here with a decent ace-high here. Not much below a raising range when he flats this ace-9, so fairly high up. Obviously, it could have flopped better, but versus this incredibly small sizing, I think he has to stick around. Do like the bet from Elani. Forces Volkov to find calls such as this one that are in pretty bad shape.
That shape stays bad. There's no improvement for the ace-9. Note that Volkov just keeping an eye on him, David, and I don't know if he needs to do that, just considering that one would imagine Elani isn't going to be willing to take multi-street bluffs at Volkov, or for that matter at this situation. Not that he's incapable, but just not really incentivized maybe at present. Now let's see whether or not the turn bet will be a bit more convincing than its predecessor.
Look at this.
Oh, so this is a man who had an idea, David, and the call on the flop was just designed to open the door to this statement.
So the wheels will be turning here if you're Ranelani. You'll be thinking to yourself, how did that 10 help?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think you're in there with 10-5 and 10-3 pre. Maybe a suited variety sometimes. King 10 would be a cooler, I guess. Sometimes you have to die.
Pocket threes?
Pocket threes, pocket fives may have put me in pre. 5-3 suited, I guess.
Would they really jam pre the threes and the fives?
I think they might in this situation. Cut off against big blind, yeah. I think Elani started the hand with, what, 22, 23 bigs? Maybe not, but also maybe. I think you can discount them at least. You can maybe give them half a combo.
Okay.
But yeah, this is a funky one from Volkov here. For his sake, I hope he shuts down. Elani's unlikely to go anywhere.
Well, he's got only 2 million back in a pot that contains 4.7.
Keeps the chip back.
Yep. Volkov doesn't end up making bad matters worse. This was unexpected and ambitious from him, David. You know, I think, again, we need to consider that an Elani that is willing to open the pot and then barrel through against us in particular in the current landscape tends to be a more credible iteration.
I think he's been very steady and has obviously decided that that is his way to, build a stack and make his way to a final table here this weekend. But I gotta say, in a spot such as that, when you've been three bets so big, almost feels like your opponent has sort of goaded you now. You have to go with it or not. And there's well over 2 million in there, and you have 7, and you have ace-king suited, which is super premium. Yes, okay, it's going to be a bit disgusting if you have to flip against jacks or queens. I get it. But you gotta have to win some flips to win this tournament, and I think he missed a spot to just get it in there, and he would have got his chips back.
Well, we'll never know how it would have played out. What we do know is that ace-king continues to present itself, but this time it is a troublesome ace-queen that will come along. As David, who again, 3-betting it, this time over the top of the Oleg Open. This 500 becomes 1.8. This is a far deeper stack that he is getting after. One that could very well speak up here in the tone of a 4-bet.
Yeah, 2.8 million, remember, in there now. Oleg similarly treading lightly.
Surprised?
Look, it's an ICM catastrophe if these guys lock horns in a big flip.
This is a catastrophe. Queen high rainbow board as the side card is hit by David Hu. But go on about the ICM catastrophe, David.
Yeah, it's a little bit different because Oleg's basically second or third in chips against the chip leader with 14 left. So locking horns against David is a bit of a nightmare if that was to take place in a pre-flop flipping scenario like the one I mentioned a moment ago. The difference was Demin is mid-pack, and really he can take that spot. This one, I understand Oleg's decision to flat and navigate. And by the way, I don't think he's going away for one street here.
In retrospect, though, the 4-bet feels like it could have cleared David Hu's ace-queen, depending on sizing, and that would be a very different outcome than the one that he faces, at least for the time being here. A 5.1 million chip pot, where his 1 million brings us to 6.1. And the turn brings the Broadway gut shot.
Look at this. Sliding it on over to Oleg, who maybe starts thinking about the possibility that his opponent has the same hand or jacks. And could he be the one to steal this one away? Fascinating spot here. Oleg again keen to maybe just keep pot small for now. 6 million in the middle.
Well, resisted the temptation to deliver what would have been a futile bet towards the turn. Now let's see what will be called upon by Mr. Hu.
Oleg can be good here as well, remember. This could be a light 3-bet from Hu, an ace-4, an ace-5 suited. Could have been a king-jack.
3.2.
There are hands like that in there where Oleg's already winning, so probably just felt as though he had way too much showdown.
3 points.
Just north of half pot, the sizing from David on the end. Feels very comfortable with this hand.
Yeah, I think he's probably putting his opponent on a hand like 9s, 8s, and thinks, well, maybe, just maybe, I can get a curiosity call. Certainly if he has jacks, maybe that would be the case. King, queen would snap me off. That would be nice. Oleg wondering how often does that king, jack, ace 4, ace 5 take this bet flop, check turn, bet river line. He under-repped himself pre, remember? As the time bank slides into the muck.
Yep, and right behind it, the ace-king. Came up in Rosvadov, World Series of Poker circuit event, 7th place finish, which was good for that career high, almost 40K. Worthy of note, by the way, that the Merit Poker Retro Series was just about $1,000 shy of that high water mark that took place in May of last year for him in the 5K.
Hu with the hand once again. Ace king, ace queen, now queens. Domain flatting a suited connector. Could get into trouble here. Some very bad boards. Not sure I love this flat in his spot, but let's see how things proceed. Ilani getting a good price now in the big. Yeah, it's borderline. Doesn't want a tango.
Yeah, you see him really chewing on it. Head cocked to either side there after the fold as Domin's speculations with the Jack-10 produce middle pair, but the ace out there could make things less expensive than they might have otherwise been.
Yeah, neither player delighted with their holding here, both with a lot of showdown, neither with the kind of hand that can pursue too much value.
Swift couple of checks there. See whether or not the timing on that skews who in one direction or the other. Continues to defer. Another check back from Domin.
I think he should go for some value now. Having had 2 check backs, feels as though his hand is good most of the time. Yes, maybe his opponent has a very weak ace that takes this line, but probably stabs at some point along the way. Pocket pairs, Jack X, very likely now. Maybe even an 8X. Can think of what that might be. Maybe an 8-9 suited. Had a push. Does get a little value, but as you predicted, Ali, this was going to be a small pot. We remove that ace from the equation. Well, it might just all go in.
Yeah.
Just at any
Yeah.
point. Obviously,
Yeah.
the small blind coming in, getting that ridiculously good price.
Sure.
Is so wide, and then of course, needless to say, the big blind's range is 100%. Maybe take off the hands he raises, so it's going to be incredibly wide as well. So it's yeah, there are definitely situations where you can read tightness and apply it to a future spot.
Well, nothing tight about an ace-king open, and I think we've only seen David Hu play ace-king and ace-queen. Was there anything else?
Pocket queens.
Queens, I'm sorry. How dare I?
Yeah. All legit, though. Elu's wondering if, well, he's getting after it. My ace-8 could be good. I've only got 9 bigs. Do I need a spot? I think you want a spot to get first in. I don't think you want to come over the top. But clearly thinks it's worth thinking about. Obviously keeping half an eye on the clock as well. I think 12 is our next jump, am I right?
Taking a peek. Indeed, 13th to 12th is where players will be enjoying an $8,500 pay jump, and then Elu's with the misstep, David. Ace-8. I know that Hu hasn't gone to showdown with all of the premium kit that he's been dealt, but when he has shown down, it has been strong. And so the natural temptation to presume that the big stack of 22 million is out of line, leading to what rates to be a disastrous end to Yossi Elu's campaign here in the main. Oh, and the 9-9-8 board suddenly reverses that course. Still in the lead on the turn, just needs to fade. The ace or king, and he's done just that, David. And it's almost a bit embarrassing when we collect these pots because we were so wrong. If you think I'm fading, imagine having played 4 full days of poker here at Merit, where a lot of curveballs get thrown by a lot of that field. Those who punch their way into this top 13 finish have earned it, as Volkov emerges as an active force here at the onset of this second frame.
Yeah, and he will get a customer from the man on his left who covers. It's 2 4s. Elu's just having to pitch the 2 3s for 10 blinds. No thought of Kuti and could be in really bad shape, as you see he is here. Lonnie. Good decision. 21 blinds back. Didn't
Not
see the
sure what he
hand.
had. Yeah, exactly. That would have been relevant.
Might have been Ollie, yeah. Oleg, he can flick it in from the big for one more blind with 10-8 suited. He's going to hope to perhaps find a flop that fits the suits rather than the pips.
King 6 deuce rainbow and the sevens still hold on to the lead. Only one overcard to worry about. That's the king.
Yeah, he may have a little stab at this.
There is going to be some king X combos in who's flatting range.
Yeah, and plenty in Volkov's opening range as well, though. This is nice because you're just leveraging the third player in the pot when you make these bets. It's hard for who to get out of line. So he gets called here, and it's in a spot where he doesn't actually get to be ahead too often when he gets called, but this is one of them. An interesting turn. Who picking up a gut shot? Nice, setting a price for a river. Just going after some of those ace highs with back doors that may be peeled. It's risky though. I mean, 8s and 9s make up a part of whose range here, and all those king X's as you already mentioned. There's maybe a sign of respect to who that he just wants to bet here because checking and facing a bet against a tricky opponent is so difficult.
Note the sizing, by the way, 900,000 as the board pairs, and that could keep the fours interested. A snap check, though, from Volkov, maybe recognizing that there might be a third 6 somewhere in David's kit, or this is more the king?
Yeah, it's the king and the fact that nothing worse really calls now. You're losing to 8s, 9s, maybe even 10s that just flat pre, given how deep they aren't.
Does feel like David could comfortably check back and beat ace highs.
Okay.
But it looks like he's,
Wow.
thinking over whether or not he needs to turn them into a bluff.
Yeah. He's thinking, can I make exactly these kind of hands fold all those pocket pairs that are better than mine? Wow, he is going for it. Incredible timing. Because he's bluffing, trying to bluff exactly the hand his opponent's got. Goes big.
4 million into 5.4, man. This is...
Yeah, he's trying to say he's got a hand like King Queen. Makes sense.
The thing is, Volkov knows what he's trying to say. But is he saying it authentically, or is it just hot air?
Remember, who called the flop 3-way? So he doesn't have as much of the nonsense as he would have done if this was a heads-up pop. Volkov's got to give him credit to be bluffing with a hand like ace, jack of spades, maybe that flat pre. Saw that turn, called again, and now wants to bluff. And there aren't that many of those kind of hands. And yeah, I can't blame him for folding that. Lovely bluff from who. I have to admit, I would have been a bit lazy and just check that one back.
I think I would have as well, yeah, and just assume maybe that there was some ambitious ace high. David Hu works, and he works hard, and he works quite successfully.
He doesn't work. He sits at a poker table all day long.
We've observed. I'll tell you what, you think it's so easy, James. You wouldn't be in here with me, my friend. You'd be out there doing it.
Fair.
Queen Jack suited for Rudolph Domin.
Hit a little close to home there, Ollie.
650K, just north of the minimum, the open sizing. Now, deuces for Yossi. Lets it go.
Sorry, I was a little distracted there. Just working on a little project here. If there are no cards behind here, I'll let you know what's going on.
Well, before you let anyone know what's going on, there are cards behind. King.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the Merit Poker Series Retro Main Event. And David, we've reached that point.
We certainly have.
It's that one. Again, I keep telling him it's that one there. It says on air. If you can see it, it's lit up. That means you're on air.
I am so excited. This is the one I've been waiting for. Like, it's serious life-changing money at stake here. These guys are playing for the most part, their biggest ever paydays. Not everyone. A couple of high rollers in the building, but like, it's such a huge amount of money, and we are down to the business end. I'm looking at the chip counts here, and I see that the man I've been tipped all the way through is David Hu. I think he's been a machine. Just the efficiency, the way he just plays his ranges, doesn't get really perturbed by much. Really impressed by him. Volkov, though, he's a bully. He's a bully boy, and I have a feeling he might just take this final table by the scruff of the neck.
We saw Volkov bully Hu to the extent he made the latter fold ace-king when he had just a paltry pair of deuces. Really put him in the blender. There was a lot of fun.
I watched that one, and I was gobsmacked. I thought, what is going on here? Not really the right hand selection, but this man doesn't care.
Yeah, I saw that a lot before as well. He put through quite a few 3-bets with 2 tables left. And yet he was found peeling hands like ace-10, hands like king-jack that maybe you think there'd be the 3-bets. But no, he was using 5-6 offsuit, 10-9 offsuit, just approaching it a different way. But it's fun to see, and fun to see the other players have to try to adjust to that style of play.
Yeah, and I do wonder the impact of someone like Panka, because he's seeing these hands now. Like, he knows about that 2s hand, for example. And there's a guy with a lot of experience, fearless. Money jump's going to matter less to him. Certainly 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Yeah. I'm sure it gets to a point where he's interested, but he may well take this man on.
Speaking of those jumps, it's time to throw things down to Mubotas, who's going to
introduce
our final
Ladies and gentlemen, the record-breaking main event reaches its pinnacle. 1,223 is a miracle number. A total of entries made in this event by 768 participants. These people, these 9 ones, they will share a staggering $1.92 million US, including the first place prize of 567K. And they can't wait to make their destiny. And we start with the huge one from Poland with more than an average of 15 million in chips. It's Dominik Panka! He had a very good run in the warm-up event before, and he came back for a much bigger one. 15 million in front of him from Netherlands. It's David Hu. Sitting in a third seat. He has a short stack of 9 million, but he's a very experienced one. It's the Balkans time for Darko Svensko. Running as a chip leader and representing Ukraine with 27 million in chips, it's Ruslan Volkov. Sitting in the middle,
Lebanese, who has 12 million in chips. It's Michel Atala. He had unfortunate during MPP series when he was the bubble of the main event. And now he's reaching the main event final table of 9 million in chips. It's Oleg Mentaleyev. This January, Lebanese player, he came back with merit with the huge fortune. He was fourth in the main with $124,000. And now he's shortest one, but really experienced. It's Ara Akeshene. Any Frenchman in this building right here, right now? More than 7 million in chips? And it's Thomas Aishin. And this introduction of the main event final table, we will have the biggest one from the Serbian side, and having in mind his online poker beast. 20 million, and it's Nenad Dukic. There are our finalists of Retro Poker Series. It's the final table. The perfect place and time, use your please one time only. And this thing, if it won't work, it's always the next time. Meanwhile, dealer, please shuffle up and deal. Good luck, everybody.
Well, there we go. The stage is set. The tears are ready, maybe, but also perhaps some joy in the future for at least some of these 9 players. There you go, the chip stacks as they are. No one's massively short, but Svesko down sub 20, pretty bunched in the middle. Volkov with the only real separation, David.
What is better than a Vytautas Milbudas introduction there? My goodness. I just want to make one of these final tables just so he brings me in Bruce Buffer style, then gives me a little pre-needle before I sit down. So good. Absolutely brilliant.
He's fantastic. Really is a legend around these parts.
I love the enthusiasm. Look, let's get back to it here. You asked me there about the shorter stacks, you know, obviously 4 of them bunched there, sub 20 big blinds. They're short, but they're not very short. It's all very workable. In fact, if, you know, 9th place there, Melchizedek was to double up, he jumps right into 3rd place, probably something around that. So it's all very bunched. I actually have a strong feeling, and it's been leading up to this all day, really, that yes, the structure is amazing here. This 1 hour clock gives so much play, but the attrition rate has been slow. The amount up top is so meaningful that I think it has created a little bit of additional pressure. Maybe in situations if people were playing for, you know, a far smaller prize pool, we would see a bit more gamble. I definitely saw it in the frame you did with Ali there. It felt a little bit painful at times with guys really not wanting to risk their last chips, and I wonder if we're in for a period such as that now with 9 left. Obviously nobody wants to go home in 9th for 56k, and the ICM is at its absolute peak now.
Doesn't feel right.
Well, we'll see how it goes. At least what you won't have is the problem we had with 2 tables left, which was the incessant tanking.
Yeah.
Because we are now all on the same table.
Yeah, and that's something I'm sure we will look at. Sebastian was cognizant of. I know he came over to the table, asked the guys for sort of a, let's be friends here. Let's not like start introducing anything, you know, draconian. I don't want to do that. I want you guys to just keep moving through the hands at a reasonably brisk rate. But you're right, it was happening anyway. And you can understand why players do it. And maybe if you understand why players do it, you have to curb it. You mentioned that excellent innovation that Triton have with the 10-second shot clock pre-flop. Maybe something like that. I'm sure they're always thinking about new things here.
Well, Oleg not trying something new here. First hand of the final, popping up ace, jack, suited, and Melchizedek in the next tee with ace, jack off. Not a scenario you're wild about to start this final table, is it? Being dealt this offsuit combo and an early position raise from another stack who doesn't really get to raise that many hands.
Absolutely, no. I think this is an easy enough muck here. Ace queen, certainly a tough spot. Ace jack just doesn't feel like enough hand. Oleg, yes, of course, we know. We actually saw Oleg be one of the loosest openers when he had the big stack earlier, but he's in a much different position now.
Yeah. Well,
he's taking the spot, though.
Wow, he just, I mean, all those reasons just leverages the pressure all the way back onto Oleg. Like, you want to call me for 14 blinds? Good luck to you.
Yeah. And maybe, just maybe, having seen the loose aggressive style of Oleg earlier, he identified him as maybe one of those guys who would continue to open, would continue to keep finding playability off that short stack, regardless of the ICM conundrum.
It's funny you say that because I obviously did the frame after you, and I would have said the opposite of Oleg. He was really handcuffed by the stacks around him and seemed really risk averse. So it's all
interesting.
Kind of depends what phase you've been watching here.
Yeah, and I suppose I watched him in a period where he was one of the top 3 stacks.
Right.
Sort of playing 45 big blinds deep poker, not this, you know, much trickier sub 20 stuff. But that just tells me he's good and aware.
Yeah, adjustments, exactly that. I think he's tight, you think he's loose because those are the chips he had at the time. That's how he adjusted. Well, certainly won't be playing King 7. Someone say Chen. Final table shirts on, here we go.
What a shirt, I absolutely love it.
Be wary of the man who packs a final table shirt when they come on a poker trip. They're not taking any chances. How are we feeling, chat? Welcome all those of you who did stay with us through that extended break. The players and the commentators, well fed.
Overfed.
Ready to go deep into the night here. My taxi leaves in 11 hours.
I can raise you. I think maybe 9.5 here.
There have been some tales of players sort of playing deep into the night here and getting on the make the flight bubble. I remember here with Triton, Stevie Chibbuck was on a particularly popular flight. It's the for those connecting going further afield. There's a flight at 3:20 in the morning from Ercan to Paris. And he was booked on that one and was still playing the final table at sort of 11 p.m., quarter past 11, 11:30, and he left a marker of what time he needed to bus to make the taxi, to make the airport, but then busted like 15 minutes, 20 minutes after that, so sprinted out of the room, jumped into the car, and I gather just made the flight. Some of the players were talking about this earlier, like what time's it going to finish, we've got flights booked and all that, but if you're on this final table, you're guaranteed $56,700. You can flick in a new flight.
Absolutely. You are going to hear during this final table some rather loud and excitable remarks come over the tannoy. That's because our mystery bounty, which by the way got an absolutely huge field, record mystery bounty tournament, record biggest mystery bounty, 80K, the big one in that 2K mystery bounty. Don't know if it's been won yet.
I don't think well, it hadn't before the break. I'm not sure if it's gone during that break we were on. I hope it hasn't, because it's that excitement can build. And then, yeah, when it does get popped, I would say you hear a raucous of support, but you won't. You'll hear everyone else
boos.
moaning.
Yeah, it'll be boos.
It's always boos when someone wins big, takes the equity away from the rest. I played one mystery bounty in my life. It was the one at the World Series this year, and was fortunate enough to get through to day 2 with the bounty start, and some buzz in the room when it's going on.
Oh, very exciting stuff. Well, just the idea that you're basically in a small enough lottery at that point.
Right. Yeah, I can't remember in that one. I got through to the money, but maybe 1,000 players left, around that.
And there were 2 $1 million.
There were $2 million bounties. I would have taken the $500,000. I'm not greedy. They didn't give me any bounties in the end.
2.5.
I'll give you the bad beat story later, because Vesco is going to find a non-all-in, punishing a big stack open spot. So if the order of the day before the final table was caginess, I'd say the opposite is true at the start of this final table. They're willing to push the edges.
Yeah, I take back what I said about my prediction of how this early going might take place. Dukage in the bin here, it's just,
yeah,
it doesn't look like there's any, it looks like he's aces and he's not folding.
Yeah, sure, it can be suspicious, but you pile it in here, you get it wrong, and you're down to just 10 mil yourself. Like I said, it's so tight, you mentioned it, between those shorter stacks and these, well, everyone but the chip leader, that actually you don't, it's almost like in a weird way, some of those short stacks actually can leverage a bit more on the medium stacks than vice versa. You see it there. Although, when I go home, David, I'm thinking I might start 4-betting a bit lighter.
Seems to be back in fashion. Speaking of fashion, we're back on HN. A dedicated follower of fashion. Petro.
Yeah. Tell you what, as we are drawing the curtain on this series, the next one, the gangster, I'm going all out. I'm bringing a second suitcase.
I thought you were saying you were going to bring a weapon of some sort. Bring in a knuckle duster.
Maybe.
Yeah, what, like a pinstripe suit? Is that kind of? Is that a thing?
My Tommy gun. Atala popping it up from the button, Queen 9. My first look at this man. He's managed to avoid the stream whilst I've been in here, as has this man.
Cassetti and Fearless.
Yeah, I wonder. We saw him 3-bet jam ace jack a minute ago. This feels like a spot he may go again. But I like this. You call, you keep a lot of weaker in, like this Queen 9. You want this Queen 9 to see the flop when you're holding King Queen. Great things can happen. Ace 6 8. 2 clubs is not a great thing.
Oh, Volkov wants to get involved.
I don't know what he folded, but it must have been good. Maybe the 7-9 of clubs. Not possible, of course. Atala holding that 9 of clubs may lead him to start putting some chips in here.
Yeah, I am hearing the little jingle of a phone. Maybe that's Volkov running off.
Ah, okay. I think it's his alarm to tell him the final table's about to stop.
It is an alarm, you're right. Well, ring the alarm. Atala.
I'm really wrong. David.
Fires a c-bet here, gets the job done with by far the worst of it. The power of position and being the person with the betting lead right there.
Yeah, I suggest it's a good thing we keep Queen 9 in, but obviously there are some boards where Queen 9's going to bluff us off our King Queen. Ah. There's the alarm that was going off. It was an alarm to say you flop something. Tricked them. The hot hand alert. Did you ever match time on playing on party? You had like a little thing you could set up, and if you had certain hands, you could make it alert you.
To that hand.
Yeah, so I had mine set up just for aces, and it would go psst, and the table that you had the aces on would shake. So you're multi-tabling, it would go psst, shake the screen. And you'd be like, oh, I've got aces. But you could put in which hand you wanted it to do that with. So 7-8 suited, it would do it, whatever you want. I had it as aces in. I was playing a session once where myself and Chris Moorman had reached this final table together. And I was buttoned to his big blind. It was a satellite to a 25k WPT, so we're talking some chunky money here.
Yeah,
Maybe there are like 6 left. It was winner take all, but we're getting down to it. And I'm on the button, he's in the big blind, we're in the same room. Mikey Beach just goes, psst. And I peel my head back around my screen as he's sat on the other side of my living room. And there he is, just pissing himself laughing. And then I turn hot handler off.
Whoops.
What I should have done is obviously change it to some garbage hands.
Yes,
and
you
then
should have.
Then really start messing with them. Yeah, the hot handler. Love it. I'd say I turned it off. I still have it on actually to this day.
So what's up, guys?
It's still, I don't even find the feature in it, but it's still in there.
Literally. It's very scary. I'm scared of silence.
Yeah, not a chatty
Easy to joke with
final
a good
table
step.
so far, but like,
Easy
you
to
know,
joke with a good step.
all business now.
I joke anyway.
Yeah, I'm joking also.
I know. Let's talk something. Yeah.
Let's feel our way in, maybe lose a couple of players, make a little bit of leg room. Yeah. Maybe unbutton a couple of shirts. A couple of shirts. Maybe undo a couple of buttons on one shirt.
Tiredness, I guess, from everybody.
Hmm?
A bit of tiredness, I guess, from everybody.
Yeah, also obviously.
Yeah.
But it's better to break the ice a bit, be better in better mood, so it's more fun.
Svesko, ace king, raising it up. Tala.
Question for you, James. These guys
Could
have
be a
just gone
hand.
on a
Here we
dinner
go. Sorry, this could be a hand he looks to leverage, and we've seen a lot of this already.
What did you have when you 4-bet jump?
Just make it like 2.7, 2.8 million from his 12.4, make it really hard for Svesko to continue. Would be a good candidate for it, but he thankfully elects not to do that. You were saying, David?
No, I'm just interested to know if you're in this spot, if you can cast your mind back to when you were in spots like this.
Wow, went there, huh?
What kind of dinner do you have?
Like,
I'm always a little afraid to have a big dinner. I'm usually, you know, for the first time maybe in a long time, I'm getting into the salads.
Yeah, you snack. You don't want to be full. I would just grab a little, just something to tide me over. Yeah, you definitely don't want to get yourself feeling lethargic.
Very lucky with the ace-5 thing because I would jam 8s that can. It was very lucky for you.
Well, the easy thing to do here is, it's very easy to do because you have a little snack, and then if you get hungry later in the final, you can just pop just a few meters away from this table,
yeah,
the poker
I think so.
kitchen,
I got 18,
pick yourself up,
18.
whatever you want.
You got how much?
Point.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how to show chips because I can put it on the clock maybe. I guess.
Well, no sooner had I said that there's no chat at this table, but now they're chatting it up.
Yeah, warming up.
David who? 5's in the bin, I like it. 30 bigs, a lot of reshovable stacks around. You don't want to get involved with this kind of hand in this situation.
Yeah, he's just going to fold a lot of hands here until this table gets down to sort of 7-handed, 6-handed perhaps. Depending on how long that takes. HN, 14 blinds, 8-9 suited on the button. He's got them parceled out, ready to raise. There's green, 500,000 value chips.
Queen 9. Queen 9. Man, I'm just a dealer button. Man, I keep bill like blinded. I slapped it.
Panker.
Intimidating presence, Pank, isn't he?
Really does. Great posture at the table, I always think. Well, flop that favours not just the range, but the cards Shen has here. Next to his chips, I see some time bank cards inside an elastic band. So
that was good.
I'm assuming we've had a reload of time bank chips. Not a top up, but a full on. You can keep the ones you had before and also have some more, which is nice. Going to be some big money decisions later on this evening. Good to not be rushed. I always find it, though, interesting when we do get down to the nitty-gritty of these tournaments and you find a player or two's down to the last time bank or out of them, and then they're forced to play some really intricate spots with no time.
Like you said, suddenly they get bombarded with overbets and it gets a bit stressful.
Yeah, you play super fast against those players, give them no time to think. Atala. 2 9s. And he gets the plate. Just keeping the merit hoodie on. Everybody makes a final, gets a merit hoodie.
They're lovely hoodies.
Cap as well, I believe.
I think I have a cap.
Ooh.
I have the hoodie.
Take you shopping after, should we?
I wear the hoodie during my Sunday grind sometimes. Not this time of the year, of course.
No, I can't imagine you need a hoodie in Malta too often.
Get a bit nippy. Ooh, hello. Dominic Panka. 13 million in the ascendancy, and looks like he might...
Now, David, this is where I'm not too solid on my situations here with final tables. Is this a spot where he's just going to look just to jam and...
Because they have basically the same stack?
Right. Or is it a spot we induce? What are the hands we induce? What are the hands we just jam? I guess is my question. And
I do think that the player matters to that equation, and I don't know Atala well enough. Honestly, I think this might be... Is this the first time he's been on the feature table?
First time I've seen him.
Yeah, so I don't think he's been with us here. These guys will know. These guys will be familiar. Well, we got our answer there from Mr. Panka. I think Queens, Kings, Aces definitely feel like the hands that we're going to maybe induce with.
So
it's also not always an induce. You know, maybe get flatted sometimes.
Yeah. And then what? Just 3-bet jam, Ace King, and kind of okay if everyone knows we've got Ace King, because what are they going to do? Call with 9s? Not really.
Yeah, Ace King always ends up being the one that sort of it doesn't matter as much.
Of course,
9s now.
A 3-betting like this with Queens, maybe jamming Jacks, Ace King, then mixing in some light ones with some...
Definitely mixing in some light ones here, Panka. And that's what Atala's thinking about.
So there's potential he could peel, facing the 3x. Just have a very nice hand, but it is 9-handed. And they are both a little over 20 blinds.
Flatting certainly awkward against the large size here of Panka. Does let it go. Good fold by Atala. Panka wondering if he has to surrender a time card. Looks like he got that decision just in time.
Honest stuff. Welcome one and all. You are watching the Merit Retro Series main event final table. Things have just got underway. We're barely in orbit into proceedings. If you are joining us for the first time today, do us a little favor. Throw us a like. Don't ask so much. A like would be nice. A subscribe would be great. But I'm going to start small, David. Like the final table, I don't want to go too hard too early. I want to navigate my way through. So please do throw us a like. Every time you like us, pushes us up through the algorithms, gets us more eyes on here, gets more eyes on Merit. It means that, well, they'll keep asking us back to do this, David. Otherwise, who knows? The stream could disappear.
And I have on good authority you'll win your next flip as well.
Oh, there you go. You win your next flip. If you don't, proof of the loss of the flip to David Lappin, and he will reimburse you for its value. As it is, HN down below 20 bigs. Yes, 2 below him. But everyone guaranteed 56,700. Life is good if you've made this final table. But look at that. 10x the 9th place prize for coming out as champion. That's got to be, well, the goal for all. No one's here so short they're not thinking I can still win this. You know, sometimes you get these final tables, someone sat there with 4 blinds, 5 blinds. They're just trying to ladder a couple of spots. Shortest tier, you're still thinking you can get it done.
Yeah, like 185, 190 buy-ins for first.
Wow.
It's pretty tasty.
Definitely one worth winning.
Means you can come back and play this 185 more times before any danger of being in the red.
How many meals you could eat in that time?
5 stops a year. 37 years you can come back here, play the main event 5 times a year. Bookie's money.
Like I say, you'd be well fed. A lot of meals.
Panka, stack growing, influence on this final table growing. Incredible when you think back to how he really was rocking the short stack for a long time. Halfway through yesterday, I saw him in the mix with 50 players left. Don't want to say hanging on grimly, but certainly always in the sort of bottom 10 or 15 percentile of the remaining players.
Here we go.
Now look at him.
I like that. Again, ICM put all the pressure back on Panka. Don't want Panka to be jamming the pocket pairs into you. Don't even really like him jamming, say, King Jack and you being 60%. Don't really want to get peeled and play an awkward one post. Just put it in, take it down.
Yeah, the risk premium is absolutely massive in these situations. Now that's what I'm going to say, 2nd and 3rd in chips, or maybe 3rd and 4th in chips, going up against one another. Both of those guys very much looking like they're going to secure a 150k plus payday in most worlds, and you sort of present them with the option to have a 50k payday right away.
Yeah. Would you like a chance at 56k? No, thank you. I'll just fold and play on.
Dukic now with the 9s. Pesky little hand from early and middle position, given this situation with all the shorties behind. He's probably in a similar spot where he'd have to raise folded, but I suppose the scenario you're looking for is to just get one through and also get called by the big blind and have a pretty strong hand.
And I like this
position.
adjustment. Look at this sizing wise, 1.3. Because you're not playing that many hands, right? So you get to raise a little bit bigger, you're representing more strength, you're dissuading peels. You see the man in the big blind is, of course, the chip leader. You don't want him coming in.
Yeah, worried about Volkov, obviously. Downside of that is he is putting more in there, so when the play doesn't go well.
See the background. The mystery bounty must be on break because players are coming up, picking up bounties.
Oh, here we go. Actually, that's okay. I actually know this one. This is Ryan Mandara's girlfriend.
Oh.
Don't know if she's opening for him or herself. That seemed like a big one. I don't know if it was the absolute biggest one, but it was
I
a big
thought
one.
I heard it end with 5. I know there's a 55k in there.
I think you're right. Well, it's not all about the main event. It's mostly about the main event, but we'll give a little love to the outer tables here. Ryan Mandara and his missus delighted with that outcome. Looks like Ryan's going to dig deep for the second one here. Just 3 for Ryan. See, you're no good at pulling them, Ryan. You should have let her do all the work.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the 55k, but I thought I heard a 5 at the end of it. And I know there's an 80k, a 55k, a 40, a 30, a 20. So if it did end with a 5, it's probably that one. Meanwhile, Volkov from the small as the chip leader, going 2.5x into this 20 big blind stack. I would like to see him, he was doing this earlier, go a little bit bigger from small, but slightly different situation on the final table, of course.
Yeah, I guess he feels like just any raise from him is sort of a scary one, and he can maybe get away with slightly less than seems optimal. Wow, look at this one. He's going to rep it. His opponent has it. Oh, he's not, you know. Okay, maybe feels like he's not getting rid of ace high.
Well, maybe he feels like these peels are few and far between, and therefore maybe there's a lot of king X in there.
Bit surprised not to see a c-bet there, got to be honest.
Yeah,
but,
me too.
Atala happy to commit a half pot bet here on flop. Going to get the dressing down here from Volkov, who is perhaps planning on a delay c-bet. Didn't get the opportunity.
One pair not enough.
Maybe another reason why I checked that. Thought Atala would play very honestly behind, and if he bets, he just can fold, and if he does check, the delayed c-bet comes in and picks up the pot a lot. If that was the assumption, well, he was correct there.
Well, we haven't seen any all-ins yet. We've seen plenty of 3-bets. This final table hotting up in a big way now. Kind of feel as though we're in for something special over the course of the next 4 to 5 hours. Strongly recommend you stay with us here on the Merit Poker channel. Tell your friends, someone's going to win $500,000.
Dukic going back to smaller sizing now that the chip lead is not in the big blind, perhaps the reason. So who looks down at ace king in the hijack? Won't be folding this one again.
No, but as we've talked about already, he's obviously got just over 30 bigs here, 32 bigs. He 3-bets and was to get 4-bet shove on. You know, wouldn't be loving life.
No.
So small 3-bet, looking to keep in a lot of the hands he dominates. Make sure the ace-10s, ace-jacks.
Ooh, wow. I was about to say, unless it was a cold 4-bet jam, that one imagines is what he's about to see here. Atala picked up some nice hands on this funnel so far.
Interested to see who will respond to a 25 big blind shove here.
8 life
should it come. A lot in there. 47, 4.7 I should say. Atala clearly not loving life either.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think he knows he's got to go with it. He also knows he really hopes it's a light 3-bet.
Please, please. There is some
just exploitation.
No snap. Yeah, well, Jax is in a terrible spot now.
That's the thing. He knows he can make some really strong hands fold with this move.
Here, brother.
Maybe just maybe Ace King is in a terrible spot. We've seen who folded before. doesn't want to commit in these sort of spots.
Yeah.
I thought I already fold.
Then I get the news that it's 10 million more to win a pot of 27. That's just far too good a price.
Yeah. And even with all the final table ICM dynamics at play. And, you know, you can be up against jacks, queens, the same hand. Maybe some world ace queens suited in there.
I will.
Not many kings and aces left when you hold ace king.
Risk premium is big in a situation such as this. He will be calculating that, wondering is it 10%, is it 8%?
70?
He's also just sitting there going, how am I in the spot with ace king again?
Yeah, it's been a pesky hand for who?
No, not 17. 12.
Needs to be 38%, 37.
Right, for chips.
For chips. Add a little risk premium to that. Maybe needs 45, 44. Maybe not quite that much, maybe 42, 42, something like that. Ace king will be better than 42 against pairs. There is the chance he's up against the same hand, which is actually kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
I think he knows he's not up against ace queen.
Wow, he's folded it again. This one I can actually get a little bit more on board with, I think. You have free bet. This man...
By the way, guys, from this side, do you know there is a lot of chips under the box?
They do, yeah.
It's just the power getting it in first, James.
I understand that it's all invisible for everybody.
Very edgy what you're doing.
I know. I'm trying to angle everybody now, yeah. I put this box here, like I'm not letting them move it.
No, it's not on your fault. It's just like...
No, they asked me, they don't know.
Maybe they
know.
think that you're like 5K.
No, they know.
Well. You can understand why. If he's giving his man a range
this guy gave me chips, and then
ace
they
king,
asked me, so I think they know.
Jacks plus. If he gives him jacks plus, maybe if he thinks he might fold jacks, does he only have queens or better? We don't know what the history is between the two players.
Yeah, a range of queens plus ace king. Ace king's not loving playing that.
Incredible though that he's been forced out the pot twice with ace king in the late stages of this tournament. Not a hand that typically gets folded pre-flop with such shallow chips. But he fights on. And exactly what you said earlier, David. You know, if he calls there, he's got a very good opportunity of going home with 56,700. If he folds, he's got a very good chance of finding fifth without doing much else.
Yeah. And maybe brings back your original point, James, of maybe these hands just need to go all in pre.
That is the other thing as well.
You just get it in pre yourself and put that decision back on the other guy. Would the ace king have called it off there? I don't think so. Not with no money invested.
Right.
So it's almost satellite bubble-ish. Like it's not as profound. Obviously, satellite bubble, especially crazy. That's the situation where we advocate for folding aces sometimes, but it's very, very high. All that dead money in there made me think he just tip him over the line to making the call, but it was very borderline. And actually, when I ran the numbers on it and added the risk premium, it brought me to the 42% mark. And then you start thinking, oh, I don't know if I'm actually in the shape I need to be.
I always just give someone like, it might have ace-5 suited.
Some would, but this would be a time for shaving away some of those. Of course, you have to have bluffs in all spots, theoretically. Even if they are only fractions of bluffs at some frequency. In reality, though, the human mind will often disregard Volkov jacks.
Yeah, he's not one who has to fold anything really. And Dukic continuing to open a lot of pots.
Big stack on big stack violence again, maybe.
I love the casual flicking from Volkov with the 2 jacks. Dukic, I assume he's going to send this one to the muck, having opened what would be one of his weakest opens from the first seat. But never say never. Small 3-bet. That's the good thing about being the chip leader and attacking one of these other big stacks, isn't it? You don't have to go that big because they just don't want to play pots where they can bust.
No.
So you do get to go smaller sizing. I'd still probably go slightly bigger than this, but...
And this one is literally the biggest stack against the second biggest.
I swear, guys, check the stream. I just got openable hands, I swear.
Don't stop coming after me. Promise. I've got good hands. Banker's just chuckling to himself.
I would never accuse you of raising without it.
I actually wanted to go to bathroom like 2 before big blind, but couldn't do it, obviously. I had to raise.
I love poker.
Yeah, keeping his powder dry and his seat for now.
Promise, guys, I'm not raising a lot of bluffs.
Oh my god.
Oleg now, one of the shorties, 11 bigs. Deck not being kind here. Melchizedian, tricky one here. $15 bigs. Do you just stick it in and pray?
I kind of like it. Just wow. Here
Same
we go.
stack. Same stack. James Dempsey.
Yeah. I mean, you just put it back on these players, force them to call off for their life. They're going to call a lot tighter. I don't think Ace-Queen's fighting the muck. That's way too strong a hand. And the shortest stack's obviously the least to lose.
Here we go.
I
Classic race.
Melchizedian hating that. Dukic looks like he's got two.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me.
2 jacks.
Oh my goodness, this hand is so difficult here.
Oh, we have to call this surely.
I think so. I think so. Well,
He has
particularly when the
10
first
million
one can be
behind.
light. Here we go. 3-way all in.
Yeah, he has 10 million behind. He's just getting the count.
Oh.
As of course you should always do in these situations, just to make sure, take a moment. So much money on the line.
Like, only 3 hands beat you. HN could obviously have a better hand, but not often. Melchizedian.
What's
very
Melchizedian
wide.
thinking right now?
Oh.
He's jammed, being called by the small, and the big goes into the tank.
Praying for 2 ace-kings, I think.
Is he sitting here thinking, oh, maybe Dukic is going to fold a bigger pair than me, and then maybe I get to run it against.
Imagine that
potential
happened.
flip.
Imagine Dukic finds the fold here and Melchizedian gets
Can't
the
find
double.
the fold, surely. Jack's just too good. You know, Agent's going with
Yeah,
some
he's
smaller
got to. And
pairs.
it's also, remember, it's only 40% of his stack.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world should this one go awry. But if he does take this spot and his hand does hold up, my goodness me, he will be up to 30 million.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just massive. And you are good against these ranges. The open jam.
Oh my god. Wow.
He does cool.
Here we go, James Dempsey. What a huge pot in the context of this final table.
And it's kind of a good cool formation. He gets a shot of winning a lot more if he spikes one of those aces or queens.
Yeah, HN.
Bad news for Melchizedian.
HN may share the chip lead. if he gets there. Melchizedian, should he spike the 5, will be maybe second in chips. Dukic will be a huge chip leader if this hand holds. Here we go, guys. Biggest moment of the tournament.
Wow, freeway alliance?
I don't know.
10-10-7. So far, so good for Dukic. Just 2 cards away from that big chip lead and eliminating 2 players, more importantly, perhaps.
I won't be too greedy.
Oleg sitting there. Okay. Absolutely loving life right now. 2 ladder jumps.
Straight no good.
As he sits there with 11 bigs.
HN calls it himself. Straight no good. He needs to hit an ace, a queen. Melchizedian, a 5. And we do have the jacks hold. We have a double elimination. They've got to count the stacks down here to see who has finished in 9th, who has finished in 8th. It was very close between the 2 of them.
It was close, but given that we would have done a double check on this pre-final table, it's unlikely any chips would have gone astray here. I think it's going to be HN taking 8th place.
Good letters for him as well. 2 letters.
Dukic is like, take as long as you want with my chips. I'll have them in a minute. Dukic then, we chip leader with 7 left whilst we get this verified. And what a great advancement for everyone else.
Oleg Nataliev.
Yeah, they're skipping the 50. They're skipping the 76,300 pay jump and straight up to 95.9k guaranteed. And maybe, just maybe now, David, who's like, oh, I'm kind of glad I folded. I got my 2 ladders. I could have found disaster there if I'd called my ace king.
Well, look at this. We have a back-to-back. See you later.
Sat next to each other, and they'll be stood next to each other at the cash desk momentarily. Forced out in the same hand. Confirmation, it is Melchizedian, the man jamming the 2 5s. Out in 9th, Thomas HN, the caller with ace queen, picking up 76.3. And as mentioned, everyone now guaranteed 95.9 thousand. And we have a new chip leader.
Yeah, Oleg Nataliev. Maybe the happiest person after Dukic with that outcome. Has laddered 2 spots despite being 9 of 9. Now finds himself 7 of 7. 40 grand in his back pocket, and maybe those ICM handcuffs have been taken off.
Yep, things start to loosen a little bit. Interesting, we do see a merit, and some intricacies around the pay jumps, and the jump from 7th to 6th still, I say just, but is only 20k, which was the same jump as from 9th to 8th and 8th to 7th, so as a percentage, representing a smaller jump.
Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, we see things loosen up. Volkov's not going to be wild about the fact he now has a man covering him. But he himself as well, it wasn't that big a chip lead that he doesn't enjoy the fact that 2 players are busted, because it was still possible he comes 9th even as the chip leader.
Sure. Oh, Volkov declared raise there. It's been ruled a limp.
Yeah, it happened today, right?
The blinds have gone up. There we go, first hand.
3-6,
he threw in 2 chips. If you remove one of them, it's less than a call, so it's deemed as a call.
Well, there was a lot going on there, in fairness.
And, well, it may save him, because Dukic wakes up with King Queen in the small.
Yeah, interesting whether he limps along now, given Volkov wanted a raise, or if he just now gets a kind of a cheap implied 3-bet.
Yeah, I think he goes with that. Cheap implied 3-bet. So Volkov's actually going to save chips here, you would imagine. But in his mind, he's like, really? This guy just got the chip lead off me. He's been the most active. He pleaded with everyone, I promise I've had hands. And now he comes 3-betting me the first time he can when he covers me. Or effectively 3-betting.
Well, look at this. Volkov doesn't look like he wants to fold.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We know this man.
Whoa. He wants to 3-bet.
He is fearless.
Oh, my God. I would be 3-betting this man.
Wow.
With premiums only, I got to say. He will put the fear of God in you.
This is incredible. And now Dukic's got such a good hand, but does he want to call an additional 4 million, go to the streets, and potentially be the shortest stack off this hand if he were to lose all his chips?
The answer is yes, and Oleg is now sitting there looking at a 15 million pot in the middle going, am I about to ladder again?
Wow. Volkov, all of a sudden, in a 15 million chip pot with King 10 offsuit against the only person who covers him.
What a flop for Dukic!
It is a huge flop for Dukic. One that he would have to go with, even though he's behind to a lot of hands still.
5 more million invested by Volkov here with just a gutter ball.
The decision back to Dukic, and I guess it makes no sense to raise here, right? We're either miles ahead or we're behind with a very live draw.
Yeah, I suppose, are you thinking to yourself, I know I've got a king in my hand, but I could get kings to fold. I could get jacks to fold.
Right, do those hands bet this flop?
Do we want to get jacks to fold? Do we want to get 10 to fold? Obviously not. So do we
click
call and
it
keep
though,
them in?
even? Yeah.
Oh yeah, do they even click it? This is, wow, we're in the streets here, James.
Pot is monstrous now.
I think he might be resigned to just calling this off.
This is hand 17 of this final table. We suggested it might be cagey. We saw an ace-king fold early on. But there are 25 million chips in play. Of the 122 million in play.
What are we watching? Volkov does check back, though. He just sticks the brakes on hard.
And now Dukic, one assumes, will tank a long time, check, try and get Volkov to check back.
Volkov hit the brakes quick there.
And sees it's the hand he could have beaten. He could have got that one to fold. Dukic up to 47 million. Volkov down to just 14. A little over 20 blinds.
What have we just witnessed? What have we just witnessed? This man had 18 million a moment ago. Is he at 50 million now?
He was asking everyone not to three. Stop three-betting me, guys. I've got it. And he's not lying. He had it again. Wow. Further argument, in my mind, for who's fold of ace-king now.
Oh, yeah.
You've got the likes of Volkov, who's willing just to go for it. Dukic is like, I'm not backing down. Ladder's maybe a little easier to come by here than perhaps I gave credit to when he was making that fold of the ace-king. Volkov's just thrown himself right into the pack. Madness.
Yeah, and one wonders, will he adjust appropriately now that he has been beaten back into that chasing pack? It's a very different situation in which he finds himself. It was almost like he saw that as the one opportunity to one-up the guy who just got ahead of him to get it back so he could continue the way he'd enjoyed it, and now that's gone very, very wrong.
Insane action at this final table.
Well, we promised you at home a final table for the ages. We said there was a lot of talent on show.
Atala raising it up with ace-king, as he should. Just trying to find a moment of calmness on this final table. Dukic with a hand that can call. Not necessarily because of the great odds he can make, but just because he can mess with people post-flop, and they just don't barrel him off. He gets to showdown a lot with his 2 5s.
Yeah, completely different situation than ones we've talked about earlier, where these set mind, board mind spots are tricky. When you get to over-realize, changes everything. Oh, and Atala, not a board he's loving right now. Might be just check giving up. Letting Dukic take the stab. Oh, for $1 million though. You're just going to give it to him for $1 million? Oh, I don't think you can. But he's on a heater.
$1 million, so cheap, isn't it?
So cheap, and your ace and your king are almost certainly good here. Obviously ace 10 could be in the mix.
King of Hearts working as well, but at the same time, it's a final table. It's going manic.
And if his body language is anything to go by, it's almost like he's already given up, to be honest.
Yeah, he's exhibiting a lot of emotions for a man who then may continue. But that could all be play acting as well. Seems to have gone more deep into the scenario, and he is going to find the call. Well done.
Well, maybe that bit of genuine acting will now look like overacting.
That's what I mean. It goes both ways. And what a gin turn card. If you check call this flop with ace king with the king of hearts, the ace of hearts is as good as it gets. Dukic, one imagines, just shuts this down right. The hands that check call are a lot of ace x. Maybe some flush draws. Oh, it's all bad news from here. Don't have to win every pot. Tough to win this one unless he thinks maybe his heart's alive. Try and bluff off some jacks and queens.
Nines as well, maybe.
5 million.
Wow, he does. Pots it, near enough.
That is a big bet. And, well, Atala, as you said, just the dream card there on the turn.
It's a dream card, but it's not the dream bet to face when you've hit that dream card. Not enjoyable, even with a hand as strong as this. If you've got a smaller size, you can beat some value. This size, you're only beating bluffs. But you do have reasonable equity against the value.
Double check of one of the cards there. There's quite a lot of signaling here.
Checking the stock.
What's kind of fun about that is the double check of one of the cards really does feel like maybe you're sitting there with jacks with the jack of hearts or queens with the queen of hearts.
Yeah. David, not much value in raising here.
Like, our opponent could certainly have some equity in, you know, getting them to fold something that has maybe 20 or 25% that has some merit, but actually in reality we have the nut draw, we have top. We're not getting an 8 to fold. I don't think we have much to be scared of. I think we can just...
I'd be scared if I'm in a shoot.
Well, you're too scared anyway.
I'm scared. I'm like, this man is pleading with us all that he's got a hand every time.
Credit to him. I sort of said that I felt like Atala had overdone the sales pitch, but now I feel like he might have done it just right.
And just see that. He was playing with the chips over and over and over again, and he was staring at Dukic as he slid them forward, just trying to get the instant read.
Well, easy life now.
Warm, fuzzy feeling befools him. Even if he was against a hand like Queen 9 of hearts, Jack 9 of hearts, he's now overtaken. Only worried about the very unlikely full houses.
Do you send it on over again, or do you bet yourself now?
Yeah, that's a good point. Kind of looks like you got this kind of hand. I don't know what our bluffs would be here now. Do we turn...
Do we bet 1.5 million?
Oh, he has gone small. I love it. Look at this. He's gone 4 million. This is great.
It's like a queen. It's like a queen of hearts.
Right, he's
Jack of hearts.
Right,
Queen of hearts.
and maybe he's just trying to get those kind of hands to peel. Like I don't know what offsuit Queen or Jack Dukic has, because I feel like the Ace Jack Ace Queen with a heart wouldn't bomb the turn. Probably doesn't even bet the flop. Well, maybe bet the flop, but certainly doesn't bet that size in the turn. So I'm trying to think. Maybe he just puts him on a hand like this, like pocket pair with a heart. Wants to get him to cry cool. But then what bluffs can he have, Atala? Like Ace 10? An ace with no heart?
Wow, fascinating poker here.
Only hand 18 of this final
in
table.
The main event.
The first 7 we could just throw in the bin.
Yeah.
Then things have really picked up.
To be honest, even that first 7, there was some intricate little 3-bet wars.
Right.
He does
he's
make
got
the
it to pay off.
Atala, huge stack now, 30 million as well. Dukic back to 36.
Wow, I'm so stupid, mutters Dukic under his breath. I think he knows he's not supposed to call there, but he just couldn't put it together.
What? Right foot.
No, you get the pot, but you owe 4 time bank chips, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Dukic, maybe believing his own hype. He was winning every hand and thought, oh, maybe I'm just supposed to win this one as well. He knows that's a mistake straight away. That was a big
Biggest
mistake.
donation, 5 million in history of televised poker.
Did you say biggest incineration?
Biggest donation in the history of televised poker of 5 million chips.
Well, I was trying to be kind, but now he's gone so hard. I can say it as well. That Dukic, that was pretty bad, but it's okay. You know it. You've recognised the mistake. It's what you do from here that matters.
Yeah. So what
Sometimes
I like this guy. I like this guy
Sometimes
anyway.
it's good, though, just to reset your emotions like that. Let it out. What
Yeah.
have I done? That was stupid.
Yeah.
Call attention to it. Right. Now I draw a line underneath it, and I carry on.
Yeah.
Rather than let it fester. Just let that out. Let the moment's got you. You've made a mistake, but now you can reset. Metala's like, this This is fun, this final table.
Yeah.
Suddenly got 30 minutes. He's managed to make ace king fold in the spot. He's managed to get the 5-5 flush to call him in another spot.
You raise a really good point there, James. I remember in Mental Game of Poker, Jared Tendler, Barry Carter's book, something along those lines of how important it is to be able to make fun of yourself.
Right.
Because it's a way of letting it go. It's a way of releasing stress. And as you said, not letting it fester.
Yeah.
And clearly Djukic has that, and credit to him for being able to do that so publicly and verbally.
Yeah, it's
for our enjoyment as well.
Pressure.
It's funny, you see in other sports.
Flush.
Just flush.
If I didn't have a flush, you wouldn't win.
Flop, you know. There's nothing.
Investigation goes on as these two see the ace jack deuce flop. Pair for each from opposite ends of the spectrum.
Now I need to go to the bathroom.
Yes, Fesco calling.
Now I need to go to the bathroom.
Fesco called with the 7-2 suited here.
Yeah.
Noteworthy.
I think
Oleg is sitting there with like 5 million.
Is Fesco on the shortest stack, I think?
No, Oleg has 5.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. You just answered that question before I asked it.
That's okay.
I should listen to you, really, shouldn't I?
It's okay. Panka. Gonna.
Wow. Surprised the sizing here. Typically, see very small bets in these scenarios, but he's gone for 1.6 and 3.4, basically half pot. Really, though, puts pressure on these deuce X's, which there aren't many of, because not a lot of them call from the big blind.
Yeah. And like Jack X as well is just like sort of forced to call this size, and then it just gets very
maybe that's
mucky.
Panka's adjustment there. He's just little exploit. I've got a good hand. I'll bet a bit bigger because those jacks just can't fold. Deuce isn't going to stick around anyway. I was going to come back to something there. So sports psychologists, there's always the thing of keeping your emotions on an even keel. It's a big thing. You don't want to get hot, you don't want to get cold. So it doesn't work for everyone. And the case in point is, in golf you see this, where players get time between shots. A bit like this, where you've got time between. And there are some very famous players who run super hot, but you see it, they get hot, they're visibly angry, but they get it out of their system, and then 2 minutes later, when they have to make the next decision or the next action, they're calm again. And that's kind of what Djukic, well, I don't mind Djukic doing this at the table.
Yeah, Dara O'Kearney has for years made fun of the fact that I will often scream a sort of stream of, expletive-laden consciousness at my computer, and then it's gone and I'm on to the next hand. And he said, I've never noticed you then play the next hand badly. And I was like, well, yeah, because like, I'm just annoyed then, and I'm cursing at that guy or my luck or whatever it is. And I think you're right. And I think for me, I know we talked about this earlier, it comes from cricket, which is a similarly punctuated game, where there are these moments and then there's a big gap. You've got a minute or 30 seconds before the next moment.
Yeah.
Tennis is like that too.
Yeah, I mean, famously tennis players run super hot, don't they? Although I'd say tennis falls into that category of it's a reactionary sport. You don't have time to think about what you're about to do, right? The thing just happens at you.
Well, that's true, actually, when something's flying at your head.
Yeah. Poker, golf, cricket to some extent, all games where you kind of go when you're ready rather than go when someone else decides. Svesco ripping from small to Volkov. Volkov, a wounded bear.
Like,
it's scary ripping to him, given the fact he's thinking this long with Queen 9 and the ICM's the way it is.
You really do feel like if that was Queen 10, maybe he calls.
He really wanted to call there.
He really
He's like,
did.
I don't care about ICM. If I got the best hand now, I'm going with it.
Yeah.
This is amazing stuff.
We are being spoilt with entertainment. I have to say, like, the wheels have come off a little bit in a few hands.
It's almost
but
what
that
we
makes
needed.
it great.
Yeah. We needed some deviations. Even the man who'd been running so hot, this man on your screen here, Duke, he's still shaking his head
I love this guy, Duke, I have to say.
Yeah, he's a
great character.
I fell in love with him on day 2 when he ran this monstrous bluff. And Gabby Livshitz grazing over the river.
That was
with
that one.
Ace
Oh, I
of
remember that
spades.
one now.
Oleg, the shortest stack, 9.5 blinds, ace king from the 1 seat. Say thank you very much. Move them in.
Owen.
Ooh. Ooh, with ace jack in the cutoff. But it's half of his chips as well. And Oleg has been very, very snug. I wonder. If who was in the big blind, I'm sure he'd be calling. Cut off, players behind. A little tougher, right?
Yeah, one thing that's going to play in whose mind here is we're playing big blind ante. In the very next hand, Oleg's going to surrender 2 of his 9 bigs. And therefore, it's normal these days in the strategy to go a touch wider in the under the gun spot than maybe we would have in a traditional ante format, in an old school ante format, if you will. And maybe, just maybe, that's going to make Who feel like he is dominating some of the range. Not at all surprised by that fold, though, from what we've seen. Who really trying to stay clear of putting his last chips in.
Yeah, I think he understands how farm tables are played. And I like that fold as well, not just because I can see the hands. Okay, even maybe button he would have called. I don't know. It might be right on the border there. Suited. Cool. Later round. Cool. Right there. Pitch it in. We continue for a moment. 7-handed.
So 6 figures will be open. The first one is 6,000.
Even these guys are all looking over watching the bounty draw. It's exciting.
I feel like Dominic's enjoying the rail here as well.
Yeah, he's in that camp of people, interested observers. Round to Italo in the small blind, 10-5 offsuit, but he is up against the shortest stack in the big blind, so this may not be over just yet. Nah, he's going to play honest.
Wow.
Looks at his friend, gives a walk, and Oleg had a call behind with ace-8 suited. Everything going right for Italo right now.
It's like I'm dying in the desert and someone gives me water.
Yeah, you don't have nothing.
Before?
No.
Now I don't even look.
Well, you had a call with ace-8 suited. There is Panko. He's just pretty much enjoying it from the rail, as you said. He'd have taken the way this farm table's gone so far. He hasn't made any ground, but he hasn't lost any. The big stacks move from sort of round to his left to directly to his right. What a great lead that was from Italo, having rivered the nut flush. Just milky 4 million. Incredible.
Found his customer too. And has now tilted his customer.
Yeah, and his customer's shocked he found his customer. Customer's still second in chips though. He's going to be a tough competitor going forward. This man, certainly a tough competitor. David Hu. Very, very active yesterday. Today, obviously being the same, but exhibited the other side to his game up to now. Ability to fold on final tables and in their lead up. Volkov from the hijack, raising up ace-4. Panka defending king-6 from the big blind. And we see ace-7-6, little piece for each. Volkov, I'd venture, still has a pretty wide range. But Panka having none of it just says, you got it. Not going to fight with bottom pair. A couple of hands are calm. Festival winding down here at Merit. Very sad day tomorrow as a lot of players will be jetting out of here. The warm sun, the warm sea, and the warm buffet. I'll be sad.
And the cold beer.
Still plenty of action here today, though, for not just these players, but you had the Mystery Bounty going on. You have that Merit Classic, and then the ultra last minute, the Turbo Deep Stroke Bounty, for those who are just desperate to get their last poker fix.
I think you can just about still get in. 20 more minutes of late reg.
I mean, raising and Oleg finding aces behind. So patient. Just 12 blinds. And the big stack opening, it's...
Wouldn't he love to be in a spot where he could flat here, but I just think it telegraphs way too much.
Yeah, we just play ranges, jams, like I see it. You get it up at reasonable frequency as well, David, with the aces here. I like it. Burning a time bank.
One of those spots where you got to burn the second time bank to really tell the story, in my opinion.
Well, I was actually thinking it's good to burn time bank as long as we do this with all the hands, but I'm also of 12 bigs happy just not burning a time bank because there are a lot of hands you're going to jam with here, I guess. But it's like you should really know your 12 big blind range, but trying to sell that weakness. And David Atala with ace-8 of clubs will know he's ahead of some of the hands even, right? The king, queen, king, jack suited of the world.
Yeah, insofar as you're ever ahead of those kinds of hands, really. Don't think he's going to be able to find too many small pocket pairs.
No, but calling 6 million to win 10.
Yeah, I think Oleg almost unlucky that he got that last shove through. If he had a little bit less, he gets snapped off here. Gets the double in most worlds.
7.
Although, Atala, ooh. Yeah,
Nice.
Great fold, Atala.
Very good fold. Was in terrible shape.
100%. He didn't. No. He didn't.
I already gave it to you.
He did give us.
He did. He threw it in. At the time.
Can you call the floor? He used 45 seconds. He gave? Okay, I'm sorry then.
1,200,000.
Dukic can't get the chips back. He wants to take the time banks. Volkov under the gun. He's going to show some restraint. He's calmed down. All right. Blue hot for a little while. Oleg again. 16 blinds now. Favored in 2/8. Still shortest or second shortest, tied shortest, however you want to view it. Doing some accounting. But I'm going to have a time chip. This one, though, a bit more of a genuine thought of what to do here. I think when we burn a time chip, maybe we're...
I think he's going to open.
Yeah. It looks like more of a genuine tank, though, if you do that than min open. I don't know whether just 'cause I can see the hands, but if you're always going to burn a time chip when you open, then you're going to burn through those time chips pretty quickly. It's harder to balance that. Going to win the pot. Nice that he's taking it from the other short stack as well.
Yeah, back to 10 million now, Oleg. Oh, 11 million.
Nice little run. Doubled up without showing a hand. From jamming under the gun for under 6 million.
He's played tremendously well.
Manicured stack. So, we certainly have settled in after what can only be described as 5 minutes of madness. The chat has dropped. The action is called off. Who? $17 on the button, ace jack. He is a short stack in the small, and what can be described as kind of a live one in the big blind.
Yeah, you might want to just stick it in against, well, there we go, kind of
that's what he's done.
Effective. Volkov quickly releases the fours.
Good thing he did, because Volkov may have thrown it back on him if he had come for a smaller sizing. And then
Without a shadow of a doubt, James.
yeah, I was being kind. May definitely would have. Same thing.
Yeah. Who has impressed me is a lot of people might be looking at some of these huge above the rim folds and thinking, oh, these seem a bit weird. But honestly, when you crunch the numbers, the ICM of the pre-final table period where he made that huge fold with ace king, and then 9 left on the final table, ace king again, you just get put in such horrible spots when you need to be so much better than chip for chip. Djukic going to open up the threes in early. A little dangerous into a field such as this. These stacks. Volkov. Oh my goodness me. Surely going to find a small 3-bet here.
Yeah, here's a man who can certainly find 3-bet bluffs, so it makes sense. I love the speed he's done it as well. Well, he's gone really... It's not gone big for the situation, but it's gone big for him.
Yeah, I think you want to throw a little bit more rope here when you've got a hand this strong. And it doesn't really matter because you don't have to go this big with the stack depth either.
Although, all that said, you can still have this size and fold. And if that's the message we're trying to send.
Wow.
Maybe he tricked the likes of you and me, thinking this looks pretty weak because why has he gone so big when he's gone smaller in the past? But in fact, the opposite is true here. And the speed at which he did it, it was like a screw you. No tanking. The opener probably Dukic thinking maybe it's like an ace-king, ace-queen more than the biggest pairs. But of course, with 2-3, he's not going to take the risk. He's already made the donation. What was described as the biggest donation in the history of televised poker.
Yeah.
By himself. That was. I'm not being unkind to him. I'm not repeating David's words. They were Dukic's words.
Great moment, that.
3,000.
Volkov this time with ace-king. The man who started the final table chip leader really was throwing his weight around at the start and had a rather huge misstep. In a peculiar turn of events, limp 3-betting King 10 offsuit because he misclicked limp.
Look at Italian here, maybe going to use the King 4 suited as a light 3.
Oh, he does this. Normally I'd say that look would give it away, but he's been quite honest with his emotions and his face and then carried on in the hands anyway. He doesn't give it up.
And lucky for him on this occasion that he did so. Oleg. Not sure you want to call here for 700 when there's a shorter stack now at the table.
Yeah, it's not the fact there's only one short of me. He's actually caught up to the bunch now as well. He's
going to speculate here. It is, but look at it.
I like it. I'm in.
Connected cards. End of the day will play somewhat well.
He's not connected yet, but he's certainly in with a chance. Against a small bet. Have a fairly easy continue. 1/3 pot. There's a gut shot and 2 overs to everything but those pocket pairs or an 8.
He's going to under-realize long-term here, out of position and versus a bigger stack.
Versus an aggressive opponent, perhaps, most importantly.
That too. Like, how often do you feel like your opponent would slow down here and then maybe, you know, be somewhat honest and give you the chance to bluff rivers when you miss? That's the part of the equation that's a little bit hard to calculate right now.
I wonder in that case if you therefore come with a raise.
Wow.
Do you therefore come with a raise?
I did not expect this.
An action back to Volkov.
Huge raise. Huge raise. What does this? Volkov's going to be wondering if this is 4-5.
Right. Maybe a hand like this. There's some 8x that just doesn't want difficult situations.
Yes, maybe a hand like, I don't know, King 8, Queen 8 just does this. I don't know. Like, it's very hard for Volkov to call this many chips, but it's such a strange bet.
Well done, Oleg.
Wow.
Yeah, it's strange because obviously you can see he's got good equity against the hands against, but the hands that call him, he's in terrible shape against, isn't he? I was about to suggest he's going to check raise to like 3 million and create some sort of 2/3 pot scenario for the turn that makes it hard for the opener to continue. But
that was
he just found out he raised folded 9s to Banker's Queens earlier. We are, of course, on a 1-hour delay here. So news begins to filter down to the players. It'd be interesting to see who finds out he followed ace-king to ace-king. I think he'll be okay with that because that will just further his idea that it was just going to be very nutted hands. It's going to, he knew ace-king would be in the range.
Yeah.
Kings and aces and queens, and whether jacks is in there or not was probably the decision point. Panker. And he's jack. Stepping up, having a look. It's been a minute.
Atala suited and connected. Reaching for chips.
Yeah, he can really mess with these guys.
See, try to use the post flop ICM.
Yeah.
With a hand like this. Can bring in the other players too. Can set up a lovely squeeze spot. Maybe feels somewhat protected by the fact that it's an under the gun open.
Yeah, I think that's true. Do encourage Dukic in, who is the player who covers you, but then you don't want to get in. You shouldn't, in theory, get in two really tricky spots with 7-8 suited. You're either going to make a big hand or you're not in a situation. It's not like he's going to have to call off a whole bundle of chips with a pair of 7s against Dukic. But letting him in, well, I say that, and then he drops a pair of 7s and 10-7 deuce. Does take the lead. But Dukic with nothing to fight back with. Panka can't enjoy seeing that board with ace-jack black.
Well, Atala was certainly hoping for a favourable situation such as this. Be surprised if he doesn't now take the betting lead. Dukic with the kind of hand that, should it check round, may take a stab on turn. But I like this from Atala. And Panka.
His opponent's going to play pretty honest against him.
Look at that smile.
Yeah, his opponents play honest against him here when he's on the button in three-way pot.
Nice execution there by
Nice.
Atala. He's really impressed.
Yeah, I mean, obviously been the star of the show thus far. Massive spin up on the final table. He came in with 24 big blinds, 11.8 million. There were 4 shorter, there were 4 bigger. Now, second in chips. He's had some fun moments with ace-king. Feels like he's itching to get involved, but king deuce offsuit, surely not. It's getting close to 30 seconds.
Oleg now he's chipped up very nicely to 23 bigs. A few more weapons.
Great couple of orbits.
Yeah, and a very openable king 10 here. Into who?
The thing that, into Panka.
Into
and
Panka,
Dukic,
sorry.
Yeah. I'm about to say, the thing that might worry him is that the players probably start thinking he's playing pretty loose just because of the frequency of hands he's played.
Sure.
It feels like one of these two monsters will punish him, and he may well have been right here. Dukic with ace-8 in the small.
Panka sub 20. Facing a 3x now, and with a kind of hand that may take this spot. He's playing 17 bigs. Would certainly have a flatting range here, but maybe this feels like a hand you can go with. It's pretty close. No. You know the problem is? You do things like that, you take away your skill edge post-flop. When you're Dominic Panka, you don't want to do that.
Uh-oh. Panka's flopped top pair. Dukic has flopped set. Well, I say set. Trips. Forgive me. It's just got midnight.
Well, I don't care what your skill edge is against your opponent. This deck is cold as ice.
And both with a big diamond as well.
Yeah, this is so strong for Panka here. He may well click. Well, so strong for Dukic, he doesn't even see bet.
And Panka with so much hand here, he wants the bet and get it in, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, should Dukic come with a very small bet, Panka would probably raise and juice. Action now on Panka, who, if he bets and gets raised, may put a lot of draws into Dukic's range. And look, these two hands are just massive. Anyway, what is going on? Okay, here we go.
Okay, but a card that isn't going to cause any concern for Panka, so therefore makes it even more likely now that his chips will find the middle by the end of the hand.
Yeah, and with it straightening up a bit, Dukic got to do his own betting now. Maybe not even a particularly small sizing. Half pot, perhaps.
4.2 in there. I guess there are a lot of draws on there, so sizing can be big, and
it's even bigger than half. Yeah.
That does make sense, right? There's the 7x's, even the 10x's, the 5x's, diamonds. Does Panka now, having check back flop, just call this and then look to call kind of all the good rivers, or can he just spring a trap now, given we've got an ICM scenario on our hands, being 7 left on a final table? Because he wants to deny equity. Hit a spot where he can have some bluffs, for sure. He does go for the all-in, unsurprising really. Dukic with the snap. And Panka will get the very bad news. He's drawing to 2.
Oof, well, once we saw that flop, we sort of figured out what was very likely to happen. Not as many chips got in on that flop as we expected, but they all got in here on the turn. And poor old Dominic Panka, a wry smile. He's going to hit the rail.
He is out in 7th. Somewhat doubt out of the tournament after that flop. David flopping top pair against the trips. He will pick up 95,900 for his efforts as we send off perhaps the most accomplished player of this lineup.
Yeah, I think Dominic Panka with an average stack at this table would be a favourite, but he was always battling from short stack. As I mentioned, even midway through yesterday, seemed to always be sub 20 big blinds battling away, and there was obviously a brief period there before this final table where he got a bit of a spin going.
Yeah.
And it looked like it might be the Pole's day, but not to be.
Yeah, he came into the final with 15 million, but things did go slightly against him from there. And, well, there he is, out in 7th, 95.9. And this vaults Dukic back up to the mid-40s. Again, a third of the chips in play. He was up to 47 million before that rather big misstep. But now he has that gap on top and has position on Atala, the other big stack. The rest all 15 million and below, so it's pretty snug for 4. Atala below, perhaps the one feeling the most pressure as the second biggest stack. Yeah. They're like London buses, these hands.
That they're probably too expensive.
Ooh, wow. Ooh. With a decision against a super wide range from the button.
Crucial factor in this one is the presence of a shorter stack still, and
he goes for it. Who does blast it in?
Dukic. What?
Snap call. Dukic is just like, yep.
What the fuck?
I've always got it, but 27% of the time, who's going to have it? It's not over yet.
And Oleg about to get another ladder.
Wow, yeah. Unbelievably. Well, hold on a minute.
Or is he? Well, that's 12 outs twice.
Swapping the flush draw. That's David, who turns the diamond. Dukic shakes his head. Every time he gets a big stack, he seems to lose some of it. This time, nothing wrong, of course.
No.
Was in great shape to get himself up to, what, 60 million in chips? Just short of. Would have had nearly half the chips in play if he'd held there, but now sends over a sizable amount. And that moves Hu into third, but not far behind Atala.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be back-to-back eliminations, but not so.
Easy come, easy go.
Yeah, that's a frustrating one. He wins that one, he maybe just gets to curb stomp everybody for the remainder of the day. Loses that one, just pings him back a bit, puts some manners on him. Lets him know he's got to work for it. Volkov. Be under the gun this hand. Somewhat quiet since that flurry of activity a while back. Atala, as you said, James, sort of in a tricky ICM conundrum, although he's very deep now as well. Like, remember, he does have over 40 bigs, so I do think he will still try and find some spots. 8-6, obviously not one of those. With that double, Hu launches himself into third place, I think. So leaves behind those other shorties, all trying to outlast one another.
Yeah.
Oleg, well, call him a shorty, but 23 bigs, he's really got himself back to a fairly healthy position now as well.
Dukic just finds another hand. He's like, I promise you guys I've got hands. I keep telling you I've got hands. Please don't make me play another big pot.
1.2.
I just want to chill till there's 3 or 4 left. Then I'll start gambling. And Hu in the small blind with 40 bigs now. Just pitches the Queen 9 suited. No interest against the big stack. He set out his stall early, David. He knows the game he's playing. He knows he wants the ladder up. Currently guaranteed 115k, but the next jump takes you to 142. The one after that up to 191. So that's where his eyes are looking right now.
And Zvesko very much in a paddling boat at sea on his own now.
It's a calm sea, though.
Well, it's an incredible situation where he's essentially just folded his way to 6th place money across these, like, whatever, 30 hands we've played.
But had a shot at getting a lot further than that as well. Great flop for Dukic, over pair. Backdoor everything.
Yeah, nothing Zvesko can do here. One understands his willingness to take a flop there, go with equity, but none presents itself.
Are you playing? How much are you playing? I don't know, bro. I can't win. I don't have one free hand to count.
It's a moving target.
Like 30 James. Something. It's not so crazy.
You just want one free hand to count.
Like less than 35. And less than 35 and more than 32.
Yeah, something like that.
Something.
Oleg knows.
Thank you. Oleg can just do that in a blink of an eye.
It's funny though, Dukic doesn't like it. Just give me one hand where I'm not in the pot and I can count up accurately. But right now I'm being dealt into every situation. I'll take it. I'll take being in every hand.
Okay, so earlier today, Oleg, when he was sitting maybe like 3 of 9, 18 left, and that was actually, I think, 3 of 18 because of the way the tables were shaped up, was taking spots like that one, that kind of the Queen 6, the King 5 in late position, obviously mid-pack, completely different game. And that's what makes me feel like Oleg is a man who really understands the weapons of all the stacks. He understands the ICM maybe better than most. Of course he has a hand.
Still can't take a hand off. But yeah, you're right. It's that adjustment.
Yeah.
Like I said, we're changing in every couple of frames, and we saw different Olegs. Such is the way poker looks. You come in when someone's got a big stack and a good seat. See a lot of difference compared to when they've got a short stack. Well, 10s under the gun. That's where the line gets a little murkier. Of course, very good for an open. Surely not. There we go. Get the calculator out, Dukic. You've got a task.
And bear in mind here, even though the pay jumps get bigger, the ICM becomes less and less with every bust out.
Mm-hmm.
So the pressure these guys, maybe middle of the pack, felt 9 left, 8 left, starting to dissipate.
No, Dukic, instead of counting, he's going to tell a bad beat story.
Don't believe I didn't have a hand this time.
Tala, he's down at a nice looking hand, 6-5 suited. Certainly good enough to pull the additional against that under the gun raise, and well, finds a piece on King 5-3, but it is all diamond.
Yeah, ordinarily I would expect a bet from pre-flop aggressor in this spot. But interesting whether, with the bit of ICM he will be under right now with the very short stack there, who I think has maybe 7 bigs, 8 bigs, whether he starts putting more of these type of hands into his bluff-induce range. He's going to take a little stab, try and clean things up here.
Yeah. We'll see. 4 pack tables left would always be betting this flop, but David's right, you do have to play a little bit more cautiously on a final table, especially when Atala's the one who gets to have all the big hands here, right? All the flushes. You know, winning a small pot is great, but you really just want to avoid losing big pots at this stage. Well, finds a diamond on the turn. Won't know it, but that one secures the pot for him. And it's not really a spot, is it, that Atala can get too creative with bluffing here, because Oleg can have the ace of diamonds in plenty of manners.
And for that reason, do you think he maybe goes for a another bet here, Oleg? Just decides to maybe bet small and
thing is, we can never get a draw on, can we? So
flushes.
And there aren't many of those, though, are there, really, with...
Well, we can have the ace of diamonds an awful lot, so we're sort of
right, sorry, you're
by the
saying
fact that we
protecting against facing a bet from, like, maybe the queen of diamonds or jack of diamonds on the river. I hear you.
Presumably going to seek value now.
Super small. Weird when the board's all diamonds. Obviously, hands are incentivized to call for a chop.
I think maybe you can go half pot here just to try to make your opponent feel like he's getting a good price to get the
he's gone
chop.
Super small. Where?
A little quarter pot, very nice. That's teasy. It's a tickle. Post-oakish from the point of view of his opponent, perhaps. Of course, he does have it in this instance. Great fold from Atala. He's really done so well on this final table. Not put a foot wrong, in my view.
I wonder if Atala would have been served with a bet on the river there, perhaps, of his own, given the flush was on board.
Sure.
Obviously, wouldn't have worked in this instance, but... It's tough, though, because Oleg is going to check back a lot of these kind of hands, and he doesn't want to open up the action. Given it's the final table, he plays so many hands as bluff catchers.
No, 10 of diamond I had 10 of diamond.
Honest man.
Dukic is looking, you raise with an offsuit 10. That's what I promise you. That's what he's thinking there. Looked up.
Pair of 10s with 1 diamond.
There we go. You have to confirm. I had 10s. Dukic just like, all right. I was about to 3-bet you, but working with some offsuit 10 stuff from under the gun. Who? Ace Jack. Dukic is showing emotions. This man is completely the opposite.
Oleg.
Big blind suited queen, 25 behind. Looks like a nice one to call and see a flop with. But finals change everything. He does call.
Tough board here for who?
Yeah, it really is. Obviously, big blind gets to have a fair amount of this. Although, who can have some of it from the hijack? Does have a little bit of it with this two overs and a gut shot, but no surprise to see the chip back on that texture.
No.
Well, a good-ish card. Overtakes all the pairs, but 3 hearts on board and a 9 makes a straight. Hard to get paid off by weaker now, is the key thing.
Yeah, hard to get paid off by weaker, but perhaps you still have to throw out an equity denier.
Yeah.
Interesting to see if Oleg thinks there's not too much 9x in whose range and quite a bit more in his own. He really does have napkins here, obviously.
He's thinking about it.
9 would get him there for a straight that might not be good always.
He's burning through these time cards. In almost every hand he's played, he's put one in, David. I don't know how many he's got. Maybe something to keep an eye on as this fun goes on, because he's got a lot of chips now.
Yeah. He's going to take a stab, you know.
Suddenly that turn jack feels like nothing facing this one. Hugh not enjoying it. He was really hoping to see a check, like you say, a little third to half pot equity denying bet. Wow. Oleg understanding that his man is playing a completely risk-averse strategy. We've seen it throughout the final up to now. As the players on this final table reach their first break, David, so shall we. And I'm sad, because for now, it brings an end to my stint in the booth. As we leave things, blinds are going up to 400, 800, with Nedad Dukic leading the way, but even his stack now falls below that 50 big blind mark. Svesko with 8, Volkov with 15. The rest, though, still comfortable, but still pretty snug, and thus more ICM pressure to come on the flip side of the break, isn't there?
Yeah, I'm sorry to lose you now. Obviously, Ali will be joining us for the next frame, but that may have been the best frame of poker I've ever watched here at Merit. It really was exciting stuff. Obviously, the incredible run by Dukic there. He ran so hot, won that 3-way all-in, then took a chunk off Volkov in that wild pot where Volkov obviously tried to steal back the initiative.
Yeah. He won a bunch, he lost a bunch, he won a bunch, he lost a bunch. His adrenaline's probably going a little too fast right now.
Yeah, and then Volkov obviously seemed to be taking a walk on the wild side earlier, but I think there was a mental reset. I think something happened there. He kind of got it out of his system. Maybe did make that realization you pointed to, which was that he's back in the pack now. He's playing a different sort of game. Can't be big stack bully anymore, or at least for the time being. I reckon this is a guy who wants to get into bully mode again pretty soon.
It's his natural habitat, being the chip leader, being the swashbuckler. We've seen it throughout today. We saw it the other day as well. But for now, he is going to have to keep things calm.
Yeah. Look, I think the other guy to watch here is Atala. Hasn't put a foot wrong, it's got to be said. Obviously, got to get his money in first with the ace-king, got the ace-king to fold earlier, and then got that gift from, when he made that nut flush on the river, and got the very non-nut flush to call him.
Non-nutted.
It was a very generous moment from Dukic, who obviously owned up to his error almost immediately. Look, we're going to be back after this short break. Ali Najad will be joining me. James Dempsey will be back a little later on, I'm sure. I can't wait to find out who wins this $567,000. Oleg now, one of the shorties, 11 bigs. Deck not being kind here. Melchizedian, tricky one here. $15 bigs. Do you just stick it in and pray?
I kind of like it. Just wow. Here
Same
we go.
stack. Same stack. James Dempsey.
Yeah. I mean, you just put it back on these players, force them to call off for their life. They're going to call a lot tighter. I don't think Ace Queen's fighting them up. That's way too strong a hand. And the shortest stack's obviously the least to lose.
Here we go.
I need
Classic race.
Melchizedian hating that. Dukic looks like he's got...
Oh, you have got to be kidding me.
2 jacks.
Oh my goodness, this hand is so difficult here.
Oh, we have to call this surely.
I think so. I think so. Well,
He has
particularly when the
10
first
million
one can be
behind.
light. Here we go. 3-way all in.
Yeah, he has 10 million behind. He's just getting the count.
Oh.
As of course you should always do in these situations, just to make sure, take a moment. So much money on the line.
Like, only 3 hands beat you. HN could obviously have a better hand, but not often. Melchizedian.
What's
very
Melchizedian
wide.
thinking right now?
Oh.
He's jammed, being called by the small, another big goes into the tank.
Praying for 2 ace kings, I think.
Is he sitting here thinking, oh, maybe Dukic is going to fold a bigger pair than me, and then maybe I get to run it against.
Imagine that
potential
happened.
flip.
Imagine Dukic finds the fold here and Melchizedian gets
Can't
the
find
double.
the fold, surely. Jack's just too good. You know, Agent's going with.
Yeah,
some
he's
smaller
got to. And
pairs.
it's also, remember, it's only 40% of his stack.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world should this one go awry. But if he does take this spot and his hand does hold up, my goodness me, he will be up to 30 million.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just massive. And you are good against these ranges. The open jam.
Oh my God. Wow.
He does cool.
Here we go, James Dempsey. What a huge pot in the context of this final table.
And it's kind of a good cool formation. He gets a shot of winning a lot more if he spikes one of those aces or queens.
Yeah, HN.
Bad news for Melchizedian.
HN may share the chip lead if he gets there. Melchizedian, should he spike the 5, will be maybe second in chips. Dukic will be a huge chip leader if this hand holds. Here we go, guys. Biggest moment of the tournament.
Wow, 3-way alliance.
I don't know.
10-10-7. So far, so good for Dukic. Just 2 cards away from that big chip lead and eliminating 2 players, more importantly, perhaps.
I won't be too greedy.
Oleg sitting there.
Okay.
Absolutely loving life right now. 2 ladder jumps.
Straight no good.
As he sits there with 11 bigs.
HN calls it himself. Straight no good. He needs to hit an ace, a queen. Melchizedian a 5. And we do have the jacks hold. We have a double elimination. They've got to count the stacks down here to see who has finished in 9th, who has finished in 8th. It was very close between the 2 of them.
It was close, but given that we would have done a double check on this pre-final table, it's unlikely any chips would have gone astray.
Easy around the pay jumps, and the jump from 7th to 6th still, I say just, but is only 20k, which was the same jump as from 9th to 8th and 8th to 7th. So, as a percentage, representing a smaller jump.
Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, we see things loosen up. Volkov's not going to be wild about the fact he now.
Yeah, in about 30 seconds.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of this action-packed final table from here at the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino, where the Merit Retro Series is coming around the home stretch. And what a home stretch it's been in terms of this record-breaking main event. Ali Nejad in for James Dempsey and Mr. Lappin. Then there were 6. Upon the eliminations of Ara Melkisetian, Thomas Aishan, and then, of course, Dominic Panka. Most recently, we find ourselves with a heroic chip leader in Nenad Dukic, and then the short stack of Darko Svesko. And parse through that last frame for us, if you would.
Ali, you missed a wild session. There was just so much action. Right before we took leave, obviously just for a few moments there, I talked about Volkov and his walk on the wild side. I talked about Dukic running hot. Always seemed to give back some chips right after he won a big one. That happened on a couple of occasions. And of course, Atala, who I feel has really not put a foot wrong throughout this final table so far. But I want to talk about that man on screen right now who seems to me like a man with oodles and oodles of final table experience. Probably the most ICM aware player out there. And if it's not him, it's Oleg, the other man I want to talk about. Who could begrudge who that double he got with the ace-9 suited there moments ago against Dukic? I certainly couldn't. I feel like he's played tremendously well and dodged tough spots over and over.
That was a 20 million chip pot, roughly?
Yeah, it was a chunky one, all right. But it was ace-king, ace-9 late position. Kind of couldn't really fault either man. And then Oleg is on screen there on our right briefly there. Has played the short stack so tremendously well and actually battled his way out of short stack zone and now into a little more comfort, maybe just above the 20 big blind mark at the moment. One final mention, one player I haven't mentioned, but there's kind of a reason for it, is that man who just shoved the last hand, Svesko. That might be his first action and anger we've seen. He's basically been able to fold his way to 6th place here.
And what a delightful thing to be able to do, considering he has secured the first of the 6-figure payouts, David. And he is within sniffing distance, as all these players are, of that whopping $567,000 first place prize. Let's not overlook the paid jump, which is $27,000 between 6th and 5th. With the blinds at 400, 800,000. It is tough to end up deep stacked, so to speak, David. And as we observe the distribution of chips here, we see Oleg with the king-queen offsuit on the button, likely to be participating here. Is it about average, par for the course, if you will, in terms of a 6-handed final table that began 9-handed? Or do you think that these stacks are a bit leaner than they might be?
1-6.
I think we're a little shorter than maybe Merit average.
Okay.
But I think that's been a function of excellent play, ICM awareness, particularly in that, pre-9-handed and maybe 9 through 7-handed phase. We had those flurries of activity, though, and we do have some players who sort of throw caution to the wind, like Volkov on occasion. They can throw a spanner in the works. But actually, I suppose when you look at the huge folds that have been made over the course of this end game, I feel that's what's more indicative of the fact that we still have 6 right now and maybe not 4 or 5.
So then, Dukic with ace-10 from the small blind. Fails to connect with this board, which Oleg smashes. Top pair. Position in the betting lead. It all comes together nicely for him with 4.8 million in the middle.
1.2.
And from 1.6 pre to 1.2 post. Downsized follow through.
Looks good. Finds the call from ace high here, which is a very nice development given that on this 9 of spades turn, drawing to just 3 outs now.
Compulsory in terms of dukage with the ace-10, just at least seeing a turn and more than just that, seeing whether or not the second barrel is available to Oleg?
Yeah, certainly. There's definitely a hand dukage could have considered 3-betting pre, so by flatting he's very high up his range, has to find some sticky calls. He can find a fold now, but still possible that Oleg is using a hand like Jack 10, Queen 10 in this regard. Dukic has to ask himself a key question that poker players have to ask themselves, which is, what are my better calls here? And I think he can find quite a few others. Let's go of the ace-10.
2.5 million. Too rich to work our way to the river. Down to the business end of this main event right now, and there is so much in terms of pay jump between where we are now and first place. David, we're talking about 550,000 plus.
Yeah, it's easy to relax a little bit. These guys would have been looking at that 9th place payout and going, okay, it's nice to win 50 grand, but really I'd love to ladder these few spots, and I'd feel like it was a good day's work if I got over the 6-figure mark, as you alluded to a moment ago. But really it's sort of book up your ideas and pay attention. There's a lot of money at stake here.
Yeah. I don't think it's a fact that's lost on any of these guys who certainly, if not at some point prior to the FT, once they arrived, had to have begun to think about the prospects of victory. But I think psychologically speaking, sometimes, David, it can also be of great value not to get overly consumed with all of that and just get out there and play the same game that has brought you to this point.
Yeah, I think when I cast my eye over this table and maybe cast my mind back over the key hands, it is striking how different a few of these guys play. I mentioned there Hu and Oleg as the two guys who seem to me like they probably have the most final table experience, the most understanding of the risk premiums in certain situations. That's been demonstrative. Not to take anything away from the others, but that counts for an awful lot in these situations, maximizing your payday. Not necessarily ensuring you first place, but really getting you the best outcome from the hand distribution you're dealt at a final table where maybe you had different stacks at different times and had to navigate.
Well, the outcome not decided here, blind versus blind, just yet, but the flop is certainly attractive enough to warrant a barrel of 1.2 million out of this double gutter, which one pass to the straight blocked by the 7 of clubs, present in Svesco's hand, and the deuce has paired. And with that, Svesco will make the call.
Yeah, it's a tough spot here now. Stack to pot ratio of 1. Always going to face an overcard, only happy to see a deuce or a 7, or maybe a 9 or a 5. Svesco really just hanging on by a thread, who could fire a second barrel here as a semi-bluff. Got a potentially good card to do so with this double goody. There we see it.
Max pressure application as they play 5.3 effective, and does Svesco want to stake his final table dream on bottom pair? Here in this two-tone board, he unblocks the spades and the hearts, of course, but the 7 is actually a bit of an inconvenient card to be holding in terms of some of the straight draw prospects that we would want David Hu to have if we were to elect to call with deuces, but I don't know, Lappin, is this the spot?
No, I think that's an excellent point, actually, and I think you have to think about what better hands you have to call with. Hu could certainly be doing this with an 8 still. He may have picked up a king and be doing it with that. I think even some of his better 6s would take this line, targeting lighter calls. Remember, double heart, double spade board. You do want to get rid of some pesky equity hands too. So I think Hu's played it well, and I actually think the 7-2, even though it was the best hand right there, did the right thing in that instance. But Svesco, well, I said he was hanging on by a thread. Look at that, 7 big blinds now. Volkov 15.
That thread is hanging on by a thread now. There's just 5.3 left in front of Svesco. Really needs to make something happen much sooner than later if he wants to avoid $115,100, which it's nice to be in a position to be looking to avoid such things, but that's very much what's on the Serbian's mind.
Yeah, it will certainly have been an excellent day's work if he can get out of it in 6th place. But
fifth or better, by the way, and he's done more than double his earnings lifetime to this point with just this cash.
Well, all the more reason then, I think, when there's a bit more subjective value to the money, as maybe there is in that instance, explaining why he has been fairly nitty here. But, you know, there were fireworks going off around him. He was right to do this. If he can manage one more ladder, well, wow, what a pleasant sight that would be. You asked the question there of me earlier, and I hadn't done the maths in my head, Ali, I will confess, of, you know, at this stage, would you have thought we'd be shorter handed? I did say that I thought we would maybe be down to 4 or 5. Just done the maths now, 150 big blinds in play, so average stack just 25 big blinds. That is actually shallow for a merit tournament. We do brag about how great this structure is, and rightly so. It is an unbelievably good structure, but by function of, I think, quite cagey play, quite, you know, ICM aware play, it has all contracted. Also, we never had a runaway chip leader, and that changes things too.
Yeah, absolutely. En route to the final table, I think, is where the bulk of that protracted, you know, multi-blind jumping part of the program brought us here with that 25 big blind average stack. So we see a jam from Svesco, rewarded for having waited, not dug in with that 7 deuce.
And
oh boy, that's one to get wrong, huh? Call? No, count. That's what Dukic is saying.
Yeah, Dukic knows he's not good, but he's probably also knows he's got the price. He's going to be asked for something in the region of 3.5 more, and that's going to be very compelling when you can win a pot of, I don't know, 13 million or so.
Oh, sure.
It looks like he's considering tossing it. Maybe enjoying the fact that Svesco's presence can create some better opportunities for him over the course of the next couple of orbits.
It's possible.
That's a little bit of an interesting one there. I think maybe that is a factor. I think he recognized that he's getting the right price, maybe not better than. Maybe, you know, any chips lost, worse scenario than chips gained for him, as it always is in tournament poker. And
yeah, Svesco serves his purposes much better as a sub-10 big blind stack than he does having doubled to 14 or 15 blinds.
And a tight 10 big blind stack at that. Like, he has a real hand there. He knew he was up against a real hand. He knew he was going to have to dog a hand.
Yep.
But what's more interesting is, had he done that, he would have burst, you know, that other little bubble of everyone wanting to get to 5th place.
Sure.
And why take away that pressure while at the same time taking a bad spot for himself? Interesting. Interesting. I think that's what was at play there.
Now then, Michel Atala will be in the big. Looking around with great interest at who it is that might come for the Lebanese men's big blind. Career live earnings of just 26,500 has blown that tally out of the water courtesy of this 6th or better finish here. Prior high water mark in a single event was just $16,000.
No way, Ali. This man has played tremendously well. I'm shocked that his live tournament resume is not far more illustrious.
And by the way, all of the spoils were gathered in 2019 and 2020, pre-COVID, at the Merit Poker Top Guns event and the Western Series, respectively.
Well, I'm going to wager that this man is an excellent cash game player.
Well, he did win the $400 Turbo Bounty. So obviously he understands what it takes.
Well, what a result for him in that case as a tournament result. You know, if indeed he is a cash game grinder, battling with guys, not going to have too many 500k nights on those tables.
Undoubtedly.
Genuinely life-changing money at stake here. The Merit Poker Retro Series, smashing its guarantee, promising so much to these players. You go deep, we're in with the shot of something genuinely special.
Looking for a special delivery, courtesy of 9-3 offsuit in the big blind, is Atala with this raise to 1.8 with the ace-5 appropriately sizing up a touch. Oleg gonna burn a time bank. I mean, is this a 3-bet bottom of range kind of scenario in his mind?
The only thing I can think of here, it's certainly not one you want to call. Maybe just because it's such a small raise, he's considering the value of calling it. But I think you're right. I think he's more maybe considering bumping this one up to 5.4 million. 2 time banks burned. James Dempsey mentioned how these time banks are getting burned at a terrific rate by Oleg. I actually can't see any more time cards with him. I hope that wasn't the last one.
I mean, it would seem like a really poor spot to use time banks that might be tethered more so to a far more important decision later on. But of course, we do see the 3-bet coming, and maybe the burning of those 2 time banks prior to this is going to make this hand look more credible than it is. Because in fact, it has no credibility whatsoever. This is just theft.
Yeah, and a very tough spot. It puts an awful lot of Atala's range in. Got to remember here, he's only just like 2.3x'd it blind v blind out of the small, laying a very good price to call for his opponent. So when his opponent tries to raise in that spot, it does feel quite polarized. We see it was the bad stuff and not the good stuff.
I mean, observe that though, because the bad stuff is something that will just at 100% frequency find the muck for many players, even at a final table. And I think the fact that Oleg is willing to step out in that way is emblematic of the manner in which he thinks about the game and kind of the depth of understanding that he has about the situation.
Yeah, facing such a teeny tiny raise pre-flop, it's hard to fold too much. But 9-3 sort of is one of those pesky ones, the 7 deuces, the 8-3s, the 9-3s, the 9-4s. They're the ones you do pitch away. So obviously he decided, I'm actually going to take a couple of them, throw them in with the raising range in a spot where actually we'll just have mostly calls. And well executed, it must be said.
Yeah.
Volkov now with a likely shippable
Yep.
spot.
He tends to agree. Pocket sevens off of 12.2, which is just 15 bigs. Gonna get through here.
Yeah, and 2 million is the pickup here. Huge pickup when we are dealing with a 25 big blind average situation. Picking up 10% of an average stack almost every time you win a set of blinds and antes. I feel like we are moving more into that territory of like raise, re-raise, pre-flop wars now. Maybe, just maybe, until we get a couple of butts outs, we aren't going to see too much post-flop play anymore.
Still remains to be seen, but obviously one can understand that speculation. Especially with that pay jump there. Oddly enough, it just does pay to spectate at times, at least as the middling stacks here in this six-handed final table.
And in the blink of an eye, it feels Oleg back to 23.6 million. Astonishing progress been made by Oleg, who was literally our shortest stack not too long ago. He sat there 9 of 9 and watched that three-way all in and thought, oh my God, this is a great spot. I'm getting 2 ladders all at once. Dukic took 2 boys out by the roots. He was suddenly 7 of 7 with 5 million, which at the time I think was about 10 bigs.
Yeah.
Now look at him.
Right, it's not just 5 million he sits on any longer, and it's one of these 6-figure payouts coupled with the upswing. One to keep our eye on, by the way, is Oleg Nataliev. So we see the monotone queen 7 deuce board, who with the only club draw. Note that the presence of that lone club, David, in terms of equities with 2 to come. He has 6 high, some backdoor straightiness, but the king 8 of spades is a dog against that hand.
Yeah, and very hard to continue now for Dukic. Maybe a spot where he would have been better served stabbing himself. Ceding the opportunity over to who takes it.
Well, that's a man who doesn't shy away from an opportunity to earn chips, and I think earn is the proper verb because it hasn't always been with the cooperation of the deck that he has garnered his stack, David. It has very much been creativity, good timing, maybe even some opponent-specific activation from time to time, and all of it has really come together to create an incredibly impressive CV in terms of this main event. I want to say it was on day 2 where he first caught our attention.
Yep.
Now then, Dukic, who certainly has caught our attention on more than one occasion here. There's been tremendous amounts of heroism coming from him, sometimes to great effect, other times to the sort of biggest charitable contribution in the history of televised poker, I believe, was the way he described it.
And he had pocket 5s that time too.
Let's see if he can have a better outcome than he did that time from the button.
So, Who and the short stack Svesko players in the blinds. Action still on Dukic. He threw out a time card there, so we flipped the camera over, which I actually quite like as a bit of cinematography, because clearly that's the view Dukic has right now of those two players, and is thinking to himself, okay, one of them's got quite a lot of chips and one of them's got very few. He's decided to just lean all the pressure on Who here, with effectively a 30 big blind shoved to him, and then obviously a shorter stack spot. Now what's interesting about that is because he was willing to risk 30 against Who, Svesko may think this ace-7 suited has shriveled up a little bit.
Would be understandable for him to think that, obviously. Boy, this does feel like a lot of hand on average against Dukic in particular. David, who we have to imagine isn't in need of a pocket pair or a big ace in order to make a move like this.
Well, he does need a real hand, though. Like, he needs a small pair, he needs a decent ace, probably a suited one, if it's not super strong.
Well, then how
and
do you
then maybe a king, queen, king, jack, something like that.
So against that whole range that you described, the real hands, quote unquote, how do you feel that ace-7 suited performs on average? Adequately well to dig in?
I think you might be right on the edge here.
Yep.
Yeah. I think, and that's what, look, we've seen him burn 2 time banks. Credit to Svesko. He recognizes exactly that problem. He's going to be disgusted if he sees a hand like ace-8 suited. If he sees a hand like ace-4 suited, well, he actually ends up chopping with that hand, I think, almost half the time. So that's not exactly an amazing result. Then you think about the times where you're up against the pocket pair and you're basically just flipping and hoping. When it's the small pocket pair, that is, it could be the pocket 8s, and then you're in big trouble. And then if you are up against king, queen, king, jack, or indeed a bigger ace, bigger ace is the real worry, I suppose. He has the least ICM pressure on him, but also he's been a very good cockroach, it must be said, and good cockroaches get their money in first, not second.
Yeah. That said, every orbit 6-handed costing him $2 million, and ultimately he decides this is as good as it might get for me. Yeah. And I don't think he'll be feeling too terribly with 2 overs to this underpair of Dukic. He'll play for 16.6. There's a 7. Just what the doctor ordered. 3 on the turn, and the payment begins to get cut out by Dukic as the red 5 is all Svesko needed to avoid, and he's done it. And that is a double whammy for Dukic as the chip leader, David, both because Svesko now is up and over the 10 big blinds to 20 plus bigs, but then also because he's taken our chips to get there.
Yeah, I think Svesko had a pretty good handle on the situation. I think he probably did quite a bit of maths across that 1.5 to 2 minutes that he tanked. It's basically what it was for him. It was a math equation. He ranged his opponent on, I'm going to presume, something like I put forward there a moment ago, and decided, you know what, ace-7 suited, not really likely to find great spots here. It's all getting a bit desperate. Yes, surviving is great, but wouldn't it be nice to have a few more chips, maybe even get ahead of 1 or 2 people at this table? I'm not sure that call off and get there has put him ahead of Volkov, but it certainly got him kind of close. And here's what's really happened. Everyone's got closer together. The gap between 6th and 1st is very little now. We don't have the scoreboard up right now, but by my guesstimate, if the person in 6th doubles, they're the chip leader. That's how compressed it is now.
Well, what isn't compressed is the payouts, though. So how does that begin to factor in? Do things become even more cagey?
Yeah, war of attrition.
But when that is what we expect of everyone, sometimes a knight in, let's call it, ambitious armor will emerge to say, I'm not going to play that game. Who might that knight be? We don't know, but with king, queen suited, no knighthood is required to open the pot. Min raise under the gun from Atala. Smothering diamonds for Oleg right behind him.
Yeah, and Oleg could consider a light 3-bet here against the same person versus whom it worked only a moment ago. Little click to maybe 4.6 million, something of that nature.
Spot on, David, and well served to make it clicky, because it would appear that this 4.5 is going to be looking for a new home if Dukic has anything to do with it.
Well, even though he's got ace-king in his hand and is perhaps one part of him is licking his chops at the prospect of picking up the 8 million just lying out there right now, there must be another part of his mind dwelling on the fact that he had over 40 million, 45 million I think, not very long ago, and now he's facing a spot where if one of these players actually has a real hand and takes him on with a pocket queens, he could be flipping to go out of this tournament in 6th place, having been in a dominant position, 1 of 6.
Well, it's a flip that he's willing to take, provided that somebody else is willing to get on the other end of it, and it doesn't appear that either of these hands would be the candidates. And that is a terrific kind of uncomplicated way to just take 8 million and relax, sit back, and maybe sort of cauterize a developing wound in terms of the high water mark being the 40-45 million that you mentioned, and now sitting with that 20 some odd million, perhaps frustrated, upstuck as we like to call it in the cash game streets.
Yeah, very much upstuck before that hand. Now back to the chip lead, I think. Probably not by very much, but you know, 8.1 million without showdown when you've got 20 is a pretty beautiful thing. Remember, average right now is about 20 million. So whenever you see these guys sitting on 19 million, as we see there, okay, 28.8. I think Atala around the 20 million mark as well. Who, 23 million. They've just all got much of a muchness.
Just even the way that David Who delivers that raise out there, it has all the trappings of a savvy live tournament player. If you silhouetted his hands when he's delivering a raise out there, I don't think.
Well, they always used to say Chris Ferguson, who I know isn't necessarily a hugely popular figure in the world of poker anymore, but before that became the case, he always prided himself on being sort of unreadable. You know, he had the sunglasses on, the big beard, the hat, and I remember side-by-sides where they would show, this is the hand where he's bluffing, this is the hand where he's value betting, and they would play the video side by side, and he would take exactly the same amount of time, 10 seconds or whatever it was, and then deliver his chips in an identical fashion, and was basically the unreadable person as a consequence. I feel like Who, without all the paraphernalia, still manages to do that. He's just a very stony-faced, statuesque individual when in chip delivery mode, and I would find it very hard to get a read on that man.
That is of great utility, of course, especially when you're in sharky waters where people have the card sense and the live reading skills to pick up on any little thing and are looking to do exactly that to gain advantage. Here is again. Mannerisms, oh, so consistent. Oleg, Jack 7 offsuit. Almost the extra 800, so we'll take a flop. Seven-six tray and top pair is delightful kid. For Oleg, Jack of hearts also a consideration. Bottom pair, Mr. Who.
Remember, Oleg perhaps having burnt a lot of time cards at this point. James Dempsey very on the ball to that earlier. Keep an eye on that factor.
Yeah, not going to be given a lot of time moving forward. I don't even see a single time bank remaining for him as we work our way down to 5, 4, 3, and then heads up. If he's a part of that, it's going to be a big problem for him. Now that a check back after the follow-through barrel got called. Understandable procedure from Who. 4-liner on board on the arrival of the 10. Like, looking to get to showdown.
Yeah, who knows that he doesn't really have showdown anymore unless his opponent somehow has 2 hearts that don't make a pair or straight. And even those may have got frisky on that flop. So asking himself the question, can he get his opponent off maybe a 6 in this spot, or a 7 as we see is the case. Decides he can't, or not often enough. Remember on that board, 9 and the 10. Very relevant cards in the run out. As I said, nearly impossible for his opponent not to have something there. They are the 2 players who've impressed me the most, Ali. I don't want to take anything away from the other players here. I think Volkov is a bit of a loose cannon. I think he's the guy who, if he had the big chip lead, could have ended it. We'd all be gone home already if he could have got something going earlier. I think Dukic has been a bit of a card rack and probably does feel upstuck, because there are certainly scenarios where he would see himself with half the chips in play right now too. I think Atala and Svesco are literally playing the tourneys of their lives right now. And, you know, here we go again.
The hand of your life. Not long removed from the double for Svesco, as you were showering praise.
Yeah, all that in mind, I still feel like Oleg and Who are the players who've played virtually error-free poker, really clinical.
Ooh.
Oh dear. Oh dear for Dukic.
Ace King. Could be a very expensive second altercation for Dukic against Svesco. Play 16.2 effective stacks.
This tournament is about to be turned on its head. This is an extraordinary development. I will admit to something I wouldn't normally do. I said to James Dempsey, the one person I haven't really spoken about throughout that first frame is Fesco, because he's really given us nothing to talk about.
Well, he's been sitting around for the most part, right?
He's about to become the chip leader of this tournament.
Don't you dare do that. David, there's always 5 cards to come. We've seen horrendous beats over the course of our careers. No conclusions are foregone when it comes to poker. That we know. So here is the lighting of the fuse as the 3-bet to 5.5 million is just leaving Svesco ecstatic. Not that you'd know it from looking at him. But on the inside, it is somersaults here. Is he going to lay rope? It looks that way.
Wow.
I mean, it feels like he certainly had the latitude to come with something clicky that Dukic couldn't step away from, and that's with or without ace-king.
Oh, will you stop?
Oh,
Look
the
at this.
case, ace, and now, suddenly, all the writing is on the wall. And it's going to be arrivederci to 10.7 million of this remaining 22.5 for Dukic. Bar running queen 10. You smell that, David? Something's burning. It's 2.4 million gaming tokens for the time being, with many more that are going to be dropped into the kiln.
Is this napalm in the evening?
Yeah. Apocalypse now for Dukic. The only good news is that he covers Svesco.
And there isn't even a run out that can save him here.
Now he draws dead. And I love the way Svesco hasn't gotten hasty. No reason to do so. Just if Dukic wants to volunteer all the soldiers to the shores of Normandy, then go on and give him an invitation.
Yeah, I feel for Dukic here because I think he's pretty sure his opponent has ace-queen. That feels like the kind of hand that would take this line. I wonder if ace-jack might have got sticky. He might be a tiny bit worried about that. But ace-queen looms larger.
3.8 into 17, and here, is this a function of Dukic thinking that he is luring in Svesco, or is he now suddenly becoming slightly concerned? Doesn't feel like there's any reason to be experiencing those sentiments.
He's doomed against ace-jack, so he's just basically trying to get his chips in here, laying the best possible price to that ace-queen, which does feel like the hand that perhaps Svesco would have raised, called, and maybe navigated on occasion. Maybe an ace-10 suited, something like that would be, oh, I don't know, maybe in there.
The other ace-king we would have heard from pre.
Correct.
So then ace-queen specifically, and maybe with some frequency the ace-jack, but even that from Svesco does feel a bit ambitious, and yet here he is calling again.
Stack to pot ratio of 0.16 to 1.
Which is to say, it's getting in. Oh, we went backdoor diamonds. The SPR that you mentioned, David, I mean, it just doesn't matter. If you made diamonds, congratulations.
Yeah, it's like maybe the king-queen of diamonds is the hand that Dukic could have let get there in a strange kind of way. Do you have jacks, he says.
Yeah, and you notice he immediately recognized that when he jammed and got snapped. It was disaster.
Yeah, could have got in at any single point. There was an inevitability to that one. And
You know, it's interesting, David, because I didn't read Svesco for a musician, and yet he played the Dukic in symphonic fashion just then. God, it feels so grimy to be on the receiving end of that, doesn't it? To be lured into self-inflicted wounds on 3 streets. Just hopeless.
Poker is a very cruel game, and if you cast your mind back, and you don't have to do it very far, 20 minutes ago, maybe 25 minutes ago, Dukic arguably kept his man in, or at least didn't take a spot against him when he had the ace-X and the very short stacked at that point. Svesco shoved 6.5, 7 bigs with queens. Now, yes, it was fairly transparent that the ace-X was not the best hand, but it was definitely a situation where it got pretty much the right price. Wouldn't Dukic like to go back in time now and try and put his man out of the tournament there and then, rather than see this double-double at his expense?
There's a whole host of things, if given a time machine, that I would be doing, but obviously the immediate one absolutely would rate to be that which you just described for the likes of Dukic. As you said it, new chip leader. Fortunes can change oh so quickly at these final tables. You know, we can really fall into the habit of sensing that there isn't a lot of jockeying, you know, a lot of movement on the leaderboard. Maybe the short stacks we expect to just be in the on-deck circle and being showered in succession.
Yeah.
But not so here. As from worst to first goes Svesco, and he does it in an orbit's time, if that.
Yeah. This is a final table worthy of the occasion. This is a record-breaking field here at Merit. Staff, management, the players have all contributed enormously to making this a very special festival and a very special main event with a 3.5 million prize pool. And what we've been treated to tonight is maybe not everyone's cup of tea. I think this is one for the connoisseur, maybe.
If I went all in,
it's
maybe
one of those really entertaining final tables for lovers of poker who like watching shallow stack play, delicate, nuanced bet sizes.
You have to appreciate tacticians when they're out there doing their thing. David, Ace's rich environment now as Volkov will take his turn under the gun with them. But it really is one of those things where we can fall into the trap of wanting to see some crazy bluffs and some guy really sail off, ICM be damned and blah, blah. Okay, sure, that's fun. But that's not to say that when that's not what we feast our eyes upon, and rather we look out at this sort of affair where it is more devoid of such developments, that we can't come to appreciate what we're seeing and learn a lot as well.
Completely agree.
Ace queen suited might get taught a lesson.
Yeah, trouble here for who we've seen actually play big ball in this situation quite a few times. Just shove in this spot, look to close it out. And
oh boy. Yet again, a big ace is going to run into aces, and once the snapper comes in, you can see the hard swallow there from who. Silver lining again, the fact that the hand that is behind is the covering stack. But I talked about role reversal and fortunes changing, and that's what we're staring at here again.
Queen has hope.
Backdoor hearts. Wheels would make a chop.
How much is now?
Oh, hello.
Now the nut heart draw. Suddenly vulnerability for Volkov, who is hanging on with these aces.
No! Oh my goodness me. I was just readying my speech for how the 2 shortest stacks at the beginning of this frame were now the 2 biggest stacks only 40 minutes later. But in fact, that's not what's happened.
Well, the only big thing associated with Volkov right now is a big knot in his stomach, big disappointment, and of course a big 6th place, 6-figure payout of 115,000 and change. But it is a cruel, cruel world out there as one of the pocket aces holds and the other does not. Hardly fair, it would seem, as now we rage on 5-handed with Dukic, the shortest of the stacks, 14 bigs, and up top you see Svesko just being leapfrogged by David Hu, who now has earned everybody a pay jump of $27,000 and a much mightier almost 50K, separating 5th and 4th as the rubber is indeed meeting the road.
Huge credit there to Volkov. He took his beat extraordinarily well when you consider what a disgusting beat it was. He came into this final table with the chip lead. He played some audacious poker on the last 2 tables. He made a couple of very, very sick moves. One worked, one didn't work with 7 left. And we talked about, myself and James at the time, how maybe his entire strategy might sort of go off the rails. He looked a little shook, he looked a little rattled. He made 1 or 2 missteps right after that. But then sort of reset and actually played tremendous poker for the last 2 hours since then in the middle of the pack, only to take a beat like that when, you know, sitting there with the aces. Oh, what a journey, what a roller coaster.
And what a treat it is to be able to sit back and observe. But it must be said, David is an honest depiction of the life of a tournament grinder, a pro, a final tableist. The injustice is part and parcel to the experience from time to time, as Svesko has flatted David's button open, set mining with the deuces, and specifically, of course, against David Hu, the only bigger stack at the table. He will proceed cautiously, one would imagine. Ace-9 for Atala, able to close the action.
Yeah, Atala, the effective stack here with 25 bigs. Covered by both. 2 big stacks. Potentially going to clash here, although not likely to do so on this board. In fact, a whole lot of nothing for everybody. Struggling to find who has any piece, and I can't muster it. Under pair, ace high, sprinkling of backdoors. That's all we got here, guys. But maybe we need a hand away from the frenetic excitement of the past, I was going to say 40 minutes. It has been a particularly exciting frame thus far, but actually the frame before it might have been my favorite frame of poker since I took up residency in this booth back in January. I do live here, by the way. Residency, I meant by that. When you leave, Ali, that's where I'm pointing to the little bit of area underneath the desk here. That's where I stay.
We may very, very well need some sleeping bags if we're going to bring it home with this one. But some real movement in terms of chip jockeying.
If it goes really late, I'm going to have to phone in my commentary from the taxi to the airport.
Oh, yeah. It's funny because people are leaving for the airport at all hours. The flights on the island don't stop.
Yeah, there's a flight to Paris at 3
a.m.,
which becomes a connector for a lot of people, 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So that's sort of a midnight departure from the venue. And then there's a 6 a.m. flight that a lot of people try and catch, which again links to lots of places. So, yeah, we see people go at all hours, and we see players hedge their bets with flights of that nature to get out of here, to get out of Dodge quick.
Oh, you're dying to pay the cancellation fee in a spot like that, right? Meanwhile, King Queen suited for the newly minted 30 million chip man. Raises it up. 0.6. Ace-9 of diamonds again. Showing up. It's been a common combo. Michel Atala, the steward, in the small. It is so tempting to take the button opening range and then assume that the ace-9 of diamonds is going to perform reasonably well against it and try to 3-bet here, but these sorts of lines are higher risk and subsequently at times higher reward.
Yeah, I feel like he could maybe go both ways here. A flat or a 3-bet. Both have merit. Does decide on the aggressive route, and I mentioned there how Svesco and Atala, the two, let's be honest, least decorated players when you look at their poker resumes, were having the tournament of their lives. Well, look at this. Clashing now. 5 left. Money in the bank. More as a prospect. And King-Queen actually the kind of hand that does make a light 4-bet show, but also can be called, so both players maybe with the could go either way sort of candidates.
Added leverage available in terms of ICM pressure given the size of the pay jump now relative to the one before it, David.
Yeah, Atala hasn't got out of line. I think that's maybe a big feature of this one. Svesco will be aware. He may have been sitting on his hands for a few hours, but he would have been watching the other players play poker until he got his rush. And he would have noticed that Atala rarely, if ever, got out of line. So maybe call all day is the best way to proceed here. His hand is just very, very pure. King-Queen suited. Like I said, it's got the right blocker potential to maybe be used as a light 4-bet, but actually I think it just plays well as a call, particularly against his villain.
And that villain has top pair on a fruitless flop for the King-Queen of clubs.
Yeah, no pair, always tempting to peel one off in a single raise pot, in a 3-bet pot when big card is an ace. I think he can probably just bin this to even a small sizing, but look at this, Atala. Oh.
This is the unexpected. And now, a lot of times this check is going to be read as an underpair to the ace by Svesco, and he blocks kings and blocks queens. Every now and again, maybe he feels as though there might be opportunity before him. At least for now, that's not the procedure. Checks back.
Yeah, I think Atala, recognizing that in a 3-bet situation, he has a hand that's probably a 1-street and sometimes 2-street hand, certainly not a 3-street one. And taking out the first street, not the one I expected him to, but comes now with the delay C-bet. And, well, the equation is much the same for Svesco. Unless he really wants to step out here and represent a big ace, which is hard to do. His opponent, of course, would take this line with aces perhaps as well. Atala over the 30 million mark now as well.
Credit to him for finding the courage required to make a 3-bet. And people might roll their eyes and go, it doesn't take courage. Ace-9 of diamonds, button open, what's the big deal? But unless you've been out there, David, and unless you've actually experienced what it's like to be playing for these sums of money. Remember, this is a $3,300 buy-in tournament. This is the 4th grueling day of play. And a lot of times, I've been out there. I don't play a ton of tournament poker, but I remember those moments of maybe it's mental fatigue, maybe it's just nerves, and you think, I know what I'm supposed to do. At least I think I do. But it's a lot harder to pull that trigger
Running hot.
when you find yourself out there with something like an ace-9 of suited, you know, referring to that specific pot. Obviously, no murkiness for an ace-king suited, nor a lot of murkiness in general in terms of David Hu's behavior in all spots. Seems very sure of himself, rightfully.
Yeah, an interesting adjustment here. Who going for a larger sizing, 2.5xing into the shortest stack of Dukic, who's in the big blind, and you know maybe a little frustrated right now. And by virtue of 2.5xing, you sort of deprive him of some of those nice spots where he can flat and realize equity handily enough. It's a moot point. In this instance, 8-3 would hit the muck to any sizing. Could almost underbet the pot. 8-3 would have to get binned. Who pushing clear now as well. Who, Atala, and Svesco. The three players with the big stacks right now. Nataliev, wow, I still fancy him, I gotta say. I feel like he's played superbly well, and just look at the way these stacks are distributed. There's very little between them.
We're going to play 500, 1 million now.
Yeah.
2.5 million comes off your stack every 5 hands. Consider how impactful that is, no matter who you are at this final table.
Yeah, and this has often been the last level of the tournament in these merit warm-ups, merit main events. Million, 1.2 million, big blind really is steep. And were we 40 big blinds apiece, that's where we would find ourselves. Was this field 800 people strong? But it's 1,200 people strong, and it's actually got quite compacted. That's why we find ourselves 5-handed with a lot of poker left to play. And I'll be honest with you, Ali, I don't mind that. I'm enjoying tonight.
It's been delightful. Go on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
You have a lot more experience in the booth than I, but this has been right up there as one of the highlights of my commentary career watching this. This has been very, very good.
Here's what I appreciate about it. It is, while these players may be known to some in certain circles, be it Merit, be it online, be it wherever they ply their trade typically away from North Cyprus, these aren't the household names that oftentimes I am treated to observing play at the highest of stakes. And yet, and this was a point I wanted to make earlier, as we see Dukic mulling over the ace-10 suited, he's going to jam it in. Last 9.3 here, not sure Oleg's ace-deuce suited is going to be able to take the heat. King jack off for who? Easy release.
And cool little adjustment from Oleg, who limped the button there. Again, we've seen people adjusting to Dukic's short stack previous hand, who raised a bigger sizing, deprive him of a call and maybe realize some equity spot. And there, a limp button, because he didn't want to price himself in. If he opens and he gets jammed on for 9 big, he's got to call it off with the ace-2.
And recognizing also that at the sub-10 big blind stack sizing for Dukic, that's going to be a lot of how he proceeds. Now then, to finish up the point with respect to what we've been treated here to, and some perception maybe that I've been in the booth a long time and I've seen a lot of things and maybe I'm not impressed as much. Absolutely not the case. And I wanted to say that I would take this final table grouping and I would love to see them out in what we could describe much like in golf. We see the Pro-Am kind of format where the pro, let's call them the typical super high roller series, reg, is tasked with taking on one of these characters, because I suspect that they would perform very well. In particular, if there were anonymity, where you didn't even know who it was that you were playing against, right? Because there could be some intimidation factor in terms of live. You look across, you see the mighty Jason Kuhn or Stephen Chidwick, and that might have some influence. But these guys out here, this is top caliber stuff that we've been witnessing. And it's great. It really is.
I really do appreciate that thorough answer, but I was only trying to make the point that You're older than me.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that. That's deeply disappointing, and albeit quite embarrassing as well. Father Time doesn't wait for anyone, and you too shall pay a visit to your 40s and 50s after that.
Look, there's no way if we were in a lineup, anyone would think I was the younger one. That's not lost on me.
So here we are with an open to 3.3. And did Svesco just 3-bet to 8 million with King 3 offsuit? No sooner do we levy the praise than we see it earned.
My goodness, I love this step out by Svesco, who will be just like whipping his cards into the muck. Even strong hands would be just like, oh, well, I guess he hasn't stepped out all day.
Well, he hasn't had the chips ever really to come at the affair in this manner. And at the minute that he was given them, we see him almost like dying all final table long to be given an opportunity such as this one to maybe show off the fact that he has other gears. Just give him the ammo with which to showcase them.
Do you know what it is? To pick up on a point that you made there, you were obviously making a serious point, and I obviously took a mean-spirited opportunity to make a joke.
Fine.
But I suppose when I watch Tritons, let's just use that as an example. That's, you know, one of your main gigs, and we see the Chidwicks and Coons battle away, and it's just amazing. I love watching every moment of it if I can. These guys do end up in these sort of actual types of final tables as well, because they end up being 20, 25 big blind affairs, whereas a lot of tippy-tappy poker and a lot of intricate stuff, and I learn a lot from it. But what it lacks for me, and this isn't a criticism, it's just a reality, is it's not life-changing money for those guys.
Right.
These guys make $1 million or $2 million, well, throw it on the pile.
Yeah.
This is $500,000 up top. Now, David, who has a lot of experience and has won a lot of money in poker, no question. A couple of these other guys at this final table, Panka in particular maybe, made a lot of money from poker. It's not like, you know, these guys are struggling in any way, shape or form. They're not qualifiers. But such is the size of this prize pool, and such is the size of this first place prize, that I think everybody left would have their biggest payday. I might be wrong about who. He's probably got something similar.
Just going to take a look, as it definitely is worthy of exploration.
And that for me is what's sort of romantic about poker. The idea that you can turn $3 grand, the price of a nice weekend break, and turn it into a 2-bedroom apartment.
From a rented hotel room to an owned flat. Absolutely. As the pocket queens turning the price of admission up to 4.8 million. And a nice bit of timing, I think, for who wrapped a bow around his open. 1 hand to go. Or 2, was it? Now then, you were speculating as to a point.
Yeah, my hunch is it might be who's second biggest and everyone else's biggest.
Best live cash to this point for David Hu, 116,000 and change.
Oh, wow. Well,
that's
there you
been
go.
Eclipsed. Now, he does have the highest career earnings of anyone left in the field, courtesy of the 1.14 million that he has cobbled together. But absolutely talking about the kind of money that is meaningful to every one of these players. Results, by the way, for David Hu going all the way back to a decade ago. As Dukic raises almost his entire stack with the ace-8. Was that another ace into the bin behind him? Didn't quite catch. Went by so quickly what the side card was, how strong an ace it was.
You've just annoyed me again, Ali.
Oh, no.
You're telling me David Hu's been playing for 10 years?
Yeah.
Is he another one?
When he started.
Well, this is what I was going to... There must be some really, really horrendous portraits in attics of these guys somewhere. Panka, who?
I mean, some places will let you start playing live at 18, if I'm not mistaken. Parts of the world, right, David? Don't have to be 21 everywhere.
Oh, no, absolutely.
To get out there and get involved in
But
some
does he
live
look like
events.
he's even 30?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure whether or not you're familiar with some of the genetic stereotypes surrounding people from his part of the world, that they are ageless.
I'm only familiar with the genetic stereotype of Irish skin, which weathers extremely poorly.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have a complicated relationship with the sun, first and foremost. Whiskey, second, and Catholicism third. In that order, perhaps, is 2 million put forth by the King Queen, which is dominated by Michelle Atala's Ace Queen on the button. And we do find these Ace Queens being very balanced in their approach. Note, button open, Ace 9 suited, small blind 3-bet, but hijack open, button flat with Ace Queen offsuit.
And Oleg being presented with an interesting squeeze shove spot now. Look at this. There's a lot in there, 6.5. Pick that up, get to 23. Oh, look.